Chapter 121 Fortree City, The Flying Contest. In order to get enough badges, Haoyun's first destination for this trip was Fortree City. Walking on the main road leading to Fortree City. Fortree City is a very special place. The houses in Fortree City are all built on various towering trees. It is said that in the past, Fortree City was a lush virgin forest with all kinds of big trees rising from the ground. In order to protect the environment, the people living in Fortree City built their houses directly on these big trees. Slowly, Fortree City attracted many environmentalists to live here. Unity, also all built houses on trees, formed a unique landscape. My swello, after a month of training, I will definitely get a better place in the flying competition this time. Ha ha ha, at this point, I'm better than you. I've been secretly training for 3 months. This time, I am confident that I can hit the top 5 in the flight conference. Don't be shy. Don't think it's useful if you train for a long time. The prizes of the flight conference are so generous. There are definitely a large number of experts came to participate. Ha ha ha, people always have to have dreams. Otherwise what's the difference with salted fish tilde? The two teenagers passing by Haoyun were chatting and passing by. That's right, Haoyun chose to come to Fortree City today. In addition to collecting badges, he was also preparing to participate in Fortree City's annual flying competition. The flight conference is a conference held by Fortree City City Hall to promote local tourism. If you win the first place in the flying contest, you can get a flying gem. Each attribute has a corresponding attribute gem. If a Pokemon wears a gem of the same attribute and uses the same moves as the gem, it can greatly increase the power of the skill. Such an increase is very terrifying, but an attribute gem can only be used once and is a battle consumable. After increasing the power of the move, the gem will disappear. Good power bonus, without any side effects on Pokemon. In some very critical situation, qualified trainers will use it. The price of a piece of attribute gemstone starts at 2.5 million. Haoyun planned to win the flight conference, and then sold the gem. After all, 4 mouths are now waiting to eat, and the economic pressure is still not small. Walking into Fortree City, there is a festive vibe everywhere. There are many vendors around the road selling some snacks, toys, etc., like a garden party. At a booth selling small accessories, Haoyun saw a familiar figure. He walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Asha. Asha was trying on an earring for Ursaring's ear. When she turned around, she saw Haoyun and was stunned for a moment. Then he said in surprise, "Brother Haoyun, why are you here?" Haoyun touched his nose and said, "I plan to participate in the flight conference and challenge Jim by the way." Challenge Jim. Asha looked at a female companion beside her. "Hello, Mr. Haoyun. You are welcome to challenge Jim." Asha's female companion reached out her hand. Haoyun was stunned for a moment, then realized that the female companion beside Asha was Winona, the gym curator of Fortree City. I had seen one at Yantu Mountain before, but Winona's current outfit is really special, and Haoyun didn't recognize it for a while. On her head she wore a feathered bonnet that tucked all her hair into it. A purple silk scarf was wrapped around his neck, a light blue coat and a pair of trousers with wings. The whole person is dressed gorgeously, which is completely different from what I saw in Yantu Mountain before. Sorry, Curator Winona, I didn't recognize you. Haoyun stretched out his hand and shook the other side lightly. It's alright, Mr. Haoyun. Are you also planning to participate in the flight conference? Winona asked with a smile. Well, I heard that the prize for the first place is flying gem, so I plan to participate in the competition and see if I can win the flying conference. Haoyun replied. In the past, when Haoyun didn't have a flying type Pokemon, even if he was greedy for the prize, he could only sigh. But now that you have Charizard, you can give it a try. Brother Haoyun, Winona is the resident champion at the flight conference. You have to be careful, Asha said while wiggling her earring. Oh, Curator Winona is also at the flight conference. Then it seems that I have to cheer up. Haoyun replied with a smile. Hey brother Haoyun, do you think I look good with this earring? Asha fiddled with the Ursaring earring on her head and looked at Haoyun expectantly. Although Asha is usually carefree, she actually has a little princess in her heart, and she inexplicably liked the cute Ursaring. Haoyun didn't answer immediately, but looked at it first, then nodded seriously and replied, "You look good. You are quite cute. Buy it. No matter how old you are, as long as the gender is female, you should be cool." Haoyun understands this. That good. Asha paid the money happily and satisfied. After chatting, we learned that Asha was invited by Winona to come to Fortree City. The two little sisters, who usually have a good relationship, invited Asha to play during the festival in Fortree City. It was rare for Asha to relax, so she readily agreed. But since Haoyun joined them, Asha's chatting target automatically turned to Haoyun. Winona had some vinegar, and felt like her little sister had been robbed. During the chat, the three came to the venue where Fortree City held the flight conference. The organizer specially set aside an open space. Above the open space, several trainers riding flying-type Pokemon were performing some gorgeous flying performances. From time to time, it attracted some applause from the surrounding crowd. Hello, Curator Winona. Good morning, Curator Winona. The local Several people greeted Winona one after another. He is a good-looking person, and he is also the local curator, and has a high reputation in Fortree City. Hello everyone. Winona greeted the others with a smile. The people around greeted her eagerly, which relieved her somewhat jealous heart. Chapter 122 Straight Line Racing Competition. Ready to start. Brother Haoyan, look at it. That Farfetch'd over there is amazing. At this speed, it can still be so sensitive to cross obstacles in the air. Asha pointed to the air and said in the flying Farfetch, I feel that this Farfetch'd may be the champion of this magnificent flight. The flight conference is divided into two parts. The first is gorgeous flying, which requires flying Pokemon to maintain a certain speed and make some difficult movement. In fact, it is a bit like the flying version of the gorgeous contest. The first place will be rewarded with 500,000 Alliance coins. This is a warm-up performance at the beginning of the flight conference. The second part is the straight line flying competition, which is the most concerned part of the flying competition. This is what Haoyan intends to participate in. Haoyan followed the direction she pointed and saw Farfetch'd in the air. It's not as exaggerated as what Asha said. It's just a few moves in the air and through a few rings of fire. This kind of simple flickering, let alone a little guy like Farfetch'd with his Charizard's eyes, it's fairly easy to do. However, this Farfetch'd is a tall one among these dwarf. More players who participated together, their Pokemon couldn't even complete the basic movement. That Farfetch'd trainer is called Kang Jingkong. She is our local famous beauty trainer. She's the best at this kind of good-looking, performative, flashy flight. Winona knew the owner of this Farfetch'd, but then Winona changed the conversation and said proudly, but compared to me, it's still a bit worse. At the time, I won the first place for 5 consecutive years of gorgeous flying. Winona is very similar to the current champion Wallace in the Alliance. They both pay great attention to the elegance and flamboyance of battle. Okay tilde awesome tilde. Asha pouted, reluctantly complimenting her. That's tilde. The two women laughed at each other, and the two of them had a good relationship. After watching the gorgeous flight for a while, Haoyan and the three came to the registration point for the flight conference. When the staff at the registration point saw Winona, they greeted her and said, Curator Winona, are you here to participate in the straight line competition? That's right, Winona answered without hesitation. It seems that this year's champion is none other than Curator Winona, the staff said with a smile. Winona didn't answer, but winked at Asha. Whether it's a gorgeous flight or a straight line racing, as long as everything is flying in the sky, Winona is very confident. Because she is in the Hoenn region, she is known as a bird-type Pokemon trainer flying all over the world. She is also said to be able to read the flow of the wind, so she can command the flying-type Pokemon. It is rare for the little sister to come to her own territory, so she naturally has to show off in front of the little sister. HMPH tilde brother Haoyan, you also hurry up and sign up. Wonder Winona later. Don't let her get carried away tilde. Yasha shook Haoyan's arm and urged him to sign up. Haoyan smiled and went to sign up. The number of players participating in the straight line racing is much larger than the number of flamboyant flying. Straight line racing is more of a test of the explosive power of Pokemon. It is also the most watched game. There are many Pokemon that can fly, including insect-type Beedrill, Beautifly, and so on that can fly in the air. However, the insect system is a thin layer of cicada wings, and it is difficult to achieve good results in straight line competition. Strong wings are needed to be explosive, and most of the contestants are bird Pokemon. Followers. Next is Fortree City, the annual straight line racing competition. A host took the microphone and said, everyone has seen the balloon over there. Haoyan followed the host's voice and looked at a huge balloon about a kilometer away. The height of the balloon from the ground is about 200 meters, which is very conspicuous. All participating players need to ride their own Pokemon, flying at the fastest speed. The first person to puncture the balloon was champion in this straight line racing flight. The game will start in 3 minutes. Players, please be prepared. Chapter 123 Domineering Charizard. Grabbing the limelight. The surrounding contestants released their own Pokemon, like Big Bird, Noctowl, Darkhead, etc. There are also a few runners who use Golbat and Gliscor. Winona unleashes her Pokemon, a shiny Swellow. Ordinary Swellow. The feathers are mainly dark blue, with vermilion lines on the neck, tail tip and forehead, and the belly is white. This Swellow of Winona, except for the belly, which is white, has turquoise feathers elsewhere. Winona's shiny Swellow came out and attracted the attention of many tourists. This Swellow is so special. I heard that Curator Winona has a unique Swellow. When I saw it today, it was true. Come on, everyone in Fortree City knows it. I heard that Curator Winona's Swellow is very powerful. Trainers who are usually challenged by battles don't need her Swellow at all. It seems that this time Curator Winona's Swellow is participating in the racing flight, and champion is definitely her. Winona has long been accustomed to other people's admiration. Shiny Pokemon, very rare. Swellow is also the Pokemon she took the most care to cultivate. Just when everyone was talking about it, a domineering Pokemon appeared on the field, grabbed every everyone's attention. Hao-yan released his Charizard. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Charizard's arrogant, wild, and domineering roar sound shocked all the Pokemon present. With a wave of the wings on his back, a small whirlwind was formed in place. Charizard's powerful aura caused the surrounding Pokemon to lower their heads one after another. As in, join the king. Only Winona's Swellow can resist one or two. The shiny Swellow in Winona just now surprises tourists. That eloquent Charizard gives the impression that it is shocking. Gray-black skin, full of mystery. The wild appearance is full of unparalleled domineering. The entire competition scene, after a brief silence, immediately erupted into huge cheers and discussion. My god, this Charizard is also a shiny Pokemon. That shape, that aura, it's like the overlord of the sky. It's worth it. It's really worth it. I didn't expect to see two shiny Pokemon when I came to the flight conference this time. Have you noticed that the boy who uses shiny Charizard is a little familiar? Seems to have seen it somewhere. The picture scroll that was burned. That's right, he was the champion who won the gorgeous contest last time in Fall Arbor Town. I didn't expect him to have such a handsome Charizard in addition to a rare Gardevoir. For a time, everyone was talking loudly, and the whole game scene became noisy. When Winona was in Yantu Mountain, she knew that Hao-yan had a shiny Pokemon. Only then Charizard was a Charmeleon. I didn't expect to see each other for more than 2 months. Charmeleon has evolved into Charizard. The speed of progress is so fast. Moreover, there is such a terrifying momentum. Two shiny Pokemon appearing at the same time will inevitably cause shock to others. In the past, as soon as Winona released shiny Swellow, she would be the center of attention. Now everyone's focus is on Charizard, who is arrogant, and her heart is somewhat lost. Although everyone is a shiny Pokemon, the green Swellow is not as good as the gray-black Charizard in appearance. And Swellow also belongs to the house bird of Hoenn region. Whether it is rarity or appearance, it is obviously not a grade. Swellow, cheer up later. We must win champion. Winona was serious. In the past, when Winona participated in the flight conference many times, it was with a playful mentality. After all, as the curator, she means just take part. But this time, facing Hao-yan's Charizard, she really wanted to win. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Swellow also let out a loud cry in response to her. Charizard, who was full of wildness, glanced at Swellow with some disdain, and let out 2 growls. Roar, roar. It seems to be saying, you dare to compare with me. Just when Charizard raised his wings to show his domineering, Winona suddenly saw Charizard's limbs, all of which were black things. Charizard is also wearing an overweight protective gear modified by Hao-yan. Although the color is in line with Charizard, the shape is abrupt. What is that? Winona was a little confused. Hao-yan did not take off Charizard's overweight protective gear because of the racing flight. Because, no need. If there is no absolute certainty, Hao-yan will never waste his time. Since he dared to let Charizard come to the competition with overweight protective gear, it proved that he had absolute confidence in Charizard. Chapter 124 Winona, wearing overweight protective gear, won me. Brother Hao-yan, come on. Winona, you have to do your best. Asha, who was standing on the sidelines of the competition, was excitedly cheering on the two who participated in the straight line racing competition. Winona, who was riding on Swellow, leaned over and looked ready to go. She sat down. Swellow, like her, was full of energy. Just now, in the contest with Charizard's momentum, he fell behind, which made him feel a sullen breath. I want to prove myself in the game. Hao-yan put on windproof goggles, as usual, with a calm smile on his face, and waved to Yasha. Charizard looked around disdainfully, and the Pokemon that competed with him for speed. Compared to flying speed, Charizard has never been afraid. The game starts. The referee fired a flare into the sky. All participating Pokemon immediately wave their wings and take off. Fly straight, without any trick. Just wave your wings vigorously and sprint forward. Swellow, go ahead. Winona was shouting loudly at the start of the game. Swellow, who was sitting down, moved quickly, waved her wings, and rushed out. The wind, blowing her clothes, rattled. At this time, Hao-yan also directed Charizard and rushed out. The gray-black Charizard seems to have turned into a gray-black dreamer, soaring into the sky, directly surpassing all Pokemon, straight toward the balloon and approached quickly. From the moment it took off, it was directly ahead of everyone. Okay, so fast. Asha, who was watching the game on the ground, looked unbelievable. Looking up from the ground, Charizard is like a leader, flying ahead. All the Pokemon behind him are like his followers, flying in the second. Winona, constantly cheering on Swellow under her seat. Come on, Swellow. Swellow is also desperately accelerating. However, no matter how much he accelerated, he couldn't catch up with Charizard in front of him. Charizard was already about 50 meters ahead of the team. Charizard, who usually uses overweight braces for weighted exercises, perfectly reflects his strengths at this moment. Because it has a trainer on it, more or less, the flying speed of the Pokemon will be affected. Even Winona's Swellow, the same. Swellow's weight is only 20 kg. No matter how strong he is, it will never be easy to fly with a 90-pound Winona on his back. Regarding Regarding this point, Charizard said, "It's just a big top, and it's completely trivial. No matter how heavier Hao-Yan is, can it be heavier than the overweight protective gear on his body?" Over time, Charizard pulled the distance. "Without any accident, I was the first to touch the balloon." With a bang, the balloon burst, and the colorful flowers inside were scattered. "The game is over." Charizard carried Hao-Yan and landed steadily. The host held the timer excitedly, looking unbelievable. He spoke to the audience in an excited voice. Charizard of the Hao-Yan player took the lead with a time of 19.18 seconds. The speed of 19.18 seconds broke the record of the straight-line flying competition. It's nearly 6 seconds faster than the previous 25.31 seconds. Friend, it's been 10 years since the last record was broken. My friends here, you have witnessed the fastest speed. Let's give a round of applause to Hao-Yan and his Charizard. From start to finish, the game was over in less than 20 seconds. It's fast, but wonderful. Flying 1 kilometer in 19.18 seconds is equivalent to flying 50 meters per second. Too fast. Really fast. Everyone was applauding Hao-Yan and his Charizard, and the reporters who were waiting on the side couldn't wait to come forward to interview. Wynona's limelight was once again robbed by the eloquent Charizard. "Big King, Wynona's Swellow," reluctantly shouted around her. Winona gently stroked Swellow's head and comforted him softly. "It's okay, isn't it just a game? We practice hard, and next time we will definitely have a chance to win champion." Big tilde King tilde. Big tilde King tilde. Swellow chimed. Asha, who was surrounded by people and couldn't get in, simply walked over to her little law sister. She didn't expect to let Hao-Yan win Wynona's joke before the game started. She was actually a prophecy. He comforted Winona and said, "Winona is fine, and the second place is also good, so you also have the motivation to improve, right?" Winona nodded. "Just like what Asha said, there is failure to move forward. Take Swellow back to the baby ball, and look at Hao-Yan surrounded by everyone with Asha." Winona saw Charizard's limbs, something strange and incompatible with Charizard, and asked curiously, "Asha, the limbs of Charizard of Hao-Yan, there are 4 black things. Do you know what it is?" After being reminded by Winona, Asha reacted, "Look carefully at Charizard. Charizard's skin is gray-black, which matches the color of the black overweight armor. If you don't pay attention, it's really hard to find." Asha looked at it carefully, then opened her eyes wide and said incredulously, Is this an overweight protective gear?" Asha's remarks also reminded Winona, who quickly and seriously confirmed, "I saw a few black overweight protective gear with the font size made by Devon Corporation." In other words, Charizard was actually wearing the overweight protective gear just now and won me. Chapter 125 Showdown between shiny Pokemon. Fortree City Hall held a flight conference and sent out valuable flying gems in order to attract travelers come to travel and drive Fortree City's economy. The effect is very good. On the day of the flight conference, there are many tourists from all over the world. It has effectively promoted a wave of local tourism. According to the experience of previous years, after the flight conference, the number of tourists will gradually decrease, and finally the number of tourists will fall back to the normal number. But the day after the flight conference, the tourists did not leave directly. The next day instead gathered at Fortree Gym. The tall, spacious Fortree Gym was full of people in the audience. On the periphery of Gym, there are many spectators who want to go in and find out, because this morning they heard that the first place in the flight conference yesterday, Hao-Yan with domineering Charizard, is going to challenge Gym. In response, Fortree Gym also announced that it will not accept challenges from other trainers today. Winona, as Asha's little sister, knew that when she was in Laveridge Town, Hao-Yan's Pokemon, even with weak attributes, he still defeated Asha with a strong advantage. Therefore, Winona respects Hao-Yan's strong strength, does not accept the challenge of other trainers, and concentrates on fighting Hao-Yan before closing Gym. When the tourists received the news, they all flocked. "I want to see if Hao-Yan, who broke the drag racing competition, can successfully challenge Gym." After all, flying fast is sometimes not necessarily proportional to combat power. Curator Winona, there are too many people at the scene, and the seats in the entire auditorium are full. The Gym staff couldn't wait to find Winona. "Well, please, everyone, be prepared for protection. Beware of various situations caused by large audiences. Usually as long as Winona has time, she will perform flying skills. Beautiful and powerful, attracting many audiences. Just the usual people, not so many today." Fortree Gym is a gym of the flight department. The Pokemon used by Curator Winona can fly, so it was built taller than a normal gym. Okay. The gym staff agreed and began to organize the order at the scene. Over time, the number of people inside the gym has grown. If there is no seat, just stand in the aisle and watch. The scene can be completely described as a sea of people. You said, is it possible for the trainer named Hao-Yan to defeat Curator Winona? Although he won the champion in straight racing yesterday with a huge advantage, there is still a difference between actual combat and fast speed. I don't know if I can win, but the one called Hao-Yan can definitely get the bag. The curator of gym, as long as you think the trainer has potential, you can issue badges, instead of having to win to get badges. Cut. It's up to you to say it. I feel that Haoyan has a great chance of winning. Just look at the Fortree gym battle today. The two trainers were discussing on the side, which attracted the attention of the people nearby, who joined in and discussed together. In addition to talking about whether Haoyan can win, more attention is on Haoyan's gray-black, domineering Charizard. Handsome, powerful, domineering, and distinctive Charizard is completely a man's romance. Well, who wouldn't want to have such a Charizard? At this moment, Haoyan walked into the gym slowly, and there was a burst of warm applause. Looking forward to the start of the challenge. Curator Winona, please give me more advice later. Haoyan walked to the battlefield and smiled at her. Haoyan, you're polite. Winona also responded with a smile. Are you both ready? The referee standing on the sidelines looked at the two of them. All right, no problem. The two nodded to the referee tacitly. Challenger Haoyan, the use of 3 Pokemon is limited, and can be replaced in the middle of the battle. The challenger, Winona, is limited to 3 Pokemon, and cannot be replaced during the battle. Both sides until one of the Pokemon loses all stamina. It is judged to be a loser. At the same time, during the battle, the entire field is a battlefield, and no boundary judgment is made. The referee explained the rules on the side. Because Winona's Pokemon are all flying Pokemon, therefore, the judgment on the field will be a little looser. Haoyan challenges Fortree Gym Winona. The first round begins. The referee waved the flag. Battle start. Come out. Twello. Winona was the first to release her Pokemon. Automatically, Twello's data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Twello. Attribute, normal. Flying. Level, 43. Feature, perseverance. When the Pokemon with this characteristic is in an abnormal state, the attack is increased by 50%, and the additional effect brought by the burn is ignored. Introduction, it will hover in the distant high sky, and when it finds its prey, it will dive down, and hold the prey tightly with its claws so that it cannot escape. I'll leave it to you, Xiaolong. Haoyan also released his Pokemon. Roar. Roar. As soon as Charizard came out, he made a bellicose roar sound to swallow. Seeing the two shiny Pokemon fighting each other, the spectators were all excited. Rare. Too rare. A showdown between shiny Pokemon begins. Chapter 126. Charizard proudly and wildly raised his head. Twello fly. Use agility. With Winona's order, Twello flew high into the sky, constantly urging his energy and increasing his speed. Twello kept flapping his wings in the air, creating a whirlwind. The green feathers are constantly flapping, and the entire wing is constantly getting bigger and longer. Winona passed yesterday's straight flight rate, knowing that Twello is behind Haoyan's Charizard in speed. Get the speed up, trying to reach even faster than Charizard. Charizard Dragon Dance. Haoyan's voice followed closely. Without the connection of Lucario or Gardevoir, Haoyan could only use his voice to command. Charizard let out a bellicose roar, and there was a roar in the air. Charizard's eyes sharpened, and the flames on his tail became hotter. Charizard's gray-black domineering shape adds a bit of violence. In the first round, both sides tacitly used the buff skills to start the game. Meanwhile, Twello also completed agility. Two shiny Pokemon circled each other in the air, waiting for their trainer to issue an order. Twello completed agility in just 3.5 seconds. Compared to Lucario, it's only 0.2 seconds slower. It really deserves to be Winona's main battle Pokemon. Haoyan spoke highly of Winona's Swellow. If it was another Swellow, it wouldn't be able to do this. But that's all. The threat to Charizard is limited. Unlike Haoyan's calmness, Winona, who was on the other side of the venue, was a little dissatisfied, because she saw that Haoyan's Charizard still had overweight protective gear on his limb, and he didn't take it off. Am I so weak? I'm actually fighting, and I still don't take off the overweight protective gear. Thinking of this, Winona coquettishly shouted to Swellow in the sky. Swellow, use Brave Bird to attack. Winona is usually good at using gorgeous battles to fight, but this time, she completely gave up her previous glamour. Once up, let Swellow use his ultimate, Brave Bird. Brave Bird is in the damage judgment of the Alliance, and its power is as high as 120 points. It is an extremely powerful skill of the flying system. Swellow flapped his wings violently and rushed into the sky at once. Then, taking advantage of the height difference and speed, he folded his wings and attacked Charizard like a bullet. Haoyan still kept a calm smile. From the moment Winona sent on Swellow, he was ready. In particular, Winona used agility in the first round, and the scale of victory has tipped his side. And Winona used the powerful Brave Bird to directly declare his victory. Swellow's physical attack is excellent, and he also has a good special attack. But Swellow has a downside, and that's a narrow skill pool. Most of the skills are physical attack. Close combat is required. And Haoyan's Charizard, the last thing he's not afraid of is the close combat fight. Therefore, at the beginning of the opening, Charizard will use Dragon Dance to increase his attack and speed. Little Dragon, take the initiative to meet him. Tie Swellow's wings, and drag him to the ground. Hearing this, Charizard flapped his wings and flew towards Swellow. What does Charizard Charizard want to do? Winona watched Charizard get closer to Swellow, not understanding Hao-Yan's arrangement. Brave Bird is a powerful skill, but instead of dodging, it still takes the initiative to meet it. Also, don't use skills yet. Even when Swellow is approaching, using Flamethrower can effectively damage to Swellow. However, no. Just when Winona was wondering, the two Pokemon in the air had already touched each other. Like a bullet, Swellow slammed into Charizard's chest. Charizard wasn't too hurt, though. While carrying Swellow's attack, Charizard's claws had grabbed Swellow's wings and landed quickly and straight to the ground. Not good. Winona finally understood what Hao-Yan was thinking. Brave Bird is to use the speed and height difference to fall, and then land to cause an attack. But both sides are flying in the air, and the height difference is not much. Swellow is indeed like a bullet, but this bullet, without taking advantage of its speed at all, has already been pressed down. With a bang, Charizard and Swellow both landed on the ground. Little Dragon Flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth at Swellow, who was holding onto him, and a fiery flame erupted from his throat. With his wings locked, Swellow had no chance of any action at all. Swellow's weight is only 20 kg, Charizard's is 90 kg, and Charizard's hands are blessed with overweight protective gear. Swellow wants to break free. How is this possible? Charizard's complete flame sprayed on Swellow's body. The close roasting caused Swellow's original green feathers to be roasted black. Xiaolong, use Lash. Hao-Yan gave the order again. Charizard's hand let go of Swellow. The blackened Swellow was just about to escape Charizard's attack. However, it was a step behind. Charizard waved his claws and slashed towards Swellow's body. A close-range attack directly knocked Swellow, who had little physical strength, into the air. Swellow, having lost all physical strength, turned his eyes in circles and fell to the ground. From a remarkable bird, it was transformed by Charizard, turned into a turkey with charred feathers. In the first round, the challenger Hao-Yan wins. The referee waved the flag and announced the result. The whole place was suddenly silent. Only Charizard held his head arrogantly and wildly, seeming to disdain the weakness of his opponent. Chapter 127. The second round. Start. It's over. In less than a minute, the first round of the battle is gone. Many spectators present did not respond. Originally, under their assumptions, it should not be played back and forth. Why? It's so simple and gone. After all, Winona is also a leader. How can she be cleaned up in 3 or 2 strokes? Asha, who was sitting off the court, said silently the moment Winona let Swellow use Brave Bird. Hao-Yan asked Charizard to take the initiative to meet him and resist the attack that has not yet been fully formed. Take this opportunity, grab Swellow's wings, and take the opportunity to pull Swellow to the ground. Pull to the ground, and Swellow loses the advantage of flying, while Charizard launches a heavy attack. Melee combat is what Hao-Yan is best at. Even if Swellow doesn't use Brave Bird and changes to other melee move, Winona has no chance. Asha looked a little lost. Winona, who was standing on the battlefield, felt sorry for her little sister, because, against Hao-Yan, it is easy to feel a sense of powerlessness. It was as if it was doomed. No matter what move was made, it would be seen through the first time. Your Majesty, Yan. Winona silently took it back. It's not that she didn't expect to lose, but she didn't expect to lose so fast. Moreover, Charizard was wearing overweight protective gear, which was the most unacceptable thing for her. Curator Winona. The second round. The referee standing on the sidelines motioned softly. Winona came back to her senses and lost the first round. It doesn't matter. She also has access to 2 Pokemon. Come out, Altaria. Winona releases her second Pokemon. Automatically, the data appeared in Hao-Yan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Altaria. Attribute Dragon. Flying. Level 42. Characteristic Natural Recovery. When this Pokemon falls into an abnormal state, there is a chance that it will automatically recover. Introduction. Shaped like a bird of paradise, Altaria has a sky blue body and fluffy wings like cotton. Altaria. Hao-Yan frowned slightly, probably guessing what Winona was thinking. Want to use Altaria's resistance to fire to counter Charizard. In the world of Pokemon, among the many attributes, if you have to distinguish one from the other, then the Dragon type is the most powerful type. The Dragon type has strong resistance, and the 3 most common attributes of fire, grass, water, and electricity can only cause normal damage to it. There are only 3 attributes that can restrain the Dragon system: Fairy, Dragon, and Ice. In addition, the growth potential of Dragon-type Pokemon is very strong. After the final evolution, most dragons have extremely strong combat effectiveness. Of course, not all Dragon-type Pokemon are first class. In contrast, Altaria as a whole has a certain gap with the traditional Dragon system. For example, compared with Garchomp, Haxorus, Salamence, the relative attributes are weaker. Of course, if after Altaria Mega Evolution, that's another story. Challenger Hao-Yan, do you want to change the Pokemon? The referee gestured aside. No need. Hao-Yan replied. In fact, Hao-Yan can completely replace Gardevoir. Gardevoir's Fairy series, which can perfectly restrain the Altaria Dragon series. Dragon-type skills have have no effect on fairy-type skills, but on the other hand, the fairy-type can have an outstanding effect on the dragon-type. Once the attribute of the dragon system is restricted, Altaria's combat power will drop by half. Hao-Yan didn't change to Gardevoir with better choice. That because of Charizard. Charizard hasn't played a serious opponent once since evolution. Usually only practice with Lucario and Gardevoir. Pupitar has been arranged by Hao-Yan to do weight training. This is a very suffocating thing for the belligerent Charizard, who can't fight to the fullest. Just like some things in human beings, if you keep holding them and can't release them, it will be very uncomfortable. And right now, it was a battle that Charizard fought to his heart content. Didn't choose to change to Gardevoir. Winona was a little surprised at Hao-Yan's arrangement. In Yantushan, Winona knew that Hao-Yan had a powerful Gardevoir. Gardevoir restrains her Altaria, which is why she didn't choose to use Altaria in the first place. However, because Hao-Yan did not change to Gardevoir, he continued to use Charizard. Winona is more stressed. Even fire damage can only do half damage to Altaria. Also continue to use Charizard. This is Hao-Yan's strong confidence in strength. After the referee confirmed that there was no problem between the two sides, he waved the flag to the two present. Challenger Hao-Yan against Fortree Gym Winona. Second round. Start. Chapter 128. Winona. I lost again. Poor Winona. At the beginning of the second round, Hao-Yan immediately let Charizard attack. Little Dragon. Use Dragon Claw. Charizard immediately flapped his wings and attacked with sharp claws. Compared to other violent dragons, Altaria is better at defense. Grass has a magical skill, which is very compatible with Altaria. It is the 3 levels of physical defense that can be improved. Cotton defense. Once used by Altaria, his physical defense will be greatly improved. Combined with Roost's ability to restore stamina, Charizard will be passive. Hao-Yan made Charizard attack quickly, but he didn't give Altaria a chance to use this skill. Charizard got closer and Winona yelled, Altaria, use Dragon Pulse. Before Charizard approached, Altaria sent a shock wave of dragon energy from his mouth sweeping through Charizard. Hao-Yan didn't care about Altaria's attack. Altaria is more defensive, so the attack is relatively weak. Secondly, Charizard has the attributes of flying and fire, and facing Dragon Pulse, it has no effect. Don't panic at all. To put it bluntly, is it necessary to hide an auxiliary flat A? No need. Charizard didn't care, resisted the attack, and charged straight towards Altaria. A paw slapped on Altaria's body. The effect is outstanding. Xiaolong, continue. Hao-Yan simply repeated. Charizard immediately ran after Altaria again, waving his sharp claws. No, if this goes on, there is no way to win. If you want to win, you must use cotton defense to increase defense. That's how you can use up Charizard, who has a lot of words. However, Hao-Yan won't let me get what I want at all. Winona felt bitter in her heart. Then he shouted at Altaria. Altaria, using in Charizard claws once again on Altaria. A high-pitched, wonderful song came from Altaria's mouth. In this song, there is a strange energy that spreads around. Charizard, which is the closest, was the most affected. Originally full of wild and sharp eyes, a bit of sleepiness was added. Altaria is the Pokemon world, the best singing Pokemon. Sing is a skill that fits him very well. Winona was overjoyed when she saw that Charizard was a little sleepy, and quickly instructed Altaria to say, Altaria, use Roost to restore your stamina. Altaria immediately fell to the ground, and cloud-like cotton feathers fell on him. Replenish your stamina with energy. Hao-Yan glanced at Charizard's date and didn't care too much. Sing of Altaria, a wild beast who wants to hypnotize. Not realistic. Hoo. Charizard in the air broke free from Altaria's hypnotic date and let out a roar. Hao-Yan shook his head silently. This round was over in his opinion. Little Dragon continued to catch up and use Dragon Claw. The flames on Charizard's tail heated up, and with a wave of his wing, he immediately chased after Altaria, who had already landed. The sharp claws in his hand waved out again. Charizard once again deals damage to Altaria. Originally, Altaria had just used Roost stamina, but Charizard's attack had consumed a lot of energy. Altaria, sing. Winona wanted to repeat the old trick. From Altaria's mouth, a wonderful singing voice came out again, and the energy swayed around. If you use it more, you will be ready. Hao-Yan was not worried at all. Strange singing came into Charizard's head, only to stop his movements a little, then continue to attack. Winona's Altaria is completely stuck in the passive. Hao-Yan instructed Charizard to use the Dragon Claw all the time, constantly causing scars on Altaria's body. Altaria of Curator Winona, how pitiful. In the auditorium, an audience member whispered, yeah, that trainer named Hao-Yan has launched a fierce attack from the beginning. Don't give Curator Winona a chance. The Curator Winona isn't that powerful either. That Hao-Yan has been letting the gray-black Charizard use Dragon Claw, and his moves haven't changed. But that's it. Curator Winona has nothing to do. What a joke. Curator Winona is weak. That eloquent Charizard is too strong. The audience sitting in the auditorium began to discuss. Little Dragon, Dragon Claw. Charizard Charizard once again swung his claws and hit Altaria, sending him flying straight away. Altaria was already down at this point. Her energy and stamina had been exhausted, and she was completely incapable of fighting. Roar, roar. Charizard, the eloquent, let out a huge roar at Jim after the battle was won. It seems to be dissatisfied with the weakness of the opponent. In the second round, the challenger Haoyan win. The referee on the side waved the flag and announced the result. I lost again. Winona silently retracted Altaria. He silently looked at the roaring Charizard in the field. Charizard also wears black overweight protective gear on his limb. It pierced Winona's heart. Charizard, with his overweight armor, still has a strong advantage over her two Pokemon. Chapter 129 Asha. We are not weak, but he is too strong. In the last round, who should I send? Garmary. No, Garmary is restrained by Charizard. Tropius. Neither. Honchkrow. It's probably the same as Swellow, and it was directly knocked down. Winona stroked the baby ball around her waist and was selecting the Pokemon to play in the last round. In fact, Winona has a Pelipper that is well trained. The two attributes of Pelipper's flight and water are just enough to restrain Charizard. But does restraint always win? Winona has lost 2 straight and has fallen into self-doubt. If it's just plain failure, it's nothing. But the first 2 games were too embarrassing to lose. Squeezing all kinds of things in my heart. There are still so many spectators watching. The game is still going on. Winona can only fight hard and keep fighting. Come out, Pelipper. Pelipper, come on. Winona released her last Pokemon. Automatically, Pelipper's data automatically appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket. Pelipper. Attribute Flight, Water. Level 42. Characteristic Sharp Eyes. Pokemon with this feature will not reduce their own hits due to the opponent's attack rate. Introduction. It can fly close to the sea to find food. It will stick its big beak into the sea, pick up the food and swallow it in one go. This time, Haoyan raised his hand to signal to the referee. I need to replace the Pokemon. Okay. The referee nodded. Haoyan took back Charizard and exchanged Gardevoir. In the battle with Winona's Swellow and Altaria just now, Charizard has always maintained a huge advantage, but his stamina was also damaged a lot. After all, it was Gym Leader's main battle Pokemon. After 2 battles, Charizard's desire to fight has been unleashed. It's time for him to rest. Shanaido. As soon as Gardevoir came out, he habitually put his hands in front of his chest, ready to fight. Winona finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Haoyan finally put on Gardevoir. He glanced at Haoyan with a little gratitude. She didn't know if Pelipper could win. After all, Charizard was wearing overweight protective gear. But if Pelipper also loses, then Haoyan is one path. A gym leader who uses the main battle Pokemon to play against people and is killed by 3 people. That's too embarrassing. The third round start. The referee waved the flag, and the final round officially started. As soon as she got up, Winona let her Pelipper take the lead. Pelipper, use Storm. Under the damage judgment of the Alliance, the power reaches 110 points. Pelipper immediately waved his wing, and through the wave of his wing, he brought the energy of the flight system in his body, constantly forming a whirlwind in the air. It swept towards the Gardevoir on the ground. After losing the first 2 rounds, Winona's mentality has changed, knowing that winning is impossible. Just want to not lose. So miserable. At the very least, organize an effective attack. Even if it can't kill Haoyan's Gardevoir, at least let him defend it. Xiaolu, when the whirlwind comes, use teleport to dodge. Then, use Thunderbolt to end the battle. Haoyan said to Gardevoir in his heart with a calm smile on his face. Shanaido. Gardevoir perfectly executed Haoyan's tactic. With a swipe, he avoided the storm. The small hand that appeared 80 meters away from the attack range of the whirlwind, and then placed it on the chest, sent out a crackling arc. Attacked the Pelipper in the air. Pelipper of Flight and Water. Quadruple weak electricity. However, Pelipper, who is extremely resistant, was not taken away by one shot. One shot is not enough. Then do it again. 2 consecutive strokes of Thunderbolt to solve Pelipper. Haoyan challenged Fortree Gym Winona. Victory. The referee waved the flag at the right time and announced Haoyan's victory. Wow tilde. Wow tilde. The audience in the auditorium stood up one after another and applauded vigorously. It's wonderful. This high-level battle. Every minute and every second is a wonderful moment. The tenacity of curator Winona is really admirable. Even at an absolute disadvantage, he fought tenaciously to the last moment. That pompous Pokemon is really powerful, especially the gray-black Charizard, strong and domineering. And that Gardevoir, it's both good-looking and powerful. This young man named Haoyan, I dare to guarantee that in the near future, he will definitely shine in the Hoenn region. Almost everyone in the audience was discussing the wonderful battle just now. Winona's little sister, Asha, stepped forward and gently put her arms around her shoulders and said to her, Winona, you've done a great job. Really? Winona's face was full of disappointment. It's not that you don't know. The last time I played against Haoyan, I didn't even touch his Pokemon. Asha comforted. Winona heard what Yasha said, and recalled recalled that Yasha once told her about the abuse of vegetables with Haoyan. Yasha tried her best but failed to hit Haoyan. Compared with Asha, Winona can be regarded as having a relationship with Haoyan. With Asha for comparison, Winona's loss dissipated, and she said to Asha, "That means, am I better than you? You guy, I knew I wouldn't tell you." Asha pouted and said, alright, we are all good, but Haoyan is too strong." Winona looked at Haoyan, who was still calm. "Yeah, we're not weak. It's him. Too strong." Asha also responded. Chapter 130 Mega Evolution has fallen. After the referee announced the end of the battle, the audience at the scene began to slowly disperse. "You are very powerful. Your Pokemon is very powerful. Haoyan, you deserve this Fortree badge." Although the battle failed, Winona was comforted by Asha and quickly adjusted her state. "Take out a Fortree badge and hand it to Haoyan." "Thank you." Haoyan put away the badge. "It should be me thanking you, Haoyan. After this battle, you made me discover my own shortcoming. In the future, I will double my cultivation." After speaking, Winona bowed to Haoyan. Haoyan lifted her up with both hands, a faint smile on his face. "The rating for Winona is a bit higher. Failure to be discouraged is a rare quality," he said softly. "You and your Pokemon will be able to soar in the sky again and again. I am sure of this. So, please keep going." Winona is very happy to be able to get the encouragement of opponent. Winona smiled mischievously at Haoyan and said, "When I have time, I will also go to Devon Corporation to buy some overweight protective gear and let my Pokemon wear them for training. Next time we meet, I'm sure to surprise you." "Okay, look forward to meeting next time." Haoyan waved his hand. Seeing that Haoyan wanted to leave, Yasha was obviously reluctant. "Haoyan, where are you going next?" "Well, maybe go to Petalburg City or Zijin City. I have 3 badges now, and there are 2 more." Haoyan replied. After getting the Fortree badge, he started thinking about challenging the next gym. Orange Gym or Zijin Gym, not far from Fortree City, is a good choice. "Oh, Haoyan, are you planning to participate in the gym campaign in Slateport City?" Winona asked aside. "That's right. This time I'm here to get 5 badges to sign up." Haoyan replied. "If only Slateport City had a gym leader as powerful as you. Team Aqua and Team Magma, these 2 illegal organizations, if they want to do anything wrong with Slateport City, they have to worry about 3 points," Winona said on the side. When Asha heard this, she nodded silently. After chatting casually with Asha and Winona, Haoyan was about to leave. From the door, walked in a woman with a hurried look. He was wearing a blue and white uniform, a police officer hat, blue hair, and white gloves, dressed up in a dashing manner. Haoyan recognized the identity of the person at a glance. It was Officer Jenny from Hoenn region. Officer Jenny is not just one person, but a huge family of police officers who work all over the world. Jenny family, mostly police, but also some in the league, acted as investigators. Officer Jenny hurriedly came to Winona and Asha, and gave a salute first. Then he said to them, "It would be great that both curators are here. I have a mission, and I want to ask you two for help." Winona and Asha said solemnly, "Officer Jenny, please be." "Yeah, at the Weather Institute, not far from Fortree, we got a distress call. The evil organization Team Magma has taken over there. They're doing nefarious activities against the Weather Institute just outside of Fortree City. Given the Weather Institute, so I asked the 2 curators to come with me to the Weather Institute for support. The superior investigators of the Alliance are also on their way. As soon as the main force arrive, we will begin the hostage rescue and capture of Team Magma." "Okay, no problem." Winona and Asha both nodded. "As a gym leader, it is your duty to keep the place safe." Winona released her Skarmory, and Asha released her Tropius without a word. "Get ready to ride and head out to Weather Institute." "Sorry, can I join too?" Haoyan gestured to Officer Jenny. "Who are you?" This Officer Jenny didn't know Haoyan. "His name is Haoyan, and he is a very powerful trainer. I used the main battle Pokemon to play against him and lost to him," Winona said aside. "Haoyan." Officer Jenny repeated a few words, then looked at Asha and asked, "Is it Haoyan who stopped Team Aqua's evil actions in Yantu Mountain?" "That's right, it's him. If we have his help in this operation, our probability of success will be greatly increased." Yasha nodded hurriedly. "Can you?" Officer Jenny knew Haoyan's strength, but he was still a little hesitant. After all, Haoyan is not a leader, nor is he a member of the Alliance. To put it bluntly, just an ordinary person. No, it is necessary to get involved in the disputes of Team Magma, being part of the Hoenn region and being a trainer of integrity. Naturally, the evil Team Magma is not allowed to disrupt the order of the entire Hoenn region. Hoenn is messed up, and everyone is responsible, Haoyan said righteously. The expression is full of perseverance. These remarks made the blood of the 3 women present at the scene boil with enthusiasm. Even, Officer Jenny involuntarily saluted Haoyan. "Thank you, Mr. Haoyan. With your helping hand, this task will definitely be solved smoothly." Officer Jenny's favorable impression of Haoyan has risen a few grades. "Okay, without further ado, let's go." Haoyan quickly released his Charizard. "A nice turn over and ride up." "Okay, let go." Officer Jenny waved his hand and flew towards Weather Institute. Different from the three girls with a solemn face, there was a hint of joy in Haoyan's eyes, because just now, Officer Jenny said what he meant. In his mind, a mechanical female voice sounded. System, here comes the mission. Mission objective, rescue the Weather Institute hostages and defeat Team Magma. Task reward 5,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure, close black lens bracket, none. As long as you complete this task, you can exchange for a Mega Stone. Mega Evolution, it's down. Chapter 131 Team Magma, Assault on Weather Institute. According to the information, it is very likely that Team Magma dispatched more than 100 people this time. So, our three tasks, within our ability, rescue the kidnapped hostages. If possible, block the people from Team Magma in the Weather Institute. Wait for the support of the Alliance, and then capture it in one fell swoop. Officer Jenny, who was riding on Tropia, said loudly to the three of Haoyan. The wind was whistling in my ears, and I had to speak a little louder. Team Magma mobilized 100 people, which is not a small number. However, Haoyan counted only 5,000 points according to the task reward point, which means that among these 100 people, the combat effectiveness is not very strong. In other words, the risk factor is not very high. What about the other investigators in the Alliance? When will it arrive? Haoyan asked loudly. Previously, Team Aqua's misdeeds in Smoke Tut Mountain and Slateport City attracted the attention of the League. A large number of investigators were dispatched to search for Team Aqua's whereabouts. A large number of investigators are now concentrated in cities by the sea, so it may take about an hour for them to come from there. Officer Jenny explained to Haoyan. Haoyan nodded, not surprised by this situation. Just because the Alliance wanted to find out where Team Aqua's headquarters was, it was eager to give the public an explanation that gave Team Magma a chance. But one thing to say, the speed of the Alliance's actions is really too slow. On the other side, at the Weather Institute on Route 119, all the personnel in the Research Institute were tied up. A young woman who looked to be in her 20s was the leader of this group of Team Magma. This 20-year-old young woman, although she is very pretty in appearance, but he has a pair of wicked eyes that don't match his age. In terms of walking posture, human temperament, and some movement, they are all like a 30-year-old man. Yes, this woman is fake. This man pretending to be a woman is called Ban Nai. Within the Alliance, there is a reward price for each leader of the evil organization, as well as the leader. As long as you can catch one of them, you can claim a high bounty. Archie from Team Aqua, and Maxi from Team Magma. It's the Hoenn region, the first place on the bounty list. The next person with the highest bounty, not the three cadres of Team Aqua, or Team Magma, but this Benay from Team Magma. This Benay has average strength, only ordinary gym leader strength, but he has a very strong ability, and that is camouflage. He has a very strong ditto that can help hand him into a variety of looks. Second, he himself is good at mimic. This kind of skill has led to every targeted arrest by the Alliance, which ended without a hitch. That's why the Alliance's bounty for Benay is so high. At this time, Ban Nai is arranging his subordinates. Team A, responsible for deciphering the data of the Research Institute, and copying the data of the super ancient Pokemon Groudon. Also, collect all the research and development materials in the Research Institute. If it is important equipment, all dismantled and moved back to the headquarters. Hurry up and do it well before the quick-nosed investigators from the Alliance arrive. Yes, Lord Benay. There were 30 people in Team Rocket, and they answered collectively. Immediately launched action, constantly interrogating and torturing the researchers present to find out the information they wanted. Team B, stay here for emergency. Yes, the 20 people answered in unison. Team C, according to our plan, go to the ambush location. Later, I will attract people to your direction. Then, as long as I make this gesture, you will attack immediately. Ban Nai gestured to the rest of the people. Yes, all 50 Team Magma members nodded in agreement. Ban Nai looked at the Team Magma present with a stern expression. This time the action is very critical. It is the task arranged by the leader of Maxi himself. The information here concerns us, whether we can complete our great ideal. So, the leader, Mr. Maxi, has arranged for everyone a very powerful Pokemon. This time, our mission is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. Do you understand everything to me? Understood. The Team Magma players who were present responded loudly. Everyone had a frenzied expression on their faces. Benai waved his hand in satisfaction, and all the Team Magma members immediately took action. Chapter 132 Haoyan. So, the target is me. Fortress City is not far from Route 119, and the three take their own Pokemon and fly straight all the way. After more than 10 minutes, we almost reached the place. Look, the building with a radiation device over there is the Weather Institute. Officer Jenny pointed to a building not far away. Haoyan followed Officer Jenny's instructions and looked over. There are about 3 floors, the standard shape of a research institute. Outside the building, there is a large radiation installation. Estimation is used to detect environmental changes. The distance between everyone is about 2 kilometers meters away from there. At this moment, a shout came from the ground. Investigators, please help me. I need your helping hand. The woman who shouted was the woman Benet pretended to be. They are struggling to wave to them in the sky. Officer Jenny looked down, eager to save her, and immediately directed Tropius to fly down. Tropius flapped his wings a few times and stopped in front of Benet. The three of Haoyan also followed Officer Jenny and fell to the ground. Officer Jenny hurried forward and supported the delicate woman. He asked him, "Who are you and why are you here?" The woman was wearing a researcher's robe. The original white research clothes looked a little dirty at this time. A work permit hangs around his neck. Jun, Officer Jenny, my name is Yuko. I work at the Weather Institute. Yuko raised the work card around his neck and pretended to be astonished and said, an hour ago, a group of people wearing strange clothes rushed into our research institute. If you don't say anything, you will directly hit the people in our research institute. Of course, then, they started kidnapping us. And, moreover, they rummaged through the boxes, forcing our director to hand over the institute precious material. Also, said, if you don't hand it over, you will. Having said this, Yuko pretended to be very scared and fearful. Haoyan looked at the Yuko in front of him with a little doubt in his heart. Although the appearance of this Yuko is really in line with the performance of a victim, whether it's demeanor or action, it's all the same. But the eyes are the windows to the soul. Haoyan sensed a trace of danger from those slightly cold eyes. Team Magma, those nasty guys. They dare to hurt innocent civilians, and I will never spare them lightly. Officer Jenny was furious and looked unbearable. It is her job to protect the safety of ordinary citizens. Is it convenient to see your work permit? Haoyan said. Haoyan's reminder made Officer Jenny calm down a little. Yes. Yuzi took the badge hanging around his neck and handed it to Haoyan. Haoyan carefully checked the information on the starting card. Is there a problem, Haoyan? Asha asked in a low voice. No problem. The stamp is real, and the appearance is the same as in the photo. After Haoyan finished speaking, he handed the badge to Officer Jenny for them to confirm. Yuko, on the side, heard Asha calling Haoyan's name. Immediately, his pupils shrank. This boy is Haoyan. Benet is no stranger to the name Haoyan. Haoyan has twice organized Team Aqua's plan. As Team Aqua's old nemesis, Team Magma is naturally aware of Haoyan's key role in roleplay, including some time ago, one of the three cadres of Team Magma, Fire Goose, also suggested to their leader Maxi, recruit Haoyan into their Team Magma to supplement their team strength. After Benet learned about Haoyan's identity, he had an idea. Haoyan took the initiative to meet Benet and asked him, Miss Yuko, everyone at the Weather Institute has been kidnapped. How did you escape? Seeing that the situation is not good, I just knew that there is a vent that leads directly to the outside of the research institute. So, I ran out of the vent. In order to increase the authenticity, Yuko also put on dirty clothes. Jun, Miss Shaw, please, you guys hurry up and save the director and them. I am familiar with the director, and he has an upright personality. He won't give Team Magma the precious information easily. In case the director angered Team Magma, I'm afraid. Yuko begged. The words of Yuzi made Haoyan's mouth lightly rise. Officer Jenny checked the work permit and was eager to save people. After thinking about it, he said to the three people headed by Haoyan, please everyone, please follow me to the rescue. No problem, let go immediately. It sounded like he was speaking to Officer Jenny, but his eyes were on Yuko. When Haoyan looked at Yuzi like this, a sense of danger flashed in his heart. However, he quickly went through the words and actions he just said in his mind. Without any flaws at all, he continued to pretend that he wanted to help and said, for investigators, I have a way, and I should be able to help you. The three women headed by Jenny apparently already believed in this. Yuko hurriedly asked what can be done. Although Haoyan has already assumed the status of Yuko from foresight, he still has to act in a full set. He also pretended to be curious to know. That vent I just said, I can take one of you in there, then sneak into the research institute to rescue the hostages, and then come out through this vent. The other three investigators, right in front of the institute, pretended to confront Team Magma's people. To buy time, only, as long as the hostages are rescued, wait for the other investigators to arrive. You can let go of your hands and feet to fight and capture these Team Magma members. When Jenny heard this, she nodded and said, that's a good idea. I'll enter the research institute later, and I'll ask Haoyan, the three of you, from outside, as much as possible, help me to delay the time, and I will rescue the people inside as soon as possible. Okay, no problem. Winona and Asha nodded immediately after hearing this. If a hostage is in the opponent's hand once a fight occurs, then it will be a rat trap, and it will be tied. Haoyan didn't speak, but Frillish looked at Yuko. He was waiting for him to speak, wanting to see what the other party's purpose was. Yuko, who has an idea for Hieroyan, has already started to make arrangements to see Officer Jenny. Then he said impatiently, please wait a moment, Officer Jenny. You wear the uniform of a search officer, and you often deal with Team Magma. Based Basically, everyone in Team Magma knows you, and 2 leaders, Asha and Winona. As leaders, the 2 of you are also well known. Once your identities are revealed, you may immediately fall into a dangerous situation. Instead, this one, Mr. Haoyan, is a raw fate. Even if you enter the Research Institute and are discovered by Team Magma's people, you can pretend to be someone from the Research Institute so that your identity will not be revealed immediately. When the 3 women heard it, what Yuko said was not wrong. It is indeed suitable for Haoyan to go to the Research Institute. The target turned out to be me. In Haoyan's eyes, there was a trace of unnoticeable coldness. Chapter 133 Haoyan. I too look down on me. Miss Yuko, it should be in front of you. Haoyan went to the so-called ventilation duct with the 2 of them according to the plan of Yuko, Jenny and the others, at the front of the Weather Institute, helped them delay time. Could it be that he found out that I was a fake? Yuko snorted, put on a puzzled expression, looked at Haoyan who had stopped, and said, go past the front and you'll be there. In front of Haoyan was a lush grove. Okay, let's continue. Haoyan waved his hand and took 2 steps forward. On Officer Jenny's side, it is estimated that the battle has already begun. They are stalling for us, and we have to speed up. Yuko pretended to care about Jenny and led the way. Haoyan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of coldness. The hand, already touching the waist, quickly pulled out the baby ball and released Gardevoir in one fell swoop. Xiaolu, attack with Psybeam. Gardevoir quickly put his hand on his chest, and a magical light hit the back of Yuko. Yuko, who had been on the alert, rolled a donkey and avoided the fatal blow. Get away quickly. The appearance of his face began to change, becoming that of a 30-year-old man. On the shoulder of Yuko, there is a ditto. Haha, it's showing its true color. The corners of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly, but the coldness in his eyes did not change. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Team Magma's Banai. Banai, who was Foresight, sneered and said, my disguise is so perfect, I didn't expect you to be Foresight. Haoyan clapped his hands in admiration and said, your disguise is really perfect. From the appearance, I really can't tell whether it is true or false. Banai's eyes turned cold, and he quickly recalled his actions and words just now. It can be said to be perfect, but why was Haoyan recognized? You must be curious. Why did you, who pretended to be so successful, be caught by me, Foresight? It's all because of your work permit. Haoyan was talking while observing the grove in front of him. Work permit. Banai's face was full of question. His disguise was perfect, and it was the first time he was caught by Foresight. And on their side, they have the advantage in numbers, and he is not afraid that Haoyan will run away. Naturally willing to listen to Haoyan's explanation, Haoyan said softly, on the work permit, the name and appearance are indeed the same, and even the steel seal on the Weather Institute is real. But you overlooked one point. The work permit shows that you only joined the Weather Institute at the beginning of this month. In other words, you're still an intern. It hasn't even turned positive. How do you know that there are ventilation pipes leading to the outside in the Research Institute? Even if you know by chance that the ventilation duct go outside, it's a 3-story building. The ventilation duct will not be built more than 30 centimeters. How could you possibly climb? Even if you happen to know the ventilation duct, it just so happens that the ventilation ducts are built very wide. But at the end of the ventilation duct is a motor that is pulling air. Don't tell me you're talented enough to kick a rapid spin, a fan with turbo blade, and escape. This is reality, not a movie. With this little trick, how could it be possible to deceive Haoyan? What ventilation duct can climb out? Thinking too much. Banai's face was getting darker and darker. He didn't expect that such a small detail would be seen through by Haoyan all of a sudden. Haoyan didn't care about Banai's expression, and continued, also, you said that you are familiar with the director of the Weather Institute and know his character. This is even more nonsense. It is not bad for an intern employee to meet the director a few times. How could you possibly know him? Clap clap tilde. Banai clap. Although it is very uncomfortable to be dismantled, I have to admit that Haoyan's analysis is in place. Sure enough, he is a smart person. No wonder Fire Goose suggested to the leader to absorb you into the organization. With your ingenuity, joining our Team Magma will definitely make a difference. I promise, if you join our organization, you can definitely become a senior cadre. The resources within the organization will be unconditionally tilted towards you. How about you? Are you interested in joining us? Banai sends an invitation to Haoyan. You brought me here just to say something like this to me. Haoyan didn't care about Banai's invitation at all. Team Aqua's drops have been invited once last time at Yantu Mountain. Now invited by Team Magma again. It seems that he is really popular. He said disdainfully, join your Team Magma, and become a street rat that everyone shouts and beat for the so-called little resources. Van Nai sneered. Then you mean to refuse? You can't befriend your rival. We, Team Magma, are never polite to our opponent. You have to think clearly. With a wave of Banai's hand, many Team Magma players walked out of the grove. The members of Team Magma all released their own Pokemon. All of them stared at Haoyan with bad expression. Is this your trump card? I look down on me too much. Haoyan looked at these Team Magma players who came out and didn't care at all. Dutas in the forest or in various harsh environments all year round. Haoyan has long known what kind of state it will be in various environments. In this grove, it was eerily quiet, without any disturbance. That must be here. There are more ferocious Pokemon. What's more, Haoyan's Gardevoir had already observed the surrounding situation. The reason why he didn't leave was because Haoyan was not afraid at all. Speaking of which, Benet knew that Haoyan had not joined their thought. He immediately raised his hand and made a gesture of action. 50 Team Magmas present. The team members all commanded their Pokemon to attack Haoyan. That's it. Haoyan grabbed Gardevoir's waist. Xiaolu, use teleport, and go to the back. With a swish, Gardevoir took Haoyan away from the grove. After walking away, Haoyan took out a baby ball from his waist and threw it towards the Team Magma members who kept coming. After a burst of red light, a tall figure of nearly 5 meters stood in front of them. All the attacking Team Magma players were stunned and stopped. He looked at the huge object in front of him in fear. It is Haoyan's newly captured Pokemon, Pupitar. Haoyan's voice, through the connection of Gardevoir, reached Pupitar's ears. Shall see, use earthquake. Pupitar's high splash suddenly hit the ground heavily. Countless cracks began to appear on the ground, attacking the Team Magma members not far away. Chapter 134. I surrender and am willing to accept the trial of the Alliance. Pupitar eats more and more over time, and has grown to a terrifying 5 meters, longer than a small car. His appearance shocked many Team Magma players. He jumped into the air suddenly, and then fell to the ground. Let the whole ground let out a whimper. The energy of the ground system, with his release, stirred the entire ground. This time, perhaps Ban Nai led the team, not the 3 major cadre. Therefore, the Pokemon used by these Team Magma players are not of high level. Most of the levels are between 30 and 34. For a level 45 Pupitar, they are all weakling. He was shocked by Pupitar's indiscriminate attack. The worst is some poison-type Pokemon. Without the ability to resist at all, he just fell down. In the best case, there are a few Golbats that can fly in the air. But even if the Pokemon can be saved, the flightless Team Magma players can. Earthquake is an indiscriminate attack, no matter who is a Pokemon. Many of Team Magma's members were engulfed by the rift created by Pupitar. Even better, it also flew with the gravel, smashing the head with blood. For a while, there was a wailing sound. This is the advantage of output tank. In addition to high defense, they also have good attack power. Haoyan became more and more satisfied with Pupitar. Xiao, Xiaolong, come out. Haoyan released the remaining Pokemon, slowly walked into Ban Nai. Haoyan doesn't care about Team Magma's soldiers. What he cares about is Ban Nai. If he can be caught, the Alliance will definitely not be stingy with the bounty. Coincidentally, Haoyan happened to be short of money. Even if he is not short of money, Haoyan will not let his opponent go casually. When Haoyan released Pupitar, Ban Nai sensitively hid in a big tree, avoiding Pupitar's heat earthquake. I advise you, it's best not to run away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your limbs are healthy. The coldness in Haoyan's eyes was not concealed at all. Looking at the ambush that was originally intended to be won, it was cracked in an instant. Benet scolded inwardly. Not running. Could it be that Land Crossing lived a long life after being caught and thrown into prison? Immediately, he took out a baby ball from his waist and pressed the switch on it. After a burst of red light, a Crobat with a good shape and hair appeared. Crobat, use haze. Hearing this, Crobat immediately spit out a lot of thick fog from that big blood-sucking mouth. Want to run. People don't look very good, but they think they are beautiful. Haoyan won't let the bounty he got run away. It's really not interesting. Haoyan shook his head and immediately began to command, Xiaolong, use heat wave to blow away this haze. Charizard's wings fluttered, and the fire energy suddenly radiated around with his wing, just blowing away some haze. Simple enough. Haze dissipated, and immediately saw Ban Nai, who was constantly shuttling through the woods. Xiao, catch up and use the Aura Sphere on Ban Nai. Lucario stomped on the ground and quickly chased towards Ban Nai. An Aura Sphere had condensed in his hand and was thrown towards Ban Nai, who was constantly shuttled. Baneri seemed to be running for his life frequently, commanding Crobat to avoid Lucario's attack. The Aura Sphere smashed into a nearby tree and exploded with a bang. Haoyan took Pupitar back calmly, put his arms around Gardevoir's waist, and brought her to Charizard's back. He patted Charizard and immediately chased towards him. Xiaolu, use Psybeam when you see the opportunity. A pretender, escape is one of the required courses. Once exposed, then run. Only in this way can the information detected or stolen can be transmitted back in time. Benet obviously good at this, commanding Crobat, dodging everywhere. Unfortunately, he met Haoyan. At this time, Haoyan, riding Charizard, kept rushing towards him. Crobat's small size, man flight is not an easy task, and the flight speed comparable to Charizard. That's not all. Lucario on the ground kept throwing Aura Spheres. Along with Haoyan, Gardevoir, who was riding on Charizard, kept attacking. During the escape, a tree with thick thighs next to Benet was blasted open by Lucario's Aura Sphere. It made Benet feel fearful. I can't imagine what it would be like if I was hit by this. Just after flying 200 meters, Haoyan was already close at hand. Benai raised his hands and surrendered, giving up resistance. I surrender. I am willing to accept the trial of the alliance. Compared with Zhao Ming, being arrested doesn't seem to be very important. Oh, how do I know you won't run again? Haoyan, who was riding on Charizard, looked down at him and smiled playfully. Me, looking at Haoyan with a faint smile on his face. Benai felt his back was wet with cold sweat. He quickly took out the rest of the baby balls and broke all the buttons that controlled the switch. Then show it to Haoyan. I'll capture it sooner rather than later, so I don't have to do so many tricks. Haoyan took out a rope from his backpack and threw it to him. Banner quickly tied himself with a rope. Benai is not worried about what the League will do to him, because he is good at disguise. When he does evil outside, he always appears as someone else. The Alliance, trying to convict him of his crime, will still have some trouble. Also, he joined Team Magma just to make money. As a senior cadre, he holds a wealth of secret from Team Magma. It's not impossible to use Team Magma's secrets to mitigate crime. Ban Nai, in fact, is more afraid of Haoyan. If he still ran, Haoyan got angry and let Charizard set him on fire. That would be too bad. In his opinion, he looks young and handsome. With a faint smile on his face, Haoyan is more like a devil who is good at detecting people's heart. Devil, don't mess with it. Chapter 135. Jenny, I killed Haoyan. Compared with Haoyan's side, Officer Jenny's side is obviously much slower. Officer Jenny summons Arcanine and Big Bird. Asha uses Rapidash and Camera. Winona is in the air, riding Skarmory in command of Altaria and Swellow. They're dutifully pulling with Team Magma's minion. In fact, it's not that they want to pull, it's that they have nothing to do. Although in terms of rank, Team Magma's soldiers are not as strong as them individually, they still have an absolute advantage on the whole. This time Team Magma dispatched 100 players. Ban Nai leads 50 Team Magma players to ambush Haoyan. The remaining 50 gathered in the Weather Institute to confront Jenny and the others. Jenny's side did not dare to use a large-scale attack. Moreover, it also takes into account the hostages taken by the Weather Institute, as well as the expensive radiation device. Bind your hands and feet as if you were dancing with chain. And the number of the other party is also large, and it can only be consumed slowly, and there is not much action in a short period of time. Gradually, the team members of Team Magma began to decline because of the lower level of Pokemon they used. However, they did not retreat, but retreated into the Research Institute, threatening Jenny and the others with the lives of the researchers. Don't come here. Take all your Pokemon back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. A Team Magma soldier took a hostage and threatened the three of Jenny. Jenny was helpless and could only step back. These Team Magma players are brainwashed by their leaders every day. For the so-called great ideals, he is doing evil everywhere. Character, it is easy to go to extreme. Maybe it's really possible to kill the hostages. If you are ready to capture now, give up your resistance. Before a large number of investigators from the Alliance arrive, there is still room for relaxation. Otherwise, when our Alliance's main force arrive, there will be no chance at that time. Officer Jenny shouted at the soldier holding the hostage. At this time, Asha, who had been guarding beside Jenny, suddenly saw clearly that she was being held hostage by Team Magma soldiers. His face changed suddenly. You, look, then, that hostage, is it Yuko who asked us for help just now? Asha thought of something, and her face suddenly turned pale. Jenny and Winona hurriedly looked over. Although they were dressed differently, they looked exactly the same. Moreover, that less unlike other researchers, the woman has a badge missing from her chest. Immediately, his pupils were shocked. In an instant, the two of them were as pale as Asha. This is a trap. Could it be possible? What happened to Haoyan? Brother Haoyan. Yasha, who is most familiar with Haoyan, let out a bitter cry, thinking that Haoyan might encounter unexpected event, as if the sky was about to fall. He quickly got on Rapidash and wanted to find Haoyan. The current Asha doesn't care about the hostages or Team Magma at all. She just wants to know if Haoyan is okay. Asha, don't worry. Winona grabbed Asha. He said quickly, Asha, have you forgotten? Haoyan turned the tide on Yantu Mountain. Also, neither you nor I are Haoyan's opponent. Don't tell me, do you think Haoyan will have trouble so easily? Winona's words reluctantly persuaded Asha. Yes, Haoyan is so strong. It is absolutely impossible for Team Magma to succeed so easily. At this time, the hostage-taking Team Magma soldiers heard the conversation between Asha and Winona. Haha laughed and said, I don't know who that Haoyan you are talking about, but it is estimated that it has been cleaned up by our Lord Bene. We, Lord Bene, brought 50 people and set up an ambush. Do you think that Haoyan might be able to escape? Ha 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 ha. Team Magma minions laughed wanton. The three girls, their faces turned pale. Really a trap. And Haoyan fell into this trap. 50 people ambushed one. Even if you are prepared, it is difficult to escape. What's more, without any preparation, Haoyan may have. Officer Jenny almost fell to the ground. At the time when the fate Yuko proposed that so-called solution, she was the first to agree. In other words, didn't she harm Haoyan? At this time, there was a loud noise in the distance. Boom, boom. The source of the sound was exactly Haoyan's direction just now. And it's all about the sound of battle. Huyan. Asha let out a hiss cry, and she fell to the ground as if she had lost her soul. Huyan. Winona hugged the helpless Asha, her beautiful eyes full of regret and hatred for Team Magma. Huyan. Officer Jenny looked guilty. At this moment, swallow in the air made several chirps. Winona looked up. Not far away, a gray-black figure was rushing towards them. Winona hurriedly shouted, Asha, Jenny, look. Haoyan, it's okay. The two women immediately looked up and saw Charizard in the sky, flapping his wings and approaching quickly. On Charizard's body, there is a boy. His eyes were indifferent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a shallow, calm smile. Haoyan is fine. Chapter 136. Solve Team Magma. Complete the mission, and start preparing for the Mega Evolution. The moment Haoyan landed, Asha couldn't control it. He rushed directly into Haoyan's arms, sniffing his breath and feeling his temperature. His hands tightly hugged Haoyan's waist. It seemed that he wanted to rub Haoyan into her body. He kept repeating the same sentence. Haoyan, you'll be fine. Winona and Officer Jenny both walked to Haoyan's side and looked at him silently. Haoyan stroked Yasha's back twice, and said, okay, I'm fine. Yasha let go of Haoyan, wiped the tears from her face, looked at Haoyan again, confirmed that Haoyan was alright, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of his gaffe just now, he blushed a little and said, Stinky brother, it's fine. Okay, let's get down to business first. Haoyan waved to Charizard. Charizard immediately released Banai, who was holding onto his claws, and threw it to the ground. Looking at Banai, who was bound and thrown to the ground at will, Officer Jenny, Asha, and Winona were all dumbfounded. Facing the ambush of 50 people, nothing happened. Moreover, he also arrested the leader of the other party, Bene. Haoyan looked at Bene, and Frillish said, look at your performance. Banai understood and quickly got up from the ground. Facing the resisting Team Magma soldiers, he shouted, brothers, I have surrendered. Everyone, stop being obsessed. Let go of resistance. The three girls looked at each other. They all saw shock in each other's eyes. The mood is like riding a roller coaster, with ups and downs. The leader of the team surrendered. A group of Team Magma were stunned when they saw Banai, who was tied up. 50 people can't be subdued in an ambush, but the leader has been arrested. The remaining Team Magma players couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for Banai being tied up, they wouldn't believe it at all. The leaders of the team have all been arrested and their morale has been lost. The members of Team Magma gave up their resistance one after another, and they were captured. Occasionally a few stubbornly resisted. Haoyan directed Charizard, and a flamethrower was roasted. Haoyan, Yasha, Jenny, Winona, 4 people. Get 100 Team Magma players under control. Not long after, the investigators dispatched by the Alliance came one after another. The lead investigator was one of the 4 elite. Drake. Look at the Team Magma players who are obediently waiting to be taken away, and the sturdy Team Magma cadre Banai. Drake's eyes widened in shock, also a little depressed. The granite cave in Dewford Town brought the people and horses, ready to solve the mutation, only to find out later that it has been solved. On Yantu Mountain, he thought he could catch Team Aqua, but when he got there, it was already over. This time, Weather Institute is the same. As the leader of the 4 elite, he can only arrange some logistical matters. Haoyan, did you already foresight early in the morning that Yuko was pretending to be Bene? Officer Jenny asked curiously. Yeah, Haoyan, tell me now. Yasha was just as curious, blinking her beautiful eyes and waiting for Haoyan's answer. Winona, who was standing next to Asha, did not speak, but his eyes were also full of curiosity. Actually, it's not difficult, Haoyan said simply. You can see through such small clues. You're better than those teachers at the Inquisitor Academy. Officer Jenny acclaimed. Asha also looked suddenly enlightened. After Haoyan's analysis in simple language, there is a feeling of clearing the fog and seeing the sky. Winona still didn't speak, just listened quietly. The more I listen, the more terrifying I feel. Also, I am more and more admired for Haoyan's careful thinking and such a fast brain. Hehe, if you were concerned at the time, you would be confused. If you have time to think about it, you will also notice the trick. Haoyan agreed casually. After a few more chats, Drake, who was cleaning up the mess, came over, reaching out to Haoyan. Mr. Haoyan, we meet again. Yeah, it's the second time we met, Mr. Drake. Haoyan also stretched out his hand and shook it. Hoenn region is a blessing for our Hoenn region to have enthusiastic and righteous citizens like you. This time, you were able to capture so many Team Magma players, as well as Team Magma's cadre Banai. You are a big part of it. On behalf of the Alliance, I sincerely thank you. Drake thanked Haoyan. Hehe, Mr. Drake is polite. Maintaining the peace of the Hoenn region is the responsibility of every Hoenn. Haoyan replied with a smile. The bounty of the Alliance will be distributed to Mr. Haoyan's account in the near future. This is the Alliance's reward for good citizens who have the courage to take responsibility. Please don't refuse, Drake said. Trouble, Mr. Drake. Haoyan nodded with a smile. How could Haoyan refuse the money? Afterward, after chatting a few words with everyone, Haoyan bid farewell. Under Ash's reluctant gaze. Haoyan rode on the gray-black Charizard and left. Haoyan's trip is not to challenge Jim, but to go home, because he has saved enough 15,000 bonus points can be exchanged for Mega Stone. It's time to start preparing for the Mega Evolution. Chapter 137 Rages Maxi. Haoyan just settled the second day of the Weather Institute. The Alliance newspapers quickly published a heavy news. Alliance News. Recently, the evil organization Team Aqua intends to destroy the landscape of Yantu Mountain. Fortunately, with the support of Laveridge Town Gym leader Yasha and an enthusiastic citizen Haoyan, the evil Team Aqua was successfully stopped. After this period of search, the Alliance has captured more than 50 members of Team Aqua. Yesterday, on the outskirts of Fortree City, the evil organization Team Magma kidnapped the researchers of the Weather Institute with the intent to get their hands on precious information. The Alliance urgently mobilized support, with the support of the Yasha leader of Laveridge Town, the Winona leader of Fortree City, and the enthusiastic citizen Haoyan, successfully rescued the hostages in the Weather Institute, and captured Team Magma's senior cadre, Ban Nai. I believe that under the correct leadership of the Alliance, with the joint efforts of the investigators and full of justice trainers, it will be one step closer to destroying two evil organizations. The Alliance has negotiated and awarded 1 million Alliance coins to gym leader Asha and Winona each as a reward. In addition, in order to encourage more righteous trainers to stand up and fight against evil organizations together with the Alliance has decided to speak loudly to the enthusiastic citizens, reward 5 million Alliance coins. In the report, although there is not much mention of the specific situation, but the people who read the newspaper are keenly grasping a key point. That is, the reward for Asha and Winona is only 1 million, and when it comes to Haoyan, it is directly 5 million. Therefore, this can also reflect on the side who has more credit. For a time, Hoenn region had a problem with who this Haoyan was and what he was doing to sabotage Team Aqua and Team Magma's plan. Also, what kind of person is Haoyan? And full of curiosity, Team Magma bait. Maxi, the leader of Team Magma, pushed away the document on the desktop and fell to the ground with a crackle. Beside him, the three major cadres gathered together, and there were many small captains around. They didn't want to offend a furious Maxi. Trash. It's a bunch of trash. A senior cadre plus 100 team members can't deal with one person. It's all the rubbish of his daughter. Maxi roared frantically in his office. Taking advantage of the fact that most of the investigators were gathered by the sea, Maxi carefully planned the operation. After sending so many people, not even a bit of useful information was returned. Even, they were caught in one go. How could he not be angry? Unlike Team Aqua's successes one after another, Team Magma's every action comes to nothing. In addition to the loss of troop, the failure of Team Magma will definitely make the people of Team Aqua ridiculed. Maxi can't take this breath. The failure of this mission is mainly because of that Haoyan. He first participated in the gorgeous contest in Fall Arbor Town, and then appeared in Laveridge Town. This time, he's at the Weather Institute again. According to his course of action, it is not difficult to infer the scope of his home. Would you like to? I'll take someone to do this great statement. Huo, one of Team Magma's three major cadres, said sullenly from the side. Another Team Magma cadre, Fire Goose, hurried forward and said, Boss, I don't think Fire's idea is right. Talents like Haoyan should be absorbed into our organization as much as possible, as I suggested to you before. Absorbed in? Flame snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly, he has sent Binay and our more than 100 team members to the prison of the Alliance. You think he'll join us? Fire Goose immediately retorted and said, this time the operation failed, mainly because of Ban Nai's self-assertion and overcomprehension. It's not pure strength to recruit players like Haoyan. It's about doing what he likes and working on his weaknesses. Just as the Flame was about to refute, Maxi interrupted the two of them and asked Hokage, who had been silent all the time, Hokage, what do you think about this Haoyan? Hokage shook his head and said, no idea. We, Team Magma, are a group of people who strive for great ideals. No matter how strong or smart a person is, it is impossible to change anything. So, I don't think it's necessary to waste too much energy on this Haoyan. Hurrying up to complete our great ideal is the right way. As for the dispute between the Flame and the Wild Goose, I feel that if it can be absorbed, it would be best. If he insists on continuing to oppose us, then kill him directly and prevent him from becoming a stumbling block on our great journey. Each of Hokage's words spoke to Maxi's heart. After calming down, Maxi said to the people present, our Team Magma is for lofty goals and should not focus on some small personal grudges. Currently, our nemesis, Team Aqua, is way ahead of us in terms of progress. So, we want to speed up our research progress. This is the most critical thing for us right now. Speaking of this, Maxi touched his chin and said, as for that Haoyan, check carefully where he lives. After finding out, Fire Yan, you go to contact him first, and it would be best if you can draw him into our Team Magma. If it doesn't work, then the Flame, it's your turn to play. Does everyone understand? Understood. In the office, The three cadres and the team captains all answered loudly. Chapter 138 Xiao, you have completed Mega Evolution. Whether it's speculation from the outside world, or Team Magma's thoughts on him, Hao Yan didn't pay attention. At this point, he had returned to his home in Fallarbor Town, sitting in his research room, closing his eyes and thinking silently. All his energy is now focused on Mega Evolution. 15,000 reward points is enough. Whoever will exchange Mega Stone for it first. Don't need to think about it for the time being. There is no evolution to become Tyranitar, and the skills in combat have not been adjusted. Although Xiaolong's evolution has become Charizard, his Mega Evolution has two routes. Which form to give Xiaolong evolution needs to be considered. Hao Yan first ruled out Charizard and Pupitar. The rest are Xiaolu and Xiaoo. Xiaolu, it's very comprehensive now. However, for the team, there is an urgent need for a meat shield standing in front. When Pupitar has not grown up, Xiaoo has to take more responsibility for output and meat shield. For now, promoting Xiaowu first will have a greater impact on the team. There is also Xiaowu's calm personality, which should be able to resist the negative impact of Mega Evolution. Hao Yan has made a plan and is going to start with Mega Evolution Lucario, and then save enough reward point, then Evolution Gardevoir. Mega Evolution is beyond the boundaries of Pokemon evolution and belongs to a higher level evolution. A Pokemon that has undergone a Mega Evolution will temporarily release its hidden power and exert abilities that cannot be possessed by a normal evolution. Mega Evolution is a temporary state that cannot be maintained permanently, equivalent to a time-sensitive buff skill. It can be said that once the Mega Evolution is carried out, the strength of the Pokemon can be greatly improved. Such a powerful ability does not come without a price. A Pokemon with a powerful power, if its mind is not firm enough, is likely to be out of control. After making the decision, Hao Yan called out in his heart, "Call the system." Host. Immediately came the gentle female voice of the system machinery. Open the system store. Opening the system store for the host, Hao Yan called to the system, "I want to exchange for Lucario Mega Stone." Ask the host to confirm whether to use 15,000 reward points to exchange for Lucario Mega Stone. Confirm. When Hao Yan opened his eyes again, there was an oval stone on the table. Open black lens bracket Mega Stone. Lucario Exclusive Proc. Close black lens bracket. Effect. Allows Lucario Absorb to enter the body, and after that, it can enter the Mega Evolution state. Close black lens bracket. Note, after absorbing this item, you can directly trigger Lucario's energy and enter the Mega Evolution state without the need for a keystone. Close black lens bracket. That's right, even the keystones are saved. The things given by the system are really good. Hao Yan weighed the stones in his hand and walked out of the laboratory. In the yard, 4 Pokemon are training. Xiao, come here. Hao Yan waved to Lucario. Luca. Lucario put down the training and walked in front of Hao Yan. Xiao, do you want to gain more power? Hao Yan said with a smile. Luca. Lucario looked at the small piece of Mega Stone in Hao Yan's hand in surprise. Getting stronger is something for every Pokemon covet. Xiao, I have a Mega Stone here. It can make you Mega Evolution and gain more power. Hao Yan said to Lucario seriously. Luca. Lucario looked at Hao Yan, waiting for his next word. After entering Mega Evolution, you can get lost. So, you have to stay awake at all time, and don't let the power after Mega Evolution take over your sanity. Understood. Hao Yan looked at Lucario solemnly. Luca. Lucario nodded heavily. Hao Yan had never spoken to him so solemnly before, which made him extremely serious. Okay, you first adjust the state to the best. You're ready, let's start. Hao Yan said to Lucario. Luca. Lucario sat down cross-legged and began to enter a calm mind state. Xiaolu, Xiaolong, Xiaozi, come here. Hao Yan took advantage of Lucario's presence in calm mind, and told them the precautions for the meeting. In order to prevent the Lucario Mega Evolution from falling into a frenzy, you must prepare in advance. After a while, Lucario exited calm mind state. The spirit has been adjusted to the best state. Luca. Lucario called to Hao Yan, indicating that he was ready. Xiao, if it doesn't work, just quit. Don't hesitate. Your safety comes first. Understand? Hao Yan asked again. Luca. Lucario understood Hao Yan's concern for him. Okay, take it. Absorb the stone into your body. Hao Yan handed a Mega Stone. Luca. Lucario took the Mega Stone. Slowly absorbed the energy emitted by the Mega Stone. Hao Yan stared at Lucario intently, not missing a single detail. All because of tension sweat. As Lucario slowly absorbs the energy of the Mega Stone, beside Lucario, white stars appeared. Gradually, more and more white stars dotted around, wrapping Lucario in it. The white light representing evolution has finally appeared. Hao Yan's hands were tightly clenched, and the joints were white due to the force. Finally, after the white light dissipated, the new Lucario stood before him. The body of Warburg poured, stronger than before. Originally blue-black skin, more black stripe grew. The hair has also become longer than before. More spikes grow on the backs of the hands and the soles of the feet. In addition to the change in appearance, the breath has also changed from the previous stable to violent. Luca. Lucario's voice is thicker than before. The originally sharp eyes were now as sharp as knives. In his eyes there is a mania that is suppressed by reason. Little oh, you have completed Mega Evolution. Haoyan called softly and softly. Luca. Chapter 139 Mega Evolution. A great improvement. Little oh, how do you feel? After Lucario Mega Evolution was completed, Haoyan asked. He could clearly feel that Lucario was suppressing the changes in his body. There is a very powerful force that constantly surrounds my body. Also, there is a voice in my head, asking me to attack and vent. Lucario used the power of aura to communicate with Haoyan. Then, can you control this power? Haoyan stepped forward with concern and hugged Lucario's shoulders. As Haoyan expected, he lost as much as he gained. There is no unconditional strengthening. I'm fine for now. If it's too long, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it. Lucario replied. It is good. Xiao, you aim at the test board over there and punch it with all your strength to see how strong your strength is. Haoyan hurriedly took the time to test, because in his mind, the level of Lucario after Mega Evolution is still the original level 50, and there is no change. However, the strength will definitely not be what it was before, and it must have been effectively improved. So, it will be tested. Lucario couldn't help but let out a loud roar, and his legs exploded. Without using any trick, he simply used his flesh to throw a punch. Bang! The beta version specially customized by Devon Corporation was punched by Lucario. After the punch, Lucario shrank his hands towards his waist. It looks like he wants to keep attacking. Seeing this, Haoyan didn't have time to look at the data. He immediately grabbed Lucario, looked him in the eyes and said, Xiao, continue to control. Don't let desire take over your mind. Calm down. Lucario looked at the person in front of him. It was his favorite trainer, Haoyan. Strongly suppressing the desire to attack, his sharp eyes gradually regained clarity. The rage in his mind was suppressed again by his reason. He breathed heavily. Well done, Xiao. Quit Mega Evolution now. Haoyan let go of Lucario's shoulders, but the muscles are still tight. Lucario closed his eyes. The hair on his body gradually returned to its original state. The spikes on the instep and chest also slowly retracted into the body. He changed back to what Haoyan knew. The violent atmosphere brought by Mega Evolution gradually calmed down. Suddenly, a huge power burst out from within the body, making Lucario's spirit a little sluggish. Haoyan helped him sit down. Seeing that Lucario was just a little tired, nothing serious, Haoyan relaxed. When I came back to my senses just now, I found that my back was soaked in cold wet. Haoyan, if you didn't stand in front of me just now and calm me down, maybe I might not be able to control myself. Lucario transmitted the words to Haoyan's mind through the power of aura, achieving this effect the first time. You've done a great job. It's actually the same as when you first started using swords dance. I didn't get used to it at first, but after I got used to it, it got better. Haoyan wasn't worried that Lucario would attack him. Instead, he was worried about whether Lucario's body could withstand the Mega Evolution. Ow tilde, your breath was so terrifying just now. It feels like a volcano is about to erupt. Charizard dropped to Lucario's side and spoke to him. Ow tilde, yes, you were really scary just now, but you are so strong. I really want to have the same power as you. Pupitar jumped to Lucario's side and spoke to him. The caring Gardevoir, seeing Charizard and Pupitar beside Lucario, did not go to join in the fun. Seeing that Haoyan's clothes were wet, he returned to his room, took a dry one, and handed it to Haoyan, asking him to put it on. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolu. Haoyan took off his sweaty clothes and put them aside, anxiously checking the strength of Lucario's test just now. The virtuous Gardevoir took the clothes automatically, put them in the washing machine, and stood silently beside Haoyan. The weight of the punch is 680 kg, and the speed of the punch reaches Mach 1.2. Compared with the previous data, it has increased by 1.5 times, which is a huge increase, and this value will become more and more obvious after the level is raised. Haoyan was quite satisfied with the state of Lucario Mega Evolution. Overall, the Lucario Mega Evolution has improved a lot. However, it takes some time to practice controlling this ability. Lucario's Mega Evolution will be one of Haoyan's cards. Before working hard and taking risks to complete the task, the gains in exchange are really good. Haoyan began to expect the system to come to the task so that Gardevoir can speed up Mega Evolution. Chapter 140 The Poor Meat Shield Pupitar. The evolution has begun. Time flies by like a white horse, and 2 months have passed in a hurry. It is now October, the time when autumn is at its strongest. It has been nearly 2 months since Haoyan last went out. For the past 2 months, Haoyan has been training with Pokemon. Anyway, the Slateport City Gym selection will be held in 2 months. Haoyan is not in a hurry to challenge Gym. There is still time anyway. As for money, he doesn't need to worry about it. The flying gem obtained in the flying competition was sold for 2.5 million, plus the 5 million that the Alliance had awarded him before. No need to earn living expenses for now. Stay home and train with Pokemon. Out tilde In the training yard, Pupitar is screaming. Ember constantly erupted from his body. Pupitar, keep using iron defense to protect yourself. A loud shout came from the courtyard. In fact, it is not necessary to say that Pupitar has already formed a conditioned reflex. The energy in his body began to mobilize, constantly making the iron defense skill to make his body harden. He has used iron defense twice in a row, and the physical defense has been increased to 3 times the original. I am using iron defense for the 3rd time, and I want to improve the physical defense to the extreme, and achieve a 4 times increase. Pupitar iron defense just finished using iron defense when Ember appeared on him again. Lucario, who entered the Mega Evolution state, was beating Pupitar continuously. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of blows kept coming. Fortunately, Lucario didn't use any move, just pure power strike. Otherwise, in such a fast and violent attack, Pupitar will fall even if the defense is high. Every time Lucario punches, Pupitar takes a step back. Xiaolong, use growl to reduce Xiao's attack. Charizard let out a loud growl that was deafening. There was energy in the voice to penetrate Lucario's mind. Xiaolu, use hypnosis to calm down Xiao. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, constantly emitting psychic energy. Lucario kept hammering Pupitar, slowing down. Taking this opportunity, Haoyan stepped on his feet suddenly and rushed towards Lucario. The palm, like a large pincer, clamped Lucario's shoulder, preventing him from raising his hand to attack again. He shouted to him loudly, Xiao, I am Haoyan. Use your will to suppress your desire to attack. Lucario, who was in the state of Mega Evolution, saw Haoyan's familiar fate. The sharp eyes began to soften. Reason once again prevailed, keeping the rage down. Exit the state of Mega Evolution. Seeing this, Haoyan hurriedly shouted, Lucario exited the Mega Evolution state and returned to normal. Ow, ow. Seeing this, Pupitar could finally catch his breath. Lucario after Mega Evolution, the attack power is too terrifying. The fist weighs 1,000 pounds, and even after using iron defense 3 times, every time he gets hit, it makes him a lot of pain. If it's just a punch, it's nothing. But Lucario's fist, like raindrop, doesn't stop. Xiao, you work hard today, but this time there is progress. From the beginning to the end, this time you lasted for a full minute, which is a lot better than 2 months ago. Haoyan took the timer, looked at the time on it, and said approvingly, Although Lucario was very tired, the training in the past 2 months has been very effective, and he is also very happy. Pupitar acclaimed. His voice was full of grievances. Okay, Xiaoxi, you are great too. Who would have thought that you would be able to use iron defense 3 times in a row in a short period of time? Haoyan did not favor one over the other, and did not hesitate to praise Pupitar. Pupitar acclaimed twice. This has been repeated every day for the past 2 months. Haoyan will let Lucario enter the state of Mega Evolution. Hold on to the limit, then quit. Lucario keeps the Mega Evolution longer and longer. When Lucario couldn't suppress the rage in his mind and wanted to destroy it, he let Pupitar step forward to stop it. Charizard uses growl to reduce Lucario's attack. Gardevoir uses hypnosis, reducing Lucario's desire to attack. Able to use iron defense, Pupitar, who is good at defense, is the most suitable for fighting punches. Being beaten, this may be the fate of the meat shield. During this time, Charizard and Gardevoir were not idle either. Haoyan specially adjusted the combination of skills for the 2 of them so that when they released their skills, they could follow one after the other. Do it seamlessly. After arranging the training of the Pokemon, Haoyan waved to Gardevoir. Gardevoir followed Haoyan sensible and walked into the kitchen. Start making dinner. With Gardevoir's caring help Haoyan to share the kitchen work. Slowly, his position as head chef was ceded to Gardevoir. He upgraded to executive chef. Just need to give some pointers at some time, and let Gardevoir play the rest of the work. Several Pokemon have worked hard to practice, and Gardevoir's careful care. Haoyan, it was quite a comfortable time. After dinner, 1 person and 4 pets sat in the courtyard and watched the stars. It seems to be their habit. As usual, Haoyan took out a rock core and gave it to Pupitar to cook dessert. Pupitar is also as usual, a mouthful of swallow. However, unlike usual, some white stars appeared on Pupitar's body. Pupitar, start the evolution. Chapter 141. The 12-meter high Tyranitar. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket Tyranitar. Attribute, Rock, Evil, Level, 55. Characteristics and attack. When the Pokemon appears, the weather will change to sandstorm weather. Introduction, will wander in the mountains in search of battle opponent, but if he encounters an opponent who is weaker than himself, he will turn a blind eye and leave. After Tyranitar completed the evolution, the sand began to gather in Haoyan's yard. This is caused by the Tyranitar feature, which automatically changes the surrounding weather. Seeing that the sandstorm was about to turn into a sandstorm, Haoyan immediately stopped him. Xiaoxi, put away your energy. Don't mess up the yard. Tyranitar after evolution, just ready to roar and show his power. Hearing Haoyan's cry, he immediately restrained his energy obediently. Sandstorm, this stopped. However, However, just like this, the exterior of the yard was covered with a thin layer of sand. Xiaoxi, after your evolution, the first thing is to restrain your energy first. Don't get sand everywhere at home. Haoyan patted Tyranitar's calf and said to him, ow tilde ow. Tyranitar nodded like a fool. Haoyan looked at Tyranitar's huge figure, a little troubled. Originally there was no evolution when it was still pupitar. The height has reached a huge 6 meters. After taking rock ore for a long time, evolution doubled in height after becoming Tyranitar. Reached a terrifying 12 meters. Haoyan's height is not short, a full 1.91 meters, but even if he stretched out his hand, he could only touch Tyranitar's calf, not even his knee. Ordinary Tyranitar, only about 2 meters tall, and this one of Haoyan is 6 times higher than the ordinary Tyranitar. It's like a 4-story house. Estimated weight reached 5 tons. Fortunately, before, when remodeling the home, super heavy stone was used as the foundation. Otherwise, with the weight of Tyranitar, a big hole may be pressed directly in the yard. In the future, it is estimated that there will be more assignment. Haoyan looked at Tyranitar's huge figure with joy and worry. Happily, Tyranitar fit perfectly meet the requirements of tanks in the team. High defense, high attack. The size is still large, and the enemy's attack is coming, and Tyranitar can block as many as he goes to that station. The worry is that it is not easy to raise such a big man. When Haoyan was thinking silently, the other 3 Pokemon surrounded Tyranitar, chatting with him curiously. Charizard flew through the air, whimpering curiously. Shanaido. Gardevoir, a teleport, slid over Tyranitar's shoulder and touched his stone head. Luca. Even Lucario, who has always been calm, was beating at Tyranitar's feet constantly. It seemed to be comparing whether Tyranitar's rock was harder or his Orberg fist was harder. Apparently they were curious about such a tall Tyranitar. Proud. Tyranitar also issued growl in response. Seeing the 4 Pokemon playing happily, Haoyan sighed. Not at home. I don't know if chai mi is expensive. Proud. Tyranitar said growl to Haoyan. Haoyan was about to go back to his room and turned on his computer to see how much money he had in his account. By the way, I booked a few more trucks of N7 beef and sandscale fruit so as not to be able to feed this big guy who is still growing. He turned around and asked, what's wrong? Ow tilde. Tyranitar pointed to Charizard, then Gardevoir and Lucario. Xiaoxi said that he wants to play against the 3 of us. Gardevoir, a teleporter, dodged back to Haoyan's side and translated thoughtfully. I knew it. Haoyan guessed correctly. It seems that every one of his Pokemon, once evolution, has to fight. To prove yourself. It seems to have become a tradition. Then Xiaoxi, who do you want to fight? Haoyan asked rhetorically. Tyranitar tilted his stone head, thinking, Charizard. No, Charizard can fly, and he doesn't have a long-range attack. Only passively beaten. Gardevoir. Neither. Although statistically, Tyranitar's dark restrains Gardevoir's psychic. But Gardevoir, a teleport, turned behind him. Tyranitar can't even touch it. How to spell? After thinking about it, he could only point to Lucario. Luca. Lucario nodded, agreeing to Tyranitar's request. Okay, then it's hard work, Xiao. Tomorrow, we will find a place for you to fight. Haoyan waved his hand and said, the home, although remodeled, can't stand the noise of Tyranitar. An earthquake, wouldn't it tear down the house? Xiaoxi, go back to the ball to rest tonight. When I have time, I will expand your room and let you rest. Haoyan took out the treasure ball and put the Tyranitar back into the gravity ball. Bends down to pick up the gravity ball, a little heavier. Okay, everyone, rest. Haoyan smiled and said to the other Pokemon, and carefully placed the baby ball with the Tyranitar. Although Haoyan complained that Tyranitar eat too much, but more, is happy with Tyranitar evolution. These 4 Pokemon are both his partners and his family. Their strength is Haoyan's biggest reliance in this world. Chapter 141. Lucario has never been so embarrassed. The next morning, Haoyan let a few Pokemon finish breakfast first. He started to build out Tyranitar's room. Then, I rode on the transportation Charizard and flew to Meteor Falls not far from Fall Arbor Town. In the vicinity of Meteor Falls, I found an empty space with no one. All 4 Pokemon were released. Proud. Tyranitar let out a huge roar as soon as he came out of the small baby ball. Luca. Lucario kept his usual cool, unaffected by Tyranitar. Okay, I won't command one of you and let you play freely. Xiaoxi, you can use your skills unscrupulously. Xiao, you don't have to worry about it. Xiaoxi is very strong. You beat him hard. After Haoyan finished speaking, he took Gardevoir and Charizard and walked to a nearby open space. Tyranitar looked at Lucario silently. The momentum was constantly condensing. Fisha began to wreak havoc around him. Lucario was a little excited because of Haoyan's slap in the face just now. After following Haoyan for a long time, the bellicose genes in the body were completely stimulated. Although his special attack aptitude is very good, he prefers to use his fist to solve battles. Ch flying beside Haoyan Arizard, full of expectation. Full of wildness, he also wanted to go up and play. In contrast, although Gardevoir also cares about the battle process, she puts more energy on Haoyan's side. Xiaolong, Xiaolu, who do you think will win? Haoyan, leaning against a big rock, asked the two Pokemon beside him. Ow tilde ow. Charizard pointed directly at Lucario without any hesitation. Shanaido tilde. Gardevoir is the same. Okay. Haoyan spread his hand. This matchup, the winner is definitely Lucario. Physically, Tyranitar is indeed tall. Lucario, who is only 1.5 meters tall, looks like a dwarf compared to Tyranitar's tall figure of 12 meters. In terms of level, Tyranitar's 2 months of training plus the helping hand with Rock Core has improved extreme speed. Like Lucario, first to reach level 55, but in terms of attribute, Lucario is the perfect Tyranitar. In addition, Lucario can also perform Mega Evolution. And most importantly, Tyranitar fights like an uncut jade. And Lucario, after Haoyan's training, already has his own fighting style. While Haoyan was thinking, the two Pokemon had already started a battle. Lucario was the first to distance himself, slapping his body with his hands and using Swords Dance. Proud. Tyranitar's roared and used his best buff skill, Iron Defense. In the opening moment, both sides use their buff skill. One boosts attack, one boosts defense. The two sides can be said to completely cancel the other side's bonus. Lucario, who had the advantage in speed, attacked first. Stepping heavily, he ran to Tyranitar's and used Bullet Punch, which can make quick move. In the face of Lucario's attack, Tyranitar resisted the attack and continued to use Iron Defense. After 2 consecutive Iron Defenses, Tyranitar's defense tripled. An excellent tank must give priority to improving its survivability. To protect teammate, boom, boom, boom. Lucario's fist kept hitting at Tyranitar's ankle. Although Tyranitar is thick, it is also correct to use Iron Defense to increase the defense. But at the same point, being continuously attacked will cause a lot of damage. And Lucario chooses where to place his fist, specifically on Tyranitar's ankle joint. Tyranitar screamed in pain and nearly stumbled over. Taking this opportunity, Lucario circled behind Tyranitar, waved his fist again, and used the Power-Up Punch. Power-Up Punch is a magical skill of the fighting system, which can increase its own attack power while hitting the opponent. With the effect of using Swords Dance just now, Lucario's attack has been increased by 2.5 times. Lucario's eyes began to turn red. This is Xiao's typical fighting style. He uses high speed to continuously improve himself while attacking. What about the big man? Gardevoir asked curiously, looking at the adjusted Tyranitar. Haoyan said, Xiao's disadvantage is also very prominent, that is his defense. Before the evolution, Pupitar was able to use Iron Defense 3 times. 3 times of Iron Defense can increase the defense by 4 times if it is used successfully and completely. Looking back on the court, Tyranitar's completely ignored Lucario's attack. He used Iron Defense again, which completely brought his defense to the extreme. 4 times as much. His shell is like a layer of armor. Lucario used the Power-Up Punch again when Tyranitar used Iron Defense. Consumes Tyranitar's stamina while increasing his attack. Compared with the original attack, it has increased 3 times. Tyranitar's defense is quadrupled, and Lucario's attack is tripled. In terms of both offensive and defensive attribute, Tyranitar has the upper hand. Proud. Tyranitar, who had completed Iron Defense 3 times, finally stopped by. He's about to go, knowing that Lucario wasn't fast enough, and that his movements weren't quick enough. Then use a wide range of skills. Earthquake. Press your feet hard on the ground. The ground is as fragile as a piece of paper, with countless cracking open one after another. A ground-based move that restrains Lucario. Dodge quickly. If it's a normal earthquake, Lucario can easily dodge it. Yes, Tyranitar's energy has increased significantly after evolution. With the huge advantages of height and weight, the earthquake used has a wider range. Even though Lucario was dodging at full speed, he still got hit a few times. Proud. Tyranitar watched Lucario dodge a little embarrassedly, his eyes full of excitement. Let him have the feeling of turning over a surf and singing. Before, when he didn't have evolution, he could only be used as a shield and was silently beaten by Lucario. It's different now. Lucario is dodging his attack. Proud. Tyranitar uses Earthquake again before Lucario's body is fully stabilized. Anyway, he has a huge amount of energy in his body, and he doesn't mind losing it at all. Earthquake several times in succession, constantly chasing Lucario. The ground was devastated by Tyranitar, as if it had been bombarded by artillery shells. The sand and dirt covered Lucario's body with a layer of yellow dirt. Under the constant pursuit of Tyranitar, he was inevitably injured. Proud. Tyranitars became more and more excited to see his tactics work. Just as he was about to continue his pursuit with Earthquake, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. Lucario stood still, flapping his limbs constantly. It was so powerful that Ember was even shot in front of his orbered body. Lucario has a calm personality, but at the same time proud, very proud. Playing against so many opponents has never been so embarrassing. Tyranitar, be the first. Lucario is flapping because he's using Sword Stand. Once used, the attack power will be increased by 4 times, and the high defense of Tyranitar will be leveled. The gap between offense and defense will be evened out. The original Haoyan, lying comfortably on the rock, after seeing the situation clearly, he sat down and said in a low voice, Xiaoxi, it's really good. It actually makes Xiao get serious. However, Xiaoxi is going to be beaten. Chapter 142. Silly Tyranitar, grinning. Lucario, who had finished Sword Stand, shouted, full of momentum. The wind and sand surrounding Tyranitar was a little weaker. The leaves in the distance were blown off because of this roar. Proud, as Lucario's opponent, Tyranitar, felt Lucario's seriousness. The excitement just now was forgotten by him and replaced. It's never been more dignified. Bang! Lucario's legs left a mark 30 centimeters deep on the ground. The figure suddenly disappeared. He quickly approached Tyranitar's, and the white light on his fist shone brightly. He used the meteor mash, which he practiced tens of thousands of times a day, and smashed it heavily toward Tyranitar. Proud. Don't look at Tyranitar's usual gluttonous look. The strength is strong, but it is called a quasi-god. In addition, there is another title, that is the Desert Tyrant. Character will never be weak. Tyranitar was not afraid of Lucario's fist at all, opened his mouth wide and used Fire Fang, biting towards Lucario. The Meteor Mash of the Steel type and the Fire Fang of the Fire type are all tricked with outstanding effects on the opponent. Lucario's fist hit Tyranitar's hard. Tyranitar's huge body was hit by a huge force, and he took a few steps back, and the surrounding ground cracked. Lucario, too, took a hit. The shoulder that was bitten by Tyranitar just now was flushed red, like a red-hot iron block. The two sides exchanged a move, and it was uncomfortable. Lucario didn't look at the wound on his shoulder, raised his fist again, and threw it at Tyranitar. Proud. The fierceness in the Tyranitar gene is fully inspired. Once again, the sharp teeth in his mouth opened and greeted Lucario. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous collisions echoed around. Some weaker Pokemon quickly escaped when they heard such a terrifying collision. Fear of fairies fighting and hurting innocent. The collision of the rock and orb bark bursts of fire. Boom. Lucario's heavy punch directly overturned the 12-meter Tyranitar. Tyranitar's heavy body was knocked down directly. The 5-ton body smashed to the ground, causing the surrounding dust to fly. Tyranitar's physical strength, even if it was nearly exhausted, but he was fierce and did not admit defeat. Instead stood up, just like when Haoyan met him. Even if he was beaten up again and again by Onyx, whose number and level were higher than his, he still stood up firmly. Just want to fight to the end. But as soon as he stood up, he was about to face Lucario's attack. Gardevoir, who was beside Haoyan, looked at Tyranitar, who fell down again and again and stood up again and again, and said with some worry, Haoyan, it's okay, Xiao is measured. Haoyan stood on the rock, staring at the two sides of the battle. Haoyan has 4 Pokemon, and he is most at ease with Lucario. Lucario has a calm personality. Tyranitar seems to be knocked down all the time, but the damage is not very big. It's not so much that Lucario is fighting Tyranitar, it's that Lucario is honing Tyranitar's fighting spirit. When Tyranitar was already having a hard time getting up, Haoyan walked towards both sides of the battle. Okay, let's stop. When Lucario heard Haoyan's word, his bright red eyes began to return to normal, and he took the initiative to release the Sword Stand state. Out tilde. After Tyranitar was stopped by Haoyan, the wind and sand surrounding him began to recede, and he sat on the ground, causing the surrounding ground to crack again. Xiao, you've worked hard. Haoyan patted Lucario's shoulder. Don't look at Tyranitar's attack, it seems fierce. But in fact, Lucario didn't lose much physical strength at all, because when he was fighting with Tyranitar just now, he used another magic skill of the fighting department, the Absorb Punch. While inflicting damage to the opponent, it restores its own stamina. Xiaoxi, you did a good job. There are many places that surprised me. Haoyan jumped hard, jumped on Tyranitar's shoulder, touched his stone head and said to him, Charizard, Gardevoir, and Lucario all jumped to Haoyan's side and chatted with Tyranitar. Out tilde. This is the first time I've seen Lucario so embarrassed. Big man, you are amazing. Charizard compliments Tyranitar. Shanaido. Xiaolong is right. When you were fighting just now, Haoyan was always praising you for being amazing. Luca. You are indeed very good, and I will give you the task of defending in the future. Out tilde. In addition to Haoyan's praise, and the approval of the other 3 Pokemon, Tyranitar grinned innocently. Haoyan was very satisfied with Tyranitar's performance. Before evolution, all the training had been weight-bearing, and he had not been given any skill arrangement. But Tyranitar's performance today made Haoyan shine. In addition to having a very strong fighting will, there is also a good fighting talent, especially in order to block Lucario's attack. Know some unloading technique. This is very important for a tank that can unload and actively reduce its own damage as a top tank. Chapter 143 Reaching Quasi-Elite. After the fight between Tyranitar and Lucario, the surroundings were messy. The ground was cracked, full of crack, and all around, it was full of gravel. Footprints one after another pitted on the ground. The ground is as fragile as a piece of paper, broken into countless pieces. After Haoyan left with the 4 Pokemon, about half an hour passed. A large silver-white bird appeared in the air, flying very fast. The big silver-white bird is the combination of flight and steel. Skarmory. On Skarmory sat a calm man. This person and Haoyan once had a relationship. Hoenregin's predecessor champion, Steven. Like his dad Stone, Steven is addicted to stone. After leaving Smoke Tut last time, he returned to Meteor Falls, digging for his beloved stone. Steven, who was riding on Skarmory, looked at the bumpy ground with a look of inexplicable shock. Stay deep in Meteor Falls and concentrate on collecting the stone. Steven. In the distance, I heard the sound of heavy object hitting the ground. I thought it was a meteorite that landed, so I rushed over happily to see if I could dig out any special stone. But when he came, he found that no meteorites landed here at all. A closer look reveals that these potholes are all footprints. Steven jumped off the Skarmory, crouching on the ground, watching the footprint carefully. The footprint is about 35 centimeters long and 18 centimeters wide. There are 3 toes. According to the height ratio, the height is about 1.6 meters and the weight is about 75 kg. It should be a humanoid Pokemon. Stev, the first thing N saw was a footprint created by Lucario stomping. After getting the result, look at another pothole again. 1 meter long, 0.8 meters wide, and 0.5 meters deep. According to the ratio of height, the Pokemon with this footprint must be at least 12 meters tall and weigh at least 5 tons to have such an effect. Steven's face was full of surprise. If he hadn't seen 3 distinct toe prints in this pothole, he wouldn't believe it. It was a footprint. Really? Is there really such a huge Pokemon? For the first time, Steven was suspicious of what he knew. Later, Steven found the rest of the footprint. This is a shoe print. Steven was surprised to find that Haoyan left shoe prints of different shades. In other words, there was a trainer here just now, directing 2 Pokemon to fight. Can be able to control such a powerful Pokemon. That is to say, the strength of this trainer is likely to reach the level of Elite. Hoenn region. When did a person as strong as Elite appear? At this time, Haoyan had already returned home and was eating with 4 Pokemon. Looking at a few Pokemon, Haoyan was thinking silently in his heart. Since Xiaozi has the helping hand with the core of rock, the upgrade speed is relatively fast, and the level has reached level 55. He successfully evolved into a Tyranitar. Xiaolong's level is a little lower, level 52. Xiaolu's level 54. Although Xiao is only level 55, he is the strongest and can even mega evolution. As of now, my strength should be stronger than the average gym leader, but I haven't reached the height of Elite. It should be considered a quasi-elite. In fact, the division of grades is not very strict. Generally speaking, when the level of a Pokemon reaches level 25, it has already left the rookie and is an ordinary trainer. When you reach level 35, you are a superior level trainer. When the level reaches level 45, it can be said to be a gym level trainer. Level 55 is quasi-elite. Level 65 is elite. Level 75 is a quasi-champion. Level 85 is champion. Of course, this is general data. Some special people are not included here. Although the level is the most intuitive data, it does not represent everything. Just like the current Tyranitar, although the level is 55, but his fighting skills are rough, and his skill pool is not perfect. That's why Lucario can easily abuse him. Tyranitar can only make Lucario serious, not make Lucario feel pressure. What's more, Lucario can also mega evolution. Even the lowest level Charizard, it is not difficult to beat Tyranitar who is higher than him. Taking advantage of the height difference and constantly using long-range attack, Tyranitar has nothing to do. Haoyan looked at the calendar on the wall and calculated the time. There were less than 2 months until the gym campaign in Slateport City. It's better to collect the badges first and report the name, lest something unexpected happen, and the time will be missed. Thinking of this, he said to a few Pokemon who were eating and drinking, "Let's go to Petalburg City tomorrow to get the badge of Chunghwa Gym." As soon as they heard that they could go out to play again, the 4 Pokemon happily responded. Luca tilde, Shanaido tilde, out tilde, out tilde, out tilde. Chapter 144 Norman. So soon, my tactics have been seen through. After making a plan, Haoyan set off to Petalburg City to challenge Gym. Petalburg City, inside Orange Gym. "Your name is Haoyan?" Gym leader Norman asked curiously, looking at the young man who came to challenge him. "That right, Director Norman knows me." Haoyan responded with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. "I read the newspaper and knew that you were the legendary enthusiastic citizen. Out of curiosity, I asked Asha and Winona, the 2 leaders. When you challenged them, you defeated their main battle Pokemon. Since I worked at Orange Gym, I haven't met an opponent who can let me use the main battle Pokemon. So, I'm looking forward to you," Norman said to Haoyan. Norman's hometown is not in the Hoenn Sichuan region but in the Johto region. Like Asha, he is gym leader who just took office. As early as 5 years ago, Norman had passed the league's internal inspection. Just when he was about to take office as gym leader, something happened. Let him take office and drag it back abruptly 5 years. Norman is a powerful gym leader who specializes in ordinary type. I'm also looking forward to the battle with curator Norman. Haoyan replied with a smile. Okay, let's get started. Norman waved to the referee beside him. Challenger Haoyan, the use of 3 Pokemon is limited, and Pokemon can be changed at any time during the battle. The challenged Norman, limited to 3 Pokemon, cannot be replaced during the battle. The referee comes up to explain the rules. After confirming that both parties were okay, they wave the flag to announce Challenger Haoyan against Chunghwa gym leader Norman. The first round, the battle begins. Once on the field, Norman unleashes his Pokemon. Automatically, the data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Tauros. Attribute, ordinary. Level, 47. Characteristic, rage acupuncture point. Once it is hit, the attack power will be increased to the maximum. Introduction, Tauros is in the shape of a cow, with hair on the neck, and he has 3 tails. There are 3 dots on the forehead. The pair of horns are a powerful weapon. Remark, Tauros only has males, and his female counterpart is Miltank. Xiao, I'll leave it to you. Haoyan released Lucario, the best choice for dealing with ordinary Pokemon. Of course it's the Lucario of Fighting and Steel. Fighting restrains the ordinary type, which can cause outstanding damage. Steel types are resistant to normal type. In terms of attribute, Lucario beat Tauros. In terms of level, Lucario's level is a full 8 levels higher. It's a huge advantage. However, Haoyan did not take it lightly, because the ordinary department has a characteristic, that is, it can learn many skills of other departments, such as Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Solar Beam, Thunderbolt, etc. The attack surface can be said to be quite broad. As soon as the battle started, Norman attacked first. Tauros used Double Edge. Tauros' 3 tails beat his body continuously. As Tauros's tail continued to slap his body, his eyes turned into rays straight into Lucario. Double Edge, in the damage judgment of the Alliance, has a power of up to 120 points. It is a powerful skill, but after hitting the opponent, it will also cause a certain amount of damage. As soon as you come up, do you choose to fight hard? Tauros is a little faster than Xiao, and the possibility of dodging is very small. Since the other party wanted to face it head-on, Haoyan was naturally not afraid. He said to Lucario, Xiao, use the Absorb Punch. Lucario stepped hard and rushed out in an instant. He raised his fist and smashed it toward Tauros, who was running with his head down. The 2 sides made a move for a move. Tauros weighs 88 kg, almost twice as much as Lucario. During running, it carries powerful gravity potential energy. Julie pushed Lucario back nearly 10 meters. Lucario wasn't too hurt, though. His Absorb Punch hit Tauros at the moment, absorbed Tauros' physical strength and added it to himself. On the contrary, Tauros lost some of his stamina due to the use of Double Edge. He was again punched by Lucario's Absorb Punch, and the effect was outstanding. His loss is greater. However, Haoyan did not feel relieved because Lucario had the upper hand, but frowned. Seeing Lucario being knocked back, Norman commanded again, Tauros, keep using Double Edge. Tauros threw off his 4 hooves again and slammed straight into Lucario. When Tauros acted again, Haoyan finally understood what Norman's tactic were. The frowning brows also automatically dissipated. Xiao, use Protect. The energy in Lucario radiates out of the body, formed a white protective cover. Tauros' horn slammed into the cotton-like protective cover, causing no damage. After Lucario defended, Haoyan immediately said, Xiao, go back to the middle of the field. Lucario did not take the opportunity to attack, but picked up his speed and ran to the middle of the field. This time, it was Norman's turn to frown. So fast. See through my tactic. Chapter 145 Ordinary System. Powerful skills without side effect. When Norman saw that Haoyan was using Lucario, he had no hope that Tauros would be able to beat Lucario. After all, Tauros' attributes are too restrained. However, there are times when victory does not require beating the opponent. Taking the opponent out of bounds is also a victory. So, Norman let Tauros use Double Edge. The purpose is not to do much damage to Lucario, rather, to push Lucario out of the field. Haoyan knew what he was thinking when Norman used Double Edge for the second time. That's why Lucario was moved to the middle of the opposing battlefield. Lucario has also moved from the periphery of the battle to the middle. After seeing through Norman's tactic, Haoyan has taken the initiative. Xiao, use Aura Sphere. The power of aura in Lucario's body condensed in his hand, threw it toward Tauros. Pulled by the power of aura in Lucario, the Aura Sphere accurately hit Tauros. Tauros lost some of his stamina at the beginning because of using Double Edge. +2 powerful attack. Tauros Rage's eyes no longer rage. Instead, it keep spinning in circle. Challenger Haoyan challenged Chunghwa gym leader Norman, and win the first round. The referee waved the flag to announce the result. This young man named Haoyan is really unusual. useful, being able to see through my tactics in such a short period of time. Moreover, I can find a way to deal with it as soon as possible. Sure enough, Norman was not surprised by Toro's fall. Surprisingly, Haoyun's reaction speed. Soon, Norman's evaluation of Haoyun increased by a few points. Haoyun, you are really strong, being able to crack my tactics so quickly. No wonder, Winona and Asha both say that you have a brain that runs as fast as a computer. Norman said to Haoyun with admiration. Thank you, Curator. Norman praised it. It just happens that I am familiar with some characteristics of Toros. Haoyun said modestly. Toros can be said to be a good fighter. Speed, physical attack, defense, endurance, etc. are all excellent. Only the special attack is very bad. In this way, Toro's skill selection will be greatly reduced. This is also the basis for Haoyun to be able to judge Norman's intentions so quickly. Hehe, you are humble. Norman smiled, and then said to Haoyun, in view of your strength, this time, I will use Readaloud to play against you. So, let's take a 5-minute break and prepare first. Can you think of it? Okay. Haoyun nodded. After receiving Haoyun's affirmative reply, Norman turned to look at the referee and said, please inform the rest of the gym staff so that they can be prepared. By the way, close the door of gym. Understood. The referee heard and immediately began to arrange the network. The staff in the gym stopped what they were doing. Get busy. First, close the windows around the gym, and then uniformly receive noise-canceling headphones and wear them. Norman, before the battle, tell your opponent in advance what Pokemon to use. This situation is rare, but that's exactly what Norman did. The purpose is to let Haoyun prepare in advance, and it also made the staff in the entire gym busy. There is no reason for him, because the Pokemon he's going to use later is Readaloud. When it comes to the strongest Pokemon of the common type, one usually thinks of Arceus, the legendary creator of the world. Secondly, it is Slacking, whose attributes are all too strong. Few people will mention the Readaloud, which is also an ordinary system, because the properties of Readaloud are not very special, but the combat power of Readaloud is very powerful. Because he is good at sound skills, he can learn the most powerful move of sound skills, Sonic Boom. The power of the Sonic Boom is as high as 140 points in the league's judgment. Under normal circumstances, powerful skills will have some side effect. A self-destruct with 200 power points will put the Pokemon in a near-death state. The double edge used by Tauros just now has a power of 120 points. After hitting the enemy, he will also be injured. The Fire-type Burn-Up has a power of up to 130 points. After using it, the special attack of the Pokemon will drop rapidly. However, the skill of Sonic Boom is so powerful that it has no side effect. That's the power of this skill. There are not many Pokemon that can learn the skill of Sonic Boom, and Readaloud happens to be one of them. Readaloud has a huge mouth, and it fits this skill very well. It can be said that the unremarkable Readaloud has risen because of this skill. Chapter 146 Quiet Feeling, Knife, Open black lens bracket Pokemon Closed black lens bracket Readaloud. Attribute, Ordinary, Level, 48. Feature, Soundproofing. Pokemon with this characteristic can block the influence of sound skills on themselves. Introduction, the roar made during battle will shake the ground like earthquake. Challenger Haoyun. The use of 3 Pokemon is limited, and Pokemon can be changed at any time during the battle. The challenged Norman, limited to 3 Pokemon, cannot be replaced during the battle. The referee reiterated the rules again and confirmed that both sides were okay, so he put on special noise-canceling headphones and waved the flag to announce the start of the battle. Okay, Challenger Haoyun will face off against Orange China Curator Norman. The second round starts. Xiao, get ready and calm down, Haoyun said to Lucario seriously. Lucario looked at Readaloud warily. At the beginning of the game, Norman put a ball of cotton in his ear, and took the lead in commanding the move. Explode, use Sonic Boom, and then connect to Supersonic. It's a big move right up. Boom, boom, boom. The holes on Explode's body continuously sent out waves of ripples, stirring up the surrounding air. The air seemed to explode with bursts of Sonic Boom. This feeling is like there are many grenades in the ear, constantly exploding. Readaloud skills are indiscriminate attack. Anyone with ears will be attacked by him. The surrounding staff left the battlefield early and were unwilling to stay here. The poor referee couldn't hide, so he could only cover his earphones tightly with his hand. The staff wearing noise-canceling headphones and the referees were so uncomfortable. Not to mention Lucario, who was attacked centrally. At this moment, Lucario frowned and covered his ears with his hand. The speed of sound is very fast, reaching 340 meters per second. Lucario's speed is not slow, but it is not faster than the speed of sound for the time being. You can't escape, you can only resist. Xiao, protect your mind. Haoyun communicated with Lucario through the power of aura. Lucario shouted, letting go of his hands that were covering his ears. Let the surrounding noises, indiscriminate bombardment around. Readaloud's attack was mainly to attack Lucario, but Haoyun, who was standing on the command seat, was also affected by Readaloud. It's just that he, like Lucario, did not take protective measures, so he can feel the same as as Lucario. After Ecloud's move, he didn't stop at all, and once again used his big mouth to send out strange fluctuations. Switch. Replaced with Supersonic, the one that can throw Pokemon into chaos. The connection between the two skills is very smooth. This is completely, there is no chance to make a move at all. The effect caused by Supersonic is far less powerful than that of Sonic Boom. But Norman let Ecloud use Supersonic just to let Ecloud take a short rest to condense the energy and use the explosive sound wave again. Ecloud, go on. Norman's hand was silently placed beside his ear. After the Supersonic, the explosive sound wave of the terrifying sound wave is released again. Shao, this is not an attack. This is a rare training. Protect your mind first, then start to relax slowly, and then ignore him. Ecloud using skills. There is no extra strength to attack. Don't worry. Haoyan used the power of aura to communicate with Lucario. Lucario took a sip, then closed his eyes. Follow Haoyan's instructions and experience it. In the second round, 3 minutes have passed since the battle. In these 3 minutes, the entire gym was ravaged by the voice of Ecloud. It felt like being in a heavy metal concert of death. The referee couldn't take it anymore, and retreated to the outside of the battlefield to watch the game from a distance. If it wasn't for the referee's professionalism, which supported him, he would have left long ago. The staff in the gym have all run out of the gym. Even if I stood outside the gym, I could still hear the terrifying sound inside. Even Norman himself wears noise-canceling headphones, but he still couldn't isolate the roar, which made him upset. On the other hand, Haoyan and Lucario were uncomfortable and irritable from the beginning. Then, during this period of time, slowly adjusted. The sound of the sound waves is automatically blocked in the mind. Gradually, the negative emotions began to disappear. Lucario's emotions were finally balanced in the sonic boom. He opened his eyes suddenly, and took a step towards the Ecloud that kept sending out hyper voice. Haoyan, who is in the same mind with Lucario, feels Lucario's changes. You know, it's time to fight back. Shao, use the absorb punch to attack. Lucario stomped abruptly, and quickly threw his fist at Ecloud, who kept making sound waves. Norman, even though he was Ecloud trainer, was dazed by the horrific noise. The reaction speed is much slower. When he came to his senses, Lucario had come to Ecloud's side and raised his fist, smashed on Ecloud's body. Want to speak out to stop, it's too late. Lucario behind him is a complete killer. Ecloud was no match for him at all. Continued to use absorb punches. Absorb Ecloud's physical strength to make up for the loss just now. With the fall of Ecloud, the second round finally ended. It is white now. Quiet feeling. Night. Chapter 147. Haoyan changes Pokemon in battle for the first time. Haoyan, let's take a 10-minute break before the third round of the battle. Norman rubbed his ears, not paying too much attention to the loss of the 2 rounds just now. Alright. Haoyan nodded and took back Lucario. It's time to relax after the Ecloud raging just now. Director Norman, your X-plot is amazing. Haoyan said to Norman proactively. Against so many opponents, Norman is not the strongest one. However, it is definitely one of the most difficult opponents. That Ecloud left a deep impression on Haoyan. Amazing, you still lost. Norman smiled and looked at Haoyan. Through the second round of the battle, Norman's affection for Haoyan skyrocketed, because just now, Haoyan did not use auxiliary tools from beginning to end. Not even the act of covering his ears with his hand. Always standing with Lucario, under attack from a powerful sonic boom. A good trainer should fight alongside Pokemon, to know how to empathize. Instead of staying away from the battlefield, be a pointing conductor. By the way, there is something I want to trouble Director Norman. I don't know if it's inconvenient. Haoyan asked. Oh, what's the matter? Norman replied with a smile. Haoyan said, that's it. I want to record Growl during the X-plot attack. Go back and use it exclusively for training. There are actually a lot of voice-based moves compared to Growl, which can reduce the attack of Pokemon, decrease defense rate. There are also collateral damage echoes, sonic booms, and more. Haoyan's idea is very simple. It is to record these sounds specially. Then, while the Pokemon train, have them listen to these sounds while they train. Improve their focus. As long as they have been trained for a long time, they have a kind of resistance to this kind of sound. Not as passive as before. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. I've also used this method to train other Pokemon. When the battle is over, I will give you a copy of the information. Sure enough, heroes see the same thing, Norman said with a smile. Then it's time for Curator Norman, Haoyan said gratefully. Afterward, Norman and Haoyan chatted a few words, and then began the third round of the battle. Haoyan challenges Chunghwa Gym Leader Norman. The third round start. The referee shouted loudly to the two of them while waving the flag. Ecloud's sound wave attack just now made him fully recover. Come out, Linoan. Norman pulled out the last Pokemon. Automatically, the data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Linoan. Attribute, ordinary. Level, 50. Feature, Scud. Speed increases by 50% when in an abnormal state, and ignores the effect of paralysis to reduce speed. Speed recovers when abnormal normal state recovers or loses characteristic. Open black lens bracket. Introduction. Close black lens bracket. Lina 1's body is streamlined to help reduce drag while running. It has dark brown stripes on its body, and its head is textured like an arrowhead. Lina 1. As soon as Haoyan saw his opponent in this round, he thought of another common move that few people use. That is the belly. This skill of bloating can make the Pokemon sacrifice half of its physical strength for a short time, and then increase its attack by 4 times. Lina 1. Use dig. Norman started rushing as soon as the battle started. Lina 1's 4 sharp claws are constantly digging holes in the ground. Xiao, rush over and use brick break. Haoyan ordered quickly. Lucario stepped hard and rushed over quickly. Using his hand as a knife, he wanted to cut through. However, Lina 1's speed was slightly faster. Using both hands and feet, he dug a hole in the ground and hid his body in the ground. Lina 1. Use the belly. Norman yelled at Lina 1, who was hiding in the ground. It really is a bulging belly. Lina 1's body is small, plus he is good at speed. Xiao has no time to stop his release and bulge. Once Lina 1 successfully uses the belly, the attack is quadrupled, which is not to be underestimated. In particular, dig itself is a ground-based skill, and it can have an outstanding effect on Xiao. Director Norman. It's really amazing. Haoyan thought calmly, took out the baby ball, and put Lucario back into the baby ball. During the challenge of Gym, the challenger can change Pokemon, but Gym leader can't. The Alliance has specially formulated this rule as for the convenience of challengers. You can use different Pokemon at different times to adjust your strategy. In this way, it is also convenient for Gym leader to check the trainer's use of tactic. Haoyan has never used this rule, and most of them will be replaced after the battle is over. It was the first time that it was replaced during the battle. Haoyan took out a treasure ball from his waist and threw it towards the battlefield. Xiaolong, the next battle is up to you. A gray-black figure appeared on the battlefield. With Charizard's appearance throughout the gym, the temperature rose a few degrees. Chinese Charizard. There was a wry smile on Norman's face. This round, I'm going to lose. Chapter 148. Gardevoir's Mega Evolution. Not far away. Little dragon, fly to the sky. As soon as Charizard appeared, Haoyan directed him to fly high. Charizard flapped his wings and pulled away the height difference in one fell swoop. After opening the height difference, Haoyan did not command, because he had already won this battle. Charizard flies in the sky. Lina 1 hides on the ground. Can't get out. Come out. You will be attacked by Charizard. What's the use of hiding in the ground if you don't come out? Norman's brain is spinning rapidly, trying to think of a way to solve the current predicament. In his mind, several tactics pass quickly. However, the probability of each winning is 0. Simply, he waved at the referee beside him and said, I admit defeat. Norman can't help it. Lina 1 would come out of the ground if he lost half of his stamina because of his bulging belly. Charizard, who is ready to attack, will attack 100%. Even Lina 1, who was attacked by Charizard, could barely hold on. But what to do next? Lightauros. Lina 1 is good at physical attack, not special attack. Even if he can learn Thunderbolt, how about restraining Charizard of the flight department? Can you beat Charizard? Lina 1 uses the belly to increase only physical attack. It's not special attack that improves. If you keep fighting, you will still lose, so you might as well just admit defeat. The referee received Norman's admission, waved the flag, and announced the result. Challenger Haoyan. Challenge Chunghua Gym leader Norman. Success. Haoyan, you are a very strong trainer. Norman handed a badge in both hands. Hehe. Director Norman is polite. The tactics of Curator Norman were an eye-opener for me. Director Norman is worthy of being an ordinary tactician. Haoyan took the badge and replied with a smile. In terms of tactical arrangement, I have to say that Norman is a very formidable opponent. Previously played against Roxanne, Asha, Winona, including Kanto's Brock. The tactical training of these leaders is completely inferior to Norman. The Tauros used by Norman want to knock Lucario out of bounds with the double edge. Exploud Sonic Boom is even more powerful. If Ecloud's level was a little higher and his strength was stronger, he could take advantage of Lucario's gap in bite and continue to attack. The last Lina 1, dig used and then bulging. If Haoyan didn't have the restraint of flying-type Pokemon, it might be really difficult. I have to say that it is estimated that only Norman is the only one who uses ordinary Pokemon to the extreme. Ha ha ha. Haoyan, you praise me as a tactician, but every round, you win. Are you complimenting yourself in reverse? Ha 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 ha. Norman teased. Norman's personality is hot and cold. Treat outsiders with a serious look. Only people who are relatively well acquainted will joke. Although Norman and Haoyan met for the first time, Norman already recognized Haoyan as a person. Okay, it's a bit suspicious of Versailles. Haoyan also laughed. After a few chats with Norman, Haoyan bid farewell. He was going to go to Zijin City, not far from Petalburg City, to get the Zijin badge. I believe that Curator Taizan, who is older and more experienced, can give him a stressful battle. On the way to Zijin City, Haoyan walked very leisurely. I like to measure the world with my feet. Tall trees can be seen everywhere in this world. It's not the same as those cities in previous lives that were full of Orberg jungle. Enjoy the journey while admiring the scenery of this world. Walking on the road leading to Zijin City, there are many pedestrians. Some are tourists on vacation. There are also trainers who travel together in twos and threes. There are also a few young people who are very interested and want to go to Zijin City Game City, hoping to give it a try and turn their bicycles into motorcycles. Ouch! One wearing a beautiful woman in a casual short skirt with a delicate bag on her body, hit by a man in a hoodie walking briskly. Beautiful women, in order to look good, specially matched with black silk and high heels. He was hit in a hurry, staggered, and was about to fall. Just in time, Haoyan passed by her side. Casually, it crossed the opponent's way. Hold her up and don't let her fall. The beautiful woman only felt that the world was spinning for a while. She screamed badly, and when she was about to fall, a handsome face of Haoyan appeared in her eyes. Thank you. The beautiful woman looked at Haoyan's handsome, young face, somewhat addicted. You're welcome. Haoyan lifted the beautiful woman up and said casually. His eyes looked at the man in a hoodie who was not far away. People today are really incompetent. They bump into people, and they don't even say sorry. It's fortunate that I have you, otherwise I'd be embarrassed. The beautiful woman muttered dissatisfiedly, but when she was about to turn her head and talk to the handsome guy who helped her just now, she found that Haoyan had gone far. It's a pity. It would be great if I could get the phone number of the handsome guy just now. The beautiful woman's face was full of disappointment. The beautiful woman was indeed good looking, but Haoyan didn't take her to heart. At this time, he was walking a few steps faster in the direction where the man in the hoodie left. He whispered suspiciously, Team Magma. Haoyan is not Sun Wukong. He has no golden eyes and fire eyes. The reason why he knew the identity of the other party was because a mechanical gentle female voice sounded in his mind. The system has released the task. Mission objective: resolve the chaos Team Magma created at MT. Hire and prevent Team Magma from obtaining the red orb. Mission reward: 5,000 reward point. Mission failure penalty: none. Haoyan's system does not issue tasks frequently. After Haoyan's research, a rule was found. As long as it will promote the process of this world, there will be corresponding task relief. It just so happens that it is these evil organizations that drive the progress of this world. Only participating in and changing the changes in this world will get reward point. When Haoyan was thinking, there were a few more people beside him who were wearing thick clothes to cover their faces, and those with a sneaky look bowed their heads and walked forward. Is it MT? Higher. I am coming. Xiaolu's Mega Evolution. Not far away. Chapter 149 Team Magma. Breaking into MT. Higher. The MT Higher in Hoenn region is the same as the Bone Tower in Kanto Lavender Town and the Lost Tower in Sinnoh region. It's a sad place, but unlike other regions, MT Higher is huge. The cemetery used to bury Pokemon only occupies a small part of it. At this time, there were many people hidden in the grass outside MT Higher. These people, at least 200 of them, were uniformly dressed in red and black Team Magma uniform. 200 people squatting in the surrounding grass. No sound, well trained. It is obviously different from the motley army that Haoyan has seen led by Ban Nai before. Dritilda, Dritilda. A whistle sounded, and these Team Magma players came out of the grass immediately. Release their Pokemon. A solid-looking, slightly fat man is the leader of this group of Team Magma. This person is one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma, the Flame. From the appearance, the Flame is definitely a model of the appearance of an honest man. However, don't be fooled by his honest look. Inside Team Magma, Flames are known for their fiery tactic. Team A is responsible for guarding the door. As long as anyone enters from the entrance of MT Higher, they will be bound. Group B, Group C, you are responsible for subduing the interior of MT Higher. Those who pay tribute. After the uniform, they will be bundled together, sent to the planned location, and taken as hostages. The 3 teams of A, B, and C, remember one thing, only people are allowed in, not people out. Group D, follow me up the mountain, find that gem, and dig it down. Does everyone understand? As soon as the Flame finished speaking, he glanced at the Team Magma players present with his sharp eyes that did not match his face. Understood. Team Magma's team members drank in a low voice. The Flame looked at his team members with satisfaction, raised his right hand, and said, for our great ideal. The surrounding Team Magma players immediately followed the action of the Flame. They raised their right hands together and shouted, for our great ideal. Okay, let's get started. The Flame threw his hand hard. Immediately, the Team Magma players present began to dive into the interior of MT Higher with the folks at Team Magma. Many trainers who were worshipping were kidnapped. Team Magma was a massive, well-organized, premeditated operation. The scattered trainers, even if they resisted, were not their opponents at all. Just let them bind. Gradually, the 4-story cemetery inside MT Higher, the trainers worshipping, were all tied up. Under the unified escort of Team Magma, it was brought to the interior of MT Higher. The interior of MT Higher. There are several Team Magma members wearing glasses, operating doing something like a detector. Searching for mountain. Trying to find something. Report. A person who looked like a Team Magma squad leader saluted the flame. The flame was looking at the team members who were operating the equipment and said casually, "Say yes." The squad leader immediately stood up straight. Said, "The location of MT Hire's cemetery. We have subdued all the trainers who came to worship. A total of 85, and they have been escorted behind the adult. The baby balls they carried with them have all been confiscated by us." Hearing this, the flame looked behind him. Many trainers, all tied up, stared to death by the surrounding Team Magma, huddled aside. "Okay, let the people from the A and B teams go to the gate of MT Hire to guard. Once someone enters, they will all be tied here. The people from Group C are responsible for monitoring these hostages." Flame commanded. "Yes," the team captain replied, and immediately went to arrange the actions of his subordinate. This time, Team Magma's idea is simple. Not many trainers come to worship at MT Hire every day. Look at the door to death. Only give in but not give out. Like this. Even if the Alliance noticed something was wrong, the time difference between them was enough for them to complete the action. Even though the League's response was quick, investigators were dispatched early to assist. So what? With so many hostages in their hand, the investigators dare not do anything. The reason why Team Magma is so high profile this time around, that's because they got the exact data. In the depths of MT Hire, there is a red orb hidden. This orb plays a vital role in their great ideal. So, they have to get it. It stands to reason that Team Magma's plan this time is so detailed. There should be no problem. However, don't know why. Looking at the flames that the team members are constantly busy with, there is a faint worry in my heart. This trace of worry is like a wildfire catching a prairie. Over time, the worry grew stronger and heavier. It always feels like something bad is happening. At the same time, Haoyan has come to the door of MT Hire, silently watching here. Chapter 151 to 100. So what? So quiet. Haoyan stood far from the entrance of MT Hire, observing silently. Although it is already known that in MT Hire, it is the people of Team Magma who are doing the trick. However, he did not rush in rashly. I don't know what's going on inside, and rushing in will only make myself passive. Haoyan followed the grass and slowly approached the entrance of MT Hire. Mount Hire is a typical gourd shape. Small entrance, big body. The door is only about 4 or 5 meters wide. About 200 meters from the entrance, Haoyan released Lucario. "Xiao, use your aura power to find out what's going on inside." Lucario whispered. Closing his eyes, he began to radiate his aura power. After Lucario was able to mega evolution, his aura power has been greatly improved. After investigating the situation, he reported to Haoyanwei, "There are many people from Team Magma inside, almost 100 of them. Each of them controls at least 2 Pokemon. Among them, several others, who were not theirs, were tied up with rope. These bound people were escorted to other places by them." Haoyan combined the scenes depicted by Lucario and the actual situation, thinking silently. Mount Hire, very close to Lilycove City. Lilycove City, the most important city in the Hoenn region. There is no place for any chaos. As soon as there is any trouble, the Alliance will immediately ask the investigators left behind in Lilycove City to come over. Even, in order to maintain stability, maybe even the investigator from Evergrande City was sent here. That's why Team Magma chose to block the entrance and try to delay their news at MT Hire as much as possible. Hidden the trainer who went to worship as a hostage, and used the hostage to threaten the investigator who came to support. Team Magma's operation this time is not small. It seems that this red orb is very important to them. Thinking of this, Haoyan called Officer Jenny, whom the Weather Institute knew before. Probably talked to her about the situation. Officer Jenny received a call from Haoyan. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately expressed his request to the Alliance for support. It's just Haoyan, and he won't wait for the support of the Alliance. After all, the efficiency of the Alliance is notoriously slow. Wait, after they arrived, Team Magma had run away. He couldn't let the 5,000 bonus points slip away. "Xiao, what is the strength of the Pokemon of Team Magma at the door?" Haoyan asked again. He was going to enter first to check the specific situation. Lucario felt it again and said, "It's not great. It feels like they're all weak. I can't say exactly what it feels like, but most of it, I can handle it with one punch. It's more powerful. At most it's a punch and a half." Haoyan nodded, trusting Lucario's judgment. If these Team Magma players are strong, then there is more than 5,000 bonus points. Handily, let Gardevoir and Charizard out. "Xiao, use agility and Swords Dance. You rush in first. At that time, you may face a lot of attack, and you should pay attention to your own safety. When necessary, enter Mega Evolution," Haoyan instructed. Lucario nodded vigorously, slapping his body continuously, triggering the energy change in his body. In fact, the shield Tyranitar should be in the front. However, the entrance to MT Hire, along with the cemetery, Tyranitar's huge body, once moved, is likely to destroy the environment of the cemetery. The Pokemon that Haoyan didn't want to sleep here was disturbed. Little dragon, you use dragon dance twice. Later, when Xiao rushes in, he will attract Team Magma's attention. Let's rush in at this time. Haoyan patted Charizard and said to him, roar, roar. Charizard, like Lucario, constantly stimulates the cells of the body to stimulate the potential of the body. The flames on the tail became hot. Xiaolu, you use the calm mind technique. You and I will ride on Xiaolong's body later. Be ready to use teleport at any time. Haoyan said to Gardevoir softly. Shanaido. Gardevoir nodded, placing his hands on his chest, constantly condensing the energy in his body. There are a lot of Team Magma inside, nearly 100 people. But so what? The current Haoyan is no longer the previous Haoyan. The strength has reached quasi-elite. Not to mention, his Lucario has been able to mega evolution. Huge Tyranitar with super high defense and destructive power, full of wild, domineering Charizard, can occupy a high degree of advantage. Beautiful Gardevoir, able to use teleport anytime. The powerful Pokemon is Haoyan's support. 1 to 100. So what? Chapter 151. The power of one person can defeat 100 people. When the three Pokemon were ready, Haoyan's eyes narrowed. Xiao, come on. Lucario no longer hid his figure, stepped hard, rushed out of the grass, and rushed towards the entrance of MT. Higher. Team Magma, who was guarding the door, couldn't catch Lucario at all with his dynamic vision. I just felt that it was dark in front of my eyes, and I was knocked out by Lucario. After entering MT. Higher, Lucario immediately began to kill the quartet, constantly detouring around the various Team Magma players. One punch smashed one person away. The Flame, one of the three cadres of Team Magma, led by Team Magma. The training is still good. In the past 5 seconds, the team leaders of these Team Magma reacted one after another. Command your subordinates and release your own Pokemon to fight. Some of the Pokemon they use are mostly Mightyena, Big Mouth and the like around level 27 to 29. Occasionally, there are a few squad leaders who use Cacturne, Shiftry, Zangoose and the like around level 30 to 35. No matter who it was basically punched by Lucario. Just as their focus on Lucario was about to close, Haoyan rode Charizard and brought Gardevoir into the arena. Little Dragon, Flamethrower. Charizard's neck shrank suddenly, and a flame with obvious red gold fell from the air. The flame swept across. At this time, Haoyan was like a movie, a dragon knight with a beautiful princess. In the fight against the evil forces, Gardevoir beside Haoyan is indeed a princess, but she is a powerful princess. With his hands in front of his chest, he constantly exudes psychic energy, defeating the enemies on the ground. Team Magma has a lot of players, but not the quality. They are all crowded at the entrance, and if you go down with any skill, you can hit a piece, and you don't even need to aim. Gradually, Team Magma had a rout. There was a team member of Team Magma who saw Charizard in the air, and a flame directly burned the team leader standing on his left into a coke. A team member in front was punched by Lucario and flew several meters away. A player on the right, attacked by Gardevoir, fell to the ground without warning. Players in the front, left, and right fell. It seems that there is only one way to go. Frightened, he stepped back again and again. As soon as the trainer retired, his Pokemon retire with him. With the first, there is the second. The scale of the escape began to grow. The great ideal that they usually talk about every day has long been left behind by them. Life is about to die, and there is no time to worry about ideal. For the escape Team Magma, Haoyan did not command his own Pokemon to chase. Poor gangster still understand this truth, and the key to this mission is not to drive out Team Magma. It's about solving the mess Team Magma created and saving the hostages. One more thing, don't let Team Magma get the red orb. Doing the above 2 points is the completion of the task. The death of MT. Higher. Looking at the men who fled back in embarrassment, the flame knew that the worry in his heart had come true. Grabbing the collar of a squad leader, he asked, "What's going on?" The team leader was obviously frightened, and said shiveringly, "Master we were attacked." Who was attacked by? Is it the investigator sent by the Alliance? How many are there and who is leading the team? Flame frowned and asked immediately, It shouldn't be the investigator sent by the Alliance. He's the only one. When the team leader said this, he felt a little guilty and wanted to avoid the sharp eyes of the flame. One person. The flame grabbed the collar's hand and tightened it immediately. The A and B teams have a total of 100 people. 1 to 100. You can't even guard the door. I was beaten by him and fled. The team leader, who was restrained by the collar, had difficulty breathing, and said quickly, "Fire." Lord Flame. His Pokemon are strong. We lost a lot of brothers. Just escape back. Flame loosened the squad leader's collar and looked at the rest of the disgraced, running back Team Magma members. Indeed, as the team leader said, when he escaped back, he was covered in injuries. Thinking that their mission this time has not been completed, just when they need to employ people, the flame endures the heart of wanting to kill the team leader. Ask, what does that person look like and what Pokemon does he use? What flame is most afraid of is meeting Steven, or the current champion Wallace. These two people are the trainers of Hoenn region standing on the top of the tower. power. The team leader quickly reported. He looked very young. There are 3 Pokemon in total. One is a rare Lucario. After listening to the report of his subordinate, the image of Haoyan appeared in his mind. Haoyan, thinking that at the Weather Institute, it would be great to capture Banai. I'm one of Team Magma's 3 cadres. Fire. Flame snorted coldly and released his Pokemon. Flame is indeed the 3 major cadres of Team Magma, and each Pokemon is full of momentum. Team Magma creeps who escaped back. After seeing, the mood is a little more stable. Chapter 152 Flame. Careless. Home was stolen. After driving away the Team Magma at the entrance of Mt. Higher, Haoyan helped the 2 mother and daughter who came to pay homage to the Pokemon and untied the shackles of Team Magma on them. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we might have been kidnapped by these hateful Team Magma. The slightly older woman bowed to thank Haoyan. You're welcome. The situation here is dangerous. Let's get out of here first. After Haoyan comforted them, he was ready to lead the 3 Pokemon to go further. Go stop Team Magma. Will you be in danger alone? Just now, I heard them say that they are in Mt. Higher, and there are many people. The young woman said worriedly. Leave it to me. Haoyan didn't care. If it was all the stuff that blocked the door like just now, the task this time would not be difficult at all. Okay, please be careful. The mother and daughter, recalling the bravery of Haoyan just now, and his powerful Pokemon, felt a little relief. Thank you, then I'll go first. Haoyan didn't say more, took 3 Pokemon, and continued to go to the depths of Mt. Higher. Please be careful. The mother and daughter once again bowed to Haoyan's leaving figure, then quickly left Mt. Higher to find Officer Jenny. Mount. Deep in Pyre, the Team Magma team in charge of Eclaration through the Eclaration machine has determined the location of the red orb. Tools are being used, ready to cut the red orb on the mountain. Master Flame, he's here. A Team Magma soldier in charge of vigilance found Haoyan who was rushing with 3 Pokemon in the distance. Flame glanced at Haoyan who was moving forward, and then instructed the Team Magma behind him. Hurry up and cut that red orb as soon as possible. Yes. Several Team Magma holding tools, sweating profusely. After explaining, the Flames walked towards Haoyan. The killing intent in the Flames began to spread. Before, Haoyan sabotaged their plans for Team Magma at the Weather Institute. This led to the arrest of Ban Nai and the loss of a number of Team Magma players. At that time, when Maxi held an internal meeting, the Flame proposed to find the location of Haoyan, and then kill Haoyan to save Team Magma's fate. It's a pity that at that time, it was blocked by flamingos. Now, when Team Magma is in action again, Haoyan reappeared. This is Taunt. Naked Taunt. You are Haoyan. Hoyan looked at Haoyan and said ruthlessly. Haoyan ignored the Flame, but looked at the surrounding environment. About 50 meters to the right of the Flame, there were nearly 100 hostages tied up. Around the hostages, there are people from Team Magma guarding them, and about 100 meters behind the Flame, 7 or 8 Team Magma people surrounded. Using a cutter, carefully cut a red bead. It's a little troublesome. Haoyan frowned slightly. There are 2 things he has to do. The first is to save the hostages, and the second is to prevent Team Magma from getting the red orb. However, it is somewhat difficult. Boy, I have to say, I admire you a lot. You're alone. How dare you forcefully break in? Huo Yan said sadly, then waved his hand. The surrounding Team Magma soldiers understood and immediately surrounded Haoyan. You don't think that these people under your command will threaten me? Haoyan didn't care about the surrounding soldiers. Hehe, it's really useless to fight them. Your opponent is me. After the Flames finished speaking, 5 Pokemon appeared from behind him. Like their masters, they stared at Haoyan fiercely. 2 Houndoom, 2 Mighty Enas, 1 Fearow. Levels are between 58 and 60. Fire Pokemon, according to the level division, reached the quasi-elite level. The Pokemon on Haoyan's side are also similar in level. It's just that 2 Pokemon of the same level do not mean that their combat power is the same. The 5 Pokemon of the Flame, except Houndoom, which is slightly rarer, Fearow and Mighty Ena, are all common good. On the other hand, Haoyan's side is full of rare and powerful Pokemon. If it is a heads-up, Lucario after Mega Evolution, Haoyan is confident that he can sweep the 5 of the Flame. Are you going to do it? Haoyan's coldness in his eyes has not been concealed at all. Boy, you will die here today. Flame waved his hand, and the 5 Pokemon beside him immediately attacked Haoyan. 2 Houndooms are used at the same time. Flamethrower. The 2 Mighty Enas, 1 left and 1 right, ran forward quickly, opening their mouths to use Darkrai. Fearow, swooping down from the air, used his sharp mouth to use the drill peck. At the moment when the flame started, a sneer flashed at the corner of Haoyan's mouth. Charizard and Lucario were taken back. He grabbed Gardevoir's soft waist. Xiaolu used teleport. Gardevoir, who was already ready, burst out with energy. Swish. Haoyan's figure disappeared. The encirclement of Team Magma minions is useless. The attacks of the 3 Pokemon of the Flames also lost their target. The Flame hurriedly searched for Haoyan's location. Found him. Had appeared behind him. It careless. The house was stolen. Chapter 153 Team Magma launches a general attack. Does it matter? Since entering MT Higher, Haoyan Haoyuan has been very calm. If you want to complete the task smoothly, the key point is on the body of this red orb. Just get the red orb. This can be used to blackmail Team Magma. Let them free the hostages they are taking. Psychics, magic, teleport. Just have an advantage. At the moment of landing, Haoyuan quickly released Lucario and Charizard. Xiaolong, Xiaolu solved the surrounding Team Magma. Charizard immediately shot a flame towards a Team Magma beside him. Then, he kept waving the claws in the middle of the weak. Gardevoir also acted immediately, constantly emitting energy fluctuation. 5 in less than a second, Team Magma, which had 7 or 8 tools in hand, had fallen. Xiao, take the red gem off the mountain and give it to me. Lucario shouted loudly, stretched out his fist, and kept pounding on the mountain wall around the red orb. Boom, 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 boom. After a while, the rocks around the red orb were knocked off. Lucario's rude moves are much more efficient than those Team Magma with tools. Before the flames take Team Magma's minions and come back to defend, Haoyuan successfully got the red orb. The flames burst into flame. The red orb, but a key step in there. Great ideal. Without this orb, their future actions may be greatly reduced. This orb, they must get it. Boy, if you don't give us that red orb, it means that you and our Team Magma are mortal enemy. The mortal enemy, then you will never die. The flame threatened Haoyuan. Haoyuan lightly waved the red orb twice, and said nonchalantly, never die. Did I give it to you? What happened between us? Just pretend it never happened. The flame quickly responded, that's right, as long as you give us the red orb, the previous thing will be written off. From now on, you will be a friend of our Team Magma. Haoyuan sneered and said, friend, your so-called friends are cheap. I don't want to be friends with you. The flame clearly heard that Haoyuan was disdainful of him, or the entire Team Magma. But at this time the handle is in the hands of others, so I can only swallow my anger. What do you want? Haoyuan glanced at the anxious flame and said, it's very simple. Release all these hostages, and I will give you this orb. Hearing Haoyuan's exchange condition, Haoyuan was not happy at all. These hostages are their tools for retreat or for coercion. Once these hostages are released, in other words, they are no longer guaranteed. As soon as the League's investigators arrived, they lost the bargaining chip. Again, flames are not stupid. After releasing the hostage, Haoyuan will give him the red orb. Looking at the silent flame, Haoyuan didn't rush. Frillish said, I urge you to make a decision as soon as possible, and I have informed the League before coming. Now the investigators of the Alliance are probably halfway there. Mount Pyre is so close to Lilycove City. Maybe it's Wallace who leads the team this time. When the time comes, do you think you guys can escape? Every word of Haoyuan hit the flame's weakness. Lilycove City is very close to Evergrande City. Evergrande City is where 4 elite and champion work. Knowing that MT Pyre has something to do, it is very likely that Wallace will lead the team himself, and maybe he will also bring 4 elite. A mere flame, 200 Team Magma members, like a tiny arm, really couldn't twist region champion's thigh. When I release the hostages, you will give us the red orb. Flame asked nonsense. Haoyuan was still calm, raised his hand gently, and looked like he was about to throw a broken red orb. With a sneer, do you think you still have a choice? Flame was helpless. After thinking about it, he could only wave his hand vigorously, signaling to the Team Magma members under him to release the trapped hostages. Everyone comes behind me. Haoyuan waved at the hostages who had been rescued. The besieged hostages were already terrified. They all hid behind Haoyuan. In their opinion, the current Haoyuan is the only one who can save them. All looked at Haoyuan with hopeful eyes. Wait for him to redeem them. Now, the red orb can be given to me, said the flame fiercely. Haoyuan slowly put the red orb into his pocket. With a chuckle, do you think I'll give it to you? You. The flame pointed at Haoyuan, and the whole face darkened. Apparently, it was not light-hearted by Haoyuan. Get along with people and pay attention to integrity. But, is it necessary to be honest about Team Magma, who is full of evil? No need. The furious flames roared at the surrounding Team Magma. Everyone in Team Magma listened. Everyone, come with me and attack with Pokemon. The target is that Haoyuan. Take the red orb back. After the flame shouted, he immediately took his 5 Pokemon and rushed to the place where Haoyuan was. With the example of flame, the rest of the Team Magma also rushed forward with their Pokemon. Faced with hundreds of people, Team Magma launched a charge. Will Haoyuan panic? Won't. Haoyuan slowly took out a heavy baby ball from his waist. Taking a deep breath, he threw it out in the direction of Team Magma. After a burst of red light, a huge body get in the way of Team Magma's attack. Chapter 154 Flame. Firo, fly quickly. Proud. 12 meters tall beast. Tyranitar. As soon as he left the baby ball, he suddenly made a huge roar. The fierce and powerful aura shocked everyone. Sandstorms rise around Tyranitar, forming sandstorm. The moment Tyranitar appeared, the team members of Team Magma showed an amazing understanding. All stopped moving forward and took a few step back. The same goes for the flame. Taking a few step back, they were too small in front of the giant Tyranitar. Shao Si, earthquake. Haoyuan Frillish's words reached Tyranitar's ears through Gardevoir's connection. Suddenly, the seemingly bulky Tyranitar Tyranitar quickly stomped on the ground. The energy in the body suddenly surged out. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The land is cracked. The whole empire shuddered because of the Tyranitar. The powerful range skills of the ground system were perfectly displayed at this time. The rift devoured the surrounding Team Magma players indiscriminately. When the rift was about to hit the flame, his Firo saved his life at a critical moment. Firo dashed down, grabbed his shoulder blades with his claws, and lifted him off the ground. This was the only way to escape. But even if he escaped, the flame was pierced through his arm by Firo's claws. Blood kept dripping onto the ground. His two Houndooms, restrained, he rushed to the front again, couldn't hide, and was instantly killed. The two mighty hyenas, who had no attribute suppression, barely survived the blow. Originally, there were more than 100 people, the aggressive Team Magma, who wanted to attack. He was defeated by Tyranitar's blow. Numerous Team Magma players fell to the ground. There were only a few people who were afraid of death and rushed behind the team, dangerously escaped. The scene was full of mourning. Reluctantly turned over the flames, riding on Firo. His face was ashen. He finally knew why Haoyan dared to face them alone. I also know why Haoyan is not afraid to be the enemy of their Team Magma. Because there is the big killer of Tyranitar. Team Magma does have a numerical advantage, but this one, facing a Tyranitar as high as 12 meters, there is a fart. The hatred in the flame's heart. If I knew it earlier, I would stick to the red gem, and by the way, use the life of the hostage to blackmail Haoyan. Don't let him oversnap. You shouldn't be talking so much nonsense with Haoyan. Quickly pick out the red orb, and then retreat. However, it's not his fault. Really, Haoyan is too evil. In desperation, the flames could only retreat. Soldiers on the ground, dead and wounded. The loss has already been done. Mission failure is an inevitable result. If you don't leave, you will not be able to leave if you want to leave once the support of the Alliance arrives. Team Magma has lost a senior cadre Ban Nai. If he is caught too, then Team Magma neck, it will be difficult. At this point, the flame looked fiercely at Haoyan with a faint smile on his face, ready to instruct Firo to leave here. At the same time as Tyranitar attacked, in Haoyan's mind, he heard a mechanical gentle female voice. Congratulations to the host. The task is completed, and the reward points have been issued. The corners of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly, and the 5,000 reward points were in hand. But when Haoyan thought it was over, in his mind, the mechanical gentle girl sounded again. The system once again issued the task. Mission objective: capture the flame of one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma. Task reward: 5,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. As long as you catch the flame again, you can get another 5,000 bonus points. Xiaolu's mega evolution is very close. Haoyan thought of this, hugged Gardevoir and rode on Charizard's body. Immediately shouted the command, Xiao Si, you come back to protect these hostages. Don't let Team Magma's remnants be defeated and hurt them. Here, wait for me to come back. When Tyranitar heard this, he took heavy steps and returned to the hostage. Xiaolong, try your best to catch up and catch that flame. Charizard immediately waved his wing, and a whirlwind rolled up on the spot, chasing in the direction of Firo. Xiaolu, listen to my orders and prepare to make moves at any time. It is bound to lay down this flame. Gardevoir, who was embraced by Haoyan, put his hands on his chest, ready at any time. Xiao, chase after us. Seize the moment and throw the aura sphere. Lucario stomped on the ground with one step, and suddenly flew out like a bullet. The flames in the air looked at Charizard, who kept chasing behind him, suddenly pale with fright. He is afraid. He was really scared. Haoyan, like his nemesis. Firo, hurry up and fly. Chapter 155. If you want to be decent, then do it yourself. Blood was dripping from the flame's arm. Although the wound was still bleeding, he didn't care about dealing with it at this time, because Haoyan was riding Charizard, chasing after him at a high speed. On the ground, there is Lucario, the pursuer. Hurry up, hurry up. The flame riding on Firo was frantically urging the mount. Woot! Lucario, who kept running on the ground, sent out an aura sphere with strong fluctuations that flew from the ground to the air. Firo, who was flying fast, dodged as much as possible. However, it was still pulled by the power of aura in Lucario's body and hit Firo's wing. Firo's attributes are flying and normal. The resistance of the flying type to the fighting type is offset by the normal type. That completely doubled the damage. Firo in the air slowed down, taking advantage of this short gap. The distance between Charizard and Firo has shortened a lot. In addition, Gardevoir, who was hugged by Haoyan, was also constantly launching Psybeam and teaming up to chase this Firo. The heart of the flame is bitter. According to this momentum, being caught up is only a matter of a few minutes later. He has a total of 5 Pokemon, and 2 Houndooms have been killed by Tyranitar. There are 2 Mighty Enna left. In the air, Mighty Enna was useless at all. Without wings, they can only stay in the baby ball. It can't go on like this. Firo can't resist for long. The terrifying Tyranitar stayed where it was and didn't follow. That 3v3. If Firo is continuously consumed, it will form a 2v3 situation. While Firo still has physical strength, I can only fight to the death. The flame thought thought of this and directed Firo to land. Aren't you running away? Haoyan chuckled and directed Charizard to the ground. Huchi tilde Huchi tilde. Charizard flapped his wings and descended steadily with Haoyan and Gardevoir. Lucario, who was running fast, also followed. Running so fast only made Lucario sweat a little on his forehead. Looking at the flames with 3 Pokemon, with a look of alertness, Haoyan did not chuckle. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are not ready to be captured. The cold sweat of the flame flowed down from his forehead. Seriously shouted, today, you have ruined our Team Magma plan. Rescue those hostages, and capture those injured players. The Alliance will definitely reward you with a lot of money. Is it necessary to bite hard and not let go? Haoyan restrained the faint smile on his face and said expressionlessly, I remember you said it when you were at MT Pyre just now. After taking the red orb, I will be a mortal enemy with your Team Magma in the future. You said at the time that you will never die. As a person, what I don't like the most is when others threaten me. So, since it is a threat, it must be removed in time. Haoyan's words were very plain, but the flames could feel a strong oppressive force from them. Listen to what you mean. Want to fight? Your powerful Tyranitar is not here. We are now 3v3. Do you think you have a certainty of victory? In fact, in the heart of the flame, the most feared is the Tyranitar of Haoyan. Height and weight are too exaggerated. This made him naturally think that Tyranitar is Haoyan's strongest Pokemon. As everyone knows, Tyranitar is big. However, it is not the strongest Pokemon of Haoyan. So, listening to what you mean, are you planning to surrender? Haoyan touched his chin and said casually. With the end of Haoyan's word, a powerful pressure emanated from Lucario's body. The hair on the back of Lucario's neck started to grow like crazy. The spikes on the chest, the backs of the hands, and the backs of the feet began to emerge. Along with Lucario's appearance, his aura began to change. The original calm and steady aura was replaced by a sharp and powerful aura. What? Your Lucario can actually Mega Evolution. The flame was completely stunned. To complete Mega Evolution, except for the necessary item, the physical fitness requirements for Pokemon are extremely high. Also, you must have a tenacious heart to complete the Mega Evolution. Xiao, those 2 mighty Enas, I'll leave them to you. Lucario took a sharp step, leaving a firm footprint on the ground. Immediately dodged to one of the mighty Enas' bodies. On the other hand, he resorted to Brick Break, which he practiced tens of thousands of times a day. Before the mighty Ena could react, it flew out. The effect is outstanding. You don't have to look. You know that it has been killed in seconds. Xiaolu Psybeam, Xiaolong Flamethrower, gives seconds to the Firo in the sky. Gardevoir, who placed his small hand on his chest, quickly emitted a colorful beam of light, hitting him directly. Charizard's attack followed, sending out a red-gold flame. Teaming up with Gardevoir, Firo, who didn't have much stamina left, was instantly defeated. With Lucario's punch, the last mighty Ena was knocked into the air. The battle is over. Total time, 3 seconds. Haoyan took out a rope from his backpack and threw it towards the jaw-dropping flame. If you still want to be decent, do it yourself. The level is about the same. The same as the quasi-elite. There are also strong and weak points. Obviously, the strong one is Haoyan. Moreover, the strong is not a star and a half. Chapter 156. Haoyan. Thank you. The internet, TV, and newspapers in this world are no different from the blue star in Haoyan's previous life. People can learn about other Pokemon through a variety of channels. Known as a quasi-god Tyranitar, although not very common, but most people can still see it through pictures, videos, etc. There are even some trainers who have seen others use it with their own eyes. However, no one has ever seen a Tyranitar with a height of 12 meters. At this time, Haoyan's Tyranitar was standing in front of the hostages, faithfully sticking to the task Haoyan gave him. Always be vigilant in case someone hurts them. And these trainers who were kidnapped were also hiding behind Tyranitar. Dad, I'm a little tired and want to sit down and rest, a little girl said to his father. Shish tilde Mizi, please be quiet. The girl's father, hearing the girl's voice, hurriedly covered her small mouth. The girl's mother looked nervously at Tyranitar in front of her. The people around looked at the father and daughter who were talking with reproachful eyes. Tyranitar, who is 12 meters tall, put too much pressure on them. They didn't dare to speak out loud at all, for fear of disturbing Tyranitar. You know, Tyranitar is a famously fierce Pokemon. There is also an alias called Desert Tyrant. Those who can be called tyrants have a bad temper. If Tyranitar got angry and stepped on it, it would have been crushed into a patty. The little girl looked at her nervous father and said puzzled, isn't this big man just under the command of that handsome brother to defeat those bad guys and protect us? Everyone, why are you so scared? Children, how do you know how to control the volume? The sound is naturally not small. As soon as the girl spoke, everyone around her suddenly became nervous. All raised their heads and looked at Tyranitar, for fear that the little girl's words would disturb Tyranitar. He was relieved to find that there was nothing unusual about Tyranitar, and he was still staring at the morning Team Magma not far away. With reproachful eyes again, he looked at the girl's father. I want the girl's father to stop the little girl from talking. At this point, the little girl girl ran to Tyranitar's ankle. He patted Tyranitar's ankle, opened his lovely big eyes as if to confirm his thought, and said to Tyranitar, "Big man, will you hurt us?" This time, everyone was nervous, especially the girl's parent. Their faces turned pale. Out tilde, out tilde. Tyranitar heard the little girl calling and shook his head at her. Getting Tyranitar's response, the little girl was happy. She opened her little hand, hugged Tyranitar's ankle, and said to her father, "Mom and Dad, look, the big guy won't hurt us, so don't be afraid." Out tilde, out tilde. Tyranitar nodded in response to the little girl. "Big man, my name is Miko. What's your name tilde?" The little girl asked Tyranitar curiously. Out tilde, out tilde. "Your name is Ow Ow." Out tilde, out tilde. "I'm 4.5 years old this year." "How old are you tilde?" Out tilde, out tilde. Watching Tyranitar interact with the little girl kindly, these hostages also relaxed. Although they couldn't understand what Tyranitar was saying, there was one thing they could be sure of. Tyranitar has no ill will towards them, just protecting them. While marveling at the size of Tyranitar, I admire Haoyan, who can actually turn the tyrant into a good baby tilde. "Dad, Mom, look, that handsome brother is back." The little girl pointed to a gray-black figure in the sky and said to her parent. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes followed the direction of the little girl. Bang tilde. Charizard dropped the quilt bundle of flame. Haoyan fell steadily. "Thank you for your hard work. Sis, come back." Haoyan took out the baby ball and took Tyranitar back. "Hello, handsome brother. My name is Mizi." When the little girl saw Haoyan, Mingmeng walked up to him. "Hello Mizi, my name is Haoyan." Haoyan bowed slightly to greet Mizi. "Thank you, brother Haoyan, for kicking these weirdos away tilde." Mizi thanked Haoyan in a tender voice. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Haoyan. Thanks to Mr. Haoyan. If it weren't for you, maybe we would have encountered an accident. Thank you so much." Every hostage that was kidnapped moved forward spontaneously, thanking Haoyan. "Everyone is welcome. It should be done." Haoyan also responded to everyone's thank with a smile. In the sky in the distance, a group of flying-type Pokemon appeared mightily. There are people on them. The support of the Alliance has finally arrived. The leader of the team is Drake, who has had several relationships with Haoyan and is the head of the 4 elites in the Hoenn region. The Union's logistics department. Here we come. Chapter 157 is very big. Drake looked at the devastated ground in disbelief, and there were many screaming Team Magmas. At first glance, there are nearly 200 people. The hostages have been rescued safely. Shocked, Drake asked his old acquaintance before he could say hello. "Haoyan, these..." Mako, the little girl who was following Haoyan, said loudly, "These bad guys were all defeated by Big Brother Haoyan's big guy." Drake's eyes widened, not quite believing the little girl's word. "There are nearly 200 Team Magmas here. Can one person solve it?" Drake looked at Haoyan and asked, "These Team Magmas are all taken care of by you?" Haoyan said disapprovingly, "I just came here and found that Team Magma was doing evil, so I solved it easily." Drake felt a little exaggerated though, but looking around, except for Haoyan and the hostages, there is no one else here. "Make him have to accept." He asked again, "Haoyan, what is the big guy that little girl said just now?" Haoyan said casually, "I have a Tyranitar. I usually eat a lot, so it's bigger." The little sister probably hasn't seen Tyranitar much, so it's the big guy. "Oh tilde, that's it." Drake nodded in understanding. He also said casually, "The Tyranitar population can reach 2 meters in size when they are adult, and some can even reach 2 meters and 5. It's normal to eat a lot." Drake had just followed Haoyan's words and said just a few words of courtesy. The little girl Mizi was a little more sincere, so she said in a milky voice, "It's not 2 meters. I heard from my father that brother Haoyan's Tyranitar is at least 12 meters high tilde. It's very big tilde." After speaking, she gestured with her short arm. Although he ran for nothing, Drake was in a good mood after knowing that the hostages were safe. Then he teased the cute little girl Mizi. "Maybe you heard it wrong. Not 12 meters, but 2 meters. A normal Tyranitar will only be a little taller than your brother Haoyan when he grows up." Mizi pouted, pulled his father, and said, "Dad, tell this gray-bearded grandfather, brother Haoyan's big guy, is it 12 meters? How is that possible?" "Grandpa, I'm an Elite 4. I know a lot about Pokemon." Drake's words were just halfway through when he saw the little girl's father and nodded to him. "Mr. Drake, that Tyranitar is really big. Although there is no accurate ruler to measure, I can guarantee that it is definitely more than 12 meters. "That's right, although I don't know the exact height, but that Tyranitar is taller than the 3-story building where I live. Definitely 12 meters. The rescued hostages agreed, and one of them pointed to a footprint next to him, and said to him, "Mr. Drake, this footprint was left by Tyranitar." Originally, Drake didn't believe it, but when he saw the footprint, he was instantly dumbfounded. "I feel like my whole outlook on life has been turned upside down. A second ago, he said that he was a 4 elite, and he knew a lot, but in the next second, he was slapped in the face." Haoyan saw Drake's predicament and took the initiative to help him out. Said to him, "Mr. Drake, please come over here. Someone wants you to deal with it." "Okay." Drake agreed in a daze, and followed Haoyan to the side. died. When he saw the bound flame, he was shocked again. Drake looked at the familiar face of the flame. This time he wasn't sure. He took the initiative to ask Shang Haoyan, "Haoyan, is this the flame of one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma?" Haoyan nodded and said, "That's right, he led the operation this time. By the way, I caught him and handed it over to you." By the way, Drake looked at Haoyan with an understatement. He was almost numb. One of the 3 cadres of Team Magma. How many arrests have the Alliance organized? But none of them were successful. Get escaped by this flame every time. Just by the way, this kind of incident happened a few times. Isn't the Hoenn region peaceful? Haoyan, on behalf of the Alliance, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you as an excellent, righteous, and strong enthusiastic citizen. Everything that happens here, I will report to the League truthfully. I believe that the Alliance will definitely commend and reward trainers like you. Drake sincerely extended his hand to Haoyan. There is no need for commendation. If you can, just give some money as a reward. After all, my Tyranitar eats a lot. Haoyan reached out and shook Drake, joking. No problem. Chapter 158. Thank you, Haoyan. You saved me twice. Slateport City Daily, the newspaper issued by the local newspaper in Slateport City. Newspapers have little circulation and are well known. Most of the time, it's mostly about the trivial things going on in Slateport City, which Skitty like to be mischievous, which Torchic gets lost, and so on. Newspapers, under the impact of more convenient and intuitive TV and the internet, have been read by few people. The Slateport City newspaper is on the verge of bankruptcy. An editor-in-chief of the Slateport City newspaper, because his usual work is not busy, so in his spare time, he will pay tribute to his deceased halo. Coincidentally, I caught up with the Team Magma event at MT Higher. He became Team Magma's hostage, and he also witnessed the whole incident of Haoyan defeating Team Magma and rescuing the hostages. In addition to being grateful for Haoyan's life-saving grace, as an editor, he has an unusual sensitivity to news. He quickly interviewed the feelings of the rest of the hostages at the scene, combined with the process of his being rescued, and restored the whole process in words. Then, without stopping, he sent the article back to the newspaper, and arranged for the staff of the newspaper to publish the article. An entire page of the Slateport City Daily is devoted to what happened to MT Higher. Trainer with a sense of justice, Haoyan, facing Team Magma, who has 200 times as many as him, he still faces it calmly. Single-handedly, defeated Team Magma 200 people, and one of the 3 cadres of Team Magma was captured with fire. Hoenn region, there is such a brave, honest, strong, enthusiastic trainer who is brave in the face of difficulty. It's a blessing for the entire Hoenn region. I believe that in the near future, this trainer named Haoyan will shine in the Hoenn region. I also believe that because of Haoyan, the entire Hoenn region will return to its former stability. This impassioned article chronicles Haoyan's battle against Team Magma at MT Higher in detail, and collected many victims, their views on this incident, and high praise for Haoyan. On the day this article was published, the editor-in-chief of Slateport City Daily didn't care too much. After all, the event is big though. However, his newspaper has a small circulation and is not paid much attention. When he came to work, his ass was still hot. The employees under him immediately grabbed him and reported excitedly, "Editor-in-chief, our newspaper has already sold out. Hurry up and contact the printing house and let them print it." The editor-in-chief of Slateport City was overjoyed when he heard this. Sure enough, as he expected, releasing this news before the Alliance will definitely attract the attention of many people. With a pair of Jirju in his hand and the old god in his hand, he said, "I already knew that this issue of the newspaper would definitely sell well. I informed the printing house yesterday that I have doubled the quantity. Don't worry, it must be enough." But before he could finish speaking, his staff interrupted him and said, "Editor-in-chief, our newspaper is sold out. It's sold out. Now the entire Slateport City can be said to be hard to find." Double? Absolutely not. At least 20 times. To be barely satisfied. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper was shocked. What? At least 20 times? The editor-in-chief of the newspaper realized this time it has greatly exceeded his expectation. It turned out that I just wanted to sell twice the amount, which is very good. Unexpectedly, it has to be reprinted 20 times now. The staff under his command quickly said, "Yes, the guarantee is 20 times. Now various channels tell us that 20 times can only be barely satisfied, and it is better to print 30 times more. Quick, go, print." Using all the relationship to make the entire Slateport City printing house move, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper was in a state of excitement, and with a happy face, he arranged to print the newspaper. After arranging work, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper was paralyzed on his desk. He murmured, "Haoyan, you saved me twice. Thank you so much. My god, alone, defeated 200 Team Magmas, and also captured the flames of their 3 cadre. This Haoyan is also amazing." Yantushan Mountain Weather Institute. He took great credit for those 2 actions. So, the last time the Alliance awarded award, Haoyan's amount alone was more than everyone else's combined. Team Magma loses Benedict one after another, and flame. See how they are doing evil. Ha 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 ha. It's really heartwarming. This Haoyan is really beautiful. Two citizens of Slateport City gathered in front of a newsstand, looking at a newspaper and chatting excitedly. The owner of the newsstand also joined the discussion between the two of them. This Haoyan, in addition to the continuous activities of cracking down on evil organizations, also participated in the gorgeous contest in Fall Arbor Town and won the champion. After the newsstand owner said it, the two Slateport City citizens suddenly remembered. Yes, I remember. I saw that game on TV. That burning picture was made by Gardevoir of Haoyan. The newsstand owner smiled mysteriously. I also know a little news about him. Do you want to hear it? Tell me now. The two citizens hurriedly urged. The owner of the newsstand didn't hesitate and said, I received news that this Haoyan has defeated the 4 curators Roxanne, Asha, Winona, and Norman one after another in a short period of time. Also, they are the main battle Pokemon who defeated them. His 4 badges have incredible gold content. Every curator who was defeated praised him highly. Do you know why he challenged Gym one after another during this time? The words of the newsstand owner immediately made the two citizens of Slateport City excited. They thought of a possibility. Could it be that Haoyan wants to participate in our Slateport City curatorial contest? The newsstand boss nodded vigorously. If we, in Slateport City, have such a powerful and righteous gym curator, how can those bulls, ghosts and snakes dare to make trouble? Yeah, it would be nice if we in Slateport City had such a blessing. In the future, we will live here with peace of mind, and we don't have to worry about it all the time. The Slateport City Daily, with its coverage of MT Hire, is just the beginning. Many media workers began to dig deep into what Haoyan did before. The deeper you dig, the more shocking you get. In particular, the citizens of Slateport City hope that Haoyan can become the gym curator of their city. Haoyan didn't know much about his high voice in Slateport City. At this moment, he is heading to Dewford Town. Chapter 159 Fighting Exchange Conference. After solving MT Hire, Haoyan originally planned to go to Zijin City to challenge Zijin Gym, earn your 5th badge and sign up for the Slateport City Curator competition. But halfway through, he changed his mind. Instead, head to Dewford Town to challenge Dewford Gym, because in Dewford Town, there was an event that he was interested in. Fighting Exchange Conference. It is said that Chuck of Johto region will be there to explain his knowledge of fighting. Sitting on the boat bound for Dewford Town, the water was filled with some muscular men. There are a few, even in fighting costume. Obviously, the purpose of these people is the same as that of Haoyan. Brother Haoyan. A male voice called to him from behind. Haoyan turned back and saw a slightly surprised face. Blue, I didn't expect to meet you here. That's right, this person is the grandson of Kanto Region Professor O. Haoyan once saved his life in the Lingu Tower. Blue. Yeah, I originally planned to visit Brother Haoyan after attending the Fighting Exchange Conference. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Blue said with a smile. Johto Region's Blue Gym Leader Chuck is a very strong gym leader. Blue, Bruno, including Gym Leader Tengshu of Dewford Town, are all his disciples. It is estimated that Blue invited Hoenn Region this time to meet his master. Blue, I haven't seen you for a while. I feel like you've grown a lot taller. Haoyan responded with a smile. Blue touched his head and said to Haoyan, in addition to growing taller, my Pokemon has also become stronger. If you have a chance, you must find Brother Haoyan and see my growth. Haoyan replied with a smile. Okay, we'll have a fight if we have a chance. By the way, Professor Oak is fine. Blue scratched his head and said, Grandpa is in good health. He knew that I was coming to Hoenn Region, and he specifically explained that I must visit Brother Haoyan. Grandpa also said, Brother Haoyan, next time you come to Kanto Region, remember to find him. Last time, I couldn't say thank you to you face to face. Grandpa always felt it was a pity. Professor Oak, in addition to being a scholar with rich knowledge of Pokemon, is also a person of great quality and self-discipline. Professor Oak has a heart. Next time I go to Kanto Region, I will definitely bother him, Haoyan said. In the process of chatting with Blue, the ship has docked. The two disembark. Haoyan is about to leave and find a hotel to stay, then wait for the start of the Fighting Exchange Conference. Before they could say goodbye, a purple-haired girl walked towards the two of them. A girl with purple hair, dressed in a fighting costume, with a long ponytail. Maybe he usually practice fighting, so his energy is very good. Those who like to fight are mostly rough men. Girls who like fighting can't say no, but very few. The purple-haired girl said to Blue, Blue, Curator Tengshu, let me wait for you here. Director Tengshu and Director Chuck, they are waiting for you in the gym. I'll take you there. Wait a moment, Sister Shaoran. Blue hurriedly stopped Shaoran, looked at Haoyan, and said to him, Brother Haoyan, why don't you come with me too? Last time, my master, after knowing what happened to me in the Lingu Tower, I have always wanted to see you. Thank you by the way. Haoyan came this time, originally for the Fighting Exchange Conference. Second, Challenge Gym. Being able to meet Chuck was exactly what he wanted. Will it be convenient? Haoyan asked. After all, they haven't seen each other before, so it's not etiquette to to go there rashly. Of course, Blue said quickly. My master asked me before, so it's inconvenient to visit you with me. If my master knew that you happened to be in Dewford Town, it would have been very happy. Okay, then I'll take the liberty. Haoyan didn't say any more, just nodded and answered. Okay, the two of you, please. The purple-haired Xiaoren led the way in front of the two of them. Not long after, Haoyan and Blue came to Dewford Town Gym under the leadership of Zifa Xiaoren, because the venue for the fighting exchange competition was held at Dewford Town Gym. So, for the time being, within 2 days, gym is not open to the public. As soon as he entered, Haoyan saw a naked man practicing. This person is Tengshu, who has mastered the profound meaning of softness. Beside them, there is a man watching them practice. This person is the famous martial arts master, Chuck. Chapter 160. This young man is unusual. Master, senior brother. Blue saw the two of them, walked 2 steps faster, and came forward to say hello. Blue is here. Chuck looked at the growing Blue with a hint of relief in his eyes. Junior brother Blue. Tengshu, who was stopped cultivating and said hello. After Blue said hello, he immediately introduced Haoyan to the two of them. Master, brother, this is brother Haoyan. The last time I was at the Kanto region Spirit Bone Tower, he was the one who saved me. After being reminded by Blue, Chuck and Tengshu immediately focused their attention on Haoyan. Are you Haoyan? That enthusiastic citizen Haoyan. Several shot to sabotage the plot of Team Magma and Team Aqua, and single-handedly smashed Team Magma, and successfully captured the enthusiastic citizens of Bene and Flame. As a member of Hoenn region, Tengshu immediately reacted when he heard the name Haoyan. Enthusiastic citizen. Haoyan laughed dumbly, but nodded. Ah, brother Haoyan is so famous in the Hoenn region. Blue asked repeatedly. That's right, this Mr. Haoyan is amazing. In our Hoenn region, he is a big celebrity. Tengshu said with a smile, and by the way, gave Blue a little bit about Haoyan's deed. It stands to reason that Tengshu has already greeted Haoyan, and it is Chuck's turn. But Chuck, there was no movement at all. So steady breathing, steady footstep. There is a feeling of motionlessness. Shoulders and footsteps, seemingly random swings, actually have a sense of rhythm. It feels like there is a monster living in his body, which is extremely aggressive. This person is definitely a fighting expert. As a fighting maniac, Chuck could feel the powerful pressure on Haoyan the most. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the fun, and experts watch the doorway. Just by Haoyan's simple actions, it can be judged that Haoyan is a powerful warrior. This should be the well-known Mr. Chuck. My name is Haoyan. Please give me some advice. Haoyan chuckled and stretched out his hand toward Chuck. It's so strong, he can actually hold his breath in an instant. I'm not as good as him in terms of controlling breath. In the heart of the fighting maniac, Chuck, a little lost, but soon, it was adjusted. He stretched out his hand and shook Haoyan, and said, hello, Mr. Haoyan, I'm Chuck. Blue had special training with me some time ago, and he often mentions you. Originally, I just thought that you were a powerful trainer. I didn't expect you to be a good fighter too. Chuck's words surprised everyone present. Their master, in the face of a junior, actually used the word you. This is something that has never happened before. Hehe, Mr. Chuck is overrated. I just know a little bit about the fur. Haoyan smiled, and there were 2 master fighters. For a while, I felt a little ticklish, so I took a nunchaku neck to it for training and danced a few times. It was this casual dance that Tengshu understood a little. Why Chuck called you that word just now. Haoyan's casual dance has the beauty of fighting. That's right, it beauty. Generally speaking, fighting is described as superb skills and great power. It is very abrupt to describe it as beautiful, but when it is used on Haoyan, it does not violate harmony at all. This boy is not ordinary. Chapter 161. The battle between fighting masters. According to the structure of the human body, the elbows and knees are the most aggressive places, so using these parts as an attack can cause great lethality. It's the same when applied to Pokemon. Most fighting-type Pokemon are actually very similar in body structure to human. The two have a lot in common. In the process of training, properly adjusting the power point of the skills can greatly improve the fluency of the move. Haoyan talked eloquently, and Chuck nodded frequently, inserting a few words from time to time, hitting the nail on the head. Both of them are masters of fighting, and everyone has their own fighting-type Pokemon, so naturally they have a lot of common topic. Tengshu and Blue were silent cultivators by the side. Brawly, your posture is wrong. The focus should be on your weight. Use the strength of your waist and abdomen to swing your arm. This is the unity of waist and horse. In the chat with Haoyan, Chuck saw the mistake of Brawly's actions and stepped forward to teach him. And Blue, you too. This move is slashing. When you shoot, you have to be steady and precise. You can't relax. You have to concentrate. After speaking, Chuck demonstrated it himself once, dismounting and slumping, waving his dirty arms towards the stake. With a bang, the stake shook violently. You have to understand this skill yourself before you can teach it to your Pokemon. If even you guys don't know much, your Pokemon won't understand. Yes, Brawly and Blue both stunned and answered loudly. Haoyan looked at the stake that was hit by Chuck just now, and was shaking constantly. ugly. Mr. Haoyan, can you come too? Chuck invited. It's ugly. Haoyan nodded, then walked to a stake in the gym. He drank lowly, then jumped up quickly, using the joints on the knees to slam into the stake. Everyone just felt a gust of wind blowing, barely able to see Haoyan's movement. Then, a snap. The stake cracked. Everyone was silent. I'm sorry, I didn't hold back my strength, and I kicked the wooden stake apart. Haoyan apologized and picked up the cracked wooden block. This is a special wooden stake made of coconut fruit tree. Tang Shu was shocked. Coconut fruit trees, which are notoriously hard, are the most suitable for making stake. However, he was actually kicked off by Haoyan. His master, Chuck, could only make the stake shake, but Haoyan kicked it off. He finally understood why his master, Chuck, used your honorific title for Haoyan. Hey Tilda. Chuck sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Haoyan was very strong, but he didn't expect that with just one kick, he could actually split the stake into two. Eyes full of shock. What a terrifying force this is. Chuck stepped forward to check the stake. The fracture was neat and clean, and there wasn't a single sliver of it, just like using an axe and a giant slack. Mr. Haoyan, it's really amazing. Chuck admired Haoyan. Chuck asked himself, he could barely do it. Before making a move, be sure to concentrate on focus energy and adjust your state. I want to be as simple and casual as Haoyan. No, Mr. Chuck is overrated. It's just a little trick. Haoyan waved his hand. This kind of wood stake is usually not used. Even though coconut palm trees are hard, they are nothing but wood. No amount of wood is as hard as stone. Therefore, the targets generally used for training are made of super heavy stone. This is a little more durable. I didn't expect to see such a powerful trainer on this trip to Hoenn. Mr. Haoyan, why don't we use Pokemon for 2 moves? Chuck invited Haoyan. Then practice your hand. Of course Haoyan wouldn't refuse. He came to see Dewford Town just to have a fight with Chuck and to exchange his experiences. It is good. Chuck was instantly overjoyed that he was able to play with the master trick to improve yourself. Johto region doesn't have many strong fighting champions, and Chuck is usually a bit lonely. How could he miss this precious opportunity when he was able to meet a trainer whose fighting strength was stronger than him? Brawly, you come to be the referee. Blue, watch by your side. Study hard and watch carefully. Chuck commanded. Yes. Tang Shu hurriedly removed the training equipment and made room for Haoyan and Chuck to fight. This is the first time that leader has become a referee, but more than that, he was full of expectation, looking forward to how strong the Pokemon really is. The person who let his master call you with respect. Chapter 162. Playing sandbag can also be called a battle. Come out. Poliwrath. Chuck released his Pokemon. Poliwrath is Chuck's strongest Pokemon, bar none. Automatically, relevant data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Poliwrath. Attribute, water. Fighting, level 69. Characteristic, water storage. When the Pokemon is attacked by the water type skill, it will not take damage, and it can absorb energy from the opponent's attack to recover its stamina. Introduction. The muscles trained by swimming are strong, and the frontal punch can even crush huge rocks. As Chuck's disciple, Brawly didn't expect his teacher to be so serious and use the strongest Pokemon, Poliwrath, as soon as he came up. But Chuck didn't think there was anything wrong with it. From Haoyan's conversation, his move, and even his walking posture, it all proves that he is a powerful fighting master. A fighting master. The fighting Pokemon cultivated. Will the strength be poor? Respect your opponent as to respect yourself. Poliwrath has a level of 69. This is already the peak of elite combat power, and it is one step away from being a champion. Curator Chuck, really amazing. Haoyan acclaimed in his heart. Elite Bruno of Kanto is Chuck's eldest disciple. The second-ranked Tang Shu is the director of the Hoenn region. The youngest is Blue, who will also be in charge of Viridian Gym in the future. And over time, the trio's achievements will get higher and higher. How could the master be so bad if he could train such a disciple? Just like Curator Adam of Hoenn region Sutopolis City, the disciple trained has reached the height of champion. Such a person, how could his own strength be weak? Xiao, come out. Facing Chuck. Poliwrath. Haoyan put away the usual smile on the corner of his mouth. Having been through many battles, Chuck. Poliwrath has a strong sense of oppression. Lucario's sharp eyes stared at Poliwrath. The two Pokemon are full of fighting spirit against each other. Blue, who was watching from the side, sighed in his heart. Brother Haoyan's Lucario is too strong. It's only been half a year that I haven't seen it, and the momentum revealed is completely true to Master's Poliwrath. I said before that I wanted to challenge Brother Haoyan, but it seems that I'm still a long way off. Tang Shu, who was presiding over the game, said loudly, the game begins. At the beginning of the game, Chuck did not choose to attack. Poliwrath, who is average in all ability, cannot keep up with Lucario, who is good at attacking in terms of speed. A rash attack will put you at a disadvantage. Xiao, get close to each other and use bullet punch. Haoyan can communicate quickly through the connection of aura's power. Lucario took a step forward, and his body shot out quickly. Fizz, with a burst of wind-breaking sound. What a fast speed. Chuck's eyes narrowed and he immediately gave the order. Poliwrath, use protect. When Poliwrath Poliwrath heard this, the energy in his body continued to burst outward. A protective shield was formed in front of him, and at the same time, two big hands wearing gloves blocked his face and made a blocking gesture. Poliwrath's defense is very successful, and Lucario's moves will have a short pause of tenths of a second. Master, will not miss this opportunity. Immediately shout. Poliwrath, use Hell Roll. Poliwrath reached out, trying to catch Lucario. Hell Roll is to throw the opponent together with oneself to the ground and continuously roll to attack. While attacking the opponent, it will also take some damage to itself, but once you can get stuck on the opponent and deal damage, put your opponent under your body. Take advantage of the fact that after the opponent is attacked, it is too late to defend or not in time, and then continue to make move. To put it bluntly, the Hell Roll is a starting move. Once caught, it will be subjected to a stormy attack. Shao, follow the trend and use extreme speed to rush into Poliwrath's arms, and then take close combat. Haoyan know Chuck's intention. When the intention is foresight, the whole body is full of flaws. Lucario shouted loudly, and after using extreme speed, the speed got a huge bonus, and his body quickly lashed out. Although Chuck didn't know Haoyan's tactical command, he saw that Lucario didn't dodge, but instead moved towards Poliwrath. A flash of trouble flashed in his heart. The steel-type Lucario has attribute, but is restrained by the fighting type. If you get caught, you will definitely suffer huge damage. As a martial arts master, Haoyan would not be clear about this. Such a bully must have other ideas. Sure enough, because of the speed and inertia, Poliwrath failed to grasp the distance, and the two big hands failed to catch Lucario. Lucario jumped into his arms in a flash. Poliwrath opened his chest, and Lucario, little bird, leaned on his arm. It's just that what followed was not the love and concubine, but the violent punches and kick. Bang bang bang. In a series of hand-to-hand clap, Lucario's fist slammed mercilessly into Poliwrath's stomach. Oz kicked down, tripped Poliwrath, and threw him out with a bato. Extreme speed and close combat are skills that Lucario has just learned. In terms of proficiency, it is not as proficient as other skills. Poliwrath is Chuck's strongest Pokemon. As long as you give him a little time, he will definitely react quickly. In rank, Poliwrath is 13 ranks ahead of Lucario. Without attribute restraint, it is difficult to solve Poliwrath easily. Too much greed can put Lucario in danger. Hearing this, Lucario immediately closed his leg. A nice sweeping leg swept over Poliwrath's ankle. The ankle was hit, causing Poliwrath to let out a pained growl. Then the whole body could no longer remain stable, and the body leaned to the side. But just as Poliwrath was about to touch the ground, he unexpectedly stabilized. Lucario grabbed Poliwrath's shoulder blades and threw him into the air. Poor Poliwrath, like a shot put, was thrown away. Shao, connect to the aura sphere. To Poliwrath, who was thrown into the air, it was when the empty door opened. How could Haoyan miss it? Hearing this, Lucario shook his hand, and the power of aura in his body quickly condensed in his hand, throwing it toward Poliwrath, who was knocked into the air. Poliwrath let out a pained cry and fell completely off the field. After doing all this, Lucario gasped and returned to Haoyan's side. Bang! Poliwrath slammed on the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Tang Shu, who was the referee, and Blue, who was watching the game, were all stupid. Just 10 seconds. Lucario used skills, bullet punch, extreme speed, close combat, kick down, bar shot, and aura sphere. The connection between the skills is smooth and abnormal, and there is no pause for a moment. Unexpectedly, their master, Chuck, used the strongest Pokemon, Poliwrath. With only one move, he was caught, and then he was attacked one after another. Where is this battle? Poliwrath, it's just a sandbag used by Lucario to practice. Chapter 163. The master is the teacher, so you are my teacher. Continuously attacking. Although Poliwrath was thrown out of the battlefield, he did not fall down due to the loss of stamina. After all, Poliwrath has reached the peak of elite. In addition, Haoyan just planned to have a fight with the opponent, and did not let Lucario use Thunder Punch, a skill with outstanding effect. Poliwrath, shaking his head, walked slowly to Chuck's side. Poliwrath's endurance is strong, coupled with excellent dual defense property. It can be said that among the fighting Pokemon, the Pokemon with the best defense ability. Haoyan looked at Poliwrath, who stood up weighing a little, and his evaluation of Chuck was a little higher in his heart. But as everyone knows, Chuck's heart is turning upside down at the moment. Quick, accurate, ruthless, perfect combo, natural skill, continuous quick combos of skills. In this process, there is no possibility of any block. First, use extreme speed to deceive yourself, not only to avoid Poliwrath's attack, but also to take advantage of the situation and use close combat when Poliwrath is not prepared. An attack Poliwrath will subconsciously make defensive movements, so it is difficult to care about the center of gravity under his feet. Using the kick while the center of gravity is unstable, it is logical to use the bar toss. Go out. Finally, use Aura Sphere to recruit. The connection between each skill, the accuracy of move, and the grasp of power can only be described as perfect. This is simply the essence of fighting. This is the Tao of fighting. Chuck looked at Haoyan's young, handsome face in disbelief. He is known as the king of the fighting world, but his Poliwrath couldn't make such perfect, jerky any combos at all. Chuck took Poliwrath back to the baby ball and strode to Haoyan. The tiger body bent, bowed respectfully to Haoyan, and said, Mr. Haoyan's skills have opened my eye. Mr. Haoyan, can you teach me how to achieve the gorgeous and effective combo skills just now? Chuck looked at least 50 years old, not an old man, but in terms of age, it must be Haoyan's elder. It is inappropriate for an elder to bow to a junior. Haoyan quickly put his hands on Chuck's shoulders, trying to pull him up, but Chuck was already determined. He bent down and couldn't stand up, repeating the words just now. Mr. Haoyan, please teach me. Next to Tang Shu and Blue, a look of disbelief. Their teacher is bowing to Haoyan. Besides, do you want Haoyan to teach him? Facing Chuck, who didn't want to get up, Haoyan felt helpless and could only say, it's just a little trick. If Mr. Chuck wants to learn, then I'll be a teacher. Chuck raised his head sharply, excitement written all over his face. Chuck threw a frillish punch towards Tang Shu, but Tang Shu even took a few steps back, but he couldn't control his step, and fell to the ground with a bang. This punch from Chuck used the dark energy that Haoyan taught him. The punch that looks like frillish actually contains powerful destructive power. Just learning, Chuck couldn't control his strength. Tang Shu, who fell to the ground, only felt that the hands he blocked just now felt numb. Teacher Haoyan, I just made a move, right? Chuck didn't look at Tang Shu who fell, but looked at Haoyan with hope. Chinese martial arts is extensive and profound, and Haoyan taught him a secret trick, which was enough to shock Chuck. Haoyan's fight is different from Chuck. His fighting is a combination of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Chinese Tai Chi Tuina, ancient Thai elbow strike, and actual combat MMA skill, formed a very personal fighting skill. This is also the reason why Lucario, who has been carefully trained, can use his skills quickly. This world is the Pokemon world, and most people focus their energy on Pokemon, so the culture of fighting has not been developed. Even if he is known as the big player in the fighting world, Chuck only understands it relatively shallowly. By the way, you are a little lacking when it comes to exertion, but I just started practicing, and it's already pretty good. Haoyan commented. Okay, thank you, Mr. Haoyan. I'll practice harder. Chuck clenched his fist at Haoyan. That, Mr. Chuck, Haoyan said helplessly. Teacher Haoyan, please be. Chuck immediately stood still, as if a disciple was listening to the teaching. That, can you stop calling me Teacher Haoyan? Just call me Haoyan. You call me teacher. It feels weird. Haoyan said. Chuck calls him teacher. So Tangshu and Blue, including Bruno who has never met, have to call him Shigong. No, Teacher Haoyan, don't think I'm too old to make your teacher feel inappropriate. The master is the teacher, regardless of age. It's a matter of course to take a highly skilled person as a teacher. Besides, you taught me so generously, I called you teacher, as it should be, Chuck said with a serious expression. Okay, then you practice. Chuck said so, and Haoyan didn't have much to say. Yes, Mr. Haoyan. Chuck looked at the fallen Tangshu, eager to try, and shouted to him, Tangshu, stand up. Like a man, let's keep practicing. Fanatical fighting maniac. This title is not called for nothing. Chuck overturned Tangshu again and again, but Tangshu was Chuck's apprentice after all, and Chuck didn't use much force, just knocking Brawley to the ground again and again, although it doesn't hurt, but it hurt. This is typically not very hurtful and extremely insulting. Brawley rubbed his slumped ass, and waved his hands to pause. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Chuck, who was practicing happily. As a curator, how can you slack off? After that, it's time to start catching Brawley. Cultivation is no problem, but Tangshu doesn't want to be a human-shaped ape, being thrown to and fro. He glanced at Haoyan who was sitting next to him, turned his head, and immediately said, Teacher, I still have work to do. What the matter? Master Haoyan, you this time, you should be trying to get the 5th badge, right? Tangshu looked at Haoyan for help. Well, that's right, Haoyan replied. Mr. Haoyan, with your level, you haven't obtained all the badges of the Hoenn region. Chuck was a little surprised when he heard this. No, I only have 4 now. Chapter 164. I think it may not last 3 rounds. The Fighting Exchange Conference is humming as scheduled. Dewford Town Gym was packed full of people who came to attend. All kinds of media also got together. Even the Fighting Exchange Conference, in order to show solemnity, also invited the host Vivian to host the conference. The Fighting Exchange Conference is very simple. In fact, it is a bit like a lecture. Chuck was invited to share his understanding of fighting. At the same time, share the cultivation of fighting Pokemon. 2 hours later, the Fighting Exchange Conference ended, but the audience at the scene did not leave. Instead, everyone waited with anticipation, because later, there will be a battle they are looking forward to. That is, the battle between the legendary trainer Haoyan and Dewford Town Gym leader Tangshu. It is for this reason that the original Fighting Exchange Conference was relatively small. The reason for the influx of so many people. Haoyan can be said to be the hottest trainer in the entire Hoenn region recently. In a short period of time, the plans of 3 evil organizations were cracked in a row. In addition, he defeated the main battle Pokemon of Roxanne, Asha, Winona, and Norman in a row. Obtained 4 badges with extremely high gold content. Ordinary ordinary people are curious about him. Therefore, they came from various cities and gathered in Dewford Town. Come watch him take on Dewford Jim. Chuck, who came all the way from Johto region, was invited to be a special guest and to do commentary work. Together with the host Vivian, they explained the battle between Haoyan and Teng Shu. I believe what Mr. Chuck shared just now will benefit everyone a lot. Here we thank Mr. Chuck again. In addition to thanking him for his selfless sharing, I also thank him for his tireless effort to serve as the commentator for this battle. There was a burst of applause at the scene. Chuck has a very high status in the fighting world, and has cultivated an elite-level disciple Bruno, as well as a curator Teng Shu. Teng Shu is still relatively young, but as he grows older, he should be able to reach the level of elite. There are quite a few trainers who come for Chuck, hope to get his advice. Chuck sat on the podium, waved to the audience, and smiled at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Chuck. Mr. Chuck, Director Teng Shu, as your disciple, must be familiar with you. Let me introduce to you another training Haoyan in this battle, Vivian said with a smile. I don't need a host. I already met Mr. Haoyan 2 days ago, and, in the past 2 days, I have been communicating and learning with Mr. Haoyan. Don't look at Mr. Haoyan's youth. He is a master of fighting. In many ways, I'm not as good as Mr. Haoyan, Chuck said sincerely. At Haoyan's strong request, Chuck was forbidden to call him teacher in front of outsiders. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. If someone knew that Chuck called him a teacher, all kinds of media will definitely flock to it. Then, don't think about being quiet. Mr. Haoyan, is he a fighting master? You still have such a high evaluation of Mr. Haoyan, which is really unexpected. Indeed, as Vivian said, Haoyan's impression has always been a handsome young man. How could it have anything to do with vulgar fighting? Then look at this battle. Which side do you think will win? Kishika blinked and asked a question. Who will win? Of course it was Haoyan. His polyrath all lost. Will Teng Shu win? But will Chuck directly say that Teng Shu will lose? Won't. After all, Teng Shu was his apprentice. In the home court of his apprentice, he directly said that his apprentice would lose. Then Teng Shu is shameless. There are so many factors that determine the game, it's hard to say who will win. Well, Mr. Haoyan has a bigger chance of winning. Chuck could only play Tai Chi politely. Vivian obviously didn't intend to let Chuck go just like that, and continued to ask, Mr. Chuck, when Haoyan challenged the rest of the gym leaders, he beat the opponent with a huge lead. That includes Norman Leader, who is extremely combative. Could it be that Haoyan only has some advantages? Chuck, who is not good at words, doesn't know how to answer at all. Seeing the start of the game, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, the game is about to start. Let's watch the game together. As Chuck said, in the game, Haoyan and Teng Shu have entered the field, and Vivian is no longer entangled, focusing on both sides of the battle. The two sides each use 3 Pokemon. The challenger Brawly. In the battle, the Pokemon cannot be changed in the middle of the battle, but the challenger Haoyan can change it at any time. After confirming that there were no problems on both sides, the referee waved the flag. The battle begins. Come out, Breloom. Teng Shu was the first to release his Pokemon. Come out, Little Dragon. Haoyan also released his Pokemon. Pooh. As soon as the gray-black Charizard came out, he suddenly let out a belligerent roar. A wild roar echoed throughout the gym. Seeing the 2 Pokemon on the field, Chuck shook his head and whispered, Teng Shu's Breloom can't last 5 rounds at most. Vivian on the side heard Chuck's word, and said jokingly, I think it may not last 3 rounds. Chapter 165. In his head, there is a high-speed computer. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Breloom. Attribute Grass. Fighting. Level 43. Characteristic 4. When using a touch-type move to attack a Pokemon with this characteristic, there is a chance to be paralyzed, poisoned or sleepy. Introduction. Breloom is shaped like a kangaroo and spread poisonous spores, which will make opponents who inhale the spores suffer a punch. When Teng Shu saw Haoyan's Charizard, he felt bitter. The flying department is the most restrained fighting department. Fighting-type Pokemon, except for very few, are not good at long-range attack. The flying-type Pokemon has an advantage in the air. In terms of skills, it also restrains the fighting system. As for winning, Teng Shu didn't think about it. Even Chuck's main force, Poliwrath, was knocked out by Lucario. How could he possibly have a chance? Only, I don't want to lose so thoroughly. I still have a chance. As long as I am surprised, then I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Teng Shu was a little excited. Breloom, according to our previous plan, let's make a move. Teng Shu shouted at Breloom. Before fighting Haoyan, Teng Shu had already made a plan. Therefore, no specific moves were called out. Battle Hat. Breloom closed his eyes, as if feeling something silently, then quickly opened. The original round eyes suddenly sharpened. Barry, whose tail was originally green, turned a little yellow. With a violent flick, Barry spread out, and flew towards Charizard from an unfamiliar angle. Look at Barry, who was rushing towards Charizard. Haoyan wasn't in a hurry, although he didn't know what trick Teng Shu asked Breloom to do, but it can be guessed through action. A glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. Teng Shu's comprehension ability is good. This set of combos combos is very creative and has a good idea. The moves are also very fast, and they should have been practiced in advance. But unfortunately, I have already guessed it. When the intention is foresight, the whole body is full of flaws. Xiaolong, use Flare Blitz, Haoyan said softly. Roar, roar. Charizard roared, and the flames of his tail turned red gold. The flames swept all over the body. In an instant, it covered the whole body. It used to be Charizard, but now he's turned into a completely flaming dragon. From the air, it aimed at Breloom and fell straight down. Flare Blitz, in the damage judgment of the Alliance, has a powerful skill of up to 120 points. While inflicting damage to the enemy, you will also receive a certain percentage of damage yourself. In the process of falling straight down, the yellow berry emitted by Breloom, as soon as it touched Charizard, flame snapped and exploded, and the yellow powder that covered it was scorched to ashes under the flames of Charizard's exterior. Boom! Charizard fell directly on Breloom's body like a meteorite. Fire type. For fighting and grass type Breloom, the effect is outstanding. With a powerful skill like Flare Blitz, you can instantly kill with one move. Haoyan challenged Duford gym leader Tengshu. The first round victory. Seeing Breloom lying on the ground with his eyes circling, the referee waved the flag and announced the result of the game. The whole place was silent. The viewers who came to watch had a high probability that Haoyan would win. After all, Charizard completely suppresses Breloom in terms of attribute. This leaves Breloom basically no room to play. But they never expected that Tengshu's Breloom was killed so quickly. Roar, roar. Charizard's light injuries were caused by the recoil force that he had just hit the ground. However, full of wildness, he didn't care at all, and was roaring wantonly. Vivian, who was sitting in the lecture booth, joked that Tengshu might not be able to withstand 3 rounds before the battle. But in 1 round, Breloom was already down. Unexpectedly, she was really a prophecy. While lamenting the power of Charizard, Vivian was also a little puzzled and asked Chuck, Mr. Chuck, why did Haoyan let Charizard use Flare Blitz this skill? It's completely possible to use flying skills that are less powerful but have the same effect, like wing attack or air slash. True, as Vivian said, Breloom is fighting in grass 4 times weaker to fly. Wing attack and air slash, because of the quadruple bonus effect, will not cause less damage than Flare Blitz just now. Flare Blitz, which can be completely unused and will cause damage to yourself. Some of the more powerful trainers on the scene also thought of this question. Like Vivian, I don't understand. Chuck didn't answer, but instead asked, Miss Vivian, do you know what skill Tengshu asked Breloom to use just now? Vivian pondered for a while, but didn't hear any specific instructions from Tengshu just now, only heard Tengshu vaguely say something. Combined with Breloom's actions just now, he thought for a while and guessed, looking at Breloom's appearance, it should be a seed bomb, or a bullet seed. Chuck shook his head and replied, wrong. Tengshu's Breloom used 3 skills just now, but it doesn't have the 2 skills you mentioned. Chuck's words immediately caught everyone's attention, and they all listened carefully. Chuck didn't hesitate, and said, the first skill is the Eye of the Heart, in order to aim at Charizard flying in the air, to ensure the hit rate of the neck skill. The second skill is Mushroom Spores, but instead of attacking Charizard directly, the Mushroom Spores cover Breloom's tail. Third, using Iron Tail, throw berry with Mushroom Spores towards Charizard. The purpose of this is to make these berry with Mushroom Spores explode beside Charizard. If Charizard comes into contact with Mushroom Spores, it goes to sleep. After falling asleep, Charizard will naturally fall to the ground. Then Breloom has a chance to attack. After Chuck's explanation, Vivian was a little enlightened. It turns out that if you use wing attack, or air slash, even if those berry are knocked out, the mushroom spores covering the berry's surface will be scattered in the air. Charizard will be affected as well. That's why Haoyan asked Charizard to use Flare Blitz, who was on fire, to cover his body with flames to counteract the effects of mushroom spores. At the same time, it can do damage to Breloom. Chuck nodded and said seriously, that's right. Okay, it's amazing to be able to see through the opponent's plan in such a short period of time. Also, I figured out what to do in an instant. Haoyan, how did he do it? Vivian said with a sigh. Chuck said solemnly, maybe Haoyan has a high-speed computer in his head. Chapter 166. Try to avoid the fight without close combat. Of course, Haoyan's head wouldn't contain a computer. The reason why he was able to guess Breloom's actions so quickly, that because Breloom, this Pokemon, is so unique. Physical attack ability, very strong. Among grass-type Pokemon, physical attack rank 4th, and the 2nd and 3rd place, there is only a negligible gap. The speed is not too slow, and the rest of the attributes are also decent. But it's not all his attributes that can improve Breloom's Pokemon. It is the skill of Mushroom Spores. Basically, all trainers who use Breloom will attack around Mushroom Spores. Mushroom Spores, this skill is very strong. As long as it is touched, it can be forced to sleep, much better than Psychic's Hypnosis. However, it has no effect on grass-type Pokemon and Pokemon with dust-proof property. However, this does not hinder the strength of this skill, and the Pokemon that can learn this skill. There are only 4 kinds of Pokemon. Tengshu, it is impossible not to use this skill. Therefore, Therefore, even without language, Haoyan could roughly guess what Tengshu was thinking. Looking outside the opposing battlefield, Tengshu was somewhat lost. Haoyan, as the master, encouraged him. Tengshu, your performance just now was very good. The connection between the three skills is very smooth, and it is also very creative, which made people unexpected. With the affirmation of Shanai's master, Tengshu's loss was swept away, and he quickly bowed his head and thank you, master. Haoyan waved his hand and said to him, adjust your state first, and then start the second round. Yes. Tengshu stood straight and replied, then adjust your breathing and slowly lift your spirits up. Haoyan didn't urge him and let him adjust. After a while, Tengshu adjusted his state and nodded towards the referee. The referee understood, waved the flag and said, Haoyan challenges due for Jim. The second round, the battle begins. Come out, my Toxicroak. Tengshu threw out his second Pokemon. Automatically, the data automatically appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Toxicroak. Attribute Fighting Poison. Level 43. Characteristic Poison Hand. When a Pokemon with this characteristic uses a touch type move, there is a chance to poison the opponent. Remark, the poisonous hand characteristic do not conflict with the additional effects of the move. Close black lens bracket. Introduction. Toxic secreted from the spikes of the fist. Even just a scrape can be deadly. Toxicroak. Haoyan frowned slightly. Toxicroak is Croagunk's evolution body, a combination of poison and fighting. In the entire Pokemon world, only he is unique. Although Toxicroak has a unique combination of properties, not many people use it. Because of the shape of the Toxicroak, it is not pleasing. It looks like a standing frog in blue, with a red poison sac on the lower jaw that is bigger than the head. This red poison sac, which contained a lot of venom, gushed out with Toxicroak breath. In addition to the poison sac, there are poison glands in the limbs, which can poison the opponent when it hits the opponent. The body was still slimy and seemed to be covered in a layer of mucus. Because of Toxicroak characteristic, most human trainers avoid close combat with him when fighting him. One is that the body is slippery and full of mucus, and the other is that it is easy to fall into a state of poisoning because of contact. Xiaolong used Flare Blitz just now and has a few scars on his body. Toxicroak's poison can penetrate through these tiny scars, so it's not suitable for continued fighting. Although Xiao is a steel type and is not afraid of poison, the sticky mucus on Toxicroak body is also quite disgusting. It's too much trouble to clean up when it gained back. If you can fight without close combat, try to avoid it. Haoyan quickly ruled out the three Pokemon. Among them are Charizard, Lucario, and Gardevoir. Gardevoir's Psychic and Toxicroak, which is used for fighting and poisoning, are the most suitable. Toxicroak is 4 times weaker Psychic, but Haoyan didn't even think about sending Gardevoir on the field, because in his subconscious, how can Gardevoir's beautiful, clean and tidy body be infected with these disgusting poisons? Shall see, I'll leave this round to you. Haoyan took out a gravity ball from his waist and threw it towards the opponent. After a burst of red light, a huge figure appeared on the battlefield. Proud, 12 meters tall beast, Tyranitar. As soon as he left the baby ball, he suddenly made a huge roar. The fierce and powerful aura shocked everyone. Many spectators who came to watch the battle, most of them learned through Kana Daily that Haoyan has a Tyranitar with an exaggerated height and weight. However, most people feel that the report of the Kana Daily is exaggerated. After all, the 12-meter Tyranitar is incredible, but really when they saw the real thing, they no longer doubted. Vivian in the lecture hall was terrified. In order to facilitate the explanation seat is designed in a position relatively close to the battlefield. In other words, the horror of Tyranitar can be experienced the most. Chapter 167 Tengshu. Is this a spike game? As soon as Tyranitar came out, his huge body almost took up half of the battle. What the matter? Tengshu's face was full of bitterness. The state of being finally adjusted just now. His mentality collapsed immediately. Toxicroak was as tiny as a bug in front of Tyranitar. Shall see, use Earthquake, Haoyan said lightly. Tyranitar jumped into action immediately, stomping the ground with his feet. The energy in the body immediately spread everywhere. On the ground of the battlefield, cracks began to appear. Countless rubble flew. The entire Dewford gym seemed to be shaking because of Tyranitar's foot. Audiences standing or sitting can clearly feel the shaking around them. And Toxicroak in the battlefield is even more obvious. The crack full of energy engulfed him at once. The effect is outstanding. Fight. In the whole gym, there was silence. Tyranitar with a huge height. The pressure is really terrifying. Until Haoyan recovered Tyranitar with the gravity ball. Inside Dewford gym, that's where the sound comes from. My god. Tyranitar, which is 12 meters tall, is really real. It terrifying. When the Tyranitar was present, I was careful to breathe. Me too. Haoyan is really amazing. He contains such a terrifying Tyranitar. What a great trainer. The spectators, who had recovered, whispered as discussion. The referee waved the flag and announced the result. Haoyan challenges Dewford gym. Second round victory. This is the rhetoric of the referee system, and every challenger who challenges Jim says so. But at this moment, the word challenge to Tangshu's ears felt like mocking him. Is there a challenger like Haoyan? Breloom, fight. Toxicroak, fight. Shouldn't he be killed in the third round as well? After a while, Tangshu took the initiative to say to the referee, the third round, let's start. Right now, he just wants to end the battle quickly. The first to dispatch his third Pokemon. Automatically, the data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Hariyama. Attribute fighting. Level 44. Characteristic thick fat Pokemon with this trait. When attacked by ice or fire type move, take half the damage. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket. A hypertrophic body is full of muscle mass. If you push the force all over your body, your muscles will become as hard as a rock. Hariyama. Hoenregin's typical fighting type Pokemon. This time, Haoyan released Gardevoir to fight. I'll leave it to you, Xiaolu. Shanaido. Gardevoir stood in front of Haoyan beautifully, looking at her opponent Hariyama. Seeing that Haoyan released Gardevoir, who restrained Hariyama, Tangshu had some hope instead. Because Haoyan finally released a normal Pokemon. The Charizard at the beginning was shiny, a distinctive, domineering gray-black Charizard. Tyranitar in the second round, not to mention, has a body size of 12 meters, like an ancient beast. On the contrary, seeing the ordinary Gardevoir made Tangshu feel normal. However, does Tangshu have a chance? No chance. When the referee announced the start, Haoyan had already asked Gardevoir to make a move. Xiaolu, mental interference. Gardevoir's hand, a mass of confusion that looked transparent but can be seen with the naked eye. The air around him began to rippling. Hariyama, who was slow, didn't have time to react, was hit by Gardevoir's attack. The effect is outstanding. Fight. The referee on the side waved the flag and said, Haoyan challenged Duford Jim and won in the third round. Competition is over. Following the referee's word, the audience burst into warm applause. Facing a leader's main Pokemon, Haoyan, the challenger, killed 3 of Gym Leader's Pokemon. This can be said to be the most exaggerated gym challenge in the entire Hoenn region. In addition, you can also see the powerful and special Pokemon of Haoyan. The audience was hooked. The atmosphere in the gym reached a climax as Tangshu awarded Haoyan a martial art badge. Haoyan held the badge in his hand and listened to the applause around him, feeling a little emotional. He still clearly remembered when he got his first badge. Lucario did his best, and with the right time and place, to barely tie Roxanne's Golem. With his continuous practice, he earns money by doing tasks in the wild and improves the level of Pokemon. Unconsciously, he and his Pokemon also began to become stronger. Although against Tangshu, he had the advantage in terms of attribute, only to achieve the effect of instant kill. But even if you can't kill it in seconds, you can easily win. Haoyan's future is promising. Chapter 168 Misty. Haoyan, come here. 3 days have passed since Haoyan last killed Tangshu in the gym challenge. For the past 3 days, Chuck, Tangshu, and Blue have been holding Haoyan away. He has been begging Haoyan to take them to training. Inside Duford Gym. Yes, I have to go down a little further, and the more it hurts, the more I have to hold back. This will increase your flexibility and balance. Hold back the pain, and try to get your hands to your heels. At this time, Haoyan was pressing Chuck's waist hard, and came to helping hand to practice his lower back. Chuck is a little fat, and it is not easy for him to lower his weight. He was sweating profusely, and his hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. Beside Chuck, Poliwrath was doing the same thing as his master. Tangshu, with his Hariyama. Blue, with his Machamp, practicing the lower back hard. This is a project that Haoyan specially made for them to practice. Poliwrath, Hariyama, including Machamp, they all have one characteristic in common. That is, the upper body is bigger than the lower body. Big means heavy. The weight of the upper limbs is greater than that of the lower limbs, so it is easy to lose balance when moving. It's actually quite understandable. Take, for example, Ms. Kang, a well-known movie star from Blue Star. She, because of the giant talent, is often unbalanced when walking and falls easily. Old master, how long do you have to hold on? The fighting maniac Chuck said to Haoyan in sweat. This practice is for men. Of course, the longer the better. Haoyan pressed hard again and said, the waist is very important for men. Practicing the lower back can improve suppleness, flexibility, and balance. Like your Poliwrath, all 3 of his, if stronger. It won't be that easy, being kicked down by Lucario and losing focus. If he doesn't lose his focus, there will be no follow-up move. Good teacher, I will try my best to persevere. When Chuck spoke, the sweat from his body backed into his mouth, and the salty sweat replenished the electrolytes lost through sweating, forming a perfect cycle. The rest of Tangshu and Blue were also decent, always carrying their own Pokemon, gritted their teeth and insisted. Chuck, Tangshu, and Blue, the longer they have been in contact with Haoyan, the more they respect him. Haoyan, who was teaching the 3 people, suddenly heard the phone in his pocket and the ringtone rang. The caller was Leader Misty from Kanto Region Cerulean City. Haoyan took a few steps away and answered the phone. Hello, Misty. Although the two have only met once, but the frequency of phone calls is not low on weekdays. Usually Misty called, mostly to chat about some problems about training. This time is the same. Hello Haoyan. I went to Unova region some time ago and captured a Buizel. After hard training, evolution became a Floatzel, but I'm not very familiar with Floatzel. I don't know what skills should be prioritized for him. Haoyan thought for a while and replied, Floatzel is a very powerful Pokemon. His physical attack is better than his attack. And I remember Misty, your Pokemon are all good at special attack, so you can consider moving Floatzel to specialize in physical attack. In terms of skills, you can choose Brick Break from the fighting type, Facade from the normal type, and Rock Tomb from the rock type, all of which are pretty good. Haoyan, what you said made sense. Although the two were just on the phone, Misty's voice made her feel very happy. Hey, by the way, my original stupid Psyduck has also successfully evolved into a Golduck. In order to supplement his striking surface, I specially bought the Brick Break Ill machine, but I don't know why. Golduck has always been bad at learning this skill. I do not know how it is. Haoyan replied, it may be because of Golduck. His palm is webbed, which is different from other Pokemon. So, at the point of force, it may be slightly inclined. Misty, who was on the other end of the phone, tilted his head to think for a moment, and said, after what you said, it seems that it is really like that. However, I'm not very good at fighting, so I can't teach Golduck. If you're in the Kanto region, that's fine. Having said this, Misty said to Haoyan on the other end of the phone in a tone of begging, can I ask you to come to Kanto region and teach me the skills of Golduck and Floatzel Brick Break? By the way, we also have a battle. I just happened to show you the results of my practice during this period. Go to Kanto. Haoyan hesitated. Now he has won 5 Hoenn region badges. Registration for the Slateport City Curator's pick has been completed. Then just wait 2 months to participate. For the past 2 months, nothing has happened. It's not impossible to promise Misty. If you train in another place, you might have a new insight. Hearing Haoyan's movement, Misty on the other end of the phone said in a charmed voice, Haoyan, come here Tilda. Haoyan glanced at Blue who was training. If you go to Kanto, you can stop by Professional Oak. It would be nice to meet a few friends. Then he said to Misty on the other end of the phone, okay, then I'll go to Kanto. Misty on the other end of the phone could hear her excitement without looking at her appearance, but only by her voice. Then let's make a promise. I'll be waiting for you at Cerulean City. Okay. Chapter 169 The Birth of Mewtwo. Kanto region. Inside a secret research institute. Many workers in research uniforms are busy around a machine. In front of them, there is a white container. The container is full of nutrient solution. In the nutrient solution, there is a curled up Pokemon. All kinds of tubes were inserted into his body. This Pokemon looked completely different from the existing Pokemon. The image resembles a humanoid and a cat, with a silver white body, purple eyes, tail and abdomen. The extracorporeal nerve bundles extending from the center of the back extend straight to the back of the neck. Finger made of 3 balls. Body composition. This Pokemon is Mewtwo. Reports Serrano Professor. Vital signs have begun to appear. A researcher reported, looking at the data on the meter. Okay, start loading the attribute test template and test the specific data of the target body. Serrano Professor nodded and said, yes. The researcher took the order and took his subordinates to quickly and continuously operate the machine on the instrument. Serrano Professor is the 3-ace professional of Team Rocket, highly regarded by Team Rocket's leader Giovanni. Following the researcher's operation, Mewtwo, who was curled up in the glass container, kept shaking. Although he didn't open his eyes, but from the look of his trembling body, you could see he was distressed. However, the researcher's operation did not last long. After a while, he took a report and handed it to Serrano Professional. Serrano Professor quickly checked the report. He glanced hurriedly, and suddenly his face was full of excitement. He turned around quickly and looked at the LED screen behind him. On the LED screen, there is a man with a big back, with a sturdy stature and sharp eyes. You can tell at a glance that he has been in the top position for a long time. A person with great power in the palm of his hand. The majesty of the superior is undoubtedly reflected in him. This person is the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni. Serrano Professor reported indifferently, boss, the experimental body's attribute values have come out. Compare all the Pokemon I can find, whether in terms of speed, attack, defense, endurance, etc. He is the strongest. According to our estimation of the potential of the experimental body, it will be no less than the legendary beast after it grows. Giovanni, who received such an evaluation, did not feel excited. He shook a glass of red wine in his hand, shook it gently, and said cherishly, continue. Serrano Professor put down the attribute report in his hand and said, the lack of information caused by Blaine's betrayal of the organization has been made up through our effort. But after our inspection, we found out that Blaine was deceiving you all the time. He said there was a way to control this subject, but there was no practical way at all. So, even now our progress has reached 99.99% and did not make the last step. Giovanni on the LED screen, without any expression, made people unable to see his joy and anger, and said slowly, so, what is your suggestion? Serrano Professor knows Giovanni Giovanni's character. Although it looked like nothing is wrong now, in fact his heart is full of anger. My suggestion is to complete the last step and activate the experimental body. If Barry experiences resistance, then we will try to conquer it, and if it doesn't work, then we will abandon the project. This project, whether in terms of capital or human and material resources, has invested quite a lot. A lot of energy is put into it, and if there is no effective output, I think it is a loss. Instead of choosing the Mewtwo plan, it's better to try the less expensive Three Saints plan. Giovanni pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, just do as you say. Yes, Serrano Professor replied and turned to command his subordinate. Injecting mental stock solution activates the neurons and glial cells of the experimental subject and saturates the two regions of the lateral subventricular layer and the hippocampal dentate gyrus of the experimental subject. With the continuous instructions of Serrano Professor, the researcher began to press various buttons. The tube inserted into Mewtwo's body began to deliver various unknown liquids into Mewtwo's body. Mewtwo, who was curled up in the glass container, trembled violently, is suffering great pain. As Mewtwo's pain intensified, a small crack appeared in the glass container. With a snap, the glass container exploded towards the surrounding. A powerful momentum came out spontaneously. Mewtwo opened his eyes. The originally triangular eyes became manic because of the pain. As if to relieve the pain in his head, he waved his hand vigorously. The researchers surrounding him were thrown straight away, fell on various instruments. No, the experimental subject started to run wild. Enable the arrest plan. Serrano Professor waved at the people around him. Immediately, many Team Rocket's members walked out from all over the laboratory. These Team Rocket's members are accompanied by a Pokemon. Each of these Pokemon has reached level 45. These Pokemon, all grinning, looked at Mewtwo with a bad expression, just like their trainer. Mewtwo, you can feel each other's thoughts without words. At this time, he only felt that the people around him were full of malice. The killing factor hidden in Mewtwo's body suddenly filled the whole body. With a wave of his hand, a huge spoon appeared in his hand, hit the ground hard knock. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Come on, arrest him! Serrano Professor shouted loudly, and the surrounding Team Rocket's members commanded their Pokemon to attack one by one. Mewtwo, who was in a manic state, vigorously waved the spoon made with mental power in his hand and greeted him. Chapter 170 Blaine Who Betrayed Team Rocket. After deciding to go to Kanto region, Haoyan did not delay, and set off the next day. After Haoyan left, Chuck also returned to Johto region. Blue learned that Haoyan was going to Kanto, so he followed Haoyan without saying a word and went back together. At this time, Haoyan was on a passenger ship bound for the Kanto region by the Express. Standing on the bow, watching the passenger ship continue to ride the wind and wave, his brows were slightly tight, and there was a hint of worry between his brows. Blue held the handle tightly, blowing the fierce sea breeze. The express passenger ship, unlike a cruise ship, is not stable, and there are quite a few bumps along the way. If you don't hold it steady, it's not easy to even stand firm. Looking at Haoyan's hands behind his back, his feet were like a nail, stabbing on the deck. Blue's admiration for Haoyan is growing. Blue asked Haoyan, who frowned curiously, Master, what are you thinking? Haoyan shook his head, slightly stretched his brows, and said, nothing. As Haoyan set foot on the passenger ship and headed for Kanto, he always had a strange premonition in his heart. On the bright side, it just feels like going to Kanto, to meet Misty, to visit Professional Oak. In fact, Haoyan's sixth sense told him that this trip to Kanto may not be too simple. The sea breeze in mid-October was blowing, and when Blue was still growing, he was not wrong. I can't stand the sea breeze like this. He wanted to enter the cabin for a rest, but was stopped by Haoyan. Haoyan pointed to an island in front of him that he could see vaguely, and asked him, Blue, is the island in front of you the Seafoam Island? Blue squinted his eyes and replied, that's right, Master, that's the Seafoam Island. There used to be a gym there, but it was abandoned later. Haoyan's eyes closely followed the island, and a mechanical gentle girl appeared in his mind not long after. Really? System, here comes the mission. Mission objective: protect and heal Blaine, who is besieged by Team Rocket. Task reward, 5,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. My feeling is right. This trip to Kanto is not easy. Haoyan quickly took out the baby ball and let Charizard out. Quickly turn over. Master, who are you? Blue didn't know why. Blue, talk to Professional Oak later. Let him pay attention to safety again and again. I have something to go. Haoyan didn't have time to explain. He said a word and patted Charizard. Charizard understood and immediately spread his wings on the deck and left the passenger ship. Although Blue didn't know where Haoyan was going or what he was going to do, but after getting along these days, I know that Haoyan will never be a targetless person. He arranged it this way, and he definitely had his intention. Not daring to delay, I hurried back to the cabin and called Professional Oak. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. Haoyan is riding the Charizard to the Seafoam Islands quickly. Also on the Seafoam Island, Blaine is struggling. Blaine, I really admire your courage to betray our Team Team Rocket. Since you dare to betray, you must be ready to die. A superior squad leader in a Team Rocket's uniform with 7 or 8 players behind him put Blaine in the middle. If I were given another choice, I would never join Team Rocket. Of course, it's useless to say that now. The sins I committed can only be borne by me. Come out, Rapidash. Arcanine. Weakly, Blaine pulled out the baby ball from his waist with his left hand and released his 2 Pokemon. HMPH. I think I'm a gym leader, and I'm very powerful. The squad leader also took out his baby ball and released his Pokemon. The rest of the Team Rocket's members also released their own Pokemon. The lead squad leader uses a level 42 Gengar. The rest of the Team Rockets used Arbok, Raticate, and Sandslash. The Pokemon of these team members have reached level 35, between approximately 37 levels. The leader has said that the data that Blaine destroyed has been restored. He's useless, so don't keep it. Let go together. After the squad leader finished speaking, he immediately commanded his Gengar, use Nightshade. The rest of the Team Rocket players commanded their own Pokemon to make move. Members of Team Rocket, adhering to the fine tradition of Team Rocket, in battle, hit people first, then Pokemon. Gengar's Nightshade, attacking Blaine directly. Blaine's Arcanine, who faithfully stood in front of Blaine, took the blow for him. However, there was still a slight energy fluctuation that hit Blaine. Blaine only felt a splitting headache, covered her head with difficulty, and shouted at Rapidash. Rapidash used Flamethrower to fight back. The flames on Rapidash's back became hot. With one mouth, a flame of flames spewed towards Gengar. Gengar was wounded by Rapidash's Flamethrower for failing to dodge in time. However, from where Rapidash stood, a Sandslash emerged. Sandslash used the claws in his hand to swipe toward Rapidash's soft belly. In a hurry, Arcanine rammed Sandslash, helping Rapidash save the fatal blow. Blaine's Rapidash and Arcanine are both level 48. However, it did not open too much gap with the Pokemon on the Team Rocket side. Moreover, on the Team Rocket side, the number is obviously much larger. Arcanine though blocked Sandslash's attack, but other Raticate and Arbok attack followed. The downturn on Blaine's side had been formed from the very beginning. Chapter 171 Solve the Team Rocket. The task has not been completed. The team members that Team Rockets attacked Blaine were much stronger than Homeregen's Team Magma and Team Aqua in terms of cooperation and ruthless mean. Raticate deadly incisor gnawed on Arcanine's body. Taking this opportunity, Rapidash spewed flames out of his mouth, knocking Raticate back. Arcanine was already scarred by this time, though. Rapidash isn't much better either. Team Rocket planned to prioritize hitting people work. They didn't care about anything else, and every time they commanded the Pokemon to make a move, they aimed at Blaine. The loyal Rapidash and Arcanine can only help their masters fight hard. Blaine was sweating profusely. Although under the protection of Arcanine and Rapidash, he was not attacked by Team Rocket, but he was weak, so much so that he didn't have any extra energy to command Rapidash and Arcanine after the battle started. Blaine's right arm, the muscles are squirming, ups and downs are disgusting. It looks like there is something that doesn't belong to his body and wants to break out of it. Before I pay my sins, I can't die. Rapidash, please leave. Blaine has been struggling to control, rolling over and riding on Rapidash with difficulty. After that, he passed out. The flaming horse wanted to flee as Blaine instructed. It's a pity that Team Rockets didn't give him a chance at all. Brothers, hurry up. Don't let Blaine run away. The Team Rocket squad leader shouted, quickly surrounding Gengar in the direction Rapidash was backing away from. Once again resorted to Nightshade. Raticate opened his mouth, revealing the sharp teeth in his mouth, and attacked. Arbok Snake Tail, hissing, stretched out the fangs in its mouth. Sandslash, with the claws in his hand, dived into the ground and waited for an opportunity. In another round of fire, Blaine's 2 Pokemon are basically about to fall. At this moment, a rapid gray-black figure flew in the air. Howyon rode Charizard and came. Charizard quickly dived towards the lead team leader of Team Rocket. While diving, he opened his mouth, and a scorching, obviously red-gold flame attacked the squad leader. The team leader of Team Rockets was startled, and he didn't have time to react when a flame suddenly came. In a hurry, his Gengar floated over and blocked the blow for him. Gengar has been fighting continuously for a long time, and his physical strength has reached the upper limit. After this blow, he fell directly to the ground. Just as the squad leader thought he had escaped this blow, when I just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, a boy jumped off Charizard, and the boy took advantage of the height difference and raised his hand to punch. It smashed directly on the front door of the Team Rocket squad leader. With Howyan's shot, it was a signal. 3 red light flashed, and 3 Pokemon appeared on the ground. Luca. As soon as Lucario landed, he stomped on the ground and rushed towards the surrounding Raticate first, raising his fist and smashing it. Shanaido. Gardevoir stood still, but attacked faster than Lucario. Putting his hands on his chest, layers of air ripples suddenly appeared around him, rapidly invading Arbok brain. Proud. Tyranitar's huge figure stood directly in front of Blaine. Using Dig, Sandslash, who wanted to rush out from the ground, was directly blocked by Tyranitar's huge body. body. Tyranitar's thick tail knocked hard, causing Sandslash, who was hiding in the ground, to stun. The battle situation changed completely in the moment after Haoyan landed. The team members of the Team Rockets surrounding them looked at the Pokemon that was swept down in front of them in disbelief. There was also the squad leader who was struggling with blood on the ground trying to get up. Years of experience with Team Rocket tell them, if you don't run, it is estimated that it will be more fortunate and less fortunate. Suddenly, several team members fled in different directions around them in tacit understanding. Want to run. There was a trace of coldness in Haoyan's eyes, and he said in a low voice, Xiaolong, Xiao, solve them. Lucario took the lead, throwing an aura sphere at the back of a Team Rocket player, then took a step and stepped out. Immediately, he chased the other person out. Charizard's movements were also fast, flapping his wings and flying off the ground. A mouth as a flame with a clear red gold. The flames hit one of the Team Rocket's members with precision. After being hit, the team members of Team Rockets immediately turned into a burning man. He then continued to flap his wing toward the rest of the Team Rocket, poking out the claws in his hand. When Lucario and Charizard returned to Haoyan, the surrounding Team Rockets had all been dealt with. The team leader, whose face was covered in blood by Haoyan's punch, wiped the blood on his face, stood up with difficulty, and looked at the mess in front of him. This made him a little unacceptable. I also know that this time I want to live. Difficult. The team leader, covered in blood and unable to escape, pointed at Haoyan and said, who are you? Why are you fighting against our Team Rocket? What's the price to be the enemy of our Team Rocket? You know, Team Rockets have a strong presence in the Kanto region. When they usually do evil, even if they are discovered, they will not give up easily. The strength of Team Rockets is too strong. Ordinary people don't dare to mess with it at all. Therefore, the team leader tried to identify himself, and wanted to make Haoyan feel scared, so he didn't dare to attack him. I know your Team Rocket, and I know the consequences of offending your Team Rocket. So, you can't say, "Fick you, Team Rocket, no one will know." After Haoyan finished speaking, he gave Charizard a look. From Charizard's throat, an obvious red gold flame spewed out, and the squad leader burned up. After doing all this, Haoyan looked at Blaine, who was weak and fainted. The surrounding Team Rockets have all been resolved, but in his mind, the gentle female voice of the machine has not yet appeared. In other words, the task is not yet completed. Chapter 172 Mission finally completed. Looking at Blaine, who had fallen unconscious and whose life and death were unknown, Haoyan knew where the difficulty of this mission was. According to Haoyan's observation, how many points are rewarded by the system related to the difficulty of the task? Those Team Rockets just now, with Haoyan's current strength, can be solved in minutes. It doesn't deserve the system's 5,000 bonus points at all. So the real difficulty should be to save this fainted Blaine. Looking at Rapidash and Arcanine, who stood in front of Blaine, despite the scars, but still had to be loyal to him, Haoyan said softly, I'm here to save him and won't hurt him. Haoyan's ruthless performance just now made Rapidash and Arcanine not dare to let Haoyan approach. Haoyan was helpless and could only point to Blaine, who had fallen unconscious, and said, your trainer, I believe you all know what's going on now. If he can't get timely treatment, it is very likely that he will die here. Rapidash and Arcanine, feeling that Haoyan has no malice, I also know what Haoyan said is true, gently moved to the side to make room for Haoyan to look at Blaine. Haoyan crouched down and looked at the right arm that Blaine had been covering with his left hand. Blaine's right arm seemed to have something squirming inside, and there seems to be something festering in his arm. He touched Blaine's forehead. It was hot. It is estimated that the cause of the right hand, the body is in a state of inflammation and temporary shock. It's a little troublesome. Haoyan knew a little about medicine. After all, he had to know some knowledge about first aid when he was working outside for a long time. It can come in handy at critical time. But Blaine's right hand was no ordinary bruise at all. His right hand, the reason it is now, is because he had a small piece of Mewtwo skin transplanted on his right hand. This is happening now, entirely because Mewtwo has awakened. The Mewtwo skin transplanted on Blaine also awakened. Blaine's body was repelling that little piece of Mewtwo skin. You have to find a professional doctor to cut off Mewtwo skin that doesn't belong to his body. Otherwise, that little piece of Mewtwo skin will continue to eat away at his body. Sooner or later, Blaine will die under cannibalism. But Seafoam Islands is a remote tourist island. There is no professional doctor at all. Thinking of this, Haoyan quickly took a map from his backpack. View the location of the Kanto region. As shown on the map, the Seafoam Islands are only about 150 nautical miles from Pallet Town. It's the closest town to the Seafoam Island. I remember Professor Oak's granddaughter, Nanami, who was a doctor. She should be capable of surgery. At present, there is no other way but to go to Pallet Town and find Nanami's helping hand. Thinking of this, Haoyan quickly put away the map, took out an adrenaline from his backpack, and hit Blaine on the body. Then quickly put away the rest of the Pokemon, and fastened Blaine to himself with a rope. Then quickly mounted Charizard, looked in the direction, and set off immediately. While flying, I called Nanami on the phone. Please prepare her her in advance. In Pallet Town, Nanami didn't dare to neglect after receiving the call from Haoyan, and immediately got busy. The Oak Research Institute can be said to be the highest level research institute in the entire Pokemon world. There are various facilities inside. There are several professional sterile operating rooms. Just as Nanami was preparing the instruments for the operation, a gray-black figure appeared above the sky of Pallet Town. The speed of flight is very fast, almost reaching the limit of the speed of sound. Xiaolong, hold on, there are still 10 kilometers to the place. Haoyan patted Charizard on the neck and encouraged him to increase Charizard flight speed. Haoyan specifically asked Charizard to use the Dragon Dance 4 times to increase the speed. Dragon Dance, only a short-term buff skill, cannot be maintained for a long time. Flying at the limit of the speed of sound is a huge drain for Charizard. However, he usually flew with a heavy load, and he exercised an amazing will. Keep gritting your teeth. Bang! The gray-black Charizard fell to the Oak Institute. Suddenly, a gray-black Charizard appeared, startling the people around him. Xiaolong, take a rest first. Haoyan jumped off Charizard's body. Without bothering to say hello, he untied the rope and put Blaine on the stretcher. The patient's pulse is now between 33 and 43 beats per minute, said Nanami, who came to greet him. According to my initial observations, his body developed an inflammatory state. The body temperature is around 39 degrees Celsius. It belongs to the state of the body's immune overreaction. It's very likely that the cause of the immune overreaction was a small patch of skin on his right hand. It is recommended to amputate the skin that caused the mutation. When Nanami heard it, she quickly said, "Okay, I understand. The rest, leave it to me." After that, he and a few staff members pushed a stretcher and entered the operating room. It wasn't until Blaine was pushed into the operating room that a gentle mechanical female voice sounded in Haoyan's mind. Mission finally completed. Chapter 173, Gardevoir Mega Evolution. After Nanami's treatment, Blaine's fate was saved. However, he was in a coma all the time because his body function was severely damaged. After a day off at the Oak Institute, Haoyan spoke to Professor Oak and others. Left the Oak Institute. Go to Plateau to the northwest of N. There is an undisturbed mountain. After completing the task, Haoyan also received reward point. Time to prepare for Gardevoir's Mega Evolution. Riding Charizard. I came to this mountain about 15 kilometers away from Pallet Town. Released all the Pokemon. On this hill, a clearing has been sorted out. Haoyan said to Gardevoir gently, Xiaolu, you first enter Calm Mind and adjust your state. After you have adjusted it, we will carry out Mega Evolution. In the next Mega Evolution, don't be sloppy at all. Shanaido. Gardevoir knew what happened next. Obediently, she sat cross-legged on an open space that Haoyan had cleared, closed her eyes, and adjusted her state according to the Calm Mind technique Haoyan taught her. Mega Evolution, for Pokemon, is a big test. Gardevoir Haoyan's closest Pokemon. Haoyan does not allow any uncontrollable accident. Haoyan didn't rush. Taking advantage of this gap, he closed his eyes and exchanged for Gardevoir's exclusive Mega Stone. Shanaido. After a while, Gardevoir opened his eyes again. After adjusting her state, her face was radiant, and she looked at Haoyan with tenderness. Haoyan stepped forward and gently held Gardevoir's little hand. Are you ready? Shanaido. It was Gardevoir's slightly excited and expectant voice that responded to Haoyan. Xiaolu, promise me, if you can't stand it later, don't force it. Haoyan said with concern. Mega Stone is precious, but far less important than Gardevoir. During Lucario's first Mega Evolution, the mania nearly drove him out of his mind. He doesn't want Gardevoir. Because of Mega Evolution, something has changed. Shanaido. Gardevoir nodded seriously. Signal him not to worry. Remember, if you can't stand it later, don't force it. Haoyan, who has always been straightforward, had to repeat the explanation, holding Gardevoir's small hand tightly in his hand and not letting go. Shanaido. She squeezed Haoyan's big hand with her tender white hand, and then released it on her own initiative to respond to Haoyan. Xiaolu, you have to remember what I said. I can't take it anymore. Don't force it. Haoyan said again. Gardevoir rolled his eyes at Haoyan. She didn't feel that the words were too long, and she was full of joy. Moji Haoyan, who has always been nonsense, is such a mother-in-law only because of her. After confirming that there is no problem, Haoyan handed the Mega Stone he just exchanged to Gardevoir. He took the stone at Gardevoir, closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the energy emanating from the Mega Stone. Haoyan stared at Gardevoir intently, not missing a single detail. The palms are all sweaty, with Gardevoir's slow absorbed Mega Stone's energy. Beside Gardevoir, white stars appeared. Gradually, more and more white stars dotted around, wrapping Gardevoir in it. The white light representing evolution has finally appeared. Haoyan's hands were tightly clenched, and the joints were white due to the force. Finally, after the white light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon appeared in Haoyan's eyes. A pair of slender hands, like wearing a pair of white gloves. A long evening dress, like a princess attending a feast. A pair of slender and soft white calves floated on the ground. A beautiful moon as gentle as the moon is looking at Haoyan. If the previous Gardevoir was a girl, Gardevoir, who is super close to evolution, is a woman. It has both the delicate feeling of a girl and the charm of a mature woman. How do you feel? Haoyan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, grabbed Gardevoir's shoulders, and asked her, looking into her eyes. I'm fine. I feel fine. Mega Gardevoir's voice is as gentle as ever. What about your consciousness? Do you feel that something is controlling you? Haoyan continued to ask questions. The most worrying thing was that, like Lucario at that time, there was a manic consciousness that made him fall into the desire to attack. No, I feel a warm energy all over me. Gardevoir was still conscious, not caught in Lucario's situation. He still looked at Haoyan with tenderness as always. That good. Haoyan found that there was nothing abnormal, so he was relieved. Gardevoir, who has always been a bit shy, blushed, opened his arms actively, and hugged Haoyan gently. Haoyan's hand also gently wrapped around her waist. Xiaolu, you completed Mega Evolution. Very nice. In Haoyan's heart at this moment, he can finally let go of the big stone in his heart, forcefully hide her in his arms, as if rubbing her into his body. Gardevoir can feel human emotions the most. Haoyan's psychological changes, she is very clear, and holds Haoyan hard. He whispered back in his ear, well, that good. Chapter 174. No wings, but can fly in the sky. In front of Oak Institute. Blue, did you feel it? Red spoke to Blue in front of Professional Oak door. I feel it. Such a strong energy fluctuation. Such strong energy fluctuations should be caused by the Master's Gardevoir. Blue looked at the hill 15 kilometers away from Pallet Town and replied. Red, when reporting the progress of Pokédex collection to Professor Oak, overheard Professor Oak say that Haoyan came to Kanto region. When Red heard Haoyan came to Kanto region, he hurried back to Pallet Town. I want to meet Haoyan and ask him about fighting skills. Master, what do you mean? Red asked inexplicably. Master is brother Haoyan. He is my master. Blue said faintly proudly. When Red heard this, he was immediately surprised. What is the problem? With a smug look, Blue talked to Red again, and in the Hoenn region, he met Haoyan by chance. There is also the matter of holding a fighting exchange meeting. Hateful. You bastard. Blue, you actually attacked brother Haoyan behind my back. Red said in a disappointed manner when he saw Blue's smug look. Then he turned his head and responded to Blue. HMPH. No, I'm going to ask brother Haoyan to apprentice. For a talented and intelligent person like me, Haoyan might accept me as his apprentice. At that time, my seniority will be 1 level higher than yours. Blue, who was still a little proud at first, was a little anxious when he heard Red say this, and said quickly, you are still talented and smart. Forget it. Master will not accept you as an apprentice. Tilda. Red made a cut, looked at Blue, who was a little impatient, and seemed to have succeeded in his trick, and said, I don't know which one was last time. When I was in the Spirit Bone Pagoda, I was controlled by the people of Team Rocket. Brother Haoyan is also needed to save him. When Red said this, Blue's face, like his name, turned green. Seeing his old opponent shriveled, Red said excitedly, for a stupid person like you, brother Haoyan will be accepted. With my talent, there is absolutely no problem. At that time, I will be your elder. Tilda. Ha 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 ha. Tilda. Blue is a little arrogant, and he was always ashamed of being controlled in the Spirit Bone Pagoda last time. Just as he was about to respond to Red, a gray-black figure appeared in the distance. That was Haoyan's Charizard, carrying Haoyan on his way back to Pallet Town. Although Charizard was still some distance away from the position of the two, Red was already far away and could feel Charizard's rank. Putting away the joke on his face, he said solemnly, brother Haoyan's Charizard, so strong. Even if my Bulbasaur has evolved into an Ivysaur, I don't think it can resist Charizard's move. Brother Haoyan is getting stronger so fast. During this period of time, Blue had been in contact with Haoyan so much, and he was most able to appreciate the power of Haoyan, including Charizard, who also has one. But compared with Haoyan's gray-black Charizard, full of wildness and domineering, his Charizard, literally a younger brother. In the Oak Institute's ward, Haoyan looked at his right hand, and a large piece of skin had been cut off. Blaine, who was lying on the hospital bed, said to Nanami next to him, Naname, hasn't Blaine recovered yet? Originally, Haoyan wanted to find out about Mewtwo's situation after Blaine recovered. It's a pity that Blaine lay in bed for 3 days and didn't wake up. Nanami shook her head and said, actually, since the skin was removed, Blaine's body functions have gradually returned to normal. It's just that the damage he suffered before was too great, causing his brain to be in a state of self-protection. Waking up in a short period of time is unlikely. Haoyan nodded. Okay, let him rest first. Nanami was about to ask why Blaine was injured when the phone in Haoyan's pocket rang. Haoyan walked out of the ward and glanced at the call above. It was from Misty from Cerulean City. Hey, is that Haoyan? Misty's voice was a little eager. Yes, it's me, Haoyan replied. Where are you? Isn't it hurt? Misty's eager voice showed a clear sense of tension. Haoyan didn't know why, but he still replied, I'm fine. I'm in Pallet Town now, and I'm a guest at Professional Oak House. Did something happen? Over the phone the Misty confirmed that Haoyan was fine, visibly visibly relieved, and said, "You're fine." A monster appeared in Cerulean City, created a powerful twister, and attacked Cerulean City indiscriminately. The harbor in Cerulean City is all messed up, and many ships have sunk because of Twister's destruction. But you'll be fine. I'm also worried that the passenger ship you're on is in danger. Hearing this, Haoyan raised his brows. What does the monster you mentioned look like? Misty replied, I don't know exactly. I haven't seen it, but I heard people say that monster. He has no wings, but he can fly in the sky. Can you fly in the sky without wings? There are not many such Pokemon. Combined with what happened in Kanto region, Haoyan knew what the monster Misty was talking about at once. Chapter 175. Don't let Mewtwo fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Some Pokemon have no wings but can stay in the air for a short time. For example, Pokemon such as Gengar, Misdreavus, and Weezing are already floating on the ground. There is also the Psychic family. They have a light body and can use Psychic to suspend their body, like Lunatone, Solrock, Claydol, Bronzong. Among them, the most representative is Mew. Even without wings, it can easily fly in the air. However, although Mew is naughty, he will not take the initiative to attack human. Combined with Blaine's injury, this time, create Twister, the Pokemon that caused chaos in Cerulean City. It should be the biological weapon made by Team Rocket, Mewtwo. After Haoyan hung up the phone, he walked out of the ward. While thinking about it, I walked, and as soon as I walked into the hall of the Research Institute, I heard Red's surprised voice. Is this a Pokemon? He's amazing. Swinging the spoon in his hand, he can actually make such a large-scale twister. However, why did he attack Cerulean City's harbor? Hearing this, Haoyan immediately stepped up 2 steps and saw Red, Blue, Professor Oak and others, who were gathered in front of the TV, watching news report. On the TV, there is some blurry picture. In Twister, there is a silver-white figure with a huge spoon in his hand, hiding in the Twister. Use the speed of Twister to quickly cross the Cerulean City from the sea. Although the picture taken on the TV is a little blurry, Haoyan can recognize it at a glance. It's Mewtwo. He didn't mean to attack Cerulean City. He just wanted to use Twister speed to escape. Haoyan looked at the picture on the TV and said softly. Professor Oak, who was on the side, took a deep look at Haoyan and said to him, Haoyan, do you know this Pokemon? Professor Oak, you should know that too. Haoyan didn't answer, but asked rhetorically. Seeing Haoyan's question, Professor Oak simply stopped hiding, nodded and said, Blaine and I are classmates. We both graduated from Celadon City University before. He and I have different research directions for Pokemon. I'm working on collecting more Pokemon and sorting them, but Blaine, unlike me, went the other way. Looking back on the past, Professional Oak felt a little sigh. After slowing down, he continued, I know about him joining Team Rocket. He also once told me that he would create a powerful and different Pokemon. As his research continues to deepen, his research has paid off. But as the research goes deeper and deeper, gradually, he discovered that he had gone the wrong way. Several times along the way, he came to me to discuss research on Pokemon with me. At that time, he already wanted to give up this research. But some things, once started, just can't stop. The Pokemon that appeared on the TV just now should be Blaine's experiment. It is called Mew beyond the legendary Pokemon, Mewtwo. Haoyan nodded to show his understanding of Professor Oak's word. Haoyan, this Pokemon is called Mewtwo. In order to give Mewtwo powerful ability, I heard from Blaine that in the process of making him, he was mixed with tyrannical genes extracted from many powerful Pokemon. Although you have your helping hand, let Blaine escape the clutches of Team Rocket. But Team Rocket spends so much manpower and material resources, it's impossible to be like this easily let go of this Mewtwo. 1. Mewtwo was controlled by the guys from Team Rocket. Then, the entire Kanto region, and even the entire Pokemon world, will have no peace. So, I want you to please, don't let Mewtwo fall into the hands of Team Rocket. After Professor Oak finished speaking, he looked at Haoyan with hopeful eyes. In fact, without the need for Professor Oak to say, Haoyan would not let Mewtwo fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Haoyan didn't have any good feelings for Team Rocket. The way they treat Pokemon make Haoyan very upset. Think of Pokemon completely as a tool to rule the world. Mewtwo was created to fulfill their ambition to rule the world. If Mewtwo falls into the hands of Team Rocket, then with Mewtwo's strong potential, in the future, it will definitely not be weaker than the top divine beast. Once Team Rocket's masters such a powerful combat power as Mewtwo, the entire Pokemon world will not be able to live in peace. Professor Oak, don't worry, I won't let Team Rocket succeed. Haoyan nodded solemnly at Professor Oak. Prepare to release Charizard and head to Cerulean City. Haoyan, wait a moment. When Professor Oak got Haoyan's affirmative reply, he immediately walked to a safe next to him and pressed the password. After complicated unlocking, Professional Oak took out a special baby ball from the safe. He solemnly handed it to Haoyan and said, I want to prevent Mewtwo from falling into the hands of Team Rocket. The best way is to conquer Mewtwo. This special baby ball should be able to help you. Haoyan took this precious ball, and the relevant information was immediately transmitted to his mind. Chapter 176 Master Ball from Professor Oak. When Haoyan took took the baby ball from Professor Oak, automatically, the relevant data appeared in his mind. Master Ball. A baby ball that is sure to catch wild Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Remark. This ball is the best performance baby ball. Close black lens bracket. As we all know, want to conquer Pokemon. There are two ways. One of them is to beat them, and then use the baby ball to subdue them when they can't resist. Another way to conquer is to establish a good friendship with Pokemon. Pokemon and trainers choose each other. You can omit the battle step, and finally use the baby ball to conquer. Baby balls are the first step in creating bonds between Pokemon and trainers. 5 years ago, Kantoragen's Sever Company released a study that shocked the world. They want to develop a mega smart ball that can be directly captured without defeating Pokemon. The person in charge of leading the development once said that no matter what kind of Pokemon, or the so-called legendary beast, as long as you are absorbed by the red light of the mega smart ball, you can become the owner of the Pokemon. This also means that a 3-year-old child, as long as he has this kind of mega smart ball, encounters a magical beast, and once the ball goes down, he can become the owner of the magical beast. What a horrible invention this is. When the study was just released, it caused an uproar. Silver invested a lot of money, and it took 5 years to finally develop the first mega smart ball. It was named Master Ball. However, the time and cost to produce the Master Ball was staggering. In the end, Sifil terminated the project. This Master Ball was deposited with me by Blaine before. He said at the time that with this Master Ball, the rebellious Mewtwo might be subdued. I hope this baby ball will have a helping hand for you. Professional Oak said to Haoyan seriously. Well, I see. Haoyan put away the Master Ball and was ready to go. To be honest, Haoyan didn't like this kind of Master Ball forcibly subduing Pokemon. When he subdued Gardevoir, Charizard, and Tyranitar before, he exchanged his heart with each other. They volunteered to be their partners. I have never used combat to force a Pokemon. However, Haoyan is not a pedantic person. If it comes to a critical moment, he will use the Master Ball without hesitation, lest the unfortunate Mewtwo fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Just as Haoyan was about to leave, Red said, "Brother Haoyan, I want to go with you." The old rival Red spoke, and Blue immediately said, "Master, I want to be with you too." You. Haoyan frowned slightly and looked at Red and Blue. "I'm not as good as Brother Haoyan, you are so good, but my strength is also a superior trainer. Maybe I can't help me a lot in subduing Mewtwo, but I can still help a little when it comes to getting things done. So, Brother Haoyan, please take me with you." Red said aside. Blue was on the side, and seeing Red answered first, he answered without showing weakness, "Me too. Master, take me with you too." These days, Haoyan and Blue have more contact. While at Dewford Gym, Blue would often take his Machamp to practice with. Indeed, in terms of level, the progress is not bad. At least that Machamp was level 38, and as Blue's rival, Red should do well. If you want to follow, then come, but you have to be careful yourself. Whatever happens, remember to go and don't be impulsive. The situation is unknown. It is very likely that I will not be able to help you. After speaking, Haoyan patted Charizard, who was sitting down, and immediately flew in the direction of Cerulean City. Blue followed, unleashing his normal Charizard, mounted it, and got ready to go. It turns out that Red also climbed onto his Charizard and grabbed Blue's load. "Hey, what are you doing?" Blue turned his head, looked at Red, who was hugging him, and hurriedly scolded. Red looked indifferent and said, "I don't have a flying Pokemon. What's wrong with you taking me on a ride, Tilda? If you don't have a flying type Pokemon, then don't come along." Blue looked at Red, who had some intimate actions with him, and was a little angry. "Yeah, you really are. What's wrong with taking me on a ride? No matter how long you are, you won't be able to keep up with Brother Haoyan. Don't let Charizard fly." After a few ink marks, Red just wouldn't come down. Damn Tilda. Blue had no choice but to let Charizard take off. Originally, Red was just dragging Blue's clothes, but Charizard flew up. There was a huge wind pressure, and in order to hold on tight, Red didn't let himself fall. Had to change to hug. For the first time, two teenagers who fell in love and killed each other were so close. Chapter 177 Fishing for the Moon in the Water. Picking up Misty. Just as the citizens of Cerulean City were heading to the harbor to join the rescue, there was a team of 20 people who quickly passed through the urban area of Cerulean City and moved to the outskirts of the city. These people, uniformly wearing Team Rocket clothing, the 20 Team Rocket, in uniform, strutted through the center of Cerulean City. Many people recognized their Team Rocket's outfit. Every time Team Rockets shows up, nothing good happens, but no one dared to approach, or even made a sound to block it. Be bold, just wait for these Team Rocket to leave and call the Alliance's police. But even if you call the police, it doesn't help. Team Rocket, in Kanto region, are just so rampant. The person leading this group of Team Rockets is an old acquaintance of Haoyan. He is the Ninja Koga. At this time, he was checking with a tracker in his hand. This tracker is exactly what Team Rockets made to detect the location of Mewtwo, an instrument that can accurately determine the range of Mewtwo 300 meters. Koga, who looked at the instrument, noticed that the moving red dot heads up, and said to the two behind him, Sabrina, Lieutenant Surge, according to the display on the tracker, that monster is no longer moving. It is estimated that in the past few days, his physical strength and energy have been nearly exhausted due to the continuous attacks of our Team Rocket. Combining the current terrain, he should be hiding in a cave on the outskirts of Cerulean City. We have to speed up, take advantage of this monster, which is now in a weak state, and hand him over to the organization. The man with yellow hair and short hair behind Koga is Gym Leader LT Surge of Vermilion City, bewitched by Team Rocket. He also joins Team Rocket. Lieutenant Surge laughed and said, I see that monster. Where is it going? The organization killed and injured so many people in order to capture this monster. This time, our three cadres will take action, and we will definitely be able to take him down. Sabrina, who was behind the two, did not speak. Instead, he nodded silently. For some reason, in Sabrina's heart, she always felt that participating in this mission was not the right thing to do. There was a clear sense of insecurity in my heart. It stands to reason that this feeling should not be brought by the Mewtwo. He's been on the run for so long. There is no ability to fight anymore. Where does this strange feeling come from? Sabrina, a psychic, has very sensitive senses, but she didn't say it. Everyone, hurry up and follow. Ninja Koga waved his hand, motioning for the others to follow quickly. After a long period of tracking, Team Rockets and others have arrived outside the cave on the outskirts of Cerulean City. You guys, stay at the door and don't let anyone in. If anyone dares to break in, then do them directly. Understood. Koga gave a stern command to his teammate. Yes, a group of Team Rocket's members echoed loudly. Ninja Koga said to Sabrina and Lieutenant Surge, let go in. Lieutenant Surge and Sabrina followed in Koga's footsteps. At the same time, Haoyan, Blue, and Red have come to Cerulean City. Go straight to Cerulean Gym. Haoyan's gray-black Charizard landed at the door of Cerulean Gym. The wild and domineering Charizard immediately caught the attention of those around him. Hello, I'm looking for Misty, Haoyan said to the staff at the entrance of Cerulean Gym and immediately walked into the gym. Red and Blue followed immediately. Cerulean Gym, because it is a water-type gym. The construction inside is very different. On the battlefield, it was transformed into a huge pool. At this time, Misty, wearing a swimsuit, was playing with Goldeen in the water. Huyan, Misty, who was playing in the swimming pool, saw Haoyan from a distance and was a little surprised. But soon, she covered up this surprise. Pretend not to find Haoyan. Because Gym Leader is female, most of the staff of Cerulean Gym are mainly female. In an environment where Yin is prosperous and Yang is declining, suddenly walking into a handsome guy is quite conspicuous. But now Misty is a little angry with Haoyan. She clearly invited Haoyan to come to Kanto, but after Haoyan arrived in the Kanto region, he did not come to her for the first time. Instead, it took a step forward and visited Professional Oak first. Moreover, it was Misty who called Haoyan because he was worried, only to know that he has arrived at the Kanto region. It made Misty feel like he was being left out. Although Misty knew that he had no special relationship with Haoyan, they were just friends, and it was normal for Haoyan to visit Professor Oak first and then to see her again. But she was just a little unhappy. Haoyan saw that Misty had already recognized him, but he still pretended not to see him and smiled helplessly. He walked quickly to the edge of the pool, and rudely, he took Misty in his arms, said to her, Misty, I have something to come to you. He was suddenly embraced by Haoyan's strong arm. Misty's mind went blank. This is the second time. Chapter 178 Departure. Cerulean Cave. Haoyan knew that the time was urgent, but he still briefly explained what happened. After Misty heard it, she suddenly realized. It turned out that Haoyan did not neglect her, but something happened suddenly. Those little disappointments in my heart were immediately swept away. After returning to normal, Misty immediately asked, that Haoyan, how can I help you? Haoyan pondered for a while, and said quickly, I need you to do 3 things. First, use your influence in Cerulean City to find the person who saw Mewtwo that day. Ask them where Mewtwo is leaving. Second, ask the local people if they have found any signs of Team Rockets and where they are going. Third, give me a map of Cerulean City. Haoyan, who doesn't have the exact location of Mewtwo, is slightly passive compared to Team Rocket. Not too troublesome though. Haoyan's logic was clear, and he had already made a plan when he arrived from Pallet Town. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Misty knew the seriousness of the matter after Haoyan's explanation. Immediately arranged to a staff member next to him. Sister Takako, please give Haoyan a map of our Cerulean City. Okay. Takako, a staff member on the side, agreed and went to work immediately. Misty did not neglect, and quickly started to act to inquire about the new Cerulean Gym, because inside is a huge swimming pool. Many of Gym's interns, like Misty, are wearing swimsuits and training their own Pokemon. Yin yin yang yang yes, the flowers are white, and they are quite eye-catching. But Haoyan didn't have any extra thought to appreciate at this time. He was facing a map of Cerulean City, studying Mewtwo's foothold. Not long after, Misty had gotten the preliminary news and rushed back to Haoyan to report the information she had collected. Haoyan, I asked several people who were present at the time. They all said that the Mewtwo, after leaving Cerulean City, flew northwest of Cerulean City. And, earlier today, someone saw Team Rockets in Cerulean City, and they were also heading northwest of Cerulean City. Northwest, Haoyan murmured to himself, focusing on the map in his hand. Judging from what I saw on the TV at the time, it's very likely that Mewtwo was captured by Team Rockets before creating Twister to escape. Then it is very likely that he has been injured, even to a lesser extent. It stands to reason that he should be looking for a place to hide to restore his damaged stamina and energy. Combined with Misty's intelligence, northwest of Cerulean City, Haoyan quickly delineated a location on the map. Then, it is very likely that Mewtwo is hiding in Cerulean Cave not far from Cerulean City. Thinking of this, Haoyan rethought his thought. After confirmation, prepare to go. Haoyan, wait a minute, I'll go with you. I'm your like-minded partner. Also, as a Cerulean gym leader, I have been to Cerulean Cave several times, and I am relatively familiar with the terrain. Misty had changed out of her swimsuit and put on a coat. Okay, let's go then. Even as a young gym leader, Misty is stronger than the growing red and blue. Although Haoyan didn't count on them, there was not much to do. But if you can deal with the small soldiers of Team Rocket, it can be considered to complete the task. Afterward, Haoyan carried Misty, Blue carried Red, and headed towards Cerulean Cave. Chapter 179 Tyranitar Protect Doorway. Cerulean Cave is not far from Cerulean City, only 15 kilometers away. It's remote and there's nothing special about it, so there are not many people coming and going. In the distance, Haoyan, who was riding on Charizard, saw the figure of Team Rockets at the entrance of the cave. The few players left behind by Team Rockets immediately summoned their own Pokemon when they saw someone coming. He stared at Haoyan and the others with bad expression. Most of the Pokemon used by Team Rockets are Kanto region-specific Pokemon. Raticate, Arbok, Nidoking, Big Bird, Beedrill, Crobat. It can be seen that these Team Rocket players are some high-level players. The Pokemon they use are not low-level, probably between levels 38 to 40. And, from the baby balls pinned to their waist, it can be seen that each of them has 3 Pokemon with them. In terms of strength, it is no worse than the superior trainer. One of the yellow-haired Team Rocket players should be the highest-ranking team in this group of Team Rocket. Seeing Haoyan and others in the air, he immediately shouted loudly, "We Team Rockets are here to do business. Those who don't matter, get out of the way. Go away." Haoyan disapproved of these weak Team Rocket. Towards the entrance of the cave where Team Rockets is located, threw a baby ball. After the red light, Tyranitar, who is 12 meters tall, appeared in front of these Team Rocket. Little C, Iron Tail, class, growl change it tilde. A few readers told me that Tyranitar is this growl. Tyranitar exerted force on his weight, and his thick, long tail with rock bite swept around. Suddenly a large area was swept away, and those who were swept out were severely injured. A member of Team Rockets was directly pierced in the chest by the spikes on Tyranitar's tail because he did not dodge in time. On the spot, he fell. If it weren't for the fact that this was the entrance to the cave, worrying about Earthquake would cause the cave to change. Haoyan directly asked Tyranitar to use Earthquake, a large-scale killing skill. However, these Team Rockets players are indeed the superior players within Team Rocket. Seeing such a tall Tyranitar, although scared, but not some retreated out of fear. Although Tyranitar's attack is powerful, it only hits part of the Pokemon on the ground. Because of the pursuit of Mewtwo, many of the Pokemon brought by Team Rockets this time can fly. Roar, roar. Charizard landed steadily on the ground while carrying Haoyan and Misty. As soon as it landed, it was a mouth, and a flame with obvious red gold was sprayed towards a Beedrill. Charizard's move was quick, and Beedrill didn't have time to dodge, and the thin cicada's wings were immediately roasted. He fell to the ground, his eyes circled, and he lost his fighting power. Taking advantage of this gap, Blue also commanded his Charizard to land. With Tyranitar in charge, the Team Rockets didn't dare to attack. Haoyan released Lucario and Gardevoir at will. He said to Tyranitar, "Shao Si, I'll leave it to you here. Don't let the people from Team Rockets enter the cave." Class. Tyranitar responded with a domineering voice, a pair of sharp eyes staring at the surrounding Team Rocket. Haoyan turned his head and said to Blue and Red after they landed, "You and Tyranitar are guarding here. If anything happens, call me immediately." Blue and Red, knowing their own level, are not of an order of magnitude compared to Haoyan. Nodding consciously, together with Tyranitar, take on the task of goalkeeping. "Misty, you follow me into the cave," Haoyan said to Misty. "Okay." Misty nodded again and again. She originally thought that after this period of cultivation, her level had improved a lot, but seeing Haoyan's terrifying Tyranitar with a height of 12 meters, only then did she realize that her strength was much worse than that of Haoyan. "Okay, then let go." Haoyan took the lead and entered the cave. Basically, ignore it. The Team Rockets outside. As soon as Haoyan left, those Team Rockets members felt that they could do it again. After all, there are Pokemon under the command of a trainer, and Pokemon under the command of a trainer. manner. The combat power is very different. Moreover, in terms of numbers, their numbers have the absolute upper hand. They commanded their Pokemon to attack. It is true that Pokemon without the command of a trainer will have a lot less combat power, but the reason why Hao-Yan dared to let Tyranitar guard here is because he is not afraid at all. They're weak chicken Pokemon. Can they hurt Tyranitar? How is this possible? Tyranitar, as the main force, constantly waved his tail and swept away opponents who dared to approach. Blue and Red, although their Pokemon are not strong, they are still competent as raiders. Over time, the Team Rocket, who were guarding outside the cave, found they couldn't help Tyranitar at all. Tyranitar's rough skin and thick flesh, Raticate's sharp teeth, bit his rock armor and almost collapsed. Arbok wanted to inject venom into Tyranitar's body through the fangs in his mouth, but he couldn't even bite the surface of Tyranitar. Nidoking, don't even think about it. Only 1.4 meters. Nidoking dare to provoke Tyranitar, who is nearly 9 times taller than himself. He is crazy. Only the Pokemon that fly in the sky have a little benefit. Originally thought that Tyranitar was so big the reaction would be slower, but in fact it's not slow at all, and the one who dares to approach just opening his mouth is a trick Thunderfang. Seeing that the defeat was over, the yellow-haired Team Rockets who stayed at the door took out the contact device inside Team Rockets and called someone. Lance Lord, our capture of Mewtwo has been met with serious resistance. It is estimated that the 3 so-called 3 cadres are not the opponents of that person. Request your support. The yellow-haired Team Rockets are reporting the situation in a low voice. The person on the other end of the phone spoke with a hint of gloom, and said, "Okay, I see. I'll come right now. However, if you dare to escape, then you will." The yellow-haired Team Rockets member was sweating all over by this sentence. He quickly reported, "We will definitely stick to it and wait for your support." Chapter 180. Die. Just die. Mewtwo was holding a huge spoon that was conjured up with the psychic energy in his body. He stared at the 3 Koga chasing after him. His eyes were filled with hatred, disgust, and fear. That's right, just scared. He wasn't afraid to hang out with Koga. What he was afraid of was what Koga had in his hand. Koga at this time, holding a hand to track Mewtwo's instrument. The reason why this instrument can track Mewtwo is because a researcher from Team Rockets implanted a tracking chip in Mewtwo's body. This chip, in addition to capturing Mewtwo's position in real time, can also emit a radio wave that can stimulate Mewtwo, make Mewtwo feel the pain. So let me want to control Mewtwo in this way. Come on, hurry up and capture it, otherwise it will only add to the pain. Ninja Koga, holding an instrument in his hand, approached Mewtwo in the cave step by step. Mewtwo, whose eyes were shining with hatred, jumped violently as Koga approached, raising the huge spoon in his hand. Want to smash the instrument in Koga's hand. Ninja Koga has long been expected. The moment Mewtwo took off, the control button was pressed. Immediately, the chip in Mewtwo's body worked. Terrifying waves were emitted. In Mewtwo's brain, a tingling sensation developed deep into the bone marrow. Mewtwo, who was flying in the air, no longer had time to consider attacking, and suddenly fell straight to the ground with the tingling in his brain. The spoon, which was originally transformed with mental power, disappeared immediately. With both hands covering his head, he kept rolling on the ground. The pain caused him to let out a shrill growl. If you don't listen to it, you will be arrested, and you will be asking for trouble. Ninja Koga looked at Mewtwo, who was rolling on the ground, and smiled cruelly. It should have been this way. This monster is wasting so much of our time and energy. Lieutenant Surge looked impatient next to Koga. Okay, don't press it anymore. He can't stand it anymore. Sabrina, who was on the side, couldn't stand it any longer, and stepped forward to want the instrument and snatch Koga's hand. Koga snorted, stopping the button in his hand. Mewtwo, who was rolling on the ground, finally stopped slowly as the tingling sensation disappeared. He is now weak, and his body is full of sweat left after the pain. His body was already scarred from fighting Team Rocket Pokemon. These wounds, before they healed, were stained with sweat, which soaked the wounds with a layer of salt. This is all about rubbing salt on the wound. Lieutenant Surge and Koga, taking 2 steps forward, wanted to see what happened to Mewtwo after he fell to the ground. At this moment, the unyielding Mewtwo once again gathered a huge spoon in his hand and wanted to fight back. Wants to smash the instrument in Koga's hand. The ninja was born Koga and reacted quickly, flipping the switch on the instrument again when Mewtwo moved again. The chip in Mewtwo's body worked once again. The tingling sensation that penetrated deep into the bone marrow eroded his brain again. The attack that Mewtwo had just organized disappeared instantly. Because of the pain, he rolled on the ground and let out a shrill growl. Sabrina felt a pain in her heart as she looked at Mewtwo, who kept rolling on the ground in pain. As a psychic, she could clearly sense Mewtwo's pain. Enough, if it goes on like this, he will die. Sabrina rushed to Koga's side, trying to grab the instrument from Koga's hand. Koga staggered and Sabrina flinched. He said to Sabrina coldly, "Sabrina, don't forget who you are now. You are now a member of Team Rocket. The 3 of us are completing organizational tasks and capturing this monster. Now, this is not the time to let you sympathize with this this monster. Lieutenant Surge on the side, also standing beside Koga, scolded. That right, Sabrina. This monster, how powerful his destructive power is. It's not that you don't know. In case he runs away later, the arrest operation failed. Do you think the organization will let us go? Sabrina was silent, her face pale. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. He could only stand there dumbfounded. Compared to the tingling feeling deep into the bone marrow in the brain, Mewtwo's heart hurts even more. Koga and Lieutenant Surge, two monsters in one bite. This deeply hurt his proud heart. In fact, a long time ago, although Mewtwo was still trapped in the cold nutrition compartment, his body could not move, but his consciousness had already awakened. He could hear what the researchers at Team Rocket called him. The vocabulary of experimental body, replica body, monster, etc. made Mewtwo in a state of confusion. He didn't understand, since he was a scary, frightening monster. Then why do you want to make him? Why? He doesn't understand. He really doesn't understand. From the moment he gave birth to consciousness, all the humans around him were full of malice towards him. Use all means to make him submit, to make him suffer. Gradually, Mewtwo felt as if the tingling in his brain was less intense. Perhaps, if I die like this, it's pretty good too. Anyway, I'm just a monster. Dead, then die. Chapter 181. Haoyan arrives. Cerulean Cave, very deep. Inside, twisted and twisted. Haoyan is rushing inside with Misty. Just as the two quickly ran towards the depths of the cave, they heard a shrill growl. In growl, there is unwillingness, pain, sadness, and a bit of despair. Although Haoyan has never seen Mewtwo or heard of Mewtwo's growl, but after hearing this shrill sound, you can know who the source of the sound is. Haoyan's eyes were full of coldness, his teeth were clenched, and he squeezed out two words. Yes, Team Rocket. Now that he has heard the source of Mewtwo's voice and can accurately judge the defense, Misty no longer needs to lead the way. The feet were violently forced, and the body was like a bow and arrow that was off the string, and it rushed out at an accelerated rate. The three Pokemon who were in the same mind with Haoyan also burst out with amazing speed and kept up with Haoyan. With Mewtwo's miserable growl slowly lowering, Koga released the button. He glanced at Lieutenant Surge on the side. Lieutenant Surge understood and immediately released his three Pokemon, letting his Pokemon surround him. He took 2 steps towards the fallen Mewtwo. Some worried about Mewtwo, just like before, suddenly jumped up and attacked. Lieutenant Surge ordered his Pokemon, Magneton, use Thunder Shock on that monster. Magneton, with a flash of spark on his body, charged at Mewtwo. Lying on the ground, Mewtwo, who had no excess physical strength, could not avoid such an attack at all. And there is nothing more grief than death. Even if he still has physical strength, he is unwilling to move. The current passed through Mewtwo's body, causing Mewtwo's limbs to vibrate uncontrollably. Perhaps not feeling safe enough, Lieutenant Surge asked Magneton to use Thunder Shock again. After confirming that Mewtwo was no longer able to resist, he said to Koga, "Hey, that monster should have no resistance. Hurry up, grab him back, and hand him back to the organization." The ruthless ninja Koga nodded to Lieutenant Surge. "Okay." Lieutenant Surge took out a huge electric grid from his backpack and threw it towards Mewtwo. This grid is carefully researched by Team Rocket, which can wrap the grid of Pokemon. As long as the Pokemon is once netted, it is impossible to escape again. The more you struggle, the tighter the net becomes, and this net can also emit more current than Thunderbolt. The moment Lieutenant Surge threw this power grid, there was an angry shout from the cave. "Little dragon, use flamethrower." A flame with an obvious red-golden color sprang out of the cave. The flames hit that grid without a doubt. Rip tilde. After a burst of fire, the grid directly gave the flame burn up. Lieutenant Surge was attacked in a hurry and quickly retreated to Koga's side. The two of them looked at the person coming in the cave on alert. Haoyan, with 3 Pokemon, came here. "Xiaolu, pass me to Mewtwo's side." Haoyan ordered immediately after stopping Lieutenant Surge. Shoot tilde. Haoyan's figure appeared directly in front of Mewtwo and quickly hugged Mewtwo. Haoyan appeared in front of Mewtwo, and Lieutenant Surge and Koga responded quickly. "No need to think about it. Haoyan is here to sabotage their plan. Mewtwo is a key step for Team Rockets to conquer the world." Both Koga and Lieutenant Surge know that their plan to capture Mewtwo must not be sabotaged by Haoyan. Lieutenant Surge reacted the fastest, and he had already summoned all his Pokemon. Immediately command his Pokemon, Magneton, Manectric, Naughty Thunderbolt, use Thunderbolt. The 3 electricity-type Pokemon, with crackling sparks and 3 lightning bolts, quickly attacked in the direction of Haoyan and Mewtwo. Xiaolu, light green. Gardevoir's small hand on his chest immediately built a transparent wall in front of Haoyan and Mewtwo. This wall, when the 3 Thunderbolt passed by, weakened the power. Xiao, rush over and use Protect. Lucario was the fastest Pokemon to follow Haoyan, and flashed right in front of Haoyan. The energy in the body continuously spewed out, forming a white protective cover. Before the 3 sparks attacked, he stood in front of Haoyan. "Little dragon, fight back with flamethrower." Charizard with a slightly slower pace, his neck drank, and a burst of red-gold flames suddenly spewed out in the direction of Lieutenant lieutenant. Third, Ninja Koga moved in a timely manner, released his Tentacruel, and commanded Tentacruel, use the hydro pump to neutralize that flame. The two ruby light head on Tentacruel's head suddenly lit up. His many tentacles pointed, and suddenly sent out a water column full of water-type energy. Negate Charizard's attack. Haoyan, who picked up Mewtwo, took advantage of this gap and quickly retreated. When Haoyan saw the scarred and dying Mewtwo, there seemed to be a raging flame in his heart, burning constantly. Haoyan is always calm, and unhurried. Angry. Chapter 182. What's the matter with one enemy against you? Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Mewtwo. Attribute Psychic. Level 45. Characteristic Pressure. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is played, it can cause a huge pressure on the opponent, causing the opponent to use skills. The energy consumption will be doubled. Introduction. Mewtwo has a very high fighting ability. It was created for the purpose of fighting. It is a special type of Pokemon with an IQ that is not inferior to that of human. Mewtwo has a lot of potential. Very big. If there is a ranking in the legendary Pokemon, Mewtwo after Mega Evolution, his attributes are as strong as Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. Even without Mega Evolution, his ability is stronger than Hoenn region, the legendary ancient Pokemon, Kyogre and Groudon. Also, it is a Pokemon with two possible Mega Evolutions other than Charizard. However, the current Mewtwo has just been born. Strictly speaking, he is still weak. Now his level is only 45. No matter how much potential there is, it has not been demonstrated yet. It was not easy for Mewtwo, who was just born, to escape the siege of Team Rocket. Haoyan quickly put a piece of Max Revive into Mewtwo's mouth, hoped to help hand Mewtwo to repair his injury. Max Revive is a more advanced recovery medicine than Revive, a piece worth 5 million Alliance coin. It is no exaggeration to say that it is Haoyan's life-saving medicine. After Max Revive entered Mewtwo's body, the effect of the medicine began to dissipate quickly. Constant stimulation repairs this Mewtwo's damaged wound. It's you. I didn't expect that I would meet you here. Today, I'm going to be ashamed and slaughter you. Koga recognized at a glance Haoyan, who had seriously injured him in the Spirit Bone Pagoda. Although after training, his wounds have recovered as before, but on his right hand, there are scars left, and when it rained, the joints will be painful, tormenting him all the time. Haoyan ignored the shouting Koga. His three Pokemon were on guard in front of him. The focus is on the injured Mewtwo. The effect of Max Revive began to appear slowly. Mewtwo's eyes opened with difficulty. Haoyan looked at Mewtwo's bewildered, painful, and hopeless eyes. His heart ached. He hugged him softly and said, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I won't let them hurt you." As a psychic Pokemon, Mewtwo can easily feel human thought. Haoyan's true psychological thought, Mewtwo accurately felt. This is him, since birth. Feeling kindness for the first time. Mewtwo, who has always been surrounded by malice, felt kindness for the first time. This made him feel a little moved in his heart. There was a glimmer of hope in the originally confused, painful, and desperate eyes. "Koga, how dare you ignore me?" Ninja Koga found that Haoyan ignored him at all, and he was furious. He quickly pressed the device that controlled the chip in Mewtwo's body. Mewtwo, who was hugged by Haoyan, suddenly felt a tingling pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Mewtwo, who had regained a little physical strength because of Max Revive, was passed by this, and his entire body trembled violently from the pain. Looking at Mewtwo, who was constantly struggling with pain in his arm, Haoyan let out a roar that tore his vocal cord. "Ah, ah, ah." The voice was full of uncontrollable anger. An angry roar echoed throughout Cerulean Cave. Around Haoyan, there seems to be a strong airflow surrounding him. Sabrina, who has been silent all the time, has the sharpest senses. Because of Haoyan's roar, it disturbed her head, causing a tingling pain. It was as if countless needles were piercing into her mind. He felt soft all over, like Mewtwo, who was troubled by the chip just now, clenching his head, weakly soft to the ground. Seeing his opponent who seriously injured himself, he was so angry. I should have seen Koga excited, but he didn't look happy at all. Instead, he was scared because of Haoyan's roar. Hand unconsciously stopped pressing. Haoyan is like an angry lion. His eyes contain strong killing intent, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I want you to die." Koga took a step back involuntarily. Immediately unleashes all of his Pokemon. A total of 6, namely Tentacruel, Weezing, Crobat, Mach, Ariados, Venomoth. The levels are all around level 50. Lieutenant Surge also felt that the situation was not right, and released all his remaining Pokemon. Magneton, Manectric, Naughty Thunderbolt, Electivire, Ampharos, Lantern. The level is also around level 50. The 3 cadres of Team Rocket, 2 of whom have released their own Pokemon. But even before the battle, Sabrina didn't release her Pokemon. "Sabrina, what's the matter with you?" Ninja Koga hurriedly yelled at Sabrina, who was soft enough to the ground. Sabrina stood up with some difficulty and shook her head at Koga. When Sabrina was a child, she had awakened psychic and was able to observe things around her more sensitively. Her sixth sense is more accurate than that of ordinary people. She felt that if she shot Haoyan, then she was very very likely to die. She doesn't want to die. He quickly took a few steps back and left the confrontation scene. Although Sabrina didn't speak, her actions already showed her attitude. This made Ninja Koga's heart skip a beat. In the current situation, it was too late for Koga to ask Sabrina what it meant. Looking at Haoyan coldly, he said, "Boy, I admit that you are very powerful. But so what? You alone. 3 Pokemon. Can you beat the 2 of us? 12 Pokemon." Koga's words should be told to Lieutenant Surge rather than to Haoyan. Sabrina's temporary withdrawal. Morale is very affected. Haoyan's cold eyes looked at the opponent in front of him. How about 2 to 1? So what if there are so many Pokemon? He has his backing. Chapter 183 Haoyan's Reliance. When Ninja Koga was talking nonsense, Haoyan had already arranged his Pokemon and started preparations before the battle. It's just that Koga and Lieutenant Surge's attention has always been on Haoyan, thus ignoring his 3 Pokemon. Xiao, Sword Dance. Lucario's sharp eyes began to turn red. As the skill became more familiar, he no longer needed to tap his body to stimulate the cells in his body. Xiaolu, Calm Mind. Gardevoir narrowed her eyes, constantly increasing her ability to concentrate energy. Little Dragon, Dragon Dance. Charizard kept flapping his wings, ready to strike. Haoyan's 3 Pokemon have all raised their buff. 1. Lieutenant Surge and Koga, and this is how they react. Koga just wanted to raise his voice, but Haoyan, the weak side, had already ordered his Pokemon to go out. Xiao, use the Backbone Strike. As soon as you land, attack immediately, and give priority to attacking Naughty Thunderbolt. After defeating, return immediately. Lucario quickly condensed 2 bone rods and held them tightly in his hand. Xiaolu, use Teleport to send Xiao to the pair of electric Pokemon. Hearing this, Gardevoir put his hands on his chest and quickly condensed energy. Swish, Lucario appeared again, already in front of Naughty Thunderbolt. The bone stick in his hand immediately waved mercilessly. Lucario's skin is a layer of metal. Metals conduct electricity very well. As long as your feet are on the ground, even if it is attacked by the electric system, it can conduct electricity well to the ground. Moreover, the Backbone Strike is a ground-based skill. It can effectively kill the electric Pokemon. The first step is to attack Naughty Mines first, mainly to prevent Naughty Mine, and use the powerful self-destruct to cause area damage. The bone stick in Lucario's hand knocked hard on the unprepared Naughty Thunderbolt. However, it wasn't like playing baseball and knocking him out. Instead, hit the ground. The Naughty Thunderbolt, which was attacked by Lucario in a hurry, hit the ground. Then the recoil bounced him back. Lucario used the bone stick in his hand again, and knocked it down again. The continuous attack made the Naughty Thunderbolt lose its combat effectiveness in one turn. After killing the Naughty Thunderbolt, Lucario did not fight, but retreated to Haoyan's side. After Lucario completed the spike, then Haoyan spoke again. Little Dragonfly, use Flamethrower to aim at Venomoth. Used Dragon D. Charizard after N was extremely fast, flapped his wings and flew into the air. In the air, he can accurately target Venomoth. The neck shrank, and suddenly a flame with obvious red gold was sprayed out. Venomoth, Ariados of both poison and insect, is restrained by the fire attribute. The effect is outstanding, directly kill. However, the first round of the offensive was not over yet. After a short rest, Gardevoir was ready. Xiaolu, Psybeam, solve Wheezing. A beam of light released from Gardevoir's hands directly took down Koga's Wheezing. The effect is outstanding, and it is still a spike. In the first round, Haoyan's Pokemon showed a strong fighting power. Unceremoniously, he killed the 3 Pokemon on the opposite side. The fast, efficient combat left Lieutenant Surge and Koga with no time to react. Originally 3V 12, now it has become 3V 9. Yes, Koga scolded secretly. Haoyan's Pokemon, the action is too fast, the attack is too high. If it continues like this and gives him enough time to kill, then their numerical advantage will collapse. At that time, they will lose. Once you lose, then this time, it is very likely that you will not be able to escape. So, the 2 of them looked at each other tacitly. Immediately command your own Pokemon to launch a total attack. Lieutenant Surge immediately commanded his Pokemon to attack. Electivire, use Fire Punch to attack that Lucario. The rest, use Thunderbolt. Electivire received the trainer's instruction, and immediately raised a fist with a hot breath in his hand, and quickly attacked Lucario. Want to bombard Lucario's body. The remaining 4 electric-type Pokemon condensed electricity, sent out 4 sparks, and attacked Lucario. Koga followed closely and was born in a hurry. Muck, use Sludge Bomb. Crobat, use Poison Fang. Tentacruel, Surf. Ariados, Cross Poison. Koga's Pokemon also launched an attack. Sabrina, who was watching the battle, silently shook her head. The attack by Koga and Lieutenant Surge seemed strong and powerful, but Sabrina knew that Haoyan would never sit still. He had his back. Sabrina took a few steps back again, completely away from the battlefield. Looking at the menacing attack, Haoyan said in a hoarse voice, Xiaolu, Xiaolu, Mega Evolution. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras suddenly rose up. Chapter 184 Mewtwo's eyes have a look for the first time. In the test of Haoyan, Mega Evolution has greatly greatly improved the Pokemon. Measured by level, it is about an increase of about 15 levels. Lucario and Gardevoir, level 56 and 55 respectively. Their rank is quasi-elite. After upgrading to level 15, they hit levels 71 and 70 directly. In other words, that's the true pinnacle of elite. Even touched the threshold of the quasi-champion. This is what Hao-Yan relies on at this age. On the other hand, Lieutenant Surge and Koga, before they joined Team Rocket, were just ordinary gym leaders. The level of the Pokemon was raised to level 50, but it still failed to break through to the quasi-elite. Compared with Hao-Yan, Lucario and Gardevoir, they are completely 20 levels behind. This is not an order of magnitude at all. Quality versus quantity. Quality always take precedence over quantity. What's more, this number is not much. After all, Hao-Yan still has a Charizard waiting for an opportunity. The spikes on Lucario's body began to emerge continuously, and the hair began to grow wildly. Eyes are as sharp as blades. Gardevoir's appearance also began to change, from a big girl to a woman, in a gorgeous evening dress. With their current abilities, Koga and Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon are like nerds. Xiaolu solved them. To deal with these little chickens, Hao-Yan didn't need specific coaching at all. Lucario stomped hard and rushed out. The speed that the electric system is proud of is nothing in front of him. The thunderbolt released by the 4 electric-type Pokemon teamed up, easily dodging. Waving the bone stick in his hand, he smashed directly at Electivire, who was rushing in front. Sword Dance plus Mega Evolution have a huge bonus to attack power. One move directly knocked Electivire out. Although Electivire's body was not round, it flew out like a baseball. Then, without stopping, he rushed directly to the group of electric Pokemon, waved his bone stick, and harvested recklessly. Gardevoir's attacks are softer than Lucario's rudeness, but the power is no less than Lucario's. With a swoosh, using teleport, he came behind a group of poison-type Pokemon. Let their attacks all come to nothing. With a wave of his finger full of psychic energy, the surrounding air oscillated. Psychic signature skill, mental interference, wanton attack on defenseless poison-type Pokemon. Ground-based fine blow, psychic's mental interference. As long as it hits, it is an instant kill. Lucario is a highly mobile fighter, and Gardevoir is a thorn that can use flash at will. Combined with their excellent fighting consciousness, they continue to harvest opponents. Gardevoir after Mega Evolution, with a finger, the turbulent psychic energy invaded Tentacruel's brain. Tentacruel fell straight down. Tentacruel, Koga's last Pokemon. Lucario overturned Magneton with the bone stick in his hand. After Magneton fell to the ground, he couldn't get up again and lost his combat effectiveness. All of Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon also lost. This battle is over. Lieutenant Surge and Koga looked at each other. Both from each other's eyes, they came to a conclusion together. That is to run. After losing the Pokemon, they also have no capital. Koga pulled out several black smoke bombs containing toxic from his waist. Throw it on the ground. Suddenly there was a burst of haze. Taking advantage of this burst of haze, Koga and Lieutenant Surge immediately ran away. I had seen Hao-Yan used by Koga once in the Lingu Tower. How could he be unprepared? Immediately said to Gardevoir, Xiaolu, use safeguard. Gardevoir opened his mouth slightly and sang an inexplicable melody. With her singing, a transparent protective cover was formed on Hao-Yan's side. This transparent protective cover isolates all toxins. Little Dragon, use Heat Wave to blow these hazes away. Charizard spread his wings and instantly blew haze away. Xiao, take them back. Lucario took a sharp step and rushed out. Koga and Lieutenant Surge, while exercising regularly, are not slow to move, but that pales in comparison to Lucario. Lucario put a light foot on Lieutenant Surge's knee. Lieutenant Surge tumbled to the ground immediately, and then Lucario made up for it again. With a click, Lieutenant Surge's kneecap shattered. Then, without even looking, he chased after Koga. Koga, who had just run out a few steps, was punched in the back by Lucario. The impact made him fall directly to the ground. Then he was carried back to Hao-Yan by Lucario, like an eagle carrying a chicken. He fell heavily to the ground, knocking him out. Hao-Yan took 2 steps forward and picked up the device that Koga was carrying on his body to track Mewtwo. Then he threw it to the ground and stomped on it. After completing this action, Hao-Yan looked at Mewtwo again. Mewtwo, who was a little weak and could barely stand up, saw that the device that controlled him was finally destroyed. For the first time, his eyes of despair and pain were brightened. P.S. What do you think of Mewtwo's growl? Chapter 185 Mewtwo, are you willing? I'll help you deal with the wound and help you recover from your injuries. Hao-Yan walked gently to Mewtwo's side and took out potion from his backpack. Mewtwo looked at Hao-Yan weakly, but there was no resistance in his eyes. It may hurt a little later. You can bear with it a little. Hao-Yan held the potion gently and operated it carefully. First disinfect the wound with hydrogen peroxide. These wounds were then sprayed with potion spray and finally wrapped carefully with sterile bandages. During the whole process, Hao-Yan tried his best not to let Mewtwo hurt, and his movements were very gentle. Mewtwo let Hao-Yan play without saying a word. While Hao-Yan was helping Mewtwo deal with the wound, Misty, who was behind fine, came to the depths of the cave. Haoyan, are you alright? Misty saw Lucario and the others first, standing beside Haoyan, guarding the surrounding. I'm fine, Haoyan said in a hoarse voice without looking back. You're fine. I heard your growl just now and thought something was wrong with you. Misty bypassed Lucario, who was in charge of defense, and saw Haoyan, who was taking good care of Mewtwo. Naturally, also saw Mewtwo covering his mouth. He said unconsciously, this is the monster that attacked Cerulean City. Before Misty finished speaking, Haoyan immediately turned around, looked at Misty with reproachful eyes, and said seriously, he is not a monster. He's a Pokemon, and his name is Mewtwo. He didn't attack Cerulean City. He was just trying to escape from Team Rocket. After speaking, Haoyan looked back at Mewtwo and said to him seriously, you are not a monster. You are a very special Pokemon. You are born different. You are precious and unique. Because of your uniqueness, there are many people who want to use your abilities to realize the evil in their heart. Every word and every sentence of Haoyan turned into warmth, which warmed Mewtwo's heart. Not a monster. In Haoyan's mind, Mewtwo's voice appeared for the first time. Like other psychic Pokemon, Mewtwo can transform its own consciousness into the human mind. Of course not those who have a human skin, but their hearts are full of darkness. Hollow people whose hearts have long been eroded by power, money, and interest. They are the monsters. Haoyan's words come from the bottom of his heart, and every word from his heart. I didn't say it to please or to subdue Mewtwo. It's his truth. This is also the reason why he has only a few friends in this world for so long. Compared to complex humans, Pokemon are much simpler. Their hearts are very simple and immature. As long as they don't betray them, they will never betray themselves. Haoyan. In Mewtwo's eyes, the despair and pain had disappeared. Instead, it is yearning and hope. Haoyan put away the potion in his hand. He looked at Mewtwo seriously and said, Mewtwo, I want to invite you to be my partner. Partner. The new Mewtwo obviously didn't understand what the word meant. Partners are to be each other's family, to accompany each other when they are lonely. Partners can rely on each other, don't do things that hurt each other, and don't let anyone hurt their partners, and never give up. Partners are a relationship that is engraved in the heart, embedded in the bones, and never betrayed. Are you willing? Haoyan looked at Mewtwo and said, like your relationship with them, is it the same? Mewtwo pointed to Lucario, Gardevoir, and Charizard beside Haoyan. When Mewtwo pointed at Haoyan's other three Pokemon, the three Pokemon, all in agreement, smiled at Mewtwo and released their goodwill. Yes, they are my partners, and I am their partner. Haoyan smiled and looked at his three partners with tenderness in his eyes. I want to be your partner. Mewtwo's words are firm and covet. Sugar is sweet because it is bitter. Since birth, Mewtwo has been surrounded by malice, and the kindness that Haoyan and the three Pokemon showed him was like giving him hope. Let him feel the sweetness for the first time. Okay, don't resist later. Just listen to my arrangement. Haoyan took out a treasure ball and held it in his hand. Mewtwo nodded. After Haoyan pressed the baby ball, a burst of red light sucked Mewtwo into it. The baby ball shook 3 times, and then stopped shaking. In the hearts of Mewtwo and Haoyan, a kind of bonds was automatically created, making them closely linked. Haoyan subdued Mew without using the master ball given by professional Oak. Haoyan picked up the baby ball with Mewtwo on the ground, and said to Mewtwo inside through the baby ball, in the future, I will call you Xiaoming. You rest in the ball first. Feeling the change that Mewtwo conveyed to his heart, Haoyan put away the baby ball with a smile. Misty saw Haoyan subduing Mewtwo, and was about to step forward and say congratulations to Haoyan. Jingle bell tilde, jingle bell tilde. The phone in Haoyan's trouser pocket was making a harsh ringtone. That's not all. There was a roar in the entire Cerulean cave. Haoyan heard this roar very clearly. It was issued by Tyranitar, who stayed at the door. There is a change in Xiaozi's play. Chapter 186. Support from Team Rocket. In Haoyan's heart, there was a trace of something wrong, because in that huge roar, Tyranitar was heard screaming because of pain. Tyranitar is the one with the strongest defense among all his Pokemon. Even he felt pain, which proved that the attack was not weak. Haoyan restrained the smile on his face and quickly walked to the fallen lieutenant, Surge and Koga. Indifferently, he stepped on the limbs of the two, directly put the hands and legs of the two bone, all crushed. The bones shattered, directly awakening the two comatose people in pain. Xiaolong, you hold these two people. Let go. After Haoyan finished speaking, he rushed out first. Charizard grabbed the two with his hands and feet and followed behind Haoyan. Haoyan answered the phone while running. Red, what happened? As soon as Red heard Haoyan answer the phone, he immediately said in a hurried voice, How brother Haoyan, there is someone from Team Rocket. He's brought in a lot of Team Rocket, and he's directing his Pokemon, fighting Tyranitar. Blue's Pokemon and I have fallen and can't help. Tyranitar is under siege, and it is estimated that he will not be able to hold it for long. You come back soon. While Red was talking, Haoyan was on the phone and heard a bang tilde bang collision. It should be the sound of Tyranitar being hit and being attacked. I see. I'm rushing to the entrance of the cave. Haoyan hung up the phone, but his body was still speeding up. enough. For Tyranitar, Haoyan is not very worried. His Tyranitar, but a tank, and such a terrifying height and weight. Even if he is besieged, it is impossible to easily take him down in a short time. The opponent is a level above the quasi-champion level, with a Pokemon, and it is also a water type or fighting type that specifically restrains Tyranitar. It is possible to defeat Tyranitar in a short period of time. Outside the cave, Tyranitar was swept away with his stout tail. There were 2 Raticates in front of him, and they were immediately swept away. At this time, Tyranitar is confronting a large number of Pokemon. The person Team Rocket came to support was one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket Land. The 3 cadres of Team Rockets are Sabrina, who escaped, Lieutenant Surge, and Koga, who were knocked out by Haoyan. They later joined Team Rocket. The strength is only the level of a gym leader, and above them, there are 4 generals and 3 beastmen. The 4 generals and the 3 beastmen are the mainstays of Team Rocket. In addition to him, Lance also brought nearly 20 of his bodyguard. Originally, there were nearly 20 Team Rocket's members at the door. These Team Rocket players, under Lance's command, released their own Pokemon. At the scene, there are hundreds of Pokemon, under the command of Team Rocket, besieging Tyranitar. Red and Blue, hiding in the cave. Their Pokemon, already under siege by Team Rocket, lost their stamina. This kind of large-scale battle is simply not something they can handle. If you don't pay attention, you can fall into doom at any time. Red and Blue both hid in the cave and did not dare to go out. Clash, clash. Tyranitar opened his mouth and used Dark's ability Crunch to bite into Firo, who had just finished attacking and had no time to defend. Tyranitar's sharp teeth pierced through. With a random flick, he threw Firo to the ground and solved one. Then the tail swept again, used Iron Tail, and swept the 2 Nidokings out again, killing 3 Pokemon in an instant. Tyranitar did a great job. However, in this kind of siege war, there is no advantage. The price of killing the opponent's 3 Pokemon in seconds is that Tyranitar has endured a lot of attack. Fortunately, Tyranitar had already used Iron Defense 3 times when the battle started. Quadrupled defense, strong defensive ability, not to suffer too much damage. At this time, the leader of Team Rocket, Lance, sitting on an Aerodactyl, watching the fighting Tyranitar. This Tyranitar is really special. Such a strong body is 6 times stronger than EPUB. Height and weight, he is a terrifying beast. Such a large tonnage is still so flexible. The most rare thing is that he actually has such a good fighting consciousness. He is a big killer. If I can conquer this Tyranitar, my strength will definitely be greatly improved. Even if it can't be subdued, it's a great achievement to be able to take it back to the organization for research, and to be able to crack the secret of his huge figure. When Lance saw Tyranitar's first glance, it was surprise, then curiosity, and now greed. He unleashed his Pokemon, ready to join the team, beat Tyranitar, and grab it. As for Mewtwo, Lance felt that there were 3 major cadres working together, although their strength was average. But in their hand, there are still instruments that restrict Mewtwo. No matter how bad it is, it will never be escaped by Mewtwo. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Team R of the 3 cadres of Rocket, 1 escaped and 2 were seriously injured. Mewtwo was also subdued by Haoyan. Chapter 187. Catch the thief first, catch the king. Scizor, use Bullet Punch on that Tyranitar. Hitmonlee, double kick. Land, who was sitting on Aerodactyl, launched an attack on his 2 Pokemon. Scizor and Hitmonlee, mixed in the Pokemon, are not outstanding. Scizor flapped his wings and quietly went around behind Tyranitar, using the huge iron pincers in his hands to slam into Tyranitar's cap. Tyranitar's blow from Scizor made him uncomfortable and let out a groan of pain. But it wasn't over. Hitmonlee took advantage of Tyranitar's pain, and immediately slammed Tyranitar's body with his springy right leg. Tyranitar is 4 times weaker fighting, getting attacked by Hitmonlee very uncomfortable. Hitmonlee is a Pokemon that specializes in fighting with leg. The huge impact made Tyranitar's body unstable and staggered for a few steps before barely stopping. Fortunately, after using Iron Defense, Tyranitar, who got 4 times the defense bonus, is not weak. While suffering, the giant tail swept out again and hit Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee had no idea that Tyranitar would be able to make moves while being attacked. Before he could dodge, he was already swept away. It stopped after knocking down several Team Rocket Pokemon. Clash, clash. 2 consecutive attacks activated Tyranitar's ferocity to the greatest extent. There was a loud roar. The sound waves made the surrounding Pokemon flying in the air subconsciously flap their wings to stabilize their body. Yes, I am very satisfied. This Tyranitar, I must get it. Lance, sitting on Aerodactyl, became more and more satisfied with Haoyan's Tyranitar. Go, besiege that Tyranitar. Lance waved. The rest of the Team Rockets immediately ordered their Pokemon to attack Tyranitar. His Scizor and Hitmonlee were also waiting on the sideline. Once again, Tyranitar is besieged by hundreds of Pokemon. When will Brother Haoyan arrive? Tyranitar can't take it anymore. Red looked at Tyranitar, who was in a one-to-many relationship, and was full of worry. I'm too weak now. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Blue's eye. When Red on the side heard it, his face was full of guilt. Before coming to Cerulean City, he offered to come with Haoyan. At that time, he confidently said that he would solve some small trouble, but now, his and Blue's Pokemon couldn't deal with such a scene at all. Can only hide in the aisle in the cave. This undoubtedly stimulated the proud hearts of the two teenagers. At this moment, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind in the cave. Both Red and Blue were shocked when they heard the sound of breaking wind behind them. Brother Haoyan, Master. The two boys turned back together. In the cave, a figure appeared. It was Haoyan. Wait, after you wait for Misty to come out, don't waste your time. Stay away from this cave immediately. Blue, you get on your Charizard and take the two of them, understand? Haoyan stopped and said to the two of them, yes, understood. The two teenagers nodded again and again. After explaining, Haoyan immediately rode on Charizard's body, skillfully embraced Gardevoir's waist, and directed Charizard to rush out of the cave. Glancing at the battle situation, the target was immediately determined. In the battlefield, the highest level is undoubtedly the Scizor and Hitmonlee of land. Automatically, relevant data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Scizor. Attribute Eel. Insect. Level 59. Characteristic, Insect Premonition. After the stamina is lost to 1/3, the power of insect-type Eels increases. Introduction. Scizor is covered in red armor and has 2 pairs of translucent wings on his back, but he can only fly a certain distance in the air due to his heavy body. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Hitmonlee. Attribute Fighting. Level 59. Characteristics Off. This Pokemon will not be paralyzed. Introduction. While performing continuous kick, the legs will continue to stretch, and even opponents who want to escape can be kicked. Note, Hitmonlee only has males, and there is no corresponding female Pokemon to pair with it. Close black lens bracket. Catch the thief first to catch the king. To help Tyranitar out of the siege first, then first threat of massive damage resolved. Xiaolu, aim at Hitmonlee on the right and use Psybeam. When Gardevoir arrived, he was already ready to fight. He placed his hands on his chest and directed towards the target, sending out a multicolored light, and the target was Lance's Hitmonlee. Xiao, use extreme speed. Get close to the Scizor on the left, and use the Absorb Punch. Don't fight after the hit. Come back to us. Lucario gave a loud drink and disappeared from sight. Chapter 188. Also, you shouldn't land. On the battlefield, almost all eyes were on Tyranitar. Haoyan, what I want is this time different. Lucario has the fastest offense, and with extreme speed, his speed is greatly improved. He directly knocked away Eradicate standing in front of him, then rushed in front of Scizor, raised his fist, and smashed it towards Scizor. The original Scizor also wanted to attack Tyranitar. Before he could react, he found that a fist appeared in front of him. The giant pliers in his hand wanted to stretch out to block, but found that it was too late. Lucario's fist hit Scizor's face. 2 Orbird collided out of Ember. Fighting against the steel system, the effect is outstanding. Lan, who was flying in the air, looked down from a height, and the situation he saw was not clear enough. All he saw was Scizor, who was knocked out by a blue-black figure with a punch. There was something wrong in my heart. Scizor is a circle of metal because of the surface, so his weight reaches 120 kg. It is conceivable how powerful it is to be able to knock out a 120 kg iron block. He immediately shouted at Scizor, Scizor, use Protect. A quite satisfactory move, so that the Scizor after being knocked out will be attacked continuously. Scizor faithfully followed his trainer's actions, and a white light flashed in front of him. A protective cover is formed, but after the hit, Lucario didn't chase at all. He directly returned to Haoyan's side. Scizor wasted energy in vain. On the other side, Gardevoir's attack has also arrived, and an imaginary light hit Hitmonlee's body without a doubt. The energy attack, the speed is obviously much faster than the fist. Hitmonlee couldn't dodge at all and hit directly. Again, the effect is outstanding. Hitmonlee has already endured Tyranitar's iron tail just now, and another fantasy light. Hitmonlee couldn't hold it any longer and fell directly to the ground. For a time, one of Lance's Pokemon was killed and one was seriously injured. Tyranitar's pressure dropped a lot at once. After reducing the pressure, Tyranitar fired Iron Tail and swept several Pokemon. Because of Haoyan's strong joining, Team Rocket stopped attacking for a while. In order to see the situation clearly, Lance commanded his Aerodactyl and slowly fell. Looking at Haoyan from a distance, his face was gloomy like water. Without him, just because he saw Lieutenant Surge and Koga, who were like 2 dead dogs, discarded by Charizard at will. The current situation, needless to say, is already clear. Although Sabrina, one of the 3 cadres, is missing, but the fall of Lieutenant Surge and Koga clearly meant that the plan to capture Mewtwo had failed. Lance said sternly to Haoyan, the monster created by our Team Rockets was captured by you. Haoyan, who was temporarily idle, ignored the stern Lance but gently touched Tyranitar's body. Tyranitar was besieged, and many small cracks inevitably appeared in the rock armor on his body. Said to Tyranitar, Shao Si, you have worked hard. Class Hilda. Tyranitar lowered his head, gave Haoyan roar a snort, and shook his head to indicate nothing. Although Tyranitar's positioning in the team is a tank, it is normal to use the body to resist injuries, and some injuries are normal. After the last Tyranitar evolution, I found Lucario to play a game, and the injury was more serious that time. However, the two situations are different. It's like being your own child, being bullied by older brothers and sisters, no problem. However, you must not be bullied by outsiders. Haoyan is to protect shortness. With a cold look in his eyes, he looked at Lan. He said coldly, if I guessed correctly, you should be Lan, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. The leaders of various evil organizations are on the Alliance's wanted list. Haoyan has seen their photos. Lan frowned, looked at Koga and Lieutenant Surge on the ground, and said coldly, as long as you know, I'm not their kind. Also, boy, I'm asking you, did you catch the monster created by our Team Rocket? Haoyan glanced at it. In Cerulean Cave, Blue, Red, and Misty have come out safely, and according to Haoyan's instructions, as soon as he came out, he left the battlefield far away. After confirming that the 3 of them had left the battlefield, Haoyan looked at Lan. He said coldly, Mewtwo is his name. He is not a monster. Also, you shouldn't have landed. Lance was stunned, not fully understanding what Haoyan meant, but it didn't take long for him to react, because the Lucario of the Great Word jumped on Tyranitar's shoulder. Tyranitar stomped on the ground, and many terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. Tyranitar's powerful skill, Earthquake, it can finally be used without fear. Moreover, 2 powerful auras emerged spontaneously. Lucario and Gardevoir get into the state of Mega Evolution. P.S. The rhinitis was aggravated a few days ago, and the snot was flowing, and 2 bottles of loratadine were not effective. It took some time to go to the hospital today. I can only barely code 4 chapters. Dear readers, sorry, Chapter 189 Land. In the future, I will definitely come back. In fact, Tyranitar has long wanted to use Earthquake, but before, Haoyan was still in Cerulean Cave. With the tonnage of Tyranitar, once Earthquake is used, it is likely to cause the cave to collapse, thus hurting Haoyan. Now that Haoyan has rescued Mewtwo, Red and others have also come out safely. No more scruples. Earthquake cracking the ground. The crack swallowed everything standing on the ground. Raticate, Arbok, Nidoking, the Pokemon that ran on the ground, fell directly into the crack. Poison-type Pokemon like Arbok and Nidoking, there was no chance to struggle at all, and he was instantly killed. Beside Pokemon, there are people. A bunch of traitors Team Rocket, like their Pokemon, are caught in the crack. For a time, the entire battlefield was full of mourning. Some have wings, such as Beedrill and Big Bird. Because it is flying in the air, it is not affected by Earthquake. However, the Team Rocket's members who commanded them were all trapped in the crack, trying to climb out of the cracks with difficulty, so there was no need to direct them. Lance's reaction was quick, and the moment after Tyranitar used Earthquake, he was already riding back on his Aerodactyl, flew out of the air. However, the severely injured Scizor was affected by Earthquake, and like Hitmonlee, fainted and lost his combat effectiveness. Haoyan, I don't want to let this Lance go like this. Immediately let Gardevoir after Mega Evolution attack. Xiaolu, use Icy Wind. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, and the energy in his body kept tearing the air. In front of Aerodactyl, which had just taken off, a wind with shards of ice formed abruptly. These pieces of ice lag, driven by the wind, kept condensing on Aerodactyl's body. It seems to freeze Aerodactyl into ice. The effect is outstanding. Xiao, use the Aura Sphere. Lucario, who is standing on Tyranitar, used the aura energy in his body to condense an energy bomb, throwing it towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl is known for its high speed and high attack, is a good speed attacker, but not a good tank. After being attacked twice, although he has not completely lost his stamina, he is already on the verge of falling. Haoyan wanted to chase after the victory and let Charizard issue an attack order. Take that Aerodactyl in one go. It's a pity that Lan, who was riding on Aerodactyl, immediately directed Aerodactyl to distance himself when the situation was not good. Avoid being attacked again. Don't let Haoyan's advantage expand. The response is very fast, and it is worthy of being one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Haoyan spoke highly of Lance's reaction speed, but he didn't know that Lance's heart had already turned upside down. Haoyan just appeared. The changes on the field have been completely reversed. Tyranitar has completely transformed into a battlefield killer. With a single earthquake, the siege scene was completely wiped out. Then, Lucario and Gardevoir, and Mega Evolution, teaming up to attack, nearly took his Aerodactyl away. No wonder Lieutenant Surge and Koga, both of them can't help him. This opponent is really too strong. These Pokemon of his are too overbearing. I am not his opponent now. Kanto, Johto region, trainers of this level will never go unnoticed. Could it be another organization that sent experts to snipe our Team Rocket? Lance thought silently in his heart. In fact, it's not surprising that Lance wants to be biased. Team Rockets occupied Kanto and also got their hands on Johto region. It can be said to be the largest evil organization in the entire entire Pokemon world. However, it does not mean that they have no opponent. It just so happens that Haoyan's Pokemon, except Charizard, are not the Pokemon that appear frequently in Kanto region. Just when Lance was horrified, Haoyan was ready to take another shot. The little dragon flew over. Xiao Si, Xiao O, you also come with me. Charizard, carrying Haoyan and Gardevoir, waved his wings again. Tyranitar and Lucario on land also move quickly. When ready to approach, attack immediately. Seeing this, Lance immediately let his Aerodactyl fly quickly, pulling away. Aerodactyl is not injured lightly. If it is attacked again, it is very likely that it will fall. Once I'm down, I don't have any flying Pokemon anymore. At that time, if you want to escape, it will not be so easy. No, you must evacuate first. Go back and report to the organization to find out his details. The moment Haoyan chased after him, Lance felt the desire to retreat. If he doesn't run again, he may fold here. Team Rockets has lost 3 cadres and 40 superior players. Their final biological weapon has also been subdued by Haoyan. If he is also folded here, then the loss of Team Rockets is too great. Big enough, it is very likely to shake the foundation. Thinking of this, Lance immediately directed Aerodactyl to escape. Before leaving, Lancer glanced back at Haoyan and took Haoyan's appearance in his heart. In the future, I will definitely come back. Chapter 190 Team Rocket Trinity Plan Open. Among the flying Pokemon of the same level, Aerodactyl's flying speed ranked first. If Aerodactyl wanted to escape, he really couldn't catch up. Even Charizard, who has a good speed attribute, has a hard time catching up with Aerodactyl. Looking at Lance's escape, Haoyan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Xiaolu, Xiaowu, you quit Mega Evolution and take a rest. Xiaolong, you should also fall to the ground and have a rest. Haoyan, who returned to the ground, took out the high-quality citrus berry in his backpack and distributed it to several Pokemon. Inside and outside the cave, after battles, a lot of physical strength and energy were consumed. Citrus berry, you can help hand them a little recovery. If Xiao knows Flash Cannon, that Aerodactyl can definitely kill him. Xiao's offensive end is more about close combat. It seems that there will be time in the future to adjust their skills and enrich their combat skills. While taking care of the Pokemon, Haoyan was thinking, Brother Haoyan, your Pokemon is really strong. As soon as they came out, I cleaned them up. Red and the others walked to Haoyan's side when they saw the battle was over. I'm sorry, Master, there was no helping hand in this battle. Blue, who was beside him, stepped forward and said, Huyan. Misty looked at Haoyan, who had defeated a large number of Team Rockets just now, and felt a little guilty. 2 teenagers, they can't help much, but they can understand. After all, the 2 of them are still growing, and their strength is not wrong. But Misty is the leader of Cerulean City. It happened again in the territory of Cerulean City. From the beginning to the end, except for a little bit of leading the way, I haven't been able to participate in the battle. Moreover, if Haoyan wasn't waiting for her to come out of the cave safely, commanded Tyranitar to use Earthquake long ago, maybe he can seize the opportunity and take down Lan, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Haoyan didn't care too much about the thoughts of these 3 people. Put away the Pokemon, let them rest in the ball, and glanced at the members of Team Rockets who were lying on the ground and wailing, and the half-dead Lieutenant Surge and Koga. Wrinkling his brows, he said to Misty beside him, Misty, please inform Officer Jenny to deal with these Team Rocket. From start to finish, less than an hour passed, but this hour, the Alliance did not respond at all. Alliance for Kanto Region's control is really weak. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Misty replied immediately and started calling to arrange. Then I'll leave it to you here. I still have something to do. I'll go first. During this time, I may be at Professional Oak for a while. If you have anything, just come and see me. Haoyan explained and left Cerulean City with Red and Blue. Hurry up and take out the chip inside Mewtwo's body that can damage him. In this way, Mewtwo is truly out of the control of Team Rocket. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. After escaping, Lance rushed back to the secret base of Team Rockets as soon as possible. In a lavishly furnished room, an inch-headed man with no arrogance and no extra expression on his face, sitting on a gorgeous leather sofa. He stroked a Persian in his left hand and held a glass of red wine in his right. Lance was reporting in a low voice what happened at Cerulean Cave. You mean, the biological weapon we built was captured by a young man. This young man, by himself, seriously injured Lieutenant Surge and Koga of the 3 cadres. Even Sabrina disappeared mysteriously. Even if you have 40 superior players, you are not his opponent. Giovanni's 4 consecutive questions made Lance break into a cold sweat. Team Rockets run wild in the Kanto region. Giovanni, who leads such an organization, is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Yes, Lance's back was soaking wet. Giovanni on the sofa drank the red wine in the glass and looked at Lance with a sullen look, but said in a relaxed tone, Hee, you can escape back. At least it's good news. Lance, you said yes. When Lance heard this, he immediately knelt down. This is obviously the opposite, and he dare not answer. Lance lowered his head and dared not speak, and Giovanni didn't say anything. There There was silence in the room. After a while, Giovanni said slowly, "Okay, get up." Giovanni spoke up, and Lance got up in relief. "Go check it out. What is the origin of this young man? As soon as there is news, report to me immediately." Giovanni waved his hand casually. Lance immediately respectfully said yes, and exited the room. That made him feel extremely oppressed. After Lance left, Giovanni said to the other person in the room, "Serrano Professor, start your 3 Saints plan. But this time, I hope the result will not disappoint me." Serrano Professor said with a frenzied expression on his face, "Boss, don't worry. The 3 Saints project will never disappoint you." Chapter 191. Go back to Hoenn region. Prepare for the curatorial contest. Time flies. Haoyan stayed in Pallet Town for more than 10 days. Outside the courtyard of the Oak Institute, Red is commanding his Polyrath, fighting Blue's Charizard. Polyrath, use the hydro pump. Polyrath got the trainer's order and immediately slapped the ground with both hands. Suddenly, a jet of water appeared under Blue's Charizard, headed toward Blue's Charizard. Charizard dodged. Blue had already predicted Red's attack, and immediately let Charizard, who was flying in the air, dodge. Unleashing the powerful skill of Hydro Pump, Polyrath consumes a lot of energy. It caused his footstep to be a little vain. Blue saw the moment and immediately shouted, "Charizard, use Air Slash." Charizard of Blue immediately waved his wings and sent out an air cutter. An unmistakable hit on Polyrath's flimsy footstep. Flying to fighting, the effect is outstanding. Polyrath, after losing his strength, fell to the ground and rolled his eyes. Misty, who was acting as the referee, said to the two, "The winner, it Blue." After winning Blue, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Damn, you Blue, you have become so much stronger." Red looked at the somewhat smug Blue with some annoyance. "HMPH, my Charizard. When I was in the Hoenn region, I trained with my teacher's Charizard. I want to win your Polyrath. It's a trivial matter." Blue saw Red's shriveled face, and the smile on the corner of his mouth grew brighter. Misty, who acted as the referee, continued, "Red, you were too impatient just now. Hydro Pump, a powerful skill, is using. Make sure that you can hit 100%. Otherwise, the slightly longer skill vacuum period will make it difficult to resist the opponent's attack." Red nodded and said, "Misty, you're right. Just now, Polyrath should use the Eye of the Heart to capture the direction of Charizard's flight and use the powerful Hydro Pump." Blue said with some disapproval, "When your Polyrath uses the Eye of the Heart, shouldn't I let Charizard take the opportunity to attack? No matter what trick you use, it will be cracked by me." As the master said, as long as the intention is to be foresight, then the whole body is full of flaws. Damn it. Red wanted to refute but couldn't think of a reason. Looking at his old opponent, he is so proud. Red looked at Haoyan, who was sitting on the side, chatting with Blaine. He quickly turned his head and ran towards Haoyan. "Haoyan, you rescued and subdued Mewtwo so that he would not fall into the hands of Team Rocket. Thank you, Haoyan, thank you." Blaine, who had just woken up in a wheelchair, wanted to stand up and bow to Haoyan. "Blaine, no need. You just recovered. You should rest more." Haoyan stopped Blaine in a wheelchair. "Hey, if I could choose again, I would never be tempted by Team Rockets again. However, I am fortunate to have you. You not only saved my life, but also subdued Mewtwo and saved my conscience. Mewtwo has a trainer like you. This is the best way to belong to him." Blaine insisted on getting up and bowing to Haoyan. Hieroyan had to press Blaine again and again with Nanami, who was in charge of pushing the wheelchair. Blaine woke up the next day after Haoyan captured Mewtwo. When he knew that Haoyan had rescued Mewtwo, every time he saw Haoyan, he would say thank you. These days, Haoyan can be said to hear calluses. Haoyan saw Red running over, and immediately took the initiative to speak to Red, turning away from Blaine who had been thanking him. "Red, what's wrong?" Red said seriously, "Brother Haoyan, I want to take you as my teacher and learn Pokemon fighting skills with you." As soon as Red finished speaking, he was immediately interrupted by Blue, who came over. "Forget it, you can't even beat me. Master Shi will not accept you." To be honest, Blue was a little scared that Haoyan agreed to accept Red as his apprentice. After more than 10 days of getting along, Blue knew that Haoyan was friendly. As long as it is about battle and cultivation, Haoyan will answer all questions. Whenever I have time, I will point them to one or two. He was a little scared that Haoyan would accept Red as his apprentice. At that time, he will have to call Red as his uncle. "I'm looking for Brother Haoyan to apprentice." "It's none of your business. You're not Brother Haoyan. Can you answer for Haoyan?" Red somewhat hated Blue, the shitstick, and after speaking, he looked at Haoyan with a hopeful expression on his face. Blue was very angry, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Haoyan, so he had to shut up. Haoyan knew the little thoughts of the two teenagers, and said to Red, "I'm sorry Red, everyone is about the same age, so it's not necessary to talk about apprenticeship. If you don't understand anything, you can call me an ass." Being rejected by Haoyan, Red felt a little sad, but more than that, it is reluctant, because Haoyan mentioned the phone call just now. That's right, Haoyan plans to return to Hoenn region tomorrow. Because of the Hoenn region's Kana Gym campaign, it's still a month away. It's time to go back and prepare. Chapter 192. Xiaolu come on. The next morning, Haoyan said goodbye to Professor Oak and others. In the reluctance of everyone, Charizard, who was riding, left Pallet Town, go to Celadon, Rainbow Municipal Airport in Kanto region and fly back to Hoenn region. This time Haoyan went out. It didn't take long in fact, but in his heart, it felt as if a long time had passed. Okay, everyone come out. When he got home, Haoyan released his Pokemon. Xiaoming, this is our home. The one who cares most is the newly joined Mewtwo. Mewtwo looked around with curiosity in her eyes. During the time he spent with Mewtwo, Haoyan found that Mewtwo was not very talkative. In contrast, he seemed rather shy. Xiaolu, please prepare the ingredient. I'll take care of it later and cook you a delicious meal. Xiaowu, Xiaolong, go and help Xiaolu. As for Tyranitar, in this house, there are not many places he can go. Haoyan said hello and took Mewtwo to turn around the house. Take him on a tour of the house to familiarize him with home. Under Haoyan's leadership, Mewtwo obviously quickly entered the stage. Get acquainted quickly. Home is called home only because it has family members. Otherwise, it's just a concrete wall. After dinner was ready, Haoyan took 5 Pokemon and ate in the courtyard. Several Pokemon, one by one, devoured them, and they were extremely ferocious. After staying at Professor Oak for a long time, the meals he ate were simply junk food for Haoyan's Pokemon. After coming back, it is delicious to be able to eat the food made by Haoyan. Mewtwo looked at a few ferocious Pokemon speechlessly, as if they knew them on the first day. Even Gardevoir, who is usually gentle and like a lady, is feasting on the side, without any scruples about her image. Xiaomeng, try my craftsmanship. Haoyan put a plate of grilled steak in front of Mewtwo. Mewtwo took a fork and put it in his mouth. The rich juice of the steak filled his mouth instantly. It melts in your mouth, filling your mouth with the aroma of meat. Mewtwo only felt that the function of taste buds on the tongue was turned on for the first time. I guess you like sweet and sour flavors, so I specially made a big bone soup mixed with bergamot fruit. You should like it. Haoyan scooped up a little soup and placed it in front of Mewtwo. Mewtwo couldn't wait to take a sip and immediately felt that it was delicious. Delicious food produces dopamine that makes you feel happy. The same goes for Pokemon. Mewtwo looked at the dazzling array of brightly colored dishes on the table, and his appetite suddenly increased. They also learned the same way as Lucario next to them, and began to feast on them. Haoyan smiled and watched Mewtwo join the battle. Delicious, so delicious. While eating and drinking, Mewtwo used telepathy to talk to Haoyan. If you like it, eat more. A faint smile appeared on Haoyan's face. Among Haoyan's outstanding advantages, he considers his cooking skills to be the most gifted. Therefore, what he is best at is to use food to lock the hearts of Pokemon. After dinner, under the leadership of Gardevoir, the Pokemon quickly cleaned up the dishes, and Mewtwo joined in, helping with the dishes. After eating, there is a reserved item, that is, soaking in hot spring. After enjoying the food, it is really a great joy in life to wash away the dust in the hot spring. Inside the hot spring pool, with a thud, Lucario jumped into the hot spring, cradling his head in his hands and dipping in the water in a backthrow. Luca Tilda made a sound of enjoyment. Charizard also soaked his feet in the water, using the hot spring water to soothe the tendon. Tyranitar can only squat by the pool as always, occasionally taking a sip of the hot spring while Haoyan is not paying attention. Xiaomeng, come with you too. Like me. Haoyan helped Mewtwo prepare a towel and handed it to him. Then go into the water, put the towel over your head, and enjoy the water running down your chest. Mewtwo saw several Pokemon playing together, and joined involuntarily. Follow Haoyan's style and soak in the water. Flutter tilde flutter tilde. Charizard changed positions and accidentally put the hot spring on Lucario's face. Luca tilde. Lucario fired back immediately, splashing water on Charizard's body. While Charizard dodged, he accidentally threw the water on Mewtwo. Lucario looked at Mewtwo. Mewtwo understood, and like Lucario, he poured water on Charizard. For a time, several Pokemon began to play in the hot spring. Haoyan watched a few Pokemon play happily, and gave Lucario a thumbs up to the atmosphere. A pair of tender little hands automatically wrapped around Haoyan's shoulders, helping him knead his shoulders and relax his muscles. Without looking, Haoyan knew it was Gardevoir. Gardevoir, who has systematically learned massage, is really different when he does it. After pressing it twice, Haoyan felt that it was not enough, so he patted Gardevoir's little hand. With a bang, Haoyan got up from the water, spread a towel by the pool and lie directly on it. He closed his eyes and said to Gardevoir, Xiaolu, come on. Gardevoir blushed slightly, got up sensible, sat beside Haoyan, and started to move his little hand. Chapter 193 Go! Slateport City. Goal: win the campaign. Time passes like a white horse. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There are only 3 days left until the curatorial contest in Slateport City. Since returning from Kanto region, Haoyan has been staying at home, coaching a few Pokemon, and doing the final special training sprint. In the practice yard, Lucario let out a loud shout, sending out a solid white light that hit a test board exactly. Yes, not bad. Xiao's flash cannon has become more and more proficient with the practice of of this period. Necta's dark hole. Haoyan held the laptop and watched Lucario's hitting data in detail. Lucario shouted. A purple-black energy fluctuation radiated from his body. Well done. Haoyan gave Lucario a thumbs up. After returning from Kanto region, Haoyan deliberately adjusted Lucario's attack method. The original Lucario, with a focus on melee attack, but in fact, Lucario's special attack is better than his physical attack. Purchased 2 skill machine, Dark Pulse and Flash Cannon, to flesh out Lucario's attack style. Okay, Xiaolong is here for you. Haoyan began to examine Charizard. Flamethrower, Air Slash, Dragon Claw, Dragon Pulse, Slash, in that order. Roar. Charizard immediately used all these skills in Haoyan's way. In terms of physical attack skills, the action is very fast. As for the special attack, the power is also very obvious. Well, Xiaolong, you have made great progress. Haoyan looked at the data on the computer and encouraged Charizard. Out tilde. Charizard, who was praised by Haoyan, obediently walked back to the team. Next, Xiaolu. Haoyan began to test one by one the results of the special training of Pokemon. Xiaomeng, it's your turn, Haoyan said softly. Like other Pokemon, Mewtwo stood in front of the beta, waiting for Haoyan's orders. Let's start, Haoyan said. Mewtwo immediately began to act, first using the Spirit Blade, transformed into a huge spoon, and held it in his hand. Then he took a sharp step and rushed towards the test board. In the process of rushing forward, the body exudes a wave of oscillating air, which is Psychic signature skill, Mental Interference. At the moment when the mental interference hit the beta version, the huge spoon in his hand was also hammered down. With a bang, the test board made of super heavy stone was directly smashed into a corner. Then the attack has not stopped, and when the move is closed, there is an absorb pun. Pretty. Haoyan couldn't help but cheer. Put away the laptop and don't look at the data on it, because you don't have to look. You know, beyond the original prediction, the action is smooth, there is no procrastination, and the strength is completely on the target. You did a good job, Xiaomeng. Haoyan walked to Mewtwo's side and said to him. Mewtwo was still silent, but from his eyes, he could clearly see a happy look. After the test, Haoyan said to several Pokemon, okay everyone, this is the end of today's practice. Xiaolu, collect everyone's opinions and see what everyone wants to eat tonight. By the way, help me deal with the ingredient, and I will do it myself later to cook a delicious meal for everyone to treat everyone. Tomorrow, we will leave Slateport City to participate in the Slateport City Curator competition. Hearing that there was something delicious, several Pokemon immediately became active. They gathered around Gardevoir and began to shout, Luca tilde, out tilde, out tilde. Haoyan smiled and looked at a few Pokemon, and smiled with relief. After this period of special training, Xiaowu's level has reached level 60. Xiaolu is 59, Xiaoxi is 58, and Xiaolong is also 58. Xiaomeng's level is a little lower, only level 53, but Xiaomeng's combat power is not inferior to Lucario, the highest level. Although each of Haoyan's Pokemon has reached the pinnacle of quasi-elite in terms of level, but every Pokemon, the real combat power, has reached the peak of elite. Even Lucario and Gardevoir, after the Mega Evolution, have reached the combat effectiveness of the quasi-champion early stage. Such strength is enough to be a gym curator. Early the next morning, Haoyan packed up his thing, put on his backpack, and brought his Pokemon with him. Go, Slateport City. Goal to win the curatorial contest. Like Haoyan, many people also came out of their homes or secret training places. They went to Slateport City one after another, and for a while, Slateport City was surging. The situation is better today. Thank you readers for your concern tilde. Today's 5 chapters. Tilde. Haoyan, finally going to the stage of the Pokemon world tilde. Chapter 194,194. How many reward points are there this time? Slateport City at the end of November. Although it is close to the equator, the weather has already turned cold. It's not the season for surf anymore. Local citizens have already put on long sleeve, and some women with weak constitutions have also put on long sleeve. But on the streets of Slateport City, there were several people wearing short shirts and short sleeves, distinct from the locals. Look at that over there. Isn't that Reggie from Sinnoh region? 2 citizens of Slateport City pointed to a young man passing by. That's right, it's him. He is really amazing. In less than a month, he has already won 8 badges from our Hoenn region. And I've heard, Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh region, he's got all the badges. Last time I happened to be passing by Duford Gym and saw him using a Staraptor, fighting Curator Tengshu. He and Tengshu, the leader of Duford Town, fought for almost half an hour. In the end, Reggie came out on top and won the Toxicroak of Curator Tengshu. It's amazing to be able to defeat Curator Tengshu's Toxicroak. He's in our Slateport City now, which means he's here for the curatorial campaign. I think it should be. Look at him in such a cold day. He still wears so little. It should be from a retreat somewhere. It should be for the curator's campaign. Wow, the trainers who came to the competition this time are so strong. The stronger the better. The stronger our gym curator in Slateport City is, those evil organizations will not dare to do evil at will. The two citizens were discussing in a low voice. Hey, look, that girl over there. She looks so elegant and classical. Is that the cool beauty famous by Lily Cove City, Xiaofeng? Just as he was talking, a woman with light blue long hair passed by beside the two citizens. That's right, it's her. In addition to being a trainer with 7 badges, she is also a flute player. It is said that when she performed the flute, the audience who often listened to the performance were distraught. She's in Lily Cove City, but she's famous. Really? That's too powerful. With the Slateport City Curator campaign, the time is approaching, and more powerful trainers gather in Slateport City. Not only the Hoenn region, but also trainers from many other regions are gathered here. Of course, there are people who are well known to the public, and there are people who are not well known to the public. A-level bounty hunter Aaron Haoyan was walking on the avenue leading to Slateport City, looking at a man passing by, secretly thinking in his heart, this time the gym is open. As long as there are 5 badges, you can sign up. In addition to the trainers, many bounty hunters were also dispatched. In this regard, Haoyan completely expected. A gym curator can enjoy local financial subsidies, as well as funds issued by the Alliance every year. It is no exaggeration to say that every gym curator is a beauty. However, not all bounty hunters are interested in the position of curator. Like the top SSS level bounty hunters, I want to invite them out. If you don't have tens of millions, please don't move. Such people naturally despise gym's benefit, but this is normal. No matter what field, you can get to the top of the pyramid. The resources obtained can be said to be massive. As I walked and thought, a voice came from behind. Brother Haoyan. A charming young girl's voice came from behind. It is Sapphire. Turning around, he saw Sapphire, looking at him tentatively from a distance. Haoyan turned around and waved to her. Sapphire saw clearly that it was Haoyan, and immediately accelerated 2 steps, walking quickly to Haoyan. I saw from a distance that someone was carrying a big backpack. I guess it must be Brother Haoyan. Sapphire showed 2 small tiger teeth and greeted Haoyan tenderly. Long time no see, Sapphire. Haoyan responded with a smile. You can recognize me with just a backpack. You are really amazing. I lived in your house, Brother Haoyan, for a while, and I must recognize your big backpack, Sapphire said with a smile. Sapphire, why are you coming to Slateport City? Haoyan asked curiously. Sapphire replied, I'm also going to participate in the curatorial contest. Oh, Sapphire, are you also interested in gym's curator? Haoyan laughed while walking. I'm not at the level of being a gym curator. I heard that there will be many powerful masters gathered in this campaign. I want to take this opportunity to play against the masters. Also, I know that Brother Haoyan, you will definitely come, so I just wanted to meet Brother Haoyan. Let me report to you the results of my cultivation during this time, Sapphire replied. Oh, so it is. Haoyan nodded. The two walked into Slateport City while chatting. When Haoyan stepped into Slateport City, he heard a mechanical gentle female voice in his mind. The smile on the corner of his mouth grew brighter. The system is here for a mission. There are so many reward points this time. You can ask Xiaolong to prepare for Mega Evolution in advance. Chapter 195 Brother Haoyan, Born Destined to Shine. Open black lens bracket quest objective close black lens bracket. Win Slateport City Curator Contest. Get Curator status. Task reward 10,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket punishment for mission failure close black lens bracket. None. The reward points for this mission are very good. There are a full 10,000 points. It appears that the career of gym curator at Slateport City is a key point in the process of changing the world. That's why it's rare for the system to be generous. Xiaolong's Mega Evolution is not far away. Even if there is no systematic task, Haoyan will definitely take the position of curator of Slateport City. However, the icing on the cake, Haoyan has no reason to refuse. Going all the way with Sapphire, we came to the door of the Pokemon Center. The Alliance has a dedicated registration point here. There are many trainers who fill in the information online and sign up for the curatorial contest. To this end, Slateport City specially organized a wave of volunteers who were specially responsible for the reception at the entrance of the Pokemon Center. There are 6 reception desks on site, checking the identities of participating trainers and issuing number cards. Hello, I'm here to report. Haoyan and Sapphire walked to the reception point and said to the receptionist with a smile. Ah, hello. Responsible for the reception are 2 young girls. One of the blue-haired reception ladies looked up and saw Haoyan's handsome face, and was slightly taken aback. Most of the trainers she received before were elderly, usually middle-aged people between the ages of 28 and 40. Suddenly, a handsome young man appeared, making her unable to react for a while. Realizing that she was a little rude, the blue-haired receptionist hurriedly lowered her head and took a form. Ma, please tell me your name and where you came from, and I'll check the information. Who are you? Haoyan. Just as Haoyan was about to speak, another receptionist with a slightly chubby face took the lead in reporting his name, and excitedly said to Haoyan, You are Haoyan, right? I have seen the live broadcast of Fall Arbor Town's gorgeous contest. and I have seen your appearance. As soon as the slightly fat receptionist opened her mouth, the people who were registering around looked at Haoyan curiously. I'm Haoyan. Haoyan looked at the excited receptionist speechlessly. As he said his name in person, the people around him began to discuss. He is Haoyan, the rumored enthusiastic citizen, have defeated several conspiracies of Team Magma and Team Aqua, and captured Team Magma's Banery and Fire. Kana Daly is right. He really came to participate in our Slateport City curatorial contest. I didn't expect such a powerful trainer to be so handsome. Hopefully he can win and be our curator at Slateport City Gym. If that's the case, then we, Slateport City, don't have to be afraid of those evil organizations anymore. In the days when Haoyan was not in the Hoenn region, the Slateport City Daily, which had tasted the sweetness, immediately launched a special report on Haoyan. Dig deep into the details of each time Haoyan defeats the evil organization. As the details of Haoyan were exposed, the people were full of curiosity about this enthusiastic trainer, and some local TV stations, when they received the trend, quickly followed the trend and participated in reporting Haoyan together. In this way, Haoyan's popularity has been greatly improved. Young, handsome, champion who has won gorgeous competition, strong strength, and a sense of justice. These attributes of Haoyan, each of which is highlighted individually, is an eye-catching word. Excuse me, my number plate. Haoyan reminded in a low voice. Ah, okay, please wait a moment. The excited blue-haired receptionist quickly adjusted her mood. After all, I'm still at work now, so I need to pay attention to my image. Your number plate is 233. Please keep it. The blue-haired receptionist, after checking the information, handed a sign to Haoyan. Thank you. Haoyan put down the sign and was ready to leave. Mr. Haoyan, please do your best. My friends and I hope you can be the first curator of our Slateport City. So, please do your best. The blue-haired receptionist said seriously to Haoyan. Haoyan was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and responded with a smile. Thank you for your encouragement. I will do my best. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside and vacated other spaces for other applicants to register. Hello, I've also signed up for the curatorial contest. A middle-aged man dressed in a mountaineering outfit with some bald hair stepped forward to sign up. The receptionist looked up at him and said casually, name, where you are from, and the number of badges you have, and list the gym who have obtained the badges one by one. Some bald middle-aged people have big mouths. Don't forget that the attitude is very different. After all, he knows what he looks like. However, why Haoyan didn't have these just now, and now it was his turn to ask so clearly. Pointing to Haoyan not far away, he said, why just now? The receptionist understood what the bald middle-aged meant and rolled her eyes. With an expression full of admiration, he looked at Haoyan standing under the warm winter sun, and said, because of his eloquent word, because he is Haoyan. This answer is really far-fetched, but why is it so natural? The bald middle-aged man had to say honestly, my name is Shanaido. I'm from Rustboro City. I have 7 badges. They are. Sapphire looked around, a little eager to find the little girl who Haoyan wanted to sign. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Brother Haoyan belongs to the kind of person who is destined to shine. Chapter 196. Towards the Pokemon World Days. Slateport City's Curator Contest held as scheduled. Slateport City Council take this seriously. The original venue dedicated to holding gorgeous competitions has been expanded and transformed into a new competition venue. Cut the stage of the venue into large and small arenas, and in the ring, they also spent a lot of money to install various facilities. The entire venue can accommodate 100,000 spectators. In addition, the Slateport City Hall has specially issued a notice that the entire Slateport City will be closed during the curatorial campaign. This also led to the residents of Slateport City, who came to watch the birth of their city's first leader. There are also many tourists from various cities, which promote the local tourism. For the admission fee alone, Slateport City Council got the money back for the expansion of the venue. Citizens who can afford it all went to the scene. Those with poorer conditions also stayed beside their own TV set, waiting for the live TV broadcast. It is no exaggeration to describe it with thousands of people. However, Slateport City has not relaxed its inspection. Investigators headed by Officer Jenny led the investigators fully armed and patrolled around Slateport City in order to prevent criminals from doing anything wrong with the competition. The lights in the venue gathered together, illuminating the center of the stage. The host, Vivian, walked onto the stage with a light wave of lotus death. Hello everyone, I am the host of this curatorial contest, Vivian. After speaking, he bowed slightly and greeted the audience. The audience immediately applauded and cheered. Vivian, wearing a gorgeous white lace bubble dress, held a microphone and waved at the audience. Thank you for your enthusiasm, and it is an honor to host this curatorial contest. Next, let's invite the judges this time. Vivian pointed to the high platform on the stage with her jade finger, and the audience followed her jade finger and saw the high platform illuminated by the light. In the high platform, more than 10 figures appeared. Please welcome the curators of the Hoenn Region Gym, Roxanne, Brawley, Asha, Winona. Every time Vivian introduced one, won. There was a burst of applause. In particular, the audience who came from the city where these gym are located greeted the superior in their city with applause. In addition to the presence of 8 gym curators, we also invited the former elite of Hoenn region, Mr. Mura. The light hit Mula's face, and Mula waved to the audience in high spirit. Finally, let us welcome with the warmest applause Hoenn region's current champion, Mr. Wallace. Vivian used a passionate tone to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience in the venue. Wallace changed into a gorgeous white evening dress suit, standing on the high platform and waving to the audience below. The champion of Hoenn region, that is the representative of the highest combat power of a region. The applause from the audience continued. Haoyan and Sapphire were waiting in the background for the match to start. Through the synchronized TV in the background, Sapphire said excitedly when he saw a series of characters who were admired by thousands of people and stood on the high platform. They are really amazing. If I can stand on it and be a part of them, that great. The trainers who watched the opening together backstage, mostly like Sapphire, were full of anticipation and covet. Sapphire took a peek at Haoyan. Haoyan still looked calm, with a slight smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Not much mood swing. A sharp contrast to those around him. Brother Haoyan has always been so calm. It comes from his heart, absolute confidence in his own strength. After this campaign, he will definitely have a place on the high stage. Sapphire secretly said in his heart. What wrong, Sapphire? Feeling Sapphire's gaze, Haoyan looked at her curiously. No, it's all right. Sapphire blushed and said to him, Brother Haoyan, this time you will definitely be able to win this campaign. Although the game hasn't started yet, Sapphire feels that champion is none other than Haoyan. Hehe, borrow your auspicious word. I'll do my best, Haoyan said with a smile. Please prepare for the contestant. The first round of screening ready to start. A staff member walked backstage and said to the surrounding trainers, quote, Brother Haoyan, let go. Sapphire breathed, slightly nervous. Well, let go. Haoyan took the lead and walked to the front desk. This step of Haoyan seems to be normal, but in fact, it was his most important and most extraordinary step towards the entire Pokemon world stage. Chapter 197 Tengshu. So fast. The first round. The details are as follows. Each player finds their own battlefield according to their respective numbers, and then fights in batches. The first round is a knockout system, and each trainer can only use one Pokemon. Before the battle starts, you need to signal to the referee. Once the battle starts, it cannot be changed. Vivian explained the rules of the first round to the audience. The first round, to put it bluntly, is the audition. The number of players who signed up this time has reached as many as 400 people. The conditions for registration can be met by most experienced trainers. As long as you have 5 or more badges, you can enter. The strength of the trainers is somewhat uneven. The audition is to save time and make the first screening. The contestants did not know each other. Just in case the car rolls over, most players will choose to use their own stronger Pokemon. The first round begins. Vivian was notified by the staff that it was ready and announced. At the beginning, the entire exhibition hall was red. Various Pokemon appeared, accompanied by their respective growls, silencing the voices of 100,000 people in the exhibition hall. Luca. Each of Haoyan's Pokemon can stand alone. However, just in case, the most comprehensive Lucario is used. The attributes of steel and fighting are not restrained much, and Lucario's hitting surface is not bad. Haoyan's opponent is a middle-aged uncle who uses a poison-type Seviper. Automatically, relevant data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Seviper. Attribute Poison. Level 30. Characteristics Molting. This Pokemon, after falling into an abnormal state, has a chance to repair itself. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Seviper is a black python with golden jaws. Seviper has golden armor on his head and back, and 6 golden buttons on his abdomen. Remark: for some unknown reason, Seviper has been fighting against Zangoose for generations, and it seems that hatred for each other is engraved in each other's genes. The middle-aged uncle had a headache when he saw Haoyan's Lucario. It's actually a steel Lucario, but fortunately, in order to prepare for this campaign, I tossed 1 million Alliance coins to let Seviper learn Flamethrower. Just when he secretly rejoiced that he could target Haoyan, Haoyan had already used the power of Aura to let Lucario attack. Xiao Bullet Punch. Lucario stomped hard and disappeared from Seviper's sight. When it appeared again, the fist was already on Seviper's face. There is no effect to stand out, but the huge level difference, a direct one-shot kill, clean and neat. The middle-aged uncle looked at Seviper, who had lost his fighting power, and his eyes were turning in circles. This is the end. This is too strong. A second ago, I was glad that Seviper learned Flamethrower and could restrain Lucario. In the next second, you will be instantly killed. The referee on the side raised the chess piece. Player 233 played against player 209. Player 233 wins. Haoyan, player number 233, hurry, please go to the waiting area and wait for the next game. Like Haoyan, there are not many battles between opponents in one move. From this point alone, it can be seen that there are many masters. Of course, there were some battles that took nearly 10 minutes and were still inseparable. There are mutual probing and fierce confrontation between the masters. There are also poor levels, which seem to be powerful, but in fact they are chickens pecking at each other. The leaders sitting on the high platform are all paying attention to the battles off the field. After all, in the first round, because of the competition system, many people will release their strongest Pokemon. Even the audition, there are wonderful parts. Some trainers use rare Pokemon that are more eye-catching. Mr. Watson, that Luxray over there with player number 123. Even in the face of the ground system with restrained attribute, it did not fall into a disadvantage. It's quite your style. The person who spoke was Adam, curator of Sutopolis City and Wallace's master. Curator Watson, who was beside him, pointed to one of the players in the battle. Ha ha ha, this young man is really good. That Luxray, with one brute force, can instantly kill the opponent. When I was young, I didn't have his level, Watson said with a laugh. Mr. Watson is humble, but I know that you were so elegant back then. Adam smiled. Watson laughed a few times, pointed to a player in the field, and said, that player number 438 over there, his Blastoise is pretty good too. One move, Water Pulse, combined with Bite, a perfect combo. Adam looked in the direction Taizan pointed. A trainer commanded Blastoise and defeated the opponent. Nodding his head, he replied, it's a very coherent combo, and it's really good. When Adam and Taizan were chatting, they suddenly heard Tengshu, who was beside him, say a word out of nowhere, so fast. Watson and Adam looked at it curiously, but found it unexpectedly. Brawly, Winona, Asha, and Mira were all looking in the same direction, and all three nodded, agreeing with Brawly's word. Watson leaned over curiously and asked, which trainer are you looking at? Adam also said, so fast, what are you talking about? As Watson and Adam spoke, the rest of the people also probed to look, including Wallace. Attention was also drawn to the path. Following the direction indicated by Brawly, the eyes of several people looked over. Haoyan had put away Lucario and walked slowly to the waiting area. Chapter 198. Tengshu, Master is on top. Please accept me. Just now, Haoyan asked Lucario to kill his opponent in second, mainly because he wanted to hurry to the waiting area, see if there are any stronger trainers. However, the opponent is too weak, only level 30, a superior level trainer. It is normal to kill in second. As soon as I sat down in the waiting area, a trainer about 25 years old also walked to the waiting area. The trainer saw that someone was actually one step ahead of him. Some unexpectedly stepped forward and greeted Haoyan. Hello, my name is Reggie. Haoyan reached out his hand politely, shook hands with the other party, and simply replied with two words, Haoyan. Reggie looked a little surprised when he heard Haoyan's name. It turns out that you are Haoyan. As soon as I came to Hoenn region from Sinnoh region, I could often hear your name, especially in Slateport City. More people mention you. Really? Haoyan smiled lightly and didn't answer. Eyes are on another person walking towards the waiting area. Aaron, the bounty hunter. I didn't expect him to finish the battle so quickly. Anyone with a name that Haoyan can remember will not be weak. This bounty hunter, Aaron, was remembered by Haoyan. In addition to his Pokemon's good strength, this Aaron also has an identity, that Pokemon hunter. Unlike Haoyan, who completes tasks and solves the needs of employers as a bounty hunter, Aaron specializes in going deep into some remote places, and then wants to capture Pokemon, and then sell the captured Pokemon on the black market. In order to be able to arrest them wantonly, various devices are also used. The process of arrest is still brutal, often actively or passively damage wild Pokemon. It is immoral to catch Pokemon and sell them, and it is also banned by the Alliance. But this Aaron, very smart, can evade the Alliance's investigation every time. Dress up as a bounty hunter and sell Pokemon. Notorious in bounty hunter circles. Hi, my name is Reggie. Reggie is from the Sinnoh region, not from the bounty hunter circle. He didn't know Aaron, so he took the initiative to extend his hand to say hello to him. Aaron paused for a while, didn't reach out to hold it, and whispered back, Aaron. After speaking, he ignored Reggie's embarrassingly raised hand and sat in the corner. Reggie withdrew his hand in embarrassment. As the first round draws to a close, the second and third rounds also begin. Without any accident, Haoyan quickly ended the battle. The opponents I met were relatively ordinary, and there was no difficulty. This number 233 player is really good. In 3 rounds, each time his Lucario killed his opponent with one move. Looks like it's a seeded player. Taizan on the high platform praised. It's really amazing. His Lucario shot cleanly and didn't waste any energy. Adam also replied. Because of the influence of Tengshu and the others, Taizan and Adam focused part of their attention on Haoyan. Taizan asked curiously, what's the name of this player number 233? Hearing Taizan and Adam's praise, Mula on the side was obviously proud and said, his name is Haoyan, and he is my student. Haoyan. Taizan was a little surprised. So he is Haoyan. It's actually a student of Mula. No wonder it's so powerful. The name Haoyan can be said that the Hoenn region is often mentioned. Tengshu on the side heard that Mula was actually Haoyan's teacher. Immediately shocked, he hurriedly bowed to Mula. Master is on top. Please accept your disciples and grandchildren. Tengshu's sudden shock made everyone panic. Mula quickly pulled up Tengshu and asked, Tengshu, why do you call me Shizu? What's the matter? Tengshu said respectfully, go back to the master. Haoyan is my master, Chuck's master. You are his teacher, which means that you are my master. My disciple Tengshu, I don't know you are the teacher of Shigong. Please ask Shizu Haihan. Everyone present was stunned. What kind of master? Master didn't react for a while. After a while, Asha, who was next to Mula, was the youngest, and her reaction was a little quicker. He said, Tengshu, what do you mean? Your master Chuck is the apprentice of brother Haoyan. You're Chuck's apprentice again. So you called Haoyan the master, and you called my grandfather the master. Tengshu nodded seriously and said, that's right. Afterward, Tengshu talked in detail about Chuck's apprenticeship with Haoyan during the fighting exchange conference under the questioning of everyone. This time, everyone on the high platform was completely stunned. Unexpectedly, Taizan and Adam asked Haoyan's name casually. It actually involves so many identities of Haoyan. Be an ardent trainer who cracked down on the activities of evil organization. A student of Mulla. He is still the master of the Johto region fighting maniac Chuck. Hoenn region. The teacher of the director of Dufer Gym. Chapter 199 Examining Sapphire's Growth. After the first round of audition, 56 trainers have been decided. Everyone applauds and encourages. Vivian returned to the stage to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience. Okay, the next game will be a 2v2 confrontation. These 2 rounds of battles will continue to use the elimination system to decide 28 trainers. In the second round of the battle, there will also be a venue limit. 28 competing teams randomly choose from 4 fields of grass, rock, water, and ice as the battlefield. Trainers cannot change Pokemon during the battle. The winning side will advance to the next round. Trainers, please wait for a while. Our staff will prepare the venue later, and will use the computer to randomly match to assign your opponent. Vivian stood on the stage and explained the rules. Sapphire, who was sitting in the background watching TV with Haoyan, was a little uneasy and looked at Haoyan for help. Brother Haoyan, this time I joined the venue. If I encounter water and ice, my Lyron and Blaziken will be very troublesome. It's better if it's grass and rocky ground. In fact, it is normal to introduce venue restrictions to test the contestant. The test is whether you can use the environment flexibly to give yourself an advantage in different environments. That's why Gym Leader, most of the Pokemon uses the same stat in order to take advantage of the location. For example, Zootopolis City Gym itself is a big pool. Atom Leader's water-type Pokemon in this environment can achieve a great degree of bonus. There is plenty of water around, which can quickly mobilize the surrounding water-type energy and make quick move. In addition, water-type Pokemon can also dive into the water to dodge attack. In this way, the geographical advantage can be maximized. Or maybe it's Gym. The hot weather in Lavaridge Town. When fire-type Pokemon use fire-type move, there is a bonus to damage. The Rock Gym in Rustboro City is built into a mountain, which is good for the running of rock-type Pokemon. Also, the gym in Marble City is full of electrical equipment. All are to bless the Pokemon with the corresponding attribute. Haoyan was not worried about the venue and comforted Sapphire. When you challenged Fuyan and Rustboro before, didn't you also have venue restrictions? Didn't you all successfully win the badge? Besides, if your Pokemon doesn't adapt to the field, the opponent's Pokemon must adapt to the field. If you worry about gains and losses and are too nervous, it will easily affect your judgment. Sapphire hummed, and his mood was obviously much better. Thank you, Brother Haoyan. After your explanation, I am much more confident. Haoyan's simple words restored Sapphire's confidence. Sadly, Sapphire's confidence didn't last long. Thank you to the staff. Thanks to their hard work, the venue has been arranged. Next is the second round of 56-28, and the computer starts to randomly assign opponent. Every trainer, please come to the stage and prepare after seeing the corresponding session. Vivian said to the camera. Everyone's name and photo appeared on the big screen on the stage and danced randomly. After a while, Sapphire saw his opponent. He couldn't help but shouted, "No way, I'm so unlucky too." On the big screen, Sapphire's opponent is Haoyan. Haoyan didn't expect that his opponent was actually Sapphire. My opponent is Brother Haoyan. It seems that my game this time will stop here. The confidence that Sapphire had just raised was suddenly vented. However, Sapphire quickly adjusted. It's also just right to take this opportunity to have a try with Brother Haoyan. Although I know that with my strength, it is impossible to win. However, I want Brother Haoyan to test my growth during this period of time. Haoyan smiled and looked at Sapphire. When Sapphire was staying at his house, she would accompany her Pokemon and practice together. After all this time, Sapphire should have grown quite well and should have improved. It is also good to test the growth of the student. Haoyan said, "Well, let's fight a serious battle." Brother Haoyan, let's have a serious battle. Sapphire nodded vigorously, clenching his fist into a fist, looking like he was trying to move up. Chapter 200 Sapphire, Brother Haoyan, is it a hit? In the second round of 56 into 28 knockout, the venue was much larger. The ring that was originally divided was reunited. According to 4 different terrain, 4 areas are divided. It can be seen that the City Hall of Slatecourt City has put a lot of thought into this curator election. The battlefield between Sapphire and Haoyan was not divided into that kind of water and ice. It is a standard grassy terrain. Lyron, you'll do this first, then that, and finally this. Blaziken, you did the same first. Before the battle started, Sapphire released her 2 Pokemon in advance and whispered the tactics in their ears. A lot tilde, flame tilde. After listening to Sapphire's word, the 2 Pokemon returned to the baby ball. Then Sapphire put the 2 baby balls outside the field, which are specially used to place the baby balls in a fixed position. Such a move by Sapphire is obviously to tell Haoyan what Pokemon she will use later. But even if she didn't do it, Haoyan could guess. The only 2 Pokemon that Sapphire can use now and have strong combat power are those 2. After doing all this, Sapphire took a deep breath and said to Haoyan, who also put the baby ball away, Brother Haoyan, please use all your strength to fight against me later. Haoyan smiled and responded, okay. Second knockout round, start. As soon as the host Vivian spoke up, the battle began in the exhibition hall. Come out, Lyron, Blaziken. Sapphire released 2 Pokemon first. Automatically, the data of the Pokemon appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Lyron. Attribute Steel, Rock. Level 38. Characteristic Rock Head. Even if you use a move that will take damage from the reaction force, your stamina will not decrease. Introduction. Lyron has a thick armor on his body, and it is not an easy thing to break through. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Blaziken. Attribute Fire. Fighting. Level 38. Characteristic Fierce Fire. When the physical strength is reduced to 1/3, the power of fire type moves will increase. Introduction. When fighting, it will shoot out scorching flames from its wrists and bravely face the opponent. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the flame will burn. Sapphire's progress is quite fast. 2 Pokemon have reached level 38 in half a year. It's not far from the gym class. Haoyan also casually released Lucario and Gardevoir. Before the battle started, Haoyan was not in a hurry and let the student Sapphire move first. Blaziken, Lyron start action. Sapphire shouted, and her 2 Pokemon immediately began to move. Lyron stood in front of Blaziken, roaring, the energy in his body agitated. From under Lucario, a few stones suddenly formed, like a cage, trapping Lucario in it. While Lyron made his move, Blaziken hid behind Lyron and began to slap his body continuously to stimulate the energy in his body. Rock Tomb plus agility. Haoyan saw Sapphire's arrangement. Xiao, use the absorb punch on Lyron. Xiaolu, Psybeam take care of Blaziken. Haoyan gave the order, and the 2 Pokemon moved quickly. Lucario knocked open the stone cage with a light bump. Then towards Lyron, he charged forward, waving his Orberg fist. Gardevoir's attack was already ready, sending out a multicolored light directly towards Blaziken. Lyron, Blaziken, follow the plan. Sapphire clenched his fists and shouted loudly to her 2 Pokemon. Lyron actively rushed towards the fantasy light, and a white energy shield appeared in front of his body to protect himself. Although they blocked Gardevoir's attack, they couldn't stop Lucario's attack. At this time, Blaziken flash spark and use quick attack. Rush in front of Lyron, hands up, make a blocking gesture. Block Lucario's fist before Lucario's attack smack down. Blaziken's power is hard to resist Lucario's mighty power. Feet completely sunk into the grass, but this is enough for Sapphire. Blaziken grabbed Lucario's arm completely and firmly. Lyron, use the iron head. Sapphire yelled immediately. Lyron rammed Lucario straight with his head. Nice idea. Haoyan praised and continued to command. Xiao, kick the next game. Lucario's hand, although caught tightly by Blaziken, was still able to move his legs and kicked Lyron's Orberg head directly. The collision between Orberg and Orberg wiped out a burst of ember. Under the huge suppression of the level, Lucario solved Lyron with one kick. Lyron's bulky body, like a kite with a broken string, flew off the field. He fell to the ground and rolled his eyes. Xiaolu, Psybeam, end the fight. Gardevoir moved again, and a multicolored light hit Blaziken precisely. Sapphire's 2 Pokemon fell down. Seeing this, the referee raised the flag and said, player number 233, Haoyan win. After the battle, Haoyan and Sapphire returned to the background. Sapphire, your growth is so fast, and your tactics really surprised me. Have Blaziken use agility plus quick attack for speed. Let Blaziken, who has the fire type, hold the absorb fist of the Lucario fighting type, and then pull Lucario back. Don't let Lucario move, and finally let Lyron use the iron head to attack Lucario. Haoyan gave Sapphire a thumbs up. Lost the game, but was praised by Haoyan. Sapphire was very happy. Said, actually, before starting, I guess Brother Haoyan will use Lucario and Gardevoir so this plan is specially formulated. But it's a pity that the plan is implemented. There is still a big gap. Brother Haoyan's Lucario and Gardevoir reacted too quickly. However, my Lyron just now, can it count as Lucario who successfully hit Brother Haoyan? Sapphire looked at Haoyan expectantly. It's a hit. Haoyan thought back. Lyron uses Iron Head and does hit Lucario. It was only when Lucario reacted that his strength was not as good as Lucario that he was kicked away. Although the skill has no effect, it still counts as a hit. Yeah. Sapphire became more and more happy, told Haoyan to jump happily, and said while jumping, Brother Haoyan, when you challenged Fuyan Gym, even Director Ash's main battle Pokemon didn't hit Brother Haoyan's Lucario, but my slow Lyron hit Lucario. This also shows that I am even more powerful than Sha Leader. Sapphire was watching while he was playing against Asha. Being able to hit Haoyan Lucario is already a huge achievement for Sapphire. Haoyan was speechless as he watched Lucario hit one. Like Sapphire who had won the game, hit Lucario one. So happy. Chapter 201. If you are not confident in yourself, you will make small move. After the second round of knockout, there are only 28 remaining contestants. Among these 28 people, there are a few outstanding ones. The high-spirited Reggie, the classically elegant Xiaofeng, and finally the Pokemon hunter Aaron. As for the others, they couldn't get into Haoyan's eye. Of course, it is also possible that someone is hiding their strength, but this possibility is relatively small. After fierce competition, a total of 28 outstanding candidates have entered our third round of competition. Next, I will explain the rules for everyone this time. Holding the microphone, Vivian introduced to the audience, the third round is still a 2v2 duel. The venue for the third round will be wider and the difficulty will be upgraded. The 1v1 duel is relatively monotonous. If the tactical training of the trainer is similar, the quality and fighting spirit of the Pokemon are almost the same. If one of the parties has attribute to suppress the other, it is likely to win. After all, the types of skills that each Pokemon can learn are limited, and new skills will not be created out of thin air. Like Lucario, no matter how hard you try, you can't learn Charizard's Air Slash. Trainers who have reached a certain level know the skills of Pokemon. In other words, the battle variables of 1v1 are very small, but 2v2, or even 3v3, as the number of Pokemon increases, so does the available tactics and skills. Even if the attributes are suppressed, it is very likely to turn over. In this way, the teamwork will be tested even more, and the game will be more exciting. Now, please pay attention to the big screen, and the next is the match of the respective opponent. On the screen, the names and photos of the top 28 players are beating. Brother Haoyan, your opponent this time is Xiaofeng. Sapphire said to Haoyan, this Xiaofeng and the twin brother Feng, the curator of Moss Deep City, have only one word difference in their name. However, I heard that she is a very famous person. I heard that this little Feng has 7 gym badges and is a very powerful trainer. Sapphire is talking to Haoyan, reporting the information she knows. You can't talk about people during the day, and you can't talk about ghosts at night. While Sapphire was talking, Xiaofeng was walking from behind Sapphire. Hearing that Sapphire was talking about her, she was a great trainer, covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you for the compliment from this sister. Someone suddenly spoke from behind, which frightened Sapphire, and hurriedly stroked his chest with his hand, calming down. Xiaofeng stretched out his hand to Haoyan and said, hello, I am Xiaofeng. I'm honored to be your opponent in the next round. During this time, I often hear someone mention you. Haoyan also reached out his hand politely, shook hands with the other party, and replied succinctly, hello. Xiaofeng felt a touch of indifference from Haoyan. Usually, she is sought after by many opposite sex because of her looks and talent. Although Haoyan had a smile on his face, he didn't show any extra diligence. Instead, he was full of indifference. Reaching out to greet her is just a polite gesture. She didn't even take a look at her because of her look. Especially with Haoyan's eyes looking into each other's eyes, there is an ageless wisdom hidden in the clearness, and it seems that he can detect her. What I'm good at is Scizor. You also have a Steel Lucario. I'm really looking forward to what kind of Ember collide. Xiaofeng said with a smile. Haha, I'm also looking forward to the upcoming battle. Haoyan responded casually. Xiaofeng chatted for a few more, casually, and seeing that Haoyan was not interested in her, she turned around and left wisely. Brother Haoyan, I don't like this little Feng. Sapphire said with some dissatisfaction. It's normal for a little girl to have a little bit of taste. Sapphire is still young, like a grape that has just eaten. On the other hand, Xiaofeng is a plump, sweet and delicious peach that oozes water when you pinch it. It's normal for Sapphire to feel threatened and not like it. I don't like it very much either. I think you are much cuter than her. Sapphire, Haoyan said casually. Really? Sapphire asked with wide eyes. Real, Brother Haoyan. Sapphire lowered his head with a red head. Girl, what's wrong with coaxing? Haoyan was not surprised that Xiaofeng came to say hello. According to observation, Xiaofeng greets his opponents in advance at the beginning of almost every battle. Actively expose the Pokemon you are good at, and then use your words to test the Pokemon used by your opponent. A beautiful woman tells her opponent in advance glance which Pokemon she is best at. As an opponent, you should also tell the other party which Pokemon you are best at. Otherwise, it would be too ungentlemanly. However, Xiaofeng is very shrewd, saying that what he is best at is Scizor. But I didn't say that it will be used later. This situation is a bit like when you usually play rock paper scissors. One of them said in advance that fists are his favorite, and his opponent, believe it or not, it has already had an impact to some extent. However, the seemingly shrewd psychological game may be useful for ordinary people, but it is used on Haoyan, who has been a human being in 2 generations. It worked. How is this possible? It was also because of Xiao Feng's action. Haoyan took her out of the ranks of the people he paid attention to. Only if you are not confident in your own strength will you do these small actions. Chapter 202. Is it a violation? 28/14. Not at the same time as before. The organizer chose to split into 2 venues, and 14 people were divided into 7 venues. After 2 rounds of screening, the weaker opponents have been eliminated. Among the remaining 28 people, they are all relatively strong-seeded players. Haoyan played against Xiaofeng in the first match. Haoyan, please give me more advice. As Xiaofeng spoke, she waved her long blue hair. The pose is sweet and murders a lot of spotlight. Haha. Haoyan put 2 baby balls away. The battle between Xiaofeng and Haoyan has attracted the attention of many people. A handsome young man, a classical-looking, elegant musical beauty. These 2 people, in addition to being famous, are also powerful trainers, naturally attracting attention. Okay, let's enjoy it together. The third round's first game. With the staff's ready signal, Vivian announced, the game begins. Come on Scizor. Golduck. As soon as she got up, Xiaofeng released her Pokemon. This time, the venue for Haoyan and Xiaofeng to fight is the ice surface. The entire battlefield is nearly 100 meters wide, and the Pokemon used by Xiaofeng has an advantage in attribute. Golduck is a water type, and the ice water is not separated, so it can adapt to the venue well. Followed by Scizor, the combination of insect and steel. The biggest weakness is fire. In such an air-conditioned venue, the power of fire-type moves is greatly reduced. Xiaofeng, I am very satisfied with this terrain. He is also confident in his own formation this time. Haoyan did not release the Pokemon immediately, but raised his hand and signaled to the referee. Seeing Haoyan raising his hand, the referee suspended the game and walked to Haoyan's side. The host, Vivian, has seen Haoyan twice, and is very impressed by the handsome Haoyan. Seeing Haoyan raising his hand, he also took 2 steps in his direction, paying attention to the conversation between Haoyan and the referee. Player number 233. What's the problem? The referee asked in confusion. I have a question about the terrain, and I want to confirm it in advance. Haoyan said softly. About the terrain? What exactly do you mean? The referee asked. Assuming that my Pokemon destroys this ice-filled field, is this considered a violation? Haoyan replied. Destroy this ice surface. The referee was done, looking at the field that was at least 2 meters thick and covered 100 meters wide. I feel that Haoyan is crazy. Is such a venue sure it can be destroyed? The organizers have put a lot of thought into this competition. Gather a large group of ice-type Pokemon to build this giant ice block. However, the referee still gave the answer. This is not a violation. Okay, I'm fine. Haoyan thanked the referee and prepared to release his Pokemon. The referee also returned to the position just now, ready to continue the game. After listening to the whole process of Haoyan and the referee, Vivian said to the camera, changing the terrain that is not conducive to your own performance is one of the required courses for trainers. There are many ways to change the environment. Sunny day of fire type, rainy day of water type, hail of ice type, and sand attack of rock type. These skills can change the original battle terrain to a certain extent. After transforming the venue, you can let your Pokemon play well. In order to test trainers and face combat responses in different environments, Slateport City Hall has made a lot of preparations for the terrain. Vivian turned her back to Haoyan, and when speaking to the camera, Haoyan released his Pokemon. A huge figure appeared, directly blocking the light behind Vivian. It made Vivian, who was supposed to be the most crowded light in the audience, dim. At the same time, this huge figure appeared, accompanied by a huge roar. Class. Tyranitar, who had been shrinking in the baby ball, was a little excited when he finally got to play. Roar. A gray-black figure appeared, and its wings flapped violently, raising a small whirlwind. The wind blows Vivian Qingxi not far away in a mess. The Tyranitar is commensurate with each other. Wild and domineering growl. 2 huge roars made everyone in the venue quiet down. Everyone stared at it in astonishment. 12 meters tall and weighing 5 tons, Tyranitar looked like a hill. The outer skin is gray-black, and the inner wings are red as blood. Charizard stands proudly in the air with 5 parts wild and 5 parts domineering. At this time, Haoyan said softly, Shao Si, use earthquake. Tyranitar's heard the word. The energy in his body flowed rapidly, and he stomped on the ground hard. On the battlefield, the ice surface, which is 2 meters thick and 100 meters wide, is as fragile as a piece of paper. Under 1 foot, it was smashed smashed into pieces. The referee and Vivian finally understood why Haoyan asked that question just now. Chapter 203 Haoyan, Wake Up Zhaofeng's Dream. On the high platform, the curators looked at the tall Tyranitar, and the wild, domineering gray-black Charizard is inexplicably shocked. Is this really what I know about Pokemon? Tyranitar, 12 meters tall. Is it too exaggerated? Watson rubbed his eyes to confirm that he read it right. Fong, sister, I'm afraid. Nan, brother, I'm afraid too. The twins of Green Ridge Gym looked at each other and said invariably, such a big Tyranitar. This is the overlord of the rock system. Roxanne, who likes rock-type Pokemon, looked at Tyranitar with longing, and her eyes were full of love. Brother Haoyan's Charizard. He's progressing so fast. Asha witnessed Charizard's evolution with her own eyes at Thuyan Gym. Haoyan's Charizard, even compared to my Typhlosion, is almost the same. Mula whispered aside. Is this the strength of the teacher now? Too strong. Tangshu also muttered to himself. The curators are challenged by trainers every day and have seen all kinds of Pokemon, but it was the first time I saw Tyranitars with such an exaggerated figure. It was the first time I saw Shiny's Charizard, including Wallace, who had met Haoyan once in the gorgeous contest, couldn't help but be surprised. The ice surface is 100 meters wide and 2 meters thick. It's really not good for Haoyan's Pokemon battle. Since the terrain is not good for you, just change the terrain. Tyranitars, with just one simple shot of Earthquake, can be completely transformed. The 5-ton Tyranitar, just standing there, was partially crushed by the ice. Coupled with the use of Earthquake by Tyranitar, the effect is even more obvious. When Tyranitars was using Earthquake, Haoyan explained in advance, let him control his strength, and don't destroy the entire battlefield. Looking back at the battle, Tyranitars just hit Earthquake to completely solve the problem of the terrain, and the remaining broken ice was directly swept away by Tyranitar with a flick of his tail. Then, Haoyan also officially launched an attack. Xiaolong, use Flamethrower to attack Scizor. Xiaoxi, use Dark Pulse, then connect Iron Tail, attack Golda. The first move was Charizard, who had the advantage in speed. He shrank his neck and sprayed the red golden flames condensed in his mouth towards Scizor. Charizard is faster than Scizor and has an air superiority, so there is no room to dodge. Without the bonus of the ice surface, the Scizor of the Insect and Steel series has a particularly obvious weakness for being afraid of fire. Although Tyranitar's speed was a little slower, but with a height of 12 meters, he only needed to take a step forward to reach Golda. The dark energy on his body fluctuated, forming a black circle, swaying towards Golda. After that, the movement didn't stop at all. The tail swung, and the huge rock thorn slapped Golduck's body. Scizor, who is 4 times weaker, can't stand Charizard's flamethrower at all. Take away. The skills used by Tyranitar do not restrain Golduck, but under Tyranitar's rude attack, Golduck couldn't escape the fate of the fiasco. Haoyan's opponent, Zhaofeng, is stupid. Don't give her any time to react. At first, the Pokemon summoned by Haoyan scared her. The giant Tyranitars shattered the icy terrain that was originally beneficial to her with just a normal earthquake. At the same time, it also awakened her dream of winning the championship. Then the attack is fast and smooth. When she reacted, she had already lost. Xiaofeng's eyes were blank. The delicately dressed pretty face lost her usual look. With a wry smile, he picked up the baby ball and took back the 2 Pokemon that had lost their stamina. Facing such an opponent, she has no chance at all. At this moment, the referee also reacted, raising the flag in his hand to announce the result. In the 3rd round, player number 233 Haoyan advanced. I believe that the Pokemon of the Haoyan player will give everyone a strong shot. So, please give your warmest applause and congratulations to Haoyan's promotion. As the host, Vivian put away her initial surprise and hosted the game in a seasoned manner. The audience spontaneously applauded and congratulated Haoyan. Chapter 204 Dazzling like the sun in the sky. After defeating Zhaofeng, Haoyan successfully entered the top 14. Also from the battle, back to the background, the curatorial contest is divided into 2 days. On the first day, the strongest 14 people were screened. The next day, from the 14 people, the final champion was decided. According to the rules, Haoyan's game today has ended. Of course, in theory the game continues today. After all, there are other players fighting. However, from the moment Haoyan stepped down, the next game was nothing to watch. Vivian, who was in charge of hosting, saw that there was nothing that needed her, so she brought a few reporters and cameras and was going to the backstage to interview Haoyan. The curators sitting on the high platform were familiar with Haoyan. It's even more boring to play Yan, Watson, Adam, and Mulla nestled on the sofa, talking about topics their age. Roxanne sat beside Feng and Nan, chatting with them like a big sister. Wallace was beside him, a little drowsy. The 2 little sisters, Asha and Winona, looked at each other and nodded tacitly, preparing to go to the backstage to chat with Haoyan. With Haoyan's Zuyu in front, the other players appearing, in the eyes of the audience, seemed to be less important. The whole venue became noisy. Some local Slateport City citizens started talking about Haoyan. Men, as many as they are discussing the two Pokemon that Haoyan had just now. Tyranitar with a height of 12 meters is like the overlord of the land. Just now he used Aya during the RTH quake. I felt my seat wobbled significantly. This kind of strength is really terrifying. And that gray-black Charizard, so handsome. The gray-black skin and the blood-red inner wings are so handsome. It's a man's ultimate dream. If I had a Pokemon like this, I would probably be woken up by handsome when I was dreaming. The women at the scene were inquiring about gossip. I want to know if Haoyan has a girlfriend. In their opinion, Haoyan, who is sunny, handsome, mature, and powerful, has a promising future, which completely fits the image of Prince Charming in their heart. The backstage of the game. Brother Haoyan, I knew you would win. Seeing Haoyan, Sapphire excitedly stepped forward and asked for credit. I was backstage just now, and I have been cheering for you. Haoyan smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. No wonder when I was on the court just now, I felt that my whole body was full of energy. It turned out that Sapphire helped me cheer. Thank you. Sapphire knew that Haoyan was coaxing her, and whether she cheered or not would not affect Haoyan's victory. However, little girl, there is always a little girl at heart. At this time, there was a sound of high heels walking in the background, and Vivian walked towards Haoyan with two cameras. Mr. Haoyan, I don't know if it's inconvenient to interview you. Vivian handed the microphone to Haoyan with a look of anticipation. Before Haoyan spoke, a carefree voice came from the corner of the backstage. Brother Haoyan, I brought my little sister to see you. Yasha was the only one who called Haoyan his younger brother. Behind him, there are still Winona and Roxanne. Winona and Roxanne are not as familiar as Yasha and Haoyan. They both greet Haoyan with a reserved smile. Long time no see, Haoyan. Winona waved her hand casually. Hello, Haoyan. Roxanne and the people present were not that familiar with each other, so she seemed a little reserved. She heard Asha and Winona say that they were going to chat with Haoyan backstage. She left Feng and Nan to join in. Hello everyone. Haoyan just finished greeting a few people. Another person came backstage. Master. Tangshu bowed respectfully to Haoyan, then stood beside Haoyan. Seeing how popular Haoyan was, Vivian hurriedly directed the camera and started filming. I'm so sour. This Haoyan is too big. 4 of the 8 gym curators came to chat with him. Even Miss Vivian gave up her hosting job and came to him. Hey, people are different. That Haoyan is as dazzling as the sun in the sky. How can the soil in our field be compared? The 2 male contestants who participated in the competition said with heartfelt emotion as they looked at Haoyan's words holding the moon in their hand. Chapter 205. Winona. Roxanne, why are you in Haoyan's room? After the first day of the competition, the Slateport City Town Hall prepared a room for the top 14 players in the most luxurious hotel in Slateport City. The standard of accommodation is quite good. The leader of Slateport City Hall is very good at light. After all, among these 14 people, one of them is the future curator. Make a good relationship, and if you have something in the future, it is easy to open your mouth. The curators who came from various cities to attend, and the Slateport City Hall did not dare to neglect. All of them were luxurious suites. Haoyan just finished taking a shower and came out of the bathroom. I was about to dry my hair when I heard the doorbell ring. When I opened the door, it was Roxanne from Rustboro City Gym. As soon as the door was opened, Roxanne said, Haoyan, I want to ask you something. But when she saw Haoyan wearing a bathrobe, her hair hadn't dried yet. She looked wet. Suddenly, his face turned red. Then, did I come at the wrong time? I'll come back to you later. Roxanne lowered her head immediately, but from the corner of her eyes, she secretly glanced at the exposed chest muscles at the opening of Haoyan's bathrobe. Haoyan looked back at the time and joked, it's 9:30 now. Come back later. Isn't it a bit? 2 simple jokes made Roxanne's pretty face even more rosy. Bowing his head, he didn't know how to advance or retreat for a while. Haoyan didn't expect that Roxanne would be so shy so easily that she stopped teasing her. He opened the door of the room and said to her, just kidding, don't mind. Come in. At this time, Roxanne should have something to ask Haoyan. It's okay, it's okay. Roxanne walked into the room with her head lowered, and sat down on the sofa with a bit of restraint. Haoyan poured Roxanne a glass of water and waited for Roxanne to speak while wiping her wet hair with a towel. After taking a sip of water, holding the water glass in her hand, as if there was something in her hand, Roxanne relaxed a lot and asked her question. I want to ask you, Haoyan, what do you usually feed your Tyranitar to make him grow so big? And how do you usually train Tyranny? What is the training project? And I want to ask, how did you deal with Tyranitar's weakness of being afraid of water? Roxanne asked her questions all at once, and she had already thought about it before she came. The last time Haoyan and Sapphire spent the night at her house, the chat between Roxanne and Haoyan benefited her a lot. Roxanne has always wanted to find another opportunity to have an in-depth communication with Haoyan. It was a rare time that Roxanne and Haoyan met again, and Roxanne seized the opportunity decisively. Haoyan put down the towel, pondered for a while, and said, let's talk about the weakness of rock water first. In fact, it is not impossible to improve. You can try try to let them contact some water environments first, and then gradually let them get used to the water. Haoyan shared his training method with Roxanne. Don't hide it. Answer everything you know. Thank you, Haoyan. This time I learned a lot from you again. Roxanne thanked from the bottom of her heart. Haoyan looks at problems and can always analyze them from an angle that others can't see. The point of view is sharp and to the point. After I go back this time, I will start to practice the way you said. Wait until tomorrow's mid-year attribute expert competition to fight for a good place for Kana's gym, Roxanne said confidently. Attribute expert competition? Haoyan asked curiously. This time, he is bound to win the curator election. It is also time to learn about gym-related information in advance. Roxanne explained to Haoyan. The attribute expert competition is held every 3 years. Every 3 years, the Alliance will conduct a strength assessment of all gyms in each region. The content of the assessment is mainly about the strength of the curator of each gym, which determines the level of each gym. Gym leader can challenge other gym leaders of the same type. During the challenge, you must use Pokemon with the same attribute to fight. The winner get point. The level of point to rank gym's level. The higher the level of gym, the higher the local financial subsidies and the funds issued by the Alliance every year. After Roxanne's explanation, Haoyan understood the situation. For example, let's use the rock system as an example. Kanto region has Brock, Hoenn region has Roxanne, Sinnoh region has Roar, Kalos region has Chaklo, and Galar region has Magua. Gather these curators in charge of the rock gym and fight each other. Pokemon with the rock attribute must be used to fight, and the winner gets a high rating. The Alliance, according to the gym with the highest ranking, decides the local financial subsidies and fund. These things were a little far away for Haoyan before, so they didn't understand. Last time, what rating did you get? Haoyan asked curiously. I got a B grade, but according to what you taught, I will strengthen the special training when I go back. After practicing, I have the confidence to reach the A level. Having said this, Roxanne stood up and bowed earnestly. After understanding the situation, Haoyan nodded and said, you are too polite. Next time we have time, we will discuss it. Unconsciously, Haoyan and Roxanne chatted for nearly 2 hours, and Roxanne said goodbye. Haoyan sent her to the door. As soon as he opened the door, he found that Winona raised her hand and was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened, and Winona was startled. Seeing that Roxanne had gained training skills, she came out of Haoyan's room with a contented face, and she was done. Winona said with a weird face, Roxanne, why are you in Haoyan's room? Chapter 206. After dealing with 3 women, there is still 1 man to deal with. Roxanne, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so red? Roxanne, why did you come out of the room after 11 o'clock? Roxanne, why is Haoyan wearing a bathrobe? Winona asked why 3 times in a row. From Winona's point of view, Roxanne's blushing face and Haoyan wearing a bathrobe at this time are suspicious. Roxanne was asked 3 times by Winona, and the whole effect was outstanding. Some didn't react and were stunned on the spot. Winona's sharp 3-line, 1 sentence is louder than 1 sentence. Asha, who happened to be in another room, followed the sound curiously, pushed open the door of the room, and saw Haoyan and several people stuck outside the room. Seeing the scene in front of her, Yasha was shocked with a questioning tone. Brother Haoyan, you, I don't, and Roxanne, you actually. Seeing Winona and Asha's expressions, Roxanne knew they wanted to go wrong. She wanted to explain, but the more anxious she became, the more speechless she became. Pretty face, like a red apple. The male protagonist, Haoyan, took the initiative to help Roxanne. Roxanne saw that I have Tyrannotars of the rock system, and came to me to share about cultivating rock, the experience of stone Pokemon. You say so, Roxanne? That's right. Roxanne's head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It's not what you think. After receiving Haoyan's reply, Yasha breathed a sigh of relief. Winona reacted the fastest, adjusted her expression quickly, and smiled with a 3-point teasing. Isn't it what we thought? What do you think we think? Roxanne's blushing face, which had just faded away, was once again like a red apple. Some anxiously grabbed Winona's hand and said, You all know what I mean. Don't pretend you don't know. Winona couldn't hold back her laughter and comforted her. Okay, I know, I'm joking with you. Seeing Roxanne's charming appearance, Asha and Winona together made fun of Roxanne. As she was talking, Roxanne remembered something, raised her head suddenly, and asked Winona in a 3-point questioning tone. By the way, Winona, it's so late. Why are you knocking on Haoyan's door? After finishing speaking, she also showed a successful expression, thinking that it was her turn to fight back. Winona flashed a bit of panic. She responded quickly, and said confidently, of course it's the same as you. Haoyan has a shiny Charizard, and I also have a shiny Swellow. I also came to ask Haoyan how to train flying Pokemon. Winona's words are righteous and can't fault it, but her eyes twitched frequently, and her eyeballs shifted to the left unconsciously. Judging from the features of her appearance, it is obvious that she is also a little guilty. Although Asha has not studied psychology, she cannot understand Winona's micro-expression, but after being her best friend for so many years, she naturally knows Winona Winona's character. There is also a woman's intuition, which is more or less able to distinguish between 1 and 2. Of course it's true. Winona asks herself that her concentration is still good, at least not like Roxanne, who blushes after a few words. Roxanne blinked. Winona made her so anxious just now. She didn't want to let her go so easily. Continue to attack. Then why did you find Haoyan so late? It's already past 11 o'clock at night. Roxanne's attack hits the key point and hits Winona's soft spot. Winona, who asked herself to be able to concentrate, couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, her reaction was fairly quick, and she pretended to be teasing and said, "I'm not like you. You are in a hurry." Not long after I got back to the hotel, I couldn't wait to find Haoyan. Where? Roxanne is not good at this, and thought she would be able to counter the general. Unexpectedly, it was so easy to be blocked by Winona. Speaking of this, I also want to ask Brother Haoyan, what the reason for Charizard's progress so fast? Asha emphasized the word brother. The conversation between Roxanne and Winona just now made her feel a sense of crisis inexplicably. It is especially emphasized that the relationship between her and Haoyan is deeper than the two of them. When Asha spoke, Winona immediately borrowed the donkey to go down the slope, took the initiative to grab Asha's arm, and said, "Asha, let's ask Haoyan together about the knowledge of Pokemon cultivation." At the end, he did not forget to tease Roxanne, "Let's not eat alone like Roxanne." After speaking, he and Yasha joined hands and entered Haoyan's room. It stands to reason that Roxanne has finished asking questions and should return to her room to rest, but she was sent by ghosts and gods, and followed Winona's footsteps and returned to Haoyan's room. In this regard, Haoyan was a little speechless. From beginning to end, no one asked his opinion. Totally treat him like a tool man. In the middle of the night, three beautiful leaders with different temperaments wanted to discuss issues with themselves. Reject. Don't. Finally, close the door and discuss with them. Because Vivian is the host, she has to rehearse with the staff in advance. Been busy until 1 o'clock in the evening before returning to the hotel. Just returned to the hotel and got out of the elevator. I saw the three girls headed by Asha happily walking out of Haoyan's room. Everyone's face was a little flushed from excitement. Haoyan stood at the door of the room, wearing a bathrobe, watching them leave. Students who wear bathrobes will understand. Just got out of Scald's bath, and it's definitely going to be a little hot. Naturally, don't tie the bathrobe too tightly. It's easy to look loose if it's not tight. When it is loose, it is easy to reveal the strong chest. Combined with the blush on the three women's faces, it's easy to make people fanciful. Obviously, Vivian also thought about it smoothly, and hurriedly walked back to her room in the hotel corridor with a blushing face. When Haoyan thought that after sending off the three daughters, he could finally rest, just as he was about to close the door, a big hand blocked the crack of the door. "Master, I'm Tengshu. I also want to invite the teacher." "Okay." Haoyan glanced at the time. It was past 1 o'clock at night. After dealing with three women, there is still one man to deal with. Chapter 207. The main opponent should be him. Early the next morning, Haoyan came to the backstage of the game. Last night, in addition to being tossed by three women and one man, still a good harvest. Responsibilities of gym curators and alliances. I have a general understanding of gym's requirements, etc. The newly established gym or the gym leader who just took office is the lowest level C-level gym from the beginning. If you want to level up, you must defeat your opponent in the Attribute Expert Tournament to get a good ranking. Welcome to the second day of the curatorial contest, where we plate Port City. The first gym curator will be decided today. Let's welcome the guests who come with a round of applause. The host Vivian held a microphone and introduced the curators on the high stage. Then, welcome to the 14 candidates who have been promoted as curators. The organizers have a sense of ceremony and invite every contestant to the stage. The lights hit the corresponding players one by one, and Vivian read out the names of the corresponding players, and the audience applauded. The last one is Hoenn Region, a popular and enthusiastic trainer who has been notified and rewarded by the Alliance several times. Handsome contestant number 233, Haoyan. When Haoyan's name was pronounced, Vivian's tone rose a few tones. Obviously, the lights hit Haoyan's body, and he smiled calmly and waved at the audience. The movements are casual and natural, without a trace of contrivance. Immediately, there was overwhelming applause, and the cheers of the audience were like waves, converging from all directions to the center of the stage. Compared with other players, Haoyan's popularity is as high as a mega superstar. Okay, explain the rules of this round to everyone. Vivian smiled and began to explain the rules. The format of this round of competition is a 3v3 format. Remove the restrictions of the venue and let the trainers play at will. Players face off in pairs, and the winner moves on to the next round. This time the competition system is more enjoyable. Direct 3v3. The more Pokemon on the field, the more room for change. It is a very test of the trainer's judgment of the situation. At the same time, it also tests the trainer's control over the Pokemon, whether they can make accurate judgments and arrange moves reasonably. It's the first 3v3 since the team was formed, just to see the team's cooperation. Haoyan is very very interested in such a competition system. Okay, let's ask the players to watch the big green neck. After Vivian explained the rules, she waved to the staff. The staff understood and began to operate the computer. On the big screen, start turning the player's name and photo. When paired with each other, the final result is displayed. This time, Haoyan's opponent is a trainer named Shangxi, who is about 25 years old. Haoyan followed and looked over, calling the trainer of Shangxi. His face was a little pale, and it was estimated that he knew that Haoyan was his opponent and was very desperate. Several trainers near the mountain were relieved when they saw that it was him against Zan Haoyan. Team battle. Haoyan's 12-meter-tall Tyrannotars is really too terrifying. Gives a strong sense of oppression. Okay, first let's invite the first group of players to fight. Player number 132 Aaron against player number 88 Tianwu. Other players, please go to the backstage and wait, Vivian said. Haoyan followed the staff backstage from the stage. As soon as Haoyan sat down, Sapphire gathered around, showing two cute tiger teeth and said, Brother Haoyan, you have to cheer up. I will cheer for you in the background just like yesterday. When Sapphire was backstage yesterday, he saw Haoyan being surrounded by a group of opponents who were more feminine than her. Turning around by Haoyan's side, it is inevitable that there is some taste in my heart. As soon as he saw Haoyan, he couldn't wait to perform. Before it was his turn to play, Sapphire was in a hurry to perform. Haoyan saw her small thought, reached out and rubbed Sapphire's cute head, and said, That great. If there is Sapphire, come on. I will definitely be able to be the same as yesterday, without fail. Haoyan's attitude, as always, made Sapphire feel at ease. She felt that her brother Haoyan was not captivated by those mature peaches. After chatting for a while, the first battle had already started. Sapphire pointed to the TV in the background and said to Haoyan, Brother Haoyan, this player named Aaron actually has a Metagross, which is really rare. Following Sapphire's guidance, Haoyan also looked at the TV. On TV, Aaron controls 3 Pokemon. They are Gengar, Metagross, and Steelix. They are about level 62, and they have reached the quasi-elite level. They are playing against their opponent. As Sapphire said, Metagross is rare. The racial potential of Metagross is also at the level of a quasi-god. Aaron's Metagross rushed in front of the opponent and directly hit the opponent with a bullet punch, knocking the opponent Linoone out of the field. Steelix rolls a Snaitail, a standard Iron Tail, and a Nidoking is swept away. The Gengar of the Ghost type is the most ghostly in action. Using high speed, he unleashed a long-planned attack. Hit the opponent Manectric. The damage is not it big, but it poisons Manectric. In one round, Aaron's Pokemon had already swept the opponent's 2. Aaron's victory is only a matter of time. The style of play is very direct and fierce enough. The level of Pokemon is also very high. It seems that the main opponent this time should be him. Chapter 208 Rain Team. Next, it is the star player Haoyan of number 233, who will play against the player of number 123 Shangxi. Everyone welcomes them with warm applause. Vivian held the microphone and introduced. Hearing that Haoyan was preparing to play, the originally dull scene erupted into huge applause and cheers. Compared with the previous situation of falling asleep, it is like awakening. Now, the curators sitting on the high platform were all energized together, and the small group of sisters headed by Asha all stretched their necks and looked around. Nura, in order to be able to see more clearly, put on the reading glasses that she bought specially last night. Brother Haoyan, come on Tilda. Sapphire stood in the background and waved vigorously at Haoyan, who was about to take the stage. Thank you. Haoyan smiled and walked to the stage from behind the scene. When walking on the stage, the lighting engineer quickly aimed the light at Haoyan so that the audience could see clearly. After seeing Haoyan, the applause and cheers became more enthusiastic. Vivian looked at Haoyan, who attracted the attention of thousands of people, still calmly, kept smiling calmly, and slowly walked towards Haoyan in the center of the stage. Her heart was full of emotion. Vivian, she's hosted Pokemon event, big and small. From a rookie to a seasoned host, it took 5 years of training. When she faced the giant stadium with up to 100,000 spectators now, before going on stage, you also need to adjust your breathing and eliminate your inner tension so that you can slowly enter the stage. Haoyan, who has no stage experience but can be so calm, his energy-raising skills have to be admired. Even Vivian had a strange feeling that Haoyan was born as if he was born to be noticed by thousands of people. Standing on the side of the battlefield at will, there is an invisible aura. This invisible pressure made his opponent Shanaido feel the pressure on his shoulders. Just one appearance, there is such a powerful pressure. Shanaido was a little helpless. The eyes of the audience at the scene can almost be said to be focused on Haoyan. Occasionally a few will look at him. It's just those eyes from the audience that give him the feeling that he's ready to fight the decent protagonist, and then he's the villain. Player Haoyan number 233, are you ready? The referee asked with a smile. Haoyan put his Pokemon ball in a fixed position. Haoyan nodded to the referee. Ready. Shangxi, player number 123, are you ready? When the referee asked Shangxi, he unconsciously put away his smile. When the referee asked Haoyan, he cared from the bottom of his heart to see if he was ready. But when I asked Shangxi, it was obviously a little perfunctory and a cutscene. I'm also a contestant. It doesn't matter if the audience treats them differently, so does the always fair referee. What can I do? I'm really desperate. Shan X's heart roared silently, but even if he treated him differently, he couldn't help it. He put away the helplessness in his heart and said to the referee, I'm ready. The referee waved the flag. The game began. At the beginning of Shangxi, he summoned his Pokemon, a total of 3 Pokemon. They are Kabuto, Blastoise, and a Jolteon. The Pokemon used are more characteristic of Kanto region. From the point of view of Pokemon, Shangxi should be someone from the Kanto region. Automatically, data related to Pokemon appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Kabuto. Attribute water, rock, level 45. Characteristic swim freely, in rainy weather. The speed is increased by 2 times. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket. 1 swimming in the water to catch prey. In order to be able to move from water to life on the ground, gills and feet have begun to change. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Blastoise. Attribute water, level 45. Characteristic rain plate. In rainy weather, you can slowly recover your stamina. Introduction: the body is very heavy, and after pressing the opponent, it can make the opponent faint. When in danger, it hides in its shell. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Jolteon. Attribute electricity, level 45. Characteristic electricity storage. Pokemon with this characteristic are not affected by electricity type move, and can recover their stamina when hit by electricity type move. Introduction: it is difficult for trainers to interact closely with Jolteon, because Jolteon's hair will stand up like needles. Haoyan also casually released his Pokemon. Roar, roar. Charizard roars twice every time he plays. It's like taking an oath of sovereignty. The other 2 Pokemon, Lucario and Gardevoir, are much more low-key. These 3 Pokemon, their breath is so strong. Shanwei looked at Haoyan's Pokemon and felt a lot of pressure. Shanwei raised some spirits with difficulty, and loudly encouraged his Pokemon, as long as we follow the original plan I made, we still have a chance. Shanwei cheered loudly, which barely had a little effect, and his Pokemon began to concentrate. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Jolteon, shoot the Thunder Wave and paralyze them. Kabuto, attack Gardevoir with jets of water. Before Shanhui's instructions were finished, his Pokemon had already begun to move. It can be seen that Shanwei has made a plan. Rainy Team. Haoyan had already guessed what the other party was thinking when he saw the 3 Pokemon. When the intention was taken by foresight, his whole body was full of flaws. Chapter 209 Haoyan, your opponent is a little weak. There was a shallow dark cloud in the sky over the battlefield, and a light rain started to fall. On the ground, water started to accumulate. This is exactly what the opponent Blastoise's rain dance does. Jolteon's flickering spark knit into the stagnant water. Toward Gardevoir and Lucario, keep attacking. And Shanwei's Kabuto, covered with water and light, attacked Gardevoir at a very fast speed, waving the sickle in his hand. Shanhui's idea is very simple. Let Jolteon paralyze Gardevoir, and then use the rain to increase the power of the water type. Let the accelerated Kabutops attack. Killed Gardevoir with relatively low physical defense first, then move on to Lucario and Charizard. As a magic thorn, Gardevoir does not have high physical defense. In short, it's crispy. Shanhui's idea is very good. Teamfights should be crispy first. However, there is a premise that the hit is the crispy skin. Can't hit. Crispy chicken tilde. Xiaolu, safeguard. Gardevoir opened his mouth lightly and sang an inexplicable melody. With her singing, a transparent protective cover was formed on Haoyan's side. Safeguard can isolate all abnormal conditions in a short time. Xiao, stand in front of Xiaolu, hold that Kabuto, and don't let him hurt Xiaolu. Lucario, who was already beside Gardevoir, took a step and blocked her from behind. With his hands in a blocking position, he blocked Kabutops with Orberg's body. In team battles, you should give priority to protecting the back row. Little Dragon, Sunny Day, roar, roar. Charizard, who was flying in the sky, quickly poured out the fire energy from his body, roared loudly, and roared away the shallow dark cloud facing the battlefield. The temperature in the field started to get hot. At this moment, Haoyan completely diffused Shanhui's attack. When it stopped raining, the Kabuto feature will not trigger. The speed also returned to its original state. It's my turn to attack. The corner of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly. He gave the order, Xiao, use Beidu and throw Kabutops out. Lucario had already held the double scythe in Kabutop's hand, sunk his waist and dismounted. With a standard throwing technique, he threw Kabuto, who only had 40 kg, and flew out. Xiaolu, use the energy ball to solve the Kabuto. By the time Kabutops was in the air, Gardevoir was ready. A dark green spherical energy body, pulled by the psychic energy in the body, was thrown towards the Kabutops, who had nowhere to dodge in the air. Water and rock, 4 times weaker grass. Gardevoir's level is 14 levels ahead, and even without the grass type bonus, it is enough to kill Kabutops in second. Little Dragon. Flamethrower take care of Jolteon. Roar. Roar. Charizard, who had a good vision in the air, drank his neck, and a red golden flame suddenly erupted. On a sunny day, fire skills have been increased by 1.5 times. It is more than enough to deal with a Jolteon whose defense is not high. In one round of attack, Shanhui's 2 Pokemon have been resolved. On the field, Shanwei only had 1 Blastoise left. In theory, Shanwei has only 1 Pokemon left, but that doesn't mean there's no chance of winning. Just the odds of winning very low, maybe only 0.0001% probability. Lucario, who has always been calm but full of sharp expression. Charizard, with a fierce look in his eyes and only 1 blow, was still a little unsure. Gardevoir with his hands on his chest, ready to go. Hao-Yan can solve Blastoise with a random neck command. Shanwei looked at Hao-Yan, who had not issued an attack command, and bowed in gratitude. He understood what Hao-Yan meant. The situation was clear, and there was no need to continue fighting. Continuing the fight would only add to Blastoise's injury. Shanwei raised his hand to the referee. Referee, I admit defeat. The referee understand, waves the flag, announces the not go. In this match, player number 233 Hao-Yan will advance. Hao-Yan took back his Pokemon in disappointment. I originally thought that I would play a dozen games and take a look at the team's cooperation, but I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Your opponent is a little weak. In fact, it's not Shanhui's fault. His rainy day team is actually pretty good. The skills also cooperated with each other, and the advantages of the rainy team were implemented. Moreover, Shanwei is not weak, to be honest. His 3 Pokemon have completely reached the gym level. No wonder Hao-Yan is too strong. Thanks to Hao-Yan number 233 and Shanwei number 123 for bringing us a wonderful showdown. Let's congratulate Hao-Yan number 233 for successfully advancing to the top 7 of this curator contest. After Vivian finished speaking, applause immediately erupted from the scene. Next, let's have the players for the next showdown. All the curators in the guest room were a little less interested after seeing Hao-Yan's end. I don't have much interest in the neck battle. After the incident at the hotel last night, Roxanne successfully joined the sister group headed by Asha. Gathered aside, whispering in a low voice, Nura and Watson nibbled melon seeds and watched the game casually while chatting about the past. Wallace and Adam chatted about the experience of cultivating Pokemon during this period. Brawley was a little bored, doing sit-ups on the side. Fung and Nan, 2 children, nestled on the sofa, half-squinted at calm mind. Chapter 210 is expected of Aaron. He acted ruthlessly. Time passed quickly. After this round of duel, the competition came to the semi-finals, and from among the many contestants, the final 7 people were decided. The lights on the stage gathered in the center, and Vivian walked to the front of the stage gently shaking her lotus. Under the light, she looked radiant. After a brutal fight, we finally came to our semi-final. Let's applaud to invite the last 7 curator candidates. Under the light, Vivian recites a name every year, and the light hits the corresponding person. Because it was a duel in pairs, the remaining people on the scene were odd again. That means that one person will be bye-bye. A bye means you can advance without having to compete. Okay, trouble our staff to pick each other's opponents for the top 7 players. Let's also see which one of the lucky ones can get a bye. Watching the name on the TV turn, after a while, the result was confirmed. Hao-Yan played against a player named Jijil. The lucky bye was Reggie from Sinnoh region. When Jijil knew that his opponent was Hao-Yan, he gave a wry smile. Raising his hand and attracting the attention of the people around him, he said, "Host, I retire." As soon as Jijil said this, he immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Even Hao-Yan looked at him sideways. It's not easy to retire after reaching the semi-final. Vivian, who has hosted various Pokemon events, is rarely seen in the face of voluntary withdrawal. Player Jijil, are you sure? Jijil nodded affirmatively to Vivian, and then said to Hao-Yan, I can enter the semi-finals. It is already blessed by the goddess of luck. The strength of Hao-Yan's players is really too strong. Faced with such a powerful opponent, the goddess of luck is possessed, and it is impossible to be Hao-Yan's opponent. Gurgil is very self-aware of the opponents he faces every time, either not strong, or restrained by his attribute. His luck is indeed good. However, in the face of absolute strength, luck is of little use. Challenging the strong is certainly worth encouraging, but it doesn't mean that you have to be mindless. Hao-Yan is already strong enough that he needs to look up. Determination, strategy and even will can't break through the shackles of strength. Moreover, there is a deepest reason, which Gurgil did not say. Jijil and Shanwei, who lost to Hao-Yan just now, are good friends. After Shanwei stepped down just now, he felt that people around him looked at Shanwei differently, because in the hearts of most audiences, Hao-Yan is already their default curator, and they competed with Hao-Yan for this position. It will be naturally classified into the ranks of villains by the audience. If you can win, that's fine. For the position of curator, it doesn't matter if you become a villain one. However, if you can't fight and you can't beat it, it's better to push the boat with the current and get a good relationship. A staff member of the organizer said said a few words in Vivian's ear through the ear. Vivian nodded and said, okay, since the Jeejil player has already decided, the conference will also respect your choice. After discussion at the conference, contestant Haoyan and Reggie, who had a bye, shared a bye, go straight to the final four. In the next game, Haoyan and Reggie will automatically become opponent. Now, let's hand over the stage to the players who will be playing. Since he could advance without fighting, Haoyan naturally didn't bother to spend any time and went back to the backstage directly. Brother Haoyan, you are really amazing. As soon as you hear that your opponent is you, your opponent will be scared and surrender. Once backstage, Sapphire stick to Haoyan. Haha, thanks to Sapphire you prayed for me, otherwise my luck would not be so good. Haoyan smiled and rubbed Sapphire's head. Haoyan didn't feel anything about Jeejil's admitting defeat, because he knew that this time the opponent is the Pokemon hunter Aaron. Only Aaron is Haoyan's opponent. Sapphire raised his head happily and said to Haoyan in a happy tone, how can brother Haoyan say so exaggerated? Just as Haoyan was chatting with Sapphire, the TV was playing Pokemon hunter Aaron and a match against a player. Aaron controls his Steelix, using his massive body to compress the space of his opponent's Pokemon. Then Metagross, on the other side, formed a seed. Gengar, on the other hand, made a sudden move. Aaron's fighting style is completely in line with the way he usually fight when hunting wild Pokemon. After taking the encirclement, Aaron took control of the Pokemon and launched an attack. Let Steelix hold down a Skitty with an Orberg tail. Aaron immediately commanded Gengar and Metagross to launch a violent attack on Skitty. There's no room left. After knocking down Skitty, she didn't let her go. I don't know if Aaron was intentional or not, but he let Steelix directly press Skitty and attack the rest of the Pokemon. Aaron's opponent, immediately shocked. Skitty is already on the ground. If run over by Steelix, is that worth it? Steelix weighs a ton. Skitty is only a little older and was crushed. It is estimated that if Skitty is not dead, he will be seriously injured and even leave Hit endangered. Immediately command the rest of the Pokemon to rescue Skitty. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Aaron quickly seized the gap and continued to attack. In the end, Aaron's opponent lost with hatred. Aaron's disregard for Pokemon made the audience very dissatisfied. There was a burst of boos, but Aaron didn't care at all, and still went his own way. As expected of Aaron, he acted ruthlessly. There was a hint of coldness in Haoyan's eyes. Chapter 211. The semi-finals have begun. Dear viewers and friends, the quarter-finals will be played later. The next match is star player Haoyan against the long-established Reggie player. I believe everyone is very interested in this battle. While the staff is installing the site, let's interview distinguished guests and listen to their views. Vivian shook the lotus step and walked towards the high platform where the curators were with two cameras. Hello curator Winona, who do you think will be better than Reggie in this match? Vivian handed the microphone to Winona, who was sitting at the front. Haoyan. Winona answered directly without thinking. Obviously Winona's answer is so direct, there is no discussion. Vivian said from the side, although I also think that Haoyan is very strong. His opponent Reggie has already obtained all the badges of all four regions. Presumably he is also a player who does not lose to Haoyan. Why does curator Winona, such an unequivocal player, will win? Winona thought for a moment and said, Miss Vivian is right. I once played against Reggie. Reggie is a really strong trainer. However, Haoyan has a super fast computer in his head. He can see through the opponent's plan at the first time. I have a deep understanding of this. Winona's words made Asha, who was sitting beside her, nod frequently. The two of them had fought with Haoyan at the Weather Institute and with the people of Team Magma. Haoyan can infer a complete event through some nuanced details. Moreover, they have fought against Haoyan. As long as the Pokemon is released, it will be seen through by Haoyan. During the battle, the feeling of restraint was particularly obvious. What about curator Roxanne? Who do you think will win? Vivian continued to ask. My opinion is the same as theirs, and I am also Haoyan. Roxanne replied without any hesitation. What about director Norman? Huyan. How about you? Curator Tengshu. Huyan. After asking 5 curators in a row, they all agreed that Haoyan would win. Vivian continued to look at Mulla, who was beside him, and asked, Mr. Mulla, who do you think will win? Mulla smiled and said, Haoyan. The interview was one-sided, which made it a little difficult for Vivian to do it. The original interview was just to pass the time. In the quarterfinals, the staff is turning the original venue into integration. It will take some time. As the host, Vivian, in order not to let the scene cool off, interviewed these guests. Originally thought that each guest will have different opinions. You will analyze it one by one. That way, she'd be procrastinating for a long time. Unexpectedly, the result turned out to be one-sided. This made her speechless. Simply, Vivian directly asked the person present, who had the highest status in the alliance, Mr. Wallace, do you think Haoyan will win this time? Vivian's question directly made everyone in the guest seat focus on him. Wallace, in the league title, but champion. It is no exaggeration to say that they are the people with the highest combat power in the entire Hoenn region. Obviously everyone wanted to hear his opinion. I have to say that Haoyan's Pokemon is very strong, but the game changes changes a lot, and it depends more on temporary reaction. But in terms of probability, Haoyan has a much higher probability of winning. Wallace said ambiguous, no precise answer. After all, he is champion, and if it is a private discussion, he also thinks that Haoyan will win. But Vivian was interviewing in front of so many people. If he was one-sided, it would put too much psychological pressure on Reggie. Inevitably there is some suspicion of repression. Sapphire, who has been watching TV in the background, she, Haoyan's #1 fan, muttered with some dissatisfaction. What? Anyone with eyes knows that brother Haoyan will definitely win. This Wallace can't even see that. I don't know how his champion came about. Over time, the crews have arranged for the battlefield. Vivian also got off the guest seat and returned to the stage to host the game. Next, let us applaud and invite the two players Haoyan and Reggie, who will face off later. Everyone in the guest seat looked forward to the battlefield. Haoyan and Reggie entered the arena slowly from the backstage. Haoyan still had the iconic smile on his face, while Reggie was expressionless. The two are in sharp contrast. The semi-finals have begun. Chapter 212. Haoyan actually owns a divine beast. Looking at Haoyan with a small smile on his face, Reggie's heart was a little heavy. Originally, Haoyan's powerful Pokemon had already put a lot of pressure on him. The interview with Vivian just now made him even more aware that no one was optimistic about him. Let his heart covered with a layer of haze. Are both parties okay? The referee confirmed Haoyan and Reggie and asked, no problem. Okay. Haoyan and Reggie both nodded and replied, okay. The game starts. The referee waved the flag and announced the start. Come out, my Pokemon. Reggie threw the baby ball into the battle, released his Pokemon. They are Staraptor, Swalot, and Drapion. Automatic. Relevant data entered Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket Staraptor. Attribute flying, normal, level 53. Characteristic sacrifice, using a skill with a reaction force. The power is increased. Introduction, a Pokemon with a ferocious personality. It will attack without hesitation even in the face of opponents taller than itself. Even if he is injured, he does not care about the shape of the feather crest. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket Swalot. Attribute poison, level 53. Characteristic sludge. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is attacked by a stamina absorbing move, the attacking party's stamina that should be recovered will be replaced by the same amount of damage. Introduction, with powerful gastro acid, it can digest everything. The only thing in the world that makes it indigestible is Swalot's own stomach. Open black lens bracket Pokemon, close black lens bracket Drapion. Attribute poison, evil, level 53. Feature, sharp eyes. The hit rate of Pokemon with this characteristic will not be reduced by the opponent's move. Introduction, Drapion often attack humans and Pokemon crossing the desert, so it is feared by people and regarded as a desert demon. However, it was low-key and docile in front of Hippowdon. In terms of level, it has completely reached the level of a general gym trainer, and even surpassed it a bit. To get all the badges of the 4 regions, this Reggie level is still good. Unfortunately, the Pokemon used are a bit ordinary. Although Haoyan had a good evaluation of Reggie, he did not regard him as an opponent at all. Throughout the Pokemon world, there are all kinds of Pokemon. There are strong and relatively weak Pokemon. A Caterpie, no matter how hard he tries, is level 100. It is also impossible for him to fight against the legendary Alpaca of the same level. Each kind of Pokemon has its own upper limit of race. Therefore, the potential of race is very critical. Just like Haoyan's Tyranitar, the reason why he is called a quasi-god level Pokemon is because he has great potential when he grows up. As long as it is properly cultivated, it can even reach the point where it can wrestle with the divine beast. Reggie's 3 Pokemon, although they are well developed, the upper limit is there. His eyes return to the battlefield. Haoyan also released his Pokemon. Come out, Xiaolu, Xiaowu, Xiaoming, Luca, Shanaido, Huoyan's Lucario and Gardevoir. Everyone present had seen it before, but they have never seen Mewtwo. With the appearance of Mewtwo in the battlefield, the formation of a dull depression. Reggie's 3 Pokemon immediately face the enemy. Even the people sitting on the edge of the audience can feel the dull air pressure in the battlefield, as if in their heart there is a huge stone pressing their heart. Even breathing was suppressed at the same time. Mewtwo's powerful oppressive properties are perfectly interpreted. After a short period of silence, the entire battlefield immediately began to be noisy. My god, what a Pokemon! How come I've never seen it before? Is this the Pokemon you just discovered? The inexplicable aura on him is so terrifying. The trainers who were watching the game quickly pulled out their Pokédex and compared them to Mewtwo on the field. My god, even the Pokédex produced by the Professor Oak Institute has no information about him. I only know that this Pokemon is called Mewtwo. According to the classification on Pokédex, it is a genetic Pokemon. And Pokédex also said that this Mewtwo is a unique Pokemon. Unique. Does that mean he belongs to the legendary beast? It should be, otherwise it won't be unique. Ordinary viewers have never seen Mewtwo. The guests in the guest seat have also never met. Everyone opened their eyes and looked at Mewtwo carefully. That Mewtwo, his psychic power feels different. He is so strong. Feng and Nan of Green Ridge Gym said in unison. Even though we are so far apart, I can clearly feel the great strength of the Mewtwo. Tangshu swallowed and said with difficulty. Yeah, I can feel it too. The powerful sense of oppression on him is innate. Mula also spoke on the side. Haoyan actually owns a divine beast. Wallace's eyes were full of incredible. What suspense is there in this battle? Chapter 212. Maintaining a consistent spy-killing style. For Haoyan, Mewtwo is just one of his 5 partners. It just happens that his Pokemon are still relatively strong, also relatively rare. The reason why Gardevoir, Lucario and Mewtwo were released to fight just because Haoyan watched Reggie's previous battle and knew about his Pokemon. Among them, Swalot and Drapion are poison, with Psychic Gardevoir and Mewtwo just restrained. The poison-based attack had no effect on Lucario. Mewtwo, God Beast, what the matter? At this moment, Reggie was holding the Pokédex to check on Mewtwo. My heart is full of helplessness. Now, everyone in the entire venue is in a state of surprise. Haoyan didn't feel anything. For him now, it's just a semifinal. Little Dream, use Psychic Terrain. After receiving Haoyan's instruction, Mewtwo opened his spherical fingers at will. The entire venue, with Mewtwo's movement, began to change. A circle of air ripples around Mewtwo's body began to ripple around. There seems to be a strange energy in the air. Mewtwo uses psychic skills to achieve the state of being at will. It's exactly like it's etched in his DNA. With the change of venue, Gardevoir and Mewtwo are both psychic Pokemon. Feet no longer touching the ground. It seemed that Psychic's energy lifted them gently. What a rich psychic energy. This kind of environment is the most suitable for calm mind. Feng and Nan said at the same time. When they were young, they had already awakened psychic. For changes in the environment, they experience the most obvious. Haoyan just now can let other Pokemon make move together, but he didn't, because he knew that his opponent was still in a daze because he hadn't seen Mewtwo and didn't react. Just a brief remodel of the venue to remind Reggie that the battle is still going on. Now it is a regular battle, not a field battle, facing the trainers, not the members of those evil organizations. Anyone with discerning eyes can understand Haoyan's action. Haoyan did this, showing a gentlemanly demeanor. It reflects the qualities that a trainer should have, and it is more in line with the bearing of a gym curator. Reggie gave Haoyan a grateful glance, and he understood what Haoyan meant. Reggie, anyway, all the badges of the 4 regions have been collected. I've been preparing for this game for so long. Did you give up because your opponent is too strong? Reggie patted his face hard. Again, raise the fighting spirit. Focus on the game. Drapion, using Toxic Bite. From Drapion's tail, dozens of poison stings spewed out. Swalot, use Venom Blast. Swalot spat out a mouthful of disgusting black venom from his mouth. Staraptor, use Whirlwind. Helping hand them, blow these poisons over. Staraptor flapped his wings and blew a whirlwind, accelerating the poison created by the 2 Pokemon to Haoyan's side. Since the other party has already made a move, then Haoyan has no need to keep his hand. Xiaoming, use the light green to block these things, Haoyan said casually, and Mewtwo immediately took action. 3 ball-shaped fingers gently waved. Suddenly, a transparent light green blocked the front of the team. Light green directly blocked all the disgusting attack from the opponent. The light green system Mewtwo made at random blocked the attacks of the other 3 Pokemon. Xiao, use extreme speed to rush to Drapion's side and use Brick Break. Luca, with a loud shout, Lucario suddenly disappeared in place and appeared again, already in front of Drapion. The covered poison sting on the Dragon King was ignored by Lucario. Use the hand as a knife and cut it directly. With the blessing of extremely fast speed, Lucario directly knocked Drapion out. The effect is outstanding. Xiaomeng, use Psystrike. Attack Swalot. Mewtwo looked away at Swalot, extending his 3 bulbous fingers. Immediately, his psychic energy poured out frantically. Swalot's body floated involuntarily. There seemed to be a big hand holding him. Then, when Mewtwo's 3 fingers pinched, Swalot's body was immediately squeezed by an invisible force. The effect is outstanding. Xiaolu, mental interference, solved that Staraptor. Gardevoir's white and tender hand, placed in front of his chest, sent out a burst of psychic energy, rippling the surrounding air. The energy of psychic directly invaded Staraptor's mind. Under the blessing of psychic terrain, Mewtwo and Gardevoir's psychic energies get a huge bonus. Staraptor, who is not good at defense, was instantly killed. So far, Reggie's 3 Pokemon have all been killed in second. Get all 4 region badges. So what? Still not the enemy of Haoyan Pokemon. The fighting spirit that Reggie finally raised was completely wiped out. Haoyan once again used the powerful combat power to solve the opponent. From the beginning of the gym campaign, Haoyan maintained his consistent spy-killing style. No matter who the opponent is, kill them all. Final, right in front of you. The position of the curator is close at hand. Chapter 213. Haoyan, come on. Everyone at the scene, and the audience friends in front of the TV. Hoenn Region Slateport City, the first gym leader, will be decided decided among the next 2 candidates. The long-awaited moment is finally here. Let us welcome the 2 curator candidates with the warmest applause. In the opening remark, Vivian spoke in Caden, which also made countless audiences full of expectation. Finally, when the exciting moment was reached, the audience looked forward to it and applauded vigorously. Everyone in the guest seat also looked forward to the next battle. Haoyun and Aaron entered the arena slowly. Haoyun restrained his signature light smile, and there was a hint of coldness in his beautiful eyes. Aaron, keeping his usual sullenness. The expressions of the two indicated that this was a battle. This time the battle is still 3v3. Winner, become the first gym curator of Slateport City. The battle will start in 5 minutes. Vivian was introducing the rules of the battle. To be fair, I don't really like this Aaron. He gave me a sinister and treacherous feeling, and when his small eyes narrowed, I felt like he was going to do something bad. I feel so too. It's not that I judge people by their appearance. It's true that Aaron doesn't look like a good person. The 2 audience members chatted. It is not advisable to judge people by their appearance, but sometimes the face comes from the heart. A kind-hearted person, even if he looks ugly, he will not be disgusted by people. Hearing the chat between the 2 trainers, a well-informed trainer spoke next to them. This Aaron has a bad reputation at ordinary time. It is said that he usually uses some rude and hurt Pokemon methods to arrest Pokemon, then take the captured Pokemon and sell them on the black market. He's a bounty hunter on the surface, but he's doing the dirty work of a Pokemon hunter behind the scene. When the 2 audience members heard it, they were immediately surprised. The Alliance is expressly forbidden to capture and sell Pokemon. Why did the investigator not arrest such a person? Catch him. The well-informed trainer continued that Aaron's hometown is from Kanto region. You don't know how messy Kanto region is, and this Aaron is very cunning. Even if the Alliance wants to arrest it, there is no evidence. Let me just say, when he played against another trainer just now, the opponent's Pokemon was obviously knocked down by his Metagross, and he even let his Steelix run over it. I thought he was unintentional at the time, but now it looks like it was definitely intentional. When I think about it now, it's no wonder he treat Pokemon like this. He is a Pokemon hunter without a conscience. How could he treat Pokemon well? By the way, look at his 3 Pokemon, each with a dull expression. You can tell at a glance that he is usually not good to Pokemon. Pokemon isn't close to him at all. Unexpectedly, our Slateport City Curator campaign was actually mixed in by such people. I still hope that the gym curator of our Slateport City will be a charismatic and courageous trainer like Haoyun. Yeah, I also think that Haoyun and his Pokemon are obviously much closer, especially that Gardevoir. At a glance, it is known that it is usually taken care of by Haoyun, so it is so well behaved. Yes, I also hope that Haoyun will be our curator. However, in this gym campaign, the final result will be decided according to the outcome. It's no use what we think. When the meeting starts, I have to cheer Haoyun loudly and let him defeat that annoying Aaron. That is, as the audience said, Aaron has a bad reputation. The circle of bounty hunters all know about his shit, but there is no evidence. From an official point of view, Aaron is an innocent person. Okay, the venue is ready. This Slateport City Curator contest, the final showdown, is about to begin. Let's give applause to the 2 candidates. Vivian held the microphone and walked off the stage slowly. Brother Haoyun, cheer up. Sapphire came to the front row from the backstage for the convenience of watching, and cheered Haoyun loudly. Sapphire's cry seemed to be a signal. Many audience members at the scene also shouted Haoyun's name loudly to cheer him on. Haoyun, come on, come on, Haoyun, come on. Chapter 214 The Tit-for-Tat Battle. Slateport City Curator Contest. Final. Start now. The referee waved the flag and announced the start of the game. Come out. Aaron took the lead and threw the baby ball into the battlefield. Automatically, relevant information appeared in Haoyun's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Metagross. Attribute Eel. Psychic. Level 62. Characteristic Clear Body. Usually, the Pokemon will not be affected by the opponent's moves and its ability will be reduced. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Metagross is a cruel predator. It will use its 4 claws and huge body to hold down its prey firmly, and then use its abdominal teeth to gnaw. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Steelix. Attribute Eel. Ground. Level 62. Characteristic Rock Head. Even if you use a move that will take damage from the reaction force, your stamina will not decrease. Introduction. Steelix, like Onyx, is also gray. Its eyes are mainly red and very ferocious, and its tail resembles a nail. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Gengar. Attribute Ghost. Poison. Level 62. Featured Body of Curse. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is attacked, there is a chance that the target will be in a disabled state. Remark. Disabled. The disabled state lasts for a certain period of time. The Pokemon in the disabled state cannot use the last move used before entering the disabled state. Introduction. If you suddenly feel the cold approaching, it means that Gengar is by your side. Maybe it has put curse on you. Haoyun looked at Aaron. The 3 Pokemon with a somewhat sullen expression, and a cold light flash in his eyes. These three Pokemon have different attributes, but they all have that skill. That skill once gave Haoyan a very bad memory. Come out, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiaozi. Haoyan put away his thoughts and released his Pokemon. Luca, Shanaido, Tilda, class, soldiers, Magic Thorn, Tank. A small team is formed. Like Haoyan, Aaron's three Pokemon also have different jobs. Gengar, a combination of ghost and poison, is best at sneak attack. The combination of Metagross, Steel and Psychic has very good resistance. Physical attack and special attack are very good. It is a warrior who can fight and resist. Steelix, an excellent physical tank, dominates in physical defense better than a G-Gron, is even stronger. With a body length of 10 meters, the Helping Hand team can withstand huge damage. At the beginning of the game, Aaron took the lead. Steelix uses Ice Fang to attack Tyranitar. Steelix wiggled his snake tail and moved quickly towards Tyranitar. Although Steelix is a little bulky because the surface of his body is orber, his speed is not slow at all. The sharp teeth in his mouth were full of cold air, and they bit against Tyranitar. Metagross used the arm hammer and attacked Tyranitar together. Metagross rushed forward, waving the metal claw in his hand, trying to attack Tyranitar. Gengar is hiding, ready to attack. Gengar, his figure gradually faded, lurking behind Steelix. Tyranitar's huge figure perfectly blocked Lucario and Gardevoir behind him. It is obviously unrealistic to want to bypass him and attack the back row. Although Tyranitar's body is large, in terms of defensive ability alone, he is not superior to Steelix. So Aaron, in order to successfully attack the back row, must first break through Tyranitar. After Aaron's move, Haoyan's command followed closely. Xiaowu, rush in front of Metagross and block Metagross. Attack. Lucario moved quickly. He was slightly faster than Metagross, and quickly used his Orberg arm to rest on Metagross. Orberg Paw. Arm Hammer is a fighting skill. Metagross does not have the attributes of fighting, and when using skills, he fails to understand the essence of skills. In contrast to Lucario, it is different. The blood flowing in his body is all about fighting. After the teaching of the fighting master Haoyan, the use of fighting skills is even more consummate. With a simple fight, he accurately found the point where Metagross's body was difficult to exert force. Blocked the attack of Metagross. Although he blocked the attack, Metagross' weight was very heavy, reaching 550 kg, and the giant force made Lucario fall to the ground and shatter. Xiaoxi, hard deal. Steelix, use Fire Fang. Tyranitar is an attacking tank, and it's not his fighting style to be defensive. Class. With a roar, he stepped forward to meet Steelix. Bang! Tyranitar and Steelix collided with a loud crash. Then he grabbed Steelix with his paws, opened the sharp teeth in his mouth and bite down directly with Steelix. One move for another. The movement of Tyranitar and Steelix ruined the entire battlefield. For a time, the flying sand fluttered in the sky. Visibility is relatively reduced. Xiaolu, be careful of Gengar's sneak attack at any time. The rising smoke. It is very likely that Gengar, who is hiding, will suddenly make a move. This has to be prevented. The energy in Gardevoir's body is released to the surrounding, scouting for Gengar's location anytime, anywhere. The first round of battle between the two sides was quite tit for tat. Chapter 215. A region's champion, using feeling. After the first round contact, Aaron, without letting his team's main DPS player, Gengar, attack, mainly because Gardevoir, on the sideline, had no chance of making a move, goes Restrain Psychic. But in turn, Gengar has a poison attribute, also Restrain. If there is no chance of a hit once it is counterattacked, then Gengar is likely to fall. Haoyan ignored Aaron's thoughts. Start commanding his Pokemon and start counterattack. Xiaowu, use Dark Pulse. Lucario let out a loud shout, and black wave energy emerged from his body, rippling toward the Metagross in front of him. At close range, Metagross simply has no room to dodge. Seeing this, Aaron immediately asked Metagross to make amends. Metagross, use Mind Distraction. Metagross' body exudes a spiritual energy to fight against Lucario. However, the scattered energy of Dark completely overwhelmed Metagross's spiritual energy. The corners of Haoyan's mouth rose slightly, and he continued to instruct Lucario. Xiaowu, use the Absorb Punch. Lucario let go of the arm that was holding Metagross, and punched Metagross directly in the face. Aaron's reaction was not unpleasant, and immediately shouted, Metagross, Brick Break. Boom! And the Metagross claws left pale white scratches on Lucario, who took the attack. Fighting Brick Break has an outstanding effect on Steel Lucario, but Metagross does not have the bonus of fighting, and the damage caused is not large. And Lucario's attack also accurately hit Metagross's face. From the body of Metagross, there are little bits of light converging into the body of Lucario. In an instant, Lucario's lost stamina was replenished. One move for another, Lucario didn't lose at all. At this time, Tyranitar and Steelix also separated in the entanglement. Steelix's defense is outstanding, but when it comes to offense, it's not ahead. On the other hand, Tyranitar, he is an attack tank and has a lot of lead in attack power. Xiaoxi, Xiao'o, come back and protect Xiaolu. Haoyan directed the two Pokemon to return them to his side. Metagross, Steelix, you come back too, Eren also ordered. In the first round, the two sides exchanged moves and tried to wave. Haoyan has the upper hand here, but it doesn't matter. Because of this battle, both sides know it. The key to the decision is between Gengar and Gardevoir, who haven't made any moves yet. This time in the curatorial contest, the contestants are all very high level. Wallace in the guest seat whispered to Adam next to him. Actually, after entering the top 7, every contestant, their Pokemon, already has the level of gym. It's just that their light was suppressed by Haoyan. Adam set aside. The conversation between the two made Norman, who was sitting next to him, nod again and again. It is true that Xiaofeng, Shanwei and their strength, who had previously fought against Haoyan, have reached the level of gym trainers, including Reggie, who was defeated by Haoyan in the semi-finals. The strength of Pokemon compared with young gym trainers such as Yasha and Roxanne, not too much, and each has its own characteristic. After all, Slateport City can be said to be the Hoenn region, the most prosperous city. Become a local gym curator and gain access to massive resources. This will attract many excellent trainers from all over the world, Taizan said to Mula, who was a little nervous. Mula, this Eren's level has surpassed the usual gym trainer. This Eren has always been unassuming, and has deliberately kept a low profile from the very beginning, especially because there are such shining characters as Haoyan. They don't get much attention. Now his explosive level has reached the quasi-elite level, and I estimate that his Pokemon has reached the threshold of elite. This time, your student Haoyan has really met his opponent. Mula, who was watching the battle earnestly, nodded in approval and said, Taizan, you are right, this Eren is indeed very strong. However, I still have confidence in my student. Although Mula said this, in fact, his expression was obviously nervous. I feel that this Eren should be hiding his hand, or he has a special way to deal with Haoyan. Wallace on the side, watching the battle on the battlefield, said. Wallace's opening immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, he has the highest status in the field. His words still carry a lot of weight. Many gym leaders looked at him in unison. Asha, who was anxious and most worried about Haoyan, hurriedly asked, Mr. Wallace, what trick did Eren leave behind to target Haoyan? Wallace pondered for a while, then waved his hand and said, I don't know exactly, but look at Eren. Even if he is slightly disadvantaged now, he is already calm. I feel that he should have hidden his hand, otherwise he would not be so calm. Feel, a region's champion, actually uses feeling. Several other curators thought he knew what Eren was thinking. What are you doing? Saying it means not saying it. Yasha rolled her eyes and put her eyes back on the field of the game. Chapter 216 Explosion, resounding throughout the venue. You stand in the front, Stoudemire. Don't let Metagross and Steelix have a chance to get close. Tyranitar took the lead in blocking Lucario and Gardevoir, looking at the opponent Steelix in front of him. Although he doesn't like Steelix very much, he really wants to attack. But at this time, he also knew that the victory or defeat was not on him. Faithfully complete the task given by Haoyan. The slightly yellow body, with a little white starlight, merged into his body. It seems that the layer of rock armor on his surface is covered with white light box. Xiao, you are responsible for protecting Xiaolu and preventing Gengar's sneak attack at any time. Lucario surrounds Gardevoir, always on the alert for Gengar's sneak attack. Xiaolu, you focus on using Calm Mind. Gardevoir began to concentrate, gather energy in your body. Haoyan's idea is very simple. Calm Mind can improve Gardevoir's special attack and special defense. If the special defense is also raised, even if Gengar's sneak attack is successful, he will be able to kill Gengar. In this way, he completely occupies the initiative. Haoyan didn't need to use words to command the Pokemon's fighting style, which made Eren very uncomfortable. But seeing the appearance of Tyranitar and Gardevoir, he can probably guess. But relatively, the action is a little slower. No, if I drag it on like this, I'll be passive. Once the Gardevoir raises the special defense, then Gengar is a piece of trash. Thinking of this, Eren immediately made his Pokemon move. Metagross, use the Arm Hammer. Steelix, use the Iron Tail. Avoid Tyranitar and rush to Gardevoir. Gengar, you follow Steelix's back and wait for my orders. Metagross and Steelix, following his orders, both attacked Tyranitar. Tyranitar had already used Iron Defense once before Steelix rushed over, and the physical defense was doubled. Bang! Steelix's huge tail was thrown directly on Tyranitar's body. Even with the improved defense, Steelix's Iron Tail still has attribute to suppress the rock-type Tyranitar. Class. Tyranitar let out a pained cry, and immediately grabbed Steelix, who wanted to withdraw with both hands. Steelix, who was suppressed by his height and weight, was dragged and wanted to retreat, but it was not that easy. But at the same time, it also limits Tyranitar's movement. Metagross took advantage of the present and threw his Orberg fist into Tyranitar's body. How could Haoyan let Tyranitar be beaten in vain? Gardevoir's Calm Mind complete. Immediately let Gardevoir move. Xiaolu, Mystical Fire. Gardevoir, after completing Calm Mind, her energy gathering speed has been further increased. With a random wave of both hands, a hot flame suddenly appeared in front of the attacking Metagross. For a moment, the flames enveloped Metagross. The fire element has an outstanding effect on the steel element. Although Gardevoir does not have the bonus of fire, but using Calm Mind to increase the attack power of Gardevoir, the power caused by it is not a joke. Metagross gave up his attack and quickly retreated. At the same time, Hao-Yan commanded again. Shao Si, use throwing and throw Steelix out. Tyranitar, who was already displeased with Steelix, swung Steelix's tail a few times and threw him out in the direction of Aaron. Boom! After Steelix landed, it smashed to the ground for a while, sending dust flying. The audience sitting on the edge of the auditorium could clearly feel that the entire venue shook. As Steelix was thrown away, Gengar, who was hiding behind him, also retreated. For the finals this time, the organizers considered Hao-Yan's Tyranitar and Aaron's Steelix. The bodies are larger, so the out-of-bounds rule is abolished. Xiao continued to protect Xiaolu. Xiaolu continued to use Calm Mind. After pushing back Aaron's attack, Hao-Yan spoke up again. No, with that damn Lucario standing by, Gengar has no chance at all. Metagross is damaged quite a bit. Steelix's defense is high, but it's not a way to consume it like this. Also, let that Gardevoir continue to use Calm Mind. Gengar is useless. Yeah, I can only use that trick. Aaron's expression became ugly. Those sullen eyes stared at Hao-Yan with a calm face. Aaron whispered to his Pokemon, Steelix, Gengar, rush over and use that trick. Steelix and Gengar turned to Aaron. Both of them had unwilling expressions in their eyes. Seeing this, Aaron shouted, I am your trainer. Do whatever you want to do. Gengar and Steelix heard the word, a little sad. However, he faithfully followed Aaron's order and rushed in Hao-Yan's direction. Hao-Yan frowned, looking at Steelix and Gengar who were rushing forward. Gengar, at such a time, reveals his figure. Isn't it a free gift? After the two Pokemon got closer, Hao-Yan saw street in the eyes of Elix and Gengar. There is a sense of unwillingness, but more of grief. In an instant, Hao-Yan reacted. Know what, Aaron? Let them do. Suddenly shouted loudly, Shao Si, Shao O, Shao Lu, use protect. Protect yourself. Just when Hao-Yan shouted this sentence, two strong explosions resounded throughout the venue. Chapter 217. So, you must die. Aaron's three Pokemon, although their attributes are different, but they can all learn a skill. That is, in the damage judgment of the Alliance, the explosion that reaches 250 points of power. The damage of self-destruct, up to 200 points, can immediately make the used Pokemon fall into a dying state. Even if timely treatment is obtained, it is very likely to cause irreversible damage to the Pokemon. Explosion is the most powerful skill among all Pokemon's moves. Once used, it is not as simple as simply falling into a dying state. Even if it is treated in time, it will 100% cause permanent and irreversible damage to the Pokemon. After two consecutive loud explosions, the audience fell silent. The surrounding audience never thought that Aaron would let Pokemon use explosion. Even Wallace and others on the high platform didn't think of it. When everyone reacted, they looked at Aaron with disdain and rage in their eyes. Explosion is a skill, although the competition alliance does not clearly stipulate, but serious trainers will not let their Pokemon use it. Although it is only a skill, but the price is to make your Pokemon be hurt. The price is too high. Pokemon is a companion, not a dispensable tool in the hands of a trainer. In the face of such a suicide attack, it was Tyranitar's who was at the forefront who was most affected. Even if Iron Defense was used before, the defense was strengthened. Also used Protect to protect myself, but the quasi-elite Pokemon, using Explosion with all their strength, has a terrifying impact. A powerful explosion of energy directly knocked him down. The rock armor on the chest falls one by one. The rest of the stones on the body were also smashed into countless cracks by the huge impact force. The usually brutal desert tyrant was standing on the ground reluctantly at this time. When the explosion came, he could not retreat. Behind him, in addition to Lucario and Gardevoir, there is Hao-Yan. As soon as he retreats, the partner behind him will be injured. Lucario and Gardevoir, with Tyranitar's resistance and timely use of Protect, didn't get too much damage. It was only thrown away by the impact force. It exploded, and the entire site was directly sunk into it. Flying sand and stone, many hit Hao-Yan's body. His handsome face was cut with blood by a sharp stone, but Hao-Yan didn't care, but walked from the podium to Tyranitar's side and patted Tyranitar's body lightly. He said softly, Shao Si, you've worked hard for you. Tyranitar was obviously weak, but when he saw that Hao-Yan was okay, he also protected Lucario and Gardevoir. Han grinned openly and shouted at Hao-Yan, Ban tilde. Hao-Yan comforted Tyranitar and looked at him indifferently. Only Aaron from Metagross was left. Shaking his head gently, he said in a cold tone, I am also a bounty hunter. I know that you usually use very cruel methods to hunt Pokemon wildly. It is said that you will use all means to achieve your goal. Today, I've seen it. Aaron ignored Hao-Yan. In his opinion, as long as he can win the game, so why not use Explosion? Anyway, there are many Pokemon in this world. Big deal. Get rid of the damaged Steelix and Gengar before. Wouldn't it be better to catch two more? Hao-Yan paused when he saw Aaron's somewhat disdainful expression. Reminds the eyes of Onyx and Gengar when they rushed forward. They used explosion for such a trainer. It was really worthless. The voice also fell, and continued. Everyone will have their own understanding of Pokemon. I can understand that some people think of Pokemon as a tool, and I will regard Pokemon as my closest partner, or even my family. I can understand that you see Pokemon as a means of making a living, so I don't care about your shit. However, you touched my outrage today and brought back some very bad memories. So, today you must die. This word, Hao-Yan did not say it, but the Pokemon who have the same heart as him have already felt it. Immediately, two sky-high momentum rolled up, a sharp, full-of-edge momentum, derived from Lucario. The hair on his it grew crazy, and the body became larger, and the spikes on the instep and chest began to emerge from the body. Another momentum came from Gardevoir. Her appearance has changed. The frost on his face, like an indifferent psychic queen. Her feet were off the ground, and the psychic in her body made her float on the ground. Luca. There was a huge roar, and the roar was for rage. Steelix and Gengar, and the owner felt unwilling. Shanaido. Gardevoir saw the bright red blood dripping from Hao-Yan's handsome face. She is even more full of rage. Remembering that time Hao-Yan was injured in order to protect her. Bainan's hands waved vigorously, and suddenly the entire battlefield was filled with psychic energy rippling. Aaron looked at Lucario and Gardevoir with horror. Hao-Yan's Pokemon can actually be Mega Evolution. Seeing Hao-Yan's expression, combined with the appearance of Lucario and Gardevoir, a strong unease flashed in his heart. He wants to escape. Hey Hao-Yan, will it do as he wishes? Xiaolu, please help me release the anger in my chest. Hao-Yan's voice echoed in his two Pokemon's mind. With a wave of Gardevoir's hand, energy suddenly surged out, and Metagross was directly lifted into the air. Boom! Lucario's figure disappeared directly in front of his eyes. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in the air. With one kick, it hit Metagross in the air. Metagross, weighing as much as 550 kg, was kicked by Lucario like a football. And the destination of football is not the cage door. It was Aaron who was commanding from the edge of the field. The Metagross in the air, like a shooting star, hit Aaron exactly. The venue of 100,000 people was silent. Metagross is completely incapacitated. Aaron, who was hit by Metagross, also had a lot of air out and little air in. Hao-Yan gestured to the two Pokemon to exit the Mega Evolution state. Then he broke the silence and said to the referee, should I count as the winner? The referee just woke up from a dream, raised his flag and said, Slateport City Curator Contest. The winner is Hao-Yan. The referee's words woke everyone up, and the host Vivian immediately picked up the microphone and said loudly, let's congratulate Hao-Yan for becoming the first gym curator of Slateport City. Suddenly, 100,000 people burst into huge applause and cheers at the same time. The deafening sound almost overturned the entire venue. At this moment, a few medical staff stepped forward and helped Aaron, who was being pinned by Metagross and kept vomiting blood. Now Aaron, is anyone paying attention? Nobody cared. In a trainer battle, it's not normal to accidentally hurt the trainer standing next to him. Aaron is dead, then die. In the minds of many people who also cherish Pokemon, this is the best ending. Chapter 218 Hao-Yan becomes the curator. Some people are happy and some are sad. Next, there is a representative of the Alliance, Mr. Champion Wallace of the Hoenn region. A badge for curator Hao-Yan, representing Slateport City Gym. Vivian beamed to the audience through the microphone. With all the attention, cheers and applause like wave, Hao-Yan slowly stepped onto the stage. Congratulations, Hao-Yan, for becoming the first curator of Slateport City Gym. On behalf of the Alliance, I congratulate you. I'm also very happy to have a talent like you and become a member of the Alliance. Wallace solemnly handed the badge representing Slateport City Gym to Hao-Yan. Thank you. Please give me more advice in the future. Hao-Yan took it with both hands. Now, Mayor Wu-He of Slateport City Council is invited to come to power and issue a power of attorney for Slateport City Gym. Under the guidance of Vivian, Wu and the mayor in black suit, holding a letter of authorization with a gold border, he walked up to the stage. Director Hao-Yan, please pay more attention to the defense of Slateport City in the future. Hao-Yan responded with a smile. As a gym leader, I should contribute to Slateport City. Mayor Wu-He looked at Hao-Yan's young, handsome, and mature face. With many emotions in his heart, he solemnly handed the power of attorney to Hao-Yan. Afterward, the gym curators in the guest seat came down to congratulate. Winona, Roxanne, and Asha, each with a bouquet of flowers in their hand, handed it to Hao-Yan. Mulla is even more excited than Hao-Yan, and it is also a great comfort to see his students become the curator of gym. He patted Hao-Yan on the shoulder hard. You kid, that's really good. Even though he became the curator, Hao-Yan was still humble towards Mulla. Thanks to the teacher's teaching, the cameras that were live streaming all aimed at Hao-Yan's handsome, young face and zoomed in for a close-up. Thousands broadcast to Hoenn region in every household. The reporters present raised their cameras and recorded the appearance of Hao-Yan, the first curator of Slateport City Gym. There are a few fast-moving ones who are already raising their pens and preparing for the press release. We have gym in Slateport City. Yeah, we finally have have gym in Slateport City. I don't know who started it. And suddenly there was a sound of approval. Applause and cheers resounded throughout the audience once again, and the applause surrounded the venue for a long time. For Haoyan, becoming the gym curator of Slateport City is a brand new start for him. This also means that at this time, he has officially stepped onto the stage of Hoenn region. At the same time, this is only his first step. He also wants to climb the highest mountain of the entire Pokemon. Looking at Haoyan surrounded by countless flowers and applause, Sapphire in the audience shed tears of excitement. Brother Haoyan *woo woo. For the citizens of Slateport City, having a strong gym leader guard like Haoyan means a little more security. And this curator is so handsome and young. Slateport City is booming, but for some people, Haoyan's election as curator is not something that makes them happy. In Team Magma's secret base, Maxie's face turned ashen when she heard the report from her subordinate. This Haoyan has now become the gym curator of Slateport City. Maybe it will affect our plan in the future. The person who spoke was the most powerful Hokage among the 3 cadres of Team Magma. Maxie pondered for a while, and then said, because of him, we lost the Flames and Benet, and the whole organization hated this rhetoric. But now we can't touch him. Before he was an ordinary person. It doesn't matter if you move him. But that has changed now, and he's the gym curator identified by the League. Once we move him now, we must be prepared to be bloodbathed by the Alliance. It's not worth it to affect our entire Team Magma plan for one person. As the leader of an organization, Maxie must know how to judge the situation. Dealing with Haoyan alone affect the entire organization. Maxie wasn't that crazy. The reason he founded Team Magma was for a bigger purpose, not against one person. Hokage on the side said, Leader, those who hold grudges against Haoyan are not only our Team Magma. I heard that Haoyan's Mewtwo is a biological weapon created by Kanto region Team Rockets with great effort. It was taken away by Haoyan. Presumably they won't like this Haoyan very much. Team Rocket, Team Magma, our 2 organizations differ only by one word. To a certain extent, our 2 organizations have a lot of faith. You can contact Kanto's Team Rockets and leak Haoyan's news to them, by the hands of others, to destroy our enemies. Why not do it? Maxie understood what Hokage meant, but when he thought of Giovanni, he felt a little apprehensive. Then he said, if what you say is true, then Team Rockets will definitely pay attention to this big word. There is no need for us to have too much contact. They will automatically take action. What we have to do is still focus on our great goal. Those things that don't matter, don't bother. Our experiments have made good progress during this time. I believe it won't take long before we can start to realize our wishes. Yes, Hokage nodded frantically. Chapter 219 Brother Haoyan, I will grow up quickly. After finishing the gym campaign, Haoyan has a lot of things to do next. For the time being, I will not go back to my Fallarbor town home. At this time, he was standing in front of the Pokemon Center in Slateport City, saying goodbye to Sapphire. Because Haoyan was at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, trainers or citizens who came and went were all around. Several young girls, if Haoyan was alone, would probably have gathered around and asked Haoyan to sign. A young, handsome, and powerful trainer. He is the most popular person wherever he is. Sapphire's face was full of reluctance. Brother Haoyan, I'm leaving Tilda. Haoyan rubbed Sapphire's head and said, well, be careful on the road. If it was normal, Sapphire would definitely bow his head shyly. But now, it is full of parting sadness. Well, I know Tilda. Sapphire her, ready to go to Masti City. Continue your trip to the Hoenn region and challenge the local gym by the way. When the Kana gym is completed, you are welcome to challenge. Haoyan said with a smile. Well, when Brother Haoyan's gym is completed, I'll be there as soon as possible. Sapphire nodded vigorously, as if making a promise. Okay, then let's look forward to the next meeting. Haoyan waved at Sapphire. Well, goodbye Brother Haoyan. Sapphire waved his arms, ready to leave. Goodbye. Before Sapphire took 2 steps, he saw a few girls who were waiting for an opportunity. They stepped forward to surround Haoyan and chatted happily beside him. After Sapphire saw it, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. He quickly ran back to Haoyan's side, grabbed Haoyan's arm, pulled him aside, and waved his hand to signal him to bend down. Haoyan didn't know why, but he also bent down. Sapphire whispered in Haoyan's ear, Brother Haoyan, I eat a lot of meals every day. Of course, then, I will grow up quickly. After saying that, he immediately ran away shyly. Sapphire. Haoyan was speechless. Sapphire is so young and cute. He just thinks he's his sister. Of course there are god sisters, and she sisters. There are many types of sisters. What will happen next? Who knows? After Sapphire walked a distance, he couldn't help but look back. Looking at Haoyan surrounded by girls, he felt a little sour, but more filled with pride. Brother Haoyan, you are of course popular. Time flies, and a week has passed since the curatorial contest. Today, 7 in the morning, the front desk of the Slateport City Grand Hotel. Keiko, the person in charge of the front desk, with a delicately dressed face, held the watch and looked at the elevator entrance with anticipation. The staff of the hotel are usually 3 shifts in the morning, noon and evening. morning. In the morning shift, I have to replace my colleagues who leave work in the evening, so I have to come to the hotel very early. In other words, get up early. The morning shift has always been an unpopular shift. No matter what world people, there is a characteristic that they like to stay in bed. As a senior bed writing professional, it was not easy for Keiko to get up early. If there is a level for staying in bed, then Keiko can definitely reach the level above elite. In order not to let herself stay in bed, Keiko usually sets 7 or 8 alarms that are 5 minutes apart. But now, she has been changing shifts with others for 5 consecutive days. Swap the middle shift that I usually like most to the morning shift. Keiko checked it quickly. It took her 2 hours to put on her makeup. Then she looked at the time and muttered to herself, "It's almost time. It's time to get down." Under Keiko's eagerly looking forward eyes, a young and handsome boy walked out of the elevator of the hotel, with a faint smile on his face, walking towards her. "Good morning, Director Haoyan." When Keiko saw Haoyan, it was no longer her usual professional smile, but a heartfelt smile. "Good morning, Miss Keiko," Haoyan replied with a smile. Slateport City Hall. Before the gym was built, at the Slateport City Hotel, a luxurious suite was reserved for Haoyan to live in. "Director Haoyan, your key." Keiko took one in his hand and gave it to Haoyan with Yuen's key. "Excuse me, Miss Keiko." Haoyan took the key. "You're too kind," Keiko said with a blushing face. "Okay, then I'll go first." Haoyan, who took the key, was about to walk out of the hotel. Curator Haoyan, please wait a moment," Keiko said in a panic. Haoyan looked back at Keiko, who had a ruddy face. This is my phone." Keiko took out a small note, shoved it into Haoyan's hand, then stepped on high heels and ran away quickly. Haoyan casually opened the note, and there was a string of numbers written on it in a graceful font. After smiling, he put the note back in his pocket and turned to leave the hotel. Boom tilde. Haoyan rode on his latest car and spent 1 million alliance coins on the 890 GET motorcycle he bought from Devon. This is the gift he gave himself as a gym curator. Motorcycles are a man's romance. Put the note just now on the shelf on the car. The shelves were filled with various slips of paper with phone numbers written on them. Putting on the same silver-white helmet as the body, twisting the accelerator of the 890 GET suddenly made a rumbling sound. Haoyan is going to the town hall of Slateport City to attend a meeting about the construction of the gym at Kana Gym. Keiko had been hiding in the corner, secretly looking at Haoyan, and when his figure disappeared, she looked back. Get up at 4 o'clock every day, then spend 2 hours putting on makeup, and arrive at the hotel early to meet curator Haoyan and say good morning to him. You really have good intention. Maki, who also works at the front desk of the hotel, teased. Keiko's face was flushed, but she didn't look as shy as before. He said confidently, "Of course, a perfect man like curator Haoyan is simply my dream lover. You're not ashamed at all tilde. But it's no wonder. After all, for a person as good as curator Haoyan, there's really no chance if he doesn't take the initiative." Maki said, "Well, Maki, you're right, so please, give me the rest of the morning shift." Keiko folded her hands together with a look of begging. Maki teased, "No, I also have to work in the morning shift. I also want to meet Director Haoyan every day and say good morning to him." Maki, you already have a boyfriend, and you even called the attention of my curator Haoyan. Keiko pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Yo tilde when did Director Haoyan become yours? Lisa teased. After chatting for a while, Keiko said melancholy, "I don't know if Haoyan leader will call me." As the front desk of the Slateport City Hotel, his appearance is absolutely beautiful and pleasant. There are many people who usually pursue Keiko. It's just Haoyan, the most handsome gym curator in the entire Hoenn region, and the hottest person in the league recently. Hey tilde, it would be great if the leader of Haoyan could call me. Keiko stared at the dark screen on the phone in a daze. Every girl who slipped a note to Haoyan was the same as Keiko. Pay attention to the mobile phone from time to time. As long as there is a little trouble, you will immediately pick it up to check. There is a girl who has Haoyan's phone. Unlike them, like a resentful woman, she can only passively wait. When Haoyan came to the Slateport City Hall, he received a call from this girl. Chapter 220 Wallace. Haoyan is like a magnet. Are you coming to Slateport City for special training? Haoyan said with a strange expression while holding the phone. The person on the phone with Haoyan is Roxanne. Not long after the campaign ended, Roxanne returned to Rustboro City. However, how long has it been since then? Coming to Slateport City again? Yeah, didn't I already talk to you when I was in the hotel last time? And I'll start arranging special training after I go back. I want to improve my rock Pokemon to overcome the shortcoming of being afraid of water, and hit the A-level gym ranking in this year's attribute competition. Rustboro City is an inland city with no large water sources around. Slateport City is close to the sea and the weather is warm. It's perfect to come here for special training. In a few days, I'll come to you after arranging gym's affairs tilde. Roxanne hung up the phone without waiting for Haoyan to answer. Haoyan was speechless, hung up the phone, parked his newly bought motorcycle in the parking lot, and walked into the city hall. Good morning, Director Haoyan Tilda, Curator Haoyan Tilda. Walking in the city hall, many staff greeted Haoyan warmly. After politely nodding in turn, he came to the door of the conference room. Director Haoyan is here. Mayor Wu He quickly got up to welcome him. In addition to the staff of the Slateport City Hall, Wallace, a representative of the Alliance, participated in the gym construction meeting. Good morning, Haoyan. Wallace greeted Haoyan. Good morning, Mr. Wallace. Haoyan waved his hand and took a seat at the arrangement of Mayor Wu and Mayor. Seeing that everyone was here, Mayor Wu and Mayor opened up about today's issue. Curator Haoyan, the procedures for the gym have been completed, and now we are entering the construction phase of building the gym. Given that we, Slateport City Gym, are a newly established gym, and you are also the first gym leader to take office, Kana Gym is now the lowest E-level gym. The Alliance allocate 20 million Alliance coins every year as a subsidy. Our Slateport City Council will also take 1.3 per thousand of the annual tax revenue to support the operation of gym. The tax of 1.3 per thousand in Slateport City is about 35 million. After research and decision, a total of 55 million Alliance coin, 30 million are used for the construction of gym, 10 million is reserved for gym's daily expenses, and the remaining 15 million is handed over to Curator Haoyan. The above is the use of gym's fund. Haoyan nodded in approval. 15 million annual income. A lot. I usually go out and do tasks. It's hard work, dangerous, and the reward is only a few $100,000. That's why so many people are rushing to be the curator of Slateport City Gym. Without him, the interests are moving. If you can get more rankings in the attribute competition and improve the level of gym, these subsidies will continue to increase. Seeing that Haoyan had no objection, Mayor Wu He continued. But now, Director Haoyan, we have encountered a difficulty. At present, the infrastructure in Slateport City has reached saturation. I am afraid it will be difficult to meet your previous requirement. Today, I invite you to discuss this matter. Haoyan's requirements for construction. The first point, must be large enough and wide enough. He has a 12-meter tall Tyranitar, and he has become the curator of gym, so he can't be wrong. Secondly, there must be a training ground, a battlefield, and a place to stay. In this way, it really can't be too small. I have an immature Tracy proposal regarding the location of the gym. As soon as Haoyan opened his mouth, Mayor Wu He and related personnel all perked up their ears. Haoyan took a piece of land, the picture, circled a place on it, and said to the crowd, my plan is to build the gym here. It is located on the west side of Slateport City. It is relatively desolate and has not been developed yet, but the nearby road network is still developed, connecting the three main roads of Slateport City. Choose here because after the gym is built, a large number of trainers will come to challenge. With the influx of people, it will drive consumption here. Plus there's a nice beach nearby, which can be remodeled to divert some of the tourists, thereby reducing the pressure of the original reception of tourists and improving the quality of service. Haoyan speaks eloquently and is far-sighted. In his previous life, he was a successful businessman. This world is because of Pokemon. As a result, most people focus on Pokemon. Economic research, not proficient. All the City Hall staff, listening to Haoyan explain the profound things in simple language, nodded frequently. Even people like Wallace, who don't care about the local economy and only focus on Pokemon and gorgeous contests, are fascinated. Ha ha ha, I never thought of that. Haoyan leader is so good at urban planning and economic judgment. Mayor Wu He laughed, and after Haoyan's suggestion, he suddenly became enlightened. The whole meeting room had a peaceful atmosphere. Wallace looked at Kai and talked, but the bold and restrained word. I remembered that during the campaign, all the curators poured out on his side to support and encourage him. Haoyan is like a magnet full of magnetism. Those who are close to him will be deeply attracted by him. Chapter 221. Motorcycles also have seat belts. Slateport City can become the most prosperous city in the Hoenn region, and it is inseparable from the efficiency of the entire city. After finalizing the key points of building the gym, the construction team started construction at full speed. After all, when gym is built, it can improve the flow of people in the entire Slateport City. Slateport City Town Hall has made the construction of the gym a top priority. At this time, Haoyan was chatting with the chief technical engineer at the hot construction site. You see that the value of the moment of inertia of the section at this position is a multiple of 0.134, which is the ratio of the moment of the central axis to the farthest point on the section. The foundation is built with super heavy stone, and the construction is not easy, but it is still necessary to pay attention to control the ratio of the eccentric moment to the core moment of the section at 1.125. Try to keep the tilt error of the horizontal plane to the horizontal line of 0.0032. Otherwise, it will easily lead to unstable foundation. It is also necessary to set up small gaps at both ends of the end, and it is not easy to be crushed or even crushed by gravity. Of course, in pursuit of the height and span, don't forget the factor of the longitudinal slope. The chief technical engineer originally thought that Haoyan would come to investigate. I didn't expect to see the small loophole obstacles in the construction not long after arriving at the construction site, and these points are some very small loopholes. If you don't look carefully, it's hard for ordinary people to find it. I didn't expect curator Haoyan to be so accomplished in construction. The chief technical engineer gave Haoyan a thumbs up. Haoyan smiled. He usually participated in the expansion of his home a lot. Even the drawings and construction were designed by him. Hehe, you are busy first, so I won't delay you. Haoyan smiled. Taking a look at the construction site, after several days of working day and night, Jim has begun to take shape. Okay, we must complete the task with quality and quantity, said the chief technical engineer. Okay, hard work everyone. In Haoyan's vision, in addition to being large and tall, Jim also has another feature, that is sturdiness. Tyranitar's earthquake was no joke. Therefore, a huge amount of super heavy stone is used to build the foundation. This way, when training Pokemon for actual combat, you don't have to travel all the way to find a suitable venue like you did in Fall Arbor Town, so that Pokemon can let go and fight. After the gym is completed, it will be a giant stadium with a height of 35 meters and a length of 200 meters. Afterward, Haoyan left the construction site, took off his engineering cap, put on a silver white helmet, and rode on his new mount, 890 GET. Boom tilde boom tilde. Twisting the 890 GET, a huge horsepower burst out, and it rushed out. Haoyan is very satisfied with the 890 GET. The body is light and flexible, and the handling performance is not to mention. Driving through the streets of Slateport City in a silver white 890 GET, citizens passing by know that the person in the car is Haoyan. The gym hasn't been built yet, but Slateport City already has its own gym and leader, which gives them peace of mind. During the campaign, Haoyan showed off his powerful Pokemon, sweeping away the haze of Hyoan number 1 that was stolen by Team Aqua before. Haoyan is going to the Pokemon Center in Slateport City to pick up people. Last night, Roxanne called and talked to Haoyan, made an appointment. Boom tilde. The white 890 GET parked outside the door of the Pokemon Center. The cars are handsome, and the people are even more handsome, attracted a large number of trainers, envious eyes. Roxanne, wearing a pink autumn dress, a beret, and a pair of sunglasses, looked like a pretty girl. He smiled at Haoyan. Let go. On weekdays, Roxanne seems a little quiet. After all, in addition to being gym leader, she is also a teacher at the Kanas Pokemon School. It was the first time for Haoyan to see a girl like her dressed up. This difference is really not small. He smiled and said, where are you going? Go to the secret training place. I have already found the place in advance. Roxanne stepped onto the silver white 890 GET first and commanded to the secret base. Set off. The gym was gradually built, and Haoyan was in a good mood. He teased, hello passengers, for your safety, please fasten your seatbelt. Roxanne looked curiously. Seatbelt. There are seat belts on motorcycles. Haoyan put on his helmet, pointed to his waist, and joked, of course there is, isn't it here? Hearing this, Roxanne's face flushed red, and she gently put her hands on the safety belt. Chapter 222 The Tranquility Before the Storm. Slateport City is in a tropical region, and even in the fall, the weather is not too cold. On a beach on the outskirts of Slateport City, there's light sand. Step on it with one foot, light stepping on cotton, very comfortable. Don't be afraid of Golem. Like me, slowly try to lean into the sea. Roxanne wore a tight-fitting long-sleeve swimsuit, showing her beauty completely. Standing in the water, trying to get Golem to approach her position. Golem is a rock and ground type Pokemon that doesn't like water by nature. It can even be said that it has a natural fear of water. I know you're scared, but don't resist. We'll take your time. Roxanne tried to guide Golem. Golem strode hard, touched the water with his toes, and shrank back. Congratulations Golem, you have taken the first step. Come on, you can do it. Roxanne held up a little seawater in her hand, walked to Golem's side, and splashed it on Golem's body. Golem found that the sea didn't bother him. With courage, he tentatively took 2 steps forward, but it was only 2 steps, and he would never move forward. Even what Roxanne said, only let the seawater cover the instep. After tossing for 2 hours, Roxanne lay exhausted under the umbrella. Haoyan on the side handed her a bottle of lemonade and motioned for her to drink it to quench her thirst. Roxanne was also welcome. After she took it, she drank it directly. Obviously, she spent a lot of time talking and her mouth was dry. Roxanne looked at Haoyan, who was leisurely blowing the sea breeze, lying on a beach chair and basking in the warm sun. He looked at Tyranitar sitting in meditation in the distance, soaking in water, imitating human being. He couldn't help but ask, Haoyan, how did you make Tyranitars of the rock system not afraid of water? Relying on Haoyan on the beach chair, he took off his sunglasses. Rarely had time to relax, so he said casually, maybe when I was in Fall Arbor Town, I often brought Pokemon to the hot springs. Maybe, after soaking a lot, Tyranitar is not afraid of water. Roxanne wondered, having a hot spring. Haoyan turned over and said, I prefer to soak in hot springs. I used to have a hot spring drained from Yantu Mountain at home, and I would take a dip from time to time to relieve fatigue. But don't worry, your Golem, just get used to it. Step by step. Things can't be done overnight. Roxanne nodded, allowing Golem to take the initiative to approach the water, which was a crucial step. Then what is your Tyranitar doing now? Why is he in such a weird pose? Roxanne asked again. Tyranitar's is at calm mind, in order to exercise his mind. Since Haoyan got the post of curator, the system's reward points have been in place. With 5,000 points left, you can redeem Charizard's Mega Stone. After the Charizard Mega Evolution, it was time to consider Tyranitar. Tyranitar has a ferocious nature, so he trained his mind in advance in order to carry out the Mega Evolution smoothly. By the way, how long are you going to stay here this time? Haoyan asked curiously when he saw that Roxanne had brought all her belongings and looked like she was going to be stationed here for a long time for special training. Well, about 10 days. Gym Curator, there are 10 days of annual leave every year. Taking advantage of these 10 days, I hope that Pokemon can adapt to the water. It would be nice to ease their fear of water. Strive to achieve a good result in the Tribute Expert competition. By the way, treat it as a tour. Relax and relax. Roxanne also tired. Lie on the side and enjoy the sun. How about you, Haoyan? What are you busy with during this time? Haoyan said lazily. We have to prepare to recruit gym interns, and we also need to find a gym manager who will arrange for gym's internal staff. There is also the calculation of the daily consumption of gym for a year, and the purchase of training equipment. By the way, there are always a few, but now the only ones that are lacking the most are gym managers and interns. Roxanne nodded. Gym's intern played a big role for a gym. As the name suggests, it is similar to the curator of gym. Learn a series of knowledge about Pokemon's combat skills, breeding, and more. Usually the main job is to test the trainers who come to challenge to see if they are qualified to challenge gym leader. Excellent intern who can also take over the position of curator. Like Asha, she started out as a gym intern and then succeeded Mura as Laveridge Town's gym leader. The reason why Roxanne has spare time for special training is that she has recruited several good interns at the Pokemon school in Kansas. Then Haoyan and Roxanne chatted. After Haoyan became gym leader, his life was very peaceful. However, because Haoyan became the leader, the exposure rate has been unprecedentedly increased. Before, the organization that Haoyan had a grudge against was silently planning something. Now, it's just the calm before the storm. Chapter 223. Just for Haoyan's action. Time flies, and it's been a week since Roxanne came to Slateport City. This week, after her patient persuasion, her golem has begun to adapt to the water. From the beginning, I only dared to get close to the sea water, and now I can stand with my whole foot in the water. As far as the current situation is concerned, the special training still has a certain effect. Although it is said to be damaged by the water type, it will still be effective. But at least he has gradually lost his fear of water. However, she did not go to the beach for special training today, but early in the morning, get up and start dressing. She usually wears no makeup, so she put on a little makeup. In line with her usual quiet atmosphere of teaching and educating people, it has a bit of the coldness of an ink woman. Because today is the ribbon cutting day at Slateport City Gym. Starting today, Haoyan's gym is officially open. Outside the Kana gym, countless citizens gathered. At least there were nearly 100,000 citizens who came to witness the ribbon cutting of the gym in their city. Seen from a distance, the darkness is overwhelming, and it is estimated that all the citizens who do not have to go to work today are here. The reporters have already set up their long guns and short cannon, waiting for the start of gym's ribbon cutting ceremony. Officer Jenny, who is in charge of defense in Slateport City, led the search officer to maintain order at the scene. Maintaining the order of 100,000 people is not an easy task, but this time, Officer Jenny arranged it very easily. At the gate of Kana Gym, a stage was specially built for cutting the ribbon. On the stage, Haoyan Pokemon stood on it. Tyranitar's huge 12-meter-high figure can be seen from a distance. Even from a distance, it can give people an indescribable impression, especially next to Tyranitar. Mewtwo with an indifferent expression was standing there, and a low air pressure was formed among the crowd. The staff of Slateport City Hall specially discussed with Haoyan during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Release the Pokemon. First, it can shock Xiao Xiao. Second, it can increase the confidence of citizens. Union, there is an unwritten rule. When Jim cuts the ribbon, it is necessary to announce that the curator uses Pokemon so that trainers who want to challenge will know in advance. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was still hosted by the famous host, Vivian. The staff signaled that it was almost time. Vivian stepped onto the stage nervously. Now she is very nervous, because she has to turn her back to Mewtwo, who exudes terrifying pressure, and the huge Tyranitar. Standing behind them, there is a sense of panic. I can't help but want to go back. Vivian suppressed the panic in her heart, walked to the center of the stage, and said to the visiting citizen, "Everyone is welcome to attend today's ribbon-cutting ceremony." A small range of applause broke out at the scene. The applause was a little small, for fear that it would disturb Mewtwo and Tyranitars if it was louder. I believe everyone has seen Curator Haoyan's Pokemon, especially that Mewtwo. The aura it exudes is really terrifying. And the Tyranitar, it's really tall and mighty. To tell you the truth, when I walked on stage just now, I was a little flustered in my heart. I believe everyone's feelings are similar to mine. Vivian's self-analysis made the audience at the scene feel the same, especially the audience in the front row, who nodded in response. But that's it. Some ghosts who want to commit crimes in Slateport City, they will be more afraid. Because Director Haoyan is the guardian of our Slateport City, and his Pokemon is his most capable go-getter. I believe that we have Curator Haoyan, and Slateport City will be stable and prosperous from now on. Everyone is right. Vivian is very good at mobilizing emotion, and the people present came to their senses and nodded. Either Mewtwo, who exudes coercion, or Tyranitars, who is 12 meters tall. They are both Haoyan's Pokemon, their protectors. What did they have to fear? Those criminals from Team Aqua and Team Magma. After seeing the citizens at the scene and being transferred, Wei-An continued. This time, when Director Haoyan takes office, the people who came to congratulate together, except for our guest from Hoenn region. From other regions, several heavyweights have also arrived. Next, let us welcome with applause, which is well known in the entire Pokemon world, Professional Oak with the most knowledge of Pokemon. After Vivian finished speaking, from one side of the stage, Professional Oak waved to the stage, and the two curators Brock and Misty from Kanto region, Chuck curator of Johto region. Everyone applauded. People who were related to Haoyan came to congratulate Haoyan when they learned that Haoyan was the curator. Citizens of Slateport City did not expect Professional Oak to come, and the other three curators from Kanto and Johto came to congratulate. Professor Oak highly praised Haoyan's personality, including Chuck, who came to Johto region, even said in public that Haoyan was his master. This makes the citizens of Slateport City light up. Finally, let us applaud and invite today's hero, Curator Haoyan, to the stage. Haoyan walked from the backstage to the front stage with calm step. Today, a black suit was specially selected. The tall and straight body is put on a well-fitting suit, which brings out Haoyan's mature atmosphere, but that face is young and handsome. He has the steadiness of a mature man and the high spirits of a young man. Countless female citizens in the audience all showed their love for Miracle Eye. Haoyan took the stage, took the microphone that Vivian handed over, and said to the citizens who came, "Hello everyone, I'm Haoyan." The crowd suddenly burst into applause and cheered. "I'm the leader of Slateport City Gym. Please give me some advice." After speaking, he bowed lightly to the citizens under the stage. At the same time that Haoyan bent down, several Pokemon behind him also bent down to greet him. The most conspicuous is the Tyranitar. The citizens at the scene, at the moment of bending over and bowing, churned up like a pot of boiling water. Tall and mighty Tyranitar, Mewtwo who exudes terror and oppression, Wild, different Charizard, the mighty Psychic Queen, Gardevoir, immovable, Lucario, they all bowed down to greet him just for Haoyan's action. From this point alone, it is enough to see Haoyan's powerful imperial ability. At this moment, the hearts of the citizens are full of pride and love. They are proud to have a strong trainer like Haoyan as the curator of Slateport City Gym. They are lucky to have someone like Haoyan as their curator. Director Haoyan, Director Haoyan. Immediately, countless applause and cheers resounded throughout the venue. Even Slateport City citizens who are far away from the city and can't be present can hear it clearly. Citizens who couldn't visit because they were on duty showed a knowing smile when they heard the hyper voice shouting, and felt unusually stable in their heart. Chapter 224 I would. Slateport City is close to the sea and the weather changes from time to time. The sky is clear for a while, and it rains heavily for a while. It's raining in Slateport City today, but there was a long queue at the gate of Kana Gym, because today is the day when Kana Gym is open for recruitment, hiring gym staff, and gym intern. Trouble you, Nurse Joy. Without your help, I would have a headache with so many people. Haoyan thanked Nurse Joy next to him. Curator Haoyan is polite. It's just a trivial matter. Nurse Joy's voice was as gentle as her appearance. Because of the establishment of Kana Gym, the Alliance has specially dispatched 30 staff members to support the work of our Slateport City Pokemon Center. After you finished talking to me, I casually mentioned it in the work group at the Pokemon Center. I didn't expect everyone to sign up to help. Many staff wanted to see the demeanor of Curator Haoyan. Before Kana Gym was established, the Pokemon Center in Slateport City was just a transit point. Without gym, there are not many trainers gathered in Slateport City. Most are tourists who come to play. In contrast, the work of the Pokemon Center in Slateport City is relatively leisurely, so there are not many staff in the Alliance setting. But after building gym from Slateport City, there will definitely be more trainers who come to Slateport City to challenge gym. So, the League added staff to the Pokemon Center in Slateport City. But the biggest hero today is Miss Keiko. If it wasn't for her, I guess the scene would be a mess. Nurse Joy continued. Yeah, Miss Keiko really helped me a lot. Haoyan looked at Keiko, who was busy in gym. He didn't expect Keiko's organizational skills to be so outstanding. In Luota's hotel, I often saw Keiko, so I chatted with Keiko a few more times. Keiko heard that Haoyan was going to hold a job fair, so he offered to help. It's a pity that Miss Keiko already has a job. Otherwise, with her excellent organizational skills, I would really like to dig her over to be Jim's manager, Haoyan said regretfully. Nurse Joy glanced at Haoyan and said in a still gentle tone, Director Haoyan, have you talked to Miss Keiko about this idea? Haoyan shook his head slightly. No, Miss Keiko is in charge of the front desk at the Slateport City Hotel. She already has a job, so it's not easy for me to speak. I think Curator Haoyan can try to chat with Miss Keiko. I feel that Miss Keiko will be very happy to be the manager of Jim. Nurse Joy, who is also a woman, can see Keiko's admiration for Haoyan at a glance. If you can stay at Jim and work, you will see Haoyan often, and Keiko will definitely agree. Moreover, the salary of Jim managers is much higher than that of the head of the front desk in Slateport City. Social status has also improved a lot. I'll ask Miss Keiko later to see if she's willing to help. Haoyan nodded and said, Keiko may have been working at the front desk of the hotel for a long time, and she has to coordinate with various departments, so she has strong organizational skills. If she could be brought over to be Jim's manager, it would save Haoyan a lot of trouble, and he would just concentrate on his practice. While Haoyan and Joy were talking, Keiko was holding a document. He came to Haoyan and handed one of them to Haoyan. This document is about the gym staff plan, and the results of each gym job interview have been sorted, the report said. The names circled in blue above are people who meet the job requirements and can be employed quickly. Those who are circled with red pen are the people who I think can be mainly considered. After speaking, he handed Haoyan another document and said, this second document is about gym interns. After reporting, Keiko wiped the sweat from her forehead and fanned with her bare hand. Miss Keiko has worked hard. Haoyan thoughtfully handed a tissue and looked down at the two documents in his hand. The handwriting in the document is beautiful, and the relevant information is listed in detail. Keiko took the tissue that Haoyan handed her, but did not use it to wipe the sweat. Instead, she carefully held it in her palm. A piece of ordinary toilet paper was like some kind of treasure to her. With Haoyan's affirmation, Keiko was very happy, and said naively, it's not hard work, it's all small things. Joy saw Keiko's small movements and said, Miss Keiko, I mentioned you when I was chatting with Curator Haoyan just now. Curator Haoyan said that if it wasn't because you already had a job, he would have wanted you to be the manager of Jim. When Keiko heard this, her face flushed with excitement. She stared at Haoyan with her beautiful eyes, and asked in surprise, Joe, is what Nurse Joy said true? Certainly. Haoyan smiled and nodded affirmatively to her. I just don't know if Miss Keiko is willing or not. I do. Keiko let out a surprised scream. Keiko's words full of ambiguity caught everyone's attention. That's great. Please take care of Miss Keiko in the future. Haoyan bowed slightly to Keiko seriously. Keiko hurriedly bowed to return the salute, put away her excitement, and replied seriously, Curator Haoyan, you are too polite. Please give me more advice in the future. Outside the gate of Kana Gym, there was a girl who came from another region. The girl has long black hair, waist-length hair. From the outside, the girl has a beautiful appearance and is a charming girl, but her mental state was extremely poor, with an indescribable haggard and exhaustion. Braving the rain to watch the long queue of recruiters. Some uncertain whispers. I don't know. Is he willing to accept me? Chapter 225. Sabrina, want to be an intern at Slateport City. Keiko's work is very efficient. The logic of handling things is very clear, and she is very capable. What gym managers do is to coordinate this work, control and handle the daily operations of gym, and create a good gym environment. Recruiting gym staff and recruiting interns are divided into two teams. Hello, I'm here to interview gym intern. The girl with long hair and weight whispered to the staff in charge of distributing the list. Okay, please tell me what your name is and where you are from. Staff, fill the form, ready for registration. My name is Sabrina, from Kanto region. Sabrina whispered weakly. Sabrina, Kanto region. The staff raised their heads when they heard the name and looked at Sabrina. He seemed to have heard the name Sabrina somewhere, but he didn't remember it for a while. Sabrina has wet hair because she doesn't have an umbrella, and her mental state is very poor. It's hard to think of her Kanto region. Saffron City leader identity. It's raining so hard. Don't bring an umbrella. Lean inside a little. Don't catch a cold. The staff waved to Sabrina, beckoning her to get closer to a shelter from the rain. Since I couldn't remember it, I didn't think much about it, and continued to say to Sabrina, please show your trainer's certificate. The trainer's certificate is something similar to an ID card issued by the Alliance. Sabrina is a little embarrassed. She doesn't have this proof. The staff saw that Sabrina was a little embarrassed, thinking that Sabrina was not a trainer, just an ordinary person, and said, it doesn't matter if you don't have a trainer certificate, as long as you provide something that proves your identity. Sabrina took out a special badge from her pocket and handed it to the staff. I don't know, can this thing prove my identity? For each gym leader, the Alliance will issue a special badge with a special and complex process with exclusive information printed on it. It's very different from the badges that are usually awarded to trainers. The staff member took a look at the badge and was immediately dumbfounded. He He looked at Sabrina with long hair and waist in disbelief. Now the staff finally understand. No wonder he heard Sabrina's name just now, and it sounded familiar. Because that Sabrina is that Sabrina, the curator of Kanto region Saffron City. Sabrina. After the staff confirmed Sabrina's badge, their first reaction was, are you here to kick the gym? The identity of Sabrina, gym leader, running in line to participate in the recruitment of Slateport City gym intern. Naturally, I thought it was malicious and wanted to kick the gym. As soon as these words came out, all the people around looked at them one after another. After learning about the situation, everyone's reaction was the same as the gym staff who spoke up just now, full of surprises. It didn't take long for their surprise to turn into anger. Kana Gym was just established on the second day, and he came here on purpose to do something. Although Kana Gym has just been established, it is still the lowest level C-level gym. But Curator Haoyan is a powerful gym leader. Not everyone can come to taunt. This is what most people on the scene think. Looking at the people around her with bad expressions, Sabrina was a little anxious. Go to Curator Haoyan, one of the crowd shouted. Immediately, a lot of people echoed. Yes, tell Director Haoyan that someone from Kanto region is here to kick the pavilion. That's right, go and tell Curator Haoyan. Facing everyone's misunderstanding, Sabrina, who was a little anxious, quickly explained loudly. No, I'm really here to sign up for the gym intern recruiting. I'm serious. I want to worship Curator Haoyan as a master. Sabrina's loud explanation drained her energy. The people around were stunned. Even the staff who were going to go into report doc incredulously said, what did you say? You're going to be an intern at Kana Gym, and you want to apprentice to the Curator Haoyan. That's right. Sabrina nodded seriously. Sabrina's serious attitude surprised everyone around her. What the hell? A gym curator, not a good curator, come to Slateport City as an intern. This is the first time I have encountered such a strange thing. But I think that Teng Shu, the curator of Hoenn region, called Haoyan to be the teacher. The Chu curator of Johto region is called Master Haoyan. Light seem also quite reasonable. Haoyan, who was sitting in the gym and preparing to interview a gym intern, frowned slightly when he heard the staff's report. Sabrina, want to be an intern at Kana Gym. Chapter 226. Sabrina who betrayed Team Rocket. Haoyan, will there be a problem with this? Misty said, slightly worried. Yeah, could this be a conspiracy by Team Rocket? Red also asked aside. Master. Blue looked at Haoyan with concern. Brock stayed silent. Red and Blue follow Professor Oak to Hoenn region. Brock and Misty also came to congratulate Haoyan on taking office. Norman came all the way from Kanto region to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. After that, did not leave. Instead, I stayed at the Kana Gym, ready to travel. It happened that Haoyan's gym was recruiting, so I asked them to help. If there is any problem, you will find out when you see it. Haoyan got up indifferently and walked slowly towards the gym door. Even if Team Rockets had an idea for him, they wouldn't dare to mess with the relatively peaceful Hoenn region. Compared with Kanto, Hoenn region has good security. If the people of the evil organization dare to show up with great fanfare, they will definitely be reported by the trainers around them, even directly to fight. Based on this, Team Rockets will also do it in the dark, and it will not be so open. The rest of the crowd also stood up one after another and followed Haoyan's footsteps. Haoyan walked slowly to the door of gym. Sabrina sensed Haoyan's approach and hurriedly took 2 steps. Haoyan frowned. Sabrina was in a bad state at this time. A pair of big eyes are empty, with thick dark circles. There was inexorable exhaustion between the eyebrows. The lips were white, and the skin on the face was dull. A good girl, haggard like a 30-year-old aunt. You. Hello. Haoyan. Sabrina saw Haoyan. A look of expression appeared in her eyes, but then seeing the few people behind Haoyan, it quickly dimmed. Red, Blue, Misty and others have all met Sabrina when they were in Cerulean Cave. They also all know that Sabrina used to be the 3 most famous cadres of Team Rocket, but since Cerulean Cave, Sabrina has mysteriously disappeared. For the past 6 months, there has been no news from Sabrina. Haoyan swept the haggard and tired Sabrina up and down, frowned slightly and said, are you injured? Sabrina smiled miserably. Her body began to sway, and she said weakly, that's it. At this moment, a mechanical gentle female voice appeared in Haoyan's mind. Quest objective, accept Sabrina who betrayed Team Rocket. Quest reward, 12,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. Close black lens bracket. None. Sabrina betrayed Team Rocket. Haoyan's heart was puzzled, but before he had time to think about it, Sabrina in front of him fell down with Safi. Haoyan quickly reached out and grabbed it, holding Sabrina who was about to fall to the ground. As soon as her hand touched her body, she felt a scalding heat coming from her hand. Through the temperature, Haoyan accurately judged that Sabrina was in a state of fever. He picked up Sabrina and calmly said to the surrounding staff, please keep working as usual. Then look at Brock and Misty. Brock, Misty, please help me interview Jim's intern. If the interviewer can, you can help me decide. As for the gym staff, just leave it to Keiko and let her arrange it. Brock and Misty both nodded. Then Haoyan said to Blue, Blue, please find Nurse Joy. After speaking, Haoyan strode forward, taking Sabrina to the accommodation area behind the gym. The accommodation area after Kana gym. Sabrina had put on clean clothes. Her breathing gradually became steady, and she fell asleep on the bed in the guest room. The reason why she is in this situation now is because she was too tired before. It is estimated that she has never slept well, in a state of tension for a long time. The body has entered a state of overload again, and it has been rained again, which makes her body unable to carry it, in a state of inflammation. But I've injected her with a higher concentration of glucose. Rest and adjust for a while. She should be able to recover. Nurse Joy tucked the quilt for Sabrina and whispered to Haoyan. Joy, in addition to knowing how to treat Pokemon, also proficient in human medicine. Okay, trouble Nurse Joy. Fortunately, you are here this time, otherwise I would be in a hurry. Haoyan thanked Joy in the guest room. You're welcome, Director Haoyan. Joy looked a little ashamed, and she didn't finish her words just now. If you have something to say, Nurse Joy, but it's okay to say it. Haoyan understood what the other party meant and pointed it out directly. It's such a curator Haoyan. According to my observation, Sabrina's physical condition is somewhat special. In terms of spirit, Joy said here, paused, and seemed to be looking for a suitable adjective. Psychologically, she appears to have been tortured for a long time. There's nothing I can do about it. Torturing. Haoyan probably understood what Joy meant. Okay, I understand. Leave the rest to me. Accuse me, Nurse Joy. After Joy's diagnosis and what he knew, Haoyan probably guessed Sabrina's current situation. Chapter 227. Sabrina joins Team Rock. Reason for ETS. Sabrina, who had been in a deep sleep, opened her eyes with difficulty. As soon as he regained consciousness, he wanted to wake up alertly, but unfortunately, her body can't do it now. Sabrina observes her surroundings. Spacious room in warm white overall. The room is big, but not much decoration. The decoration style is simple. Why am I here? Sabrina recalled what had happened before. She only remembered that she came to Kana Gym in the Hoenn region to find Haoyan, but as soon as he saw Haoyan, he lost consciousness. I just remember that before fainting, a pair of big hands hugged her. Dang, 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 heard footsteps outside the room. Sabrina closed her eyes immediately and pretended to be asleep. Tilda. The door to the room opened. In Sabrina's perception, a man walked into the room. On her bedside, put some food. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. The man's voice was thick and masculine. It's Haoyan. Sabrina opened her eyes and saw Haoyan as expected. She was pulling out a chair and sat down to look at her. Seeing Haoyan, Sabrina's heart has been tense, and she is relieved. Eat something. You've slept all day and night. You should be hungry. Haoyan pointed to the food beside the bed. Sabrina hummed obediently, sat up with difficulty, and devoured the meat porridge that Haoyan prepared for her. Sabrina regained some of her strength after she had something to eat. Haoyan didn't help from beginning to end. Let Sabrina do the hard work. Combining Sabrina's situation and the hints given by the system, he probably guessed why Sabrina was in such a situation, but it was not taken lightly. After all, Sabrina joined Team Rockets before. In other words, they were once enemies. After eating the meat porridge, Sabrina put down the tableware and responded as silently as Haoyan. After a while, Haoyan said, "Once, at the airport in Celadon, Rainbow City, you should be spying on me with your mental power, right?" Haoyan's remarks immediately turned upside down in Sabrina's heart. He can really feel it. Come to him. There is nothing wrong. Sabrina remembered that time. She followed Haoyan to the airport in Celadon, Rainbow City. As soon as he used his mental power to investigate, he was immediately noticed by Haoyan. Seeing Sabrina's expression, Haoyan knew that his guess was right. He continued, "Tell me what happened to you." Sabrina took a deep breath and said in a depressed tone, "I have awakened psychic since I was a child. You can perceive things in a small area, or you can move small object briefly. But this psychic is not a good thing for me. My peers think I'm scary and say I'm a monster behind my back." Having said this, Sabrina paused. Obviously her childhood was not happy. After sorting out his emotions, he continued, "As I grew up, I found that my psychic started to skyrocket. It can accurately sense things within 10 meters without using eyes, and the things that move through confusion are getting bigger and heavier. I originally thought that this was a gift from God. However, I found that I was wrong. It's not an ability, it's a disease. After my psychic skyrocketed, it was no longer under my control. Psychic automatically overflows the body and automatically attacks all living creatures around it. I can only try to control it so that psychic does not overflow. But once I control the psychic in my body, my brain will be extremely painful." Haoyan understood, and it was almost the same as what he had guessed, and interjected, "So, did you join Team Rockets because they gave you any promise?" When Haoyan interrupted, Sabrina nodded. "Yes, the guys from Team Rocket found me, then told me that they could develop a drug specifically for me to suppress psychic in my body. Let me stop suffering. The premise is to accept their assignments and complete their task. In desperation, I can only agree." This time Haoyan didn't interrupt but silently waited for her to continue. "In the beginning, in order order to make me sing. The tasks assigned by Team Rockets were all very small and piecemeal things, but later, their demands became more and more excessive. I started to stop accepting requests from Team Rockets and wanted to get out of Team Rocket control. Haoyan recalled that when he was in Cerulean Cave, Sabrina did not participate in his battle with Lieutenant Surge and Koga, but silently retreated. That mean, after Cerulean Cave, Team Rocket started to be unhappy with you? Sabrina nodded. That's right. Team Rocket think I betrayed them. In the past 6 months, I have been hiding in Tibet, but they never let me go. They have been chasing my whereabouts and want to take me back. Haoyan spoke again and asked the most crucial question. It stands to reason that you have escaped the pursuit of Team Rocket, and you can go to other region. Go where Team Rocket's like Sinnoh and Unova can't reach. Why did you come to me, someone who has a grudge with Team Rocket? Sabrina raised her head and looked at Haoyan with a covert look. Seriously said, because I think you and I are the same kind of people. Somewhere I feel that you can cure my disease. No matter how many calculations Haoyan made, he never thought of it. Sabrina actually came to him because of this. Chapter 228. Sabrina. Haoyan, can you stop driving me away? Can I cure you? Haoyan was speechless. When did he become a doctor? Unexpectedly. More speechless is still behind. Sabrina said seriously. I wasn't sure at first, but now I'm 100% sure. You can. What do you mean? Be specific. Haoyan was completely confused. Sabrina thought for a moment and said seriously. I feel a kind of breath from you that can make me very relaxed. Being by your side, I feel that the psychic in my body is not overflowing. It's also a feeling of being nourished. I am a flower ready to wither. You are the rain and dew. With your nourishment, I feel like I'm alive again. This metaphor is absolutely perfect. Is it because I practice calm mind through micro-expression? Haoyan can be sure that Sabrina is telling the truth. Haoyan thought about the situation of the two Pokemon, Mega Evolution. During Lucario Mega Evolution, it was difficult to suppress the desire to attack in my heart. After a long period of adaptation, you will slowly learn to control. After Gardevoir Mega Evolution, it has no effect. Haoyan thought it was because of differences in personality or attribute. Looking back now, it doesn't seem like it was. Because Lucario needs to exercise. In the process of cultivation, the calm mind technique that Haoyan taught him is less practiced. On the contrary, Gardevoir does not need to exercise, just concentrate on gathering energy, and practice calm mind almost every day. Therefore, there is a difference after evolution Mega Evolution. The old man who taught me calm mind art seems to be quite immortal, and he said that his name was Hung Kang. So he really. While Haoyan was thinking, Sabrina said sincerely, Haoyan, can you let me stay by your side? Even if it's a gym intern, I'm willing, so can you please don't drive me away? Haoyan ignored her, but was thinking about the previous calm mind technique. Sabrina saw that Haoyan was silent for a long time, thinking that Haoyan was hesitating. Once she is taken in, she will definitely be met by Team Rocket's revenge. Then he murmured a little sadly, I betrayed Team Rocket, and with the style of Team Rocket, I will definitely be taken back to set an example. If I stay here, it will inevitably involve you. As she murmured, the sadness on Sabrina's brows was evident. Forget it. Don't think about it. After all, it doesn't matter whether it's because of the calm mind technique. That old man, it doesn't matter if it's Hung Kang. After all, I'm in the Pokemon world now. Haoyan retracted the thoughts in his heart, but saw that Sabrina was lifting the quilt and went down to the ground with difficulty. He frowned slightly and said, your body is still in a weak state. It's better to rest more. By the way, I didn't pay attention to what you said just now. Sabrina reacted and hurriedly repeated what she just said. Stay with you. Be a gym intern. Haoyan looked at Sabrina, who looked hopeful, and said strangely. In fact, after finding out about Sabrina, Haoyan did not reject Sabrina. In addition, the task issued by the system must accept Sabrina in order to obtain reward points. It's just that Sabrina is a leader anyway, a leader to be his gym trainee. But think about it, there's no harm in taking Sabrina as a gym intern. In addition to earning bonus points, Sabrina usually relieves his gym leader from his work. Plus, Team Rockets already had a grudge with Haoyan. Even without Sabrina, Team Rockets won't let him go easily, and will definitely look for a chance to retake Mewtwo. Thinking of this, Haoyan said, okay, you can stay at Kana Gym. Sabrina got Haoyan's affirmative reply, immediately nodded gratefully. Okay, Curator Haoyan, as long as you keep me by your side, I will listen to you. The moment Haoyan agreed to accept Sabrina, a mechanical gentle female voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. The task is completed, and the reward points have been issued. Close black lens bracket. Okay, you can rest first. I still have something to do. Haoyan said a word, then got up and exited the room. Okay. After leaving the guest room, Haoyan briefly talked about the general situation with Red and the others. Keiko was found again, and Sabrina's related matters were arranged. Then he plunged into his exclusive research room. After completing the mission, Haoyan has a lot of reward points. There are as many as 22,000 points. Redeem a Mega Stone and have 7,000 points left. I have never felt so rich since my my rebirth. He had to think about it carefully, check the system store, and see what he could exchange. Chapter 229 Exchange the Power of Aura, the Power of Viridian. The great philosopher Chuzan said, as much as you gain, as much as you lose. This is the eternal truth. This time the task is very simple. Just promise Sabrina and you're done. And there are 12,000 bonus points. This is the easiest one for Haoyan to complete several tasks in the system. After contacting the system several times, Haoyan knew one thing clearly. The system is not a good person and will not directly send Haoyan reward points. Instead, reward points are given according to the difficulty of the task. In other words, getting these 12,000 bonus points comes at a price. It is estimated that it will not be long before the people from Team Rockets will come to the door. In addition to exchanging Xiaolong's Mega Stone, you also need to exchange a little life-saving ability. Thinking of this, Haoyan closed the door of the research room, then lay on the chair, closed his eyes and immersed himself. System, open the system store. The system store has been opened. System store, there are no surprises. As long as there are bonus points, anything can be exchanged. There are a lot of goods, and Haoyan is looking for them in a planned way. After a long search, Haoyan saw 2 abilities and was more interested. The price is also high. Open black lens bracket Power of Aura, sold for 1,000 bonus points. Close black lens bracket. Effect 1. It can detect the environment and things within 1 kilometer. Effect 2. You can sense each other's thoughts, and you can use aura to connect and communicate. Effect 3. It can control part of the airflow, make a defensive barrier or use it to attack. Note, growable skill, Power of Viridian, sold for 1,000 bonus points. Effect 1. It can increase the favorability of the Pokemon, and can feel the surrounding environment through the Pokemon's perspective. Effect 2. It can quickly replenish the physical strength and energy of Pokemon. Note, growable skill, the Power of Aura can connect Xiaozi and Xiaolong. When commanding them, you don't need to use words, which is also a lot more convenient. Secondly, the detection function of Aura's power is also quite good. The roll between attack and defense is also a little bit. The powerful Lucario has the power of Aura. There is a certain understanding of the use of the power of Aura. Viridian's power is also good. In addition to being able to restore Pokemon's stamina and energy, you can also enter the Pokemon's perspective to observe the environment. This is also very helpful for the helping hand. It's mainly these 2 skills, which are cheap enough. Even if you exchange Xiaolong's Mega Stone and these 2 skills, there will still be 5,000 bonus points left. These 5,000 points can be saved first and used to exchange for the Mega Stones of Xiaoxi and Xiaomeng. Thinking of this, Haoyan no longer hesitated. Called softly in my heart. System, I want to exchange the 2 skills of Aura's power and Viridian's power. Does the host confirm? Spend 2,000 reward points to exchange for the power of Aura and the power of Viridian. Confirm. Okay. Processing. In Haoyan's research room, many white stars appeared out of thin air. It kept pouring into Haoyan's body. After a while, Haoyan slowly opened his eyes. These 2 powers have been completely integrated into his body. With a thought, the power of Aura in the body overflowed from the body. Everything around him appeared very clearly in front of his eyes. A little change, all in his mind. With a swing of his hand, a small whirlwind blew up in the research room, and the things in the research room continued to fall along with the whirlwind. Then squeezed his fist. Aura's power overflowed and blocked in front of him. It appears to form a transparent shield. Yes, the power of Aura is worth the money. Haoyan retracted his ability and said with satisfaction. Then he opened the door and walked to the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Lucario was hammering a target. Class tilde, out tilde. Tyranitar and Charizard are training under heavy load. Gardevoir and Mewtwo, sitting cross-legged at calm mine. Several Pokemon were originally cultivating separately, but seeing Haoyan coming, they all stopped. He looked at Haoyan in surprise. In their eyes, Haoyan became more mysterious, and at the same time exuded an aura that they liked very much. Shanaido. Gardevoir quickly exited the calm mind state, and then happily floated to Haoyan's side. Haoyan, you've changed. Gardevoir tilted his head and looked at Haoyan carefully. Really? Where have I changed? Haoyan rubbed Gardevoir's cute little head. Well, I can't tell you the specific, but I feel that I like Haoyan more. Gardevoir took the initiative to stretch out his head and rub Haoyan's big hand. A few joked with Gardevoir. Haoyan waved to Lucario, who had been training hard. Xiao, come here. Lucario calmly walked to Haoyan. Xiao, don't move. Haoyan put his hand on Lucario's shoulder. Agitate the Viridian power in the body and transmit it to Lucario. Lucario only felt that there was a warm current all over his body, constantly flowing in his body. The physical strength and energy lost just now due to cultivation are being replenished quickly. When Haoyan withdrew his hand, without having to say Lucario, he also clearly felt that Lucario's energy had become abundant. These 2 skills are really good. Chapter 230 The Power of Viridian and Mega Evolution. Kana Gym has been open for 5 days, but there is no challenger yet, because Lakeport City lasted 5 days of heavy rain. The heavy rain almost brought the the entire Slateport city to a standstill. According to the weather report, there is a low-pressure typhoon hovering over the seas of Slateport City. Haoyan frowned as he looked at the heavy rain outside the window. Keiko, the manager of gym, walked slowly behind Haoyan. Curator Haoyan, it has been a rain. All gym personnel have left the training ground as you ordered. Everything is ready. Haoyan turned around and said, okay, please, Keiko. You're welcome, Director Haoyan, Keiko said softly. Haoyan slowly came to the training ground and looked at his Pokemon. After a while, Haoyan prepares to let Charizard Mega Evolution. Although there have been 2 appearances, but this time still have to be careful. After all, Charizard is different from Lucario and Gardevoir. He's a shiny Pokemon, and there may be some uncertainty in the course of Mega Evolution. In addition, Charizard has wings, and he must be guided in the first time. Otherwise, when he flew, it would be a little hard to control. Xiaolong, are you ready? Haoyan walked to Charizard's side and patted him. Roar, roar. Charizard let out a wild growl. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Lucario, Gardevoir, the kind of power after their Mega Evolution he already has covet. Ah, very good. Haoyan looked at Charizard with satisfaction. Both mentally and physically have been adjusted to the best. Take out a Mega Stone and say to Charizard, relax your mind and absorb the energy in the stone into your body. Roar, roar. Charizard nodded seriously. After explaining, Haoyan handed the Mega Stone to Charizard. As soon as Charizard took the stone, he closed his eyes and began to absorb energy. From the Mega Stone, white stars gathered and mixed into Charizard's body. White light, wrapping Charizard inside. Haoyan and a few Pokemon stepped aside and waited for Charizard to change. Charizard choose X or Y. The Mega Stone exchanged by the system is not divided into X or Y form. In other words, which one Charizard's Mega Evolution will become, Haoyan has number 100% way to determine. But usually Charizard and Lucario, Tyranitar, they train more. In character, it is more wild. It is more likely that the evolution will be in the X form. There are 2 forms, X and Y, each with their own advantages. X attack and special attack are equally good. Y's special attack is more prominent. Haoyan didn't force Charizard evolution into a form he didn't want. Let Charizard get familiar with the X form first, and then let him transform into the Y form when he has time. With practice, Haoyan believes that Charizard can freely switch between the 2 forms. This Mewtwo is the same. When the white light dissipated, a brand new Pokemon stood in front of Haoyan. The limbs of Mega Charizard X are similar to Charizard, but the main skin color changes to gray-black, and the chin to the tip of the tail changes to sky blue. Blue claw-like protrusions grow from the shoulders on each side, and small fin-like protrusions grow from the back of the neck. The inner side of the wings turned dark blue. The lower ends of the wings were divided into several arc-shaped tips, and the protrusions on the wings became claws. The flames on his body also turned blue due to the rise in temperature. Sure enough, as Haoyan expected, Charizard evolution became X form. At the same time, because of Mega Evolution, his data automatically changed. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Mega Charizard X. Attribute Fire Dragon. Level 60. Characteristic Tough Claws. The power of contact skills is greatly increased. Introduction. The whole body is filled with extraordinary power. This power dyes its body black and burns a fiery blue flame. Roar, roar. Charizard let out a loud growl when he opened his eyes again. The entire gym is full of Charizard growl. When he roared, the flames on his body burned even more intensely. The temperature in the entire gym changes with the change of Charizard. Little Dragon. Haoyan stepped forward and looked at Charizard. Roar tilde, roar tilde. Charizard looked at Haoyan with his scarlet eyes. Charizard's eyes were full of wildness and fury, but the moment he touched Haoyan, he became extremely gentle. Through the power of Viridian, Haoyan can feel that Charizard is very relaxed now. The energy in the body is also very majestic. Adapt and stay that way and see how long you can last the first time. Haoyan stroked Charizard's body, feeling Charizard's changes together. The Viridian power in the body is continuously flowing into Charizard's body. Time passed by minute. Bean-sized beads of sweat fell from Haoyan's forehead. The Viridian power in his body was almost exhausted. All transferred to Charizard. Okay, let Xiaolong quit the state of Mega Evolution. Out tilde. Charizard couldn't hold on any longer and quit Mega Evolution. After emptying out the energy in his body, Haoyan's feet were a little weak. The caring Gardevoir quickly floated to Haoyan's side and held him with his white and tender hand. Thank you, Xiaolu. Haoyan put his arms around Gardevoir's slender waist, walked to the side and sat down. Xiao-O. How long did Xiaolong last? Haoyan looked at Lucario, who was using a stopwatch. Lucario took the stopwatch and handed it to Haoyan. 10 minutes and 13 seconds. It's the first time Xiaolong can support him for so long. It's amazing. Haoyan gave a thumbs up to Charizard, who was slumped on the ground. Out tilde, out tilde. Charizard shook tail whip hard in response to Haoyan. At this moment, he was too tired to move. Haoyan put down the stopwatch, slowed down, and murmured, the power of Viridian is very good. In addition to healing Pokemon, it can also extend the time of Pokemon Mega Evolution. Looks like I'm going to train harder to increase the energy sum of the Viridian power. When facing the enemy in the future, Pokemon can be in the state of Mega Evolution for a long time. After the Pokemon enters Mega Evolution, it will consume the Pokemon's stamina and energy at an accelerated rate. Therefore, in this state, it cannot last for a long time. This state is a bit like a certain canyon, a certain dad big move. If during the battle, keep the state of the ultimate move, the lethality is absolutely terrifying. Chapter 231. Fulfilling the duties of Gym Curator. 5 days of heavy rain. The low-pressure typhoon circling Slateport City began to subside. The rain, unlike before, swept like a torrential wind and rain, and began to become patter. Outside the door of Henna Gym, 2 trainers in raincoats were talking in low voices. Shangzhen, look at that Tyranitar inside. It's so scary. So tall, I feel like I could crush my Sudowoodo with 1 foot. A yellow-haired rookie trainer whispered. Qingtian, you're right, that Tyranitar is really scary, but to get the bag, you don't have to defeat that Tyranitar. As long as it is approved by Curator Haoyan, you can get a badge. And I heard that Director Haoyan is a good talker, and he shouldn't particularly embarrass us. Another trainer, a little bolder, the trainer called Shangzhen, wiped his face. The rain on the rain, whispered. The truth is this truth, but when I saw that Tyranitar, I was afraid. Why don't you go first, Qingtian, and I'll follow you? The trainer named Qingtian said with some disdain. Shangzhen, you are such a coward. I'll go first, you follow me. Qingtian's words were tough, but his step just didn't go in. In the end, Keiko, who happened to pass by the door by chance, looked at them in the rain, waved to them, and took the initiative to let them in. Want to challenge Jim? Come in. Keiko could see that the 2 of them did not dare to enter because they saw the huge Tyranitar. No way, Haoyan's Tyranitars is too big and scary. Tyranitar's is still quiet now, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Calm mind. When Tyranitar's was training under heavy load, it would be even more frightening. When she first joined Gym, she was also a little scared, but after a long time, I also know that the seemingly fierce Tyranitar is actually a fool, and like Haoyan, it is easy to get along with. Hearing the word, the 2 trainers bravely walked to Keiko's side. Keiko thoughtfully handed a towel to each of them and said, wipe the rain off your body first, and you won't catch a cold later. Then he waved his hand and said, come in with me. Thank you, Tilda. The 2 trainers followed Keiko carefully and entered the gym. From time to time, he glanced at Tyranitars not far away, for fear of disturbing him. Don't worry, Curator Haoyan will not use his main battle Pokemon to fight you. Curator Haoyan, it will be adjusted according to the Pokemon you use. Keiko explained carefully. That good. The 2 trainers breathed a sigh of relief. Haoyan certainly won't use his Pokemon to fight trainers. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a bully. Headmaster Haoyan, here comes the challenger. Keiko brought the 2 trainers to Haoyan. Excuse me, Keiko. Haoyan heard this and walked from the training ground to the battlefield. Headmaster Haoyan. Hello. The 2 trainers bowed to Haoyan in unison. Hello. Haoyan responded with a smile. Seeing Haoyan's sunny smile, the 2 trainers relaxed a lot. I'm ready, Director Haoyan. The trainer named Qingtian stood still in the battle. Then let start. Haoyan replied with a smile. Come out, Marshtomp. Qingtian released his Pokemon. Automatically, the data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Marshtomp. Attribute water ground level 31. Characteristic torrent. As the physical strength decreases, the power of the water type skill increases. Open black lens bracket introduction close black lens bracket can move quickly in the mud. This is definitely faster than swimming in water. The waist and legs are well developed and can walk on 2 legs. Kenta, please borrow your Hitmontop. Haoyan waved to a gym intern beside him. Okay. The intern named Kenta hurriedly handed a baby ball to Haoyan. Haoyan will use the trainee's Pokemon to fight against ordinary trainers. Gym intern, very much hoping to get Haoyan's guidance. I want to see the same Pokemon. What is the difference between their command and Haoyan's command? Also take this opportunity to learn the art of conducting. Seeing that his opponent was a Hitmontop, Qingtian regained a lot of confidence. Come on, Marshtomp. Use the water gun. Marshtomp spewed a small jet of water under the command of the trainer. Hitmontop, use dig. Even with Hitmontop, Pokemon with the same level as Marshtomp, Haoyan also simply passed through 3 and defeated his opponent. After all, his fighting consciousness is countless times stronger than that of the challenger. Hey, I lost. Challenger Qingtian said disappointedly. Haoyan comforted him and said, although you lost, I think you were very attentive when cultivating Pokemon. Through the battle just now, I can feel that your Pokemon is very close to you. Haoyan took out a badge from his arm, handed it to Qingtian and said, you have good potential, and you are also very attentive to Pokemon. You deserve this badge, so I decided to award it to you. When Qingtian heard this, he quickly took the badge with both hands. Thank you, Director Haoyan. Please continue to work hard in the future. Haoyan encouraged again. Well, I will. Thank you, Curator Haoyan, for your your affirmation. Qingtian put the badge as a treasure in his arm. There is still 1,000 nautical miles from Slateport City, and there is a ship that is approaching Slateport City. There were 2 people on the boat, and they didn't plan to let Haoyan live a peaceful life. Chapter 232 Team Rockets come to Hoenn region. The cargo ship, Young, is sailing on the sea. There are 3 people in the captain's cabin. Haoyan had seen Captain Jack twice, and the ground was full of blood at this time, lying weakly in the captain's cabin. It is estimated that without timely treatment, Captain Jack will lose too much blood and die. Captain, it's at the core of the ship. The sailors outside the captain's cabin watched as Captain Jack fell to the ground, but they did not dare to come forward for treatment, because, in the captain's cabin, there are 2 men hindering them. One, with sharp-mouthed monkey teeth, look ugly. One, with decent facial features, but with a cold face. The 2 were Petrol and Archer, 2 of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Petrol handed over a newspaper to Archer. In the newspaper, a huge headline was written, 1 gym, 2 curators. It is reported that at the recruitment conference in Kana Gym 3 days ago, leader Sabrina of Kanto region Saffron Gym came to apply for an internet Kanto gym. Archer frowned and dropped the newspaper in his hand. He said with a sneer, isn't that right? We pack up together, so we don't have to run twice. Petrol reminds Sabrina is nothing to fear, but that Haoyan, he is not a good person. At Cerulean Cave, crippled Lieutenant Serge and Koga, even Lance was almost defeated by him. In my opinion, this kid should have something. Archer sneered. LT, Serge and Koga, before joining our Team Rocket, were just gym leaders. At their level, I can easily kill them. As for Lan, Archer said this, his expression full of disdain. Then he said, that boy Lan, his strength is not very good, but his flattery is first class. It is estimated that the leader of the shoot is happy, so let him join our 4 generals. If you really want to say that you have any ability, I guess I don't have it. Seeing Archer so casual, Petrol opened his mouth to say something, but chose to keep his mouth shut. Archer is recognized as the most powerful person among the 4 generals. He has a total of 6 Pokemon, all of which have reached the elite level. The rest are Petrol, Lance, and Athena, just quasi-elite. In terms of level, they are a step behind Archer. Archer saw Petrol's speechless expression, and said disdainfully, Petrol, just clean up a curator. No big deal. The organization dispatched me and you. Can't we still pack a gym leader? Petrol replied, we're 2 against 1, and it's no problem to clean up a curator. But I'm afraid that I will provoke Wallace and Steven of the Hoenn region. It is said that this Haoyan is now the hottest person in Hoenn region, and unlike Kanto region. At the mention of Steven and Wallace, the disdain on Archer's face was put away. The strongest of the Hoenn region, Wallace and Steven, no less than their leader Giovanni. And Petrol is right. Hoenn region is not like Kanto region. Team Rockets can cover the sky with one hand. As I said, as soon as we arrive at the place, we will directly deal with that Haoyan and take Mewtwo back. By the way, take back that Sabrina who betrayed the organization. We'll leave immediately, as long as we move fast enough. When we return to Kanto region, with the leader of Giovanni, what can the Alliance do to us? That's what I say, but I think it's better to be more prudent, Petrol said aside. Archer snorted coldly, obviously disliking Petrol's so-called comfort. If you are afraid, then I will do it myself. After the task is completed, don't stand in front of the leader Giovanni, just take my credit. Petrol looked at the somewhat self-righteous Archer, and felt a little annoyed in his heart. But among the 4 generals, Archer has been keeping their heads steady. Not good to refute anything. It's just that he faintly felt that this time the organization explained their task, and it was not so easy to solve. Seeing that Petrol was silent, Archer said, that's it. At the Hoenn region, I'll take the first step to solve that Haoyan. Just be responsible for preparing the aftermath for me. After that, Archer didn't give Petrol a chance to object, and kicked Captain Jack, who was lying in a pool of blood. Looking at the sailor standing outside the captain's cabin, he said, you guys, what are you doing? Don't hurry up and take him away. He's dead. Who's at the helm? A group of sailors outside the captain's cabin dared to enter the captain's cabin, picked up the injured Captain Jack and left quickly. Chapter 233 Sabrina, what to do in the future to repay Haoyan. Kana Gym, accommodation behind the gym area. At this time, Haoyan and Sabrina were in the room, sitting cross-legged facing each other. Haoyan looked at Sabrina, who was slightly nervous, and said with a frown, relax a little, don't be so nervous. Just do as I say. Sabrina agreed obediently and closed her eyes. Haoyan stretched out his hand and put it on Sabrina's shoulder. Use the Viridian power in your body to feel how Sabrina feels at this time. Viridian power can feel the mood of Pokemon. You can also feel the human mind. Yes, immerse your mind and stop suppressing the psychic in your body. To guide psychic to walk in your body. Haoyan connects Sabrina through the power of aura, and does not need words to communicate. Yes, Sabrina could feel a warm power from Haoyan's big hand. Give me control of your body, and I'll guide your psychic. Sabrina slowly relaxed, no longer controlling the psychic running around in her body. Haoyan took over Sabrina's body and used the power of Viridian to guide the the psychic within Sabrina, surrounding her body. After a while, a trace of sweat appeared on Haoyan's forehead. He used the power of Viridian to run several times in Sabrina's body, helping hand Sabrina comb through her psychic. After Haoyan's investigation, he found it. In fact, Sabrina's so-called psychic is actually a kind of energy. Sabrina absorbs the energy floating around into her body due to her special constitution. But Sabrina doesn't know how to control this energy. Energy was running around in her body. When it hits the brain, there will be a clear tingling sensation. That's why Sabrina will suffer. Okay, just follow the method I taught you to perform Calm Mind. Unblock the psychic in your body, soothe it everywhere in your body, and it won't hurt anymore. Haoyan retracted his hand and said tiredly. On the other hand, Sabrina has a rosy face. The skin regains a new radiance. After these days of recuperation, her body has recovered. Haoyan helped her to guide her, and psychic was already lurking around her body. This was the first time in 20 years that Sabrina felt so relaxed. He couldn't help sighing. It's so comfortable. When he looked at Haoyan, he couldn't help but look grateful. Haoyan, thank you. You're welcome. Haoyan waved his hand tiredly. In the future, just follow the method I taught you and go to Calm Mind. It should take a while, and you should be able to get used to it slowly. After speaking, Haoyan got up slowly, ready to eat something to replenish the Jing force he had just consumed. Yeah. Sabrina got up quickly and escorted Haoyan out of the room. My feeling really is right. Haoyan really has a way to solve my problem. Sabrina is naturally very happy to be able to solve the problem that has plagued her for 20 years. But vaguely, there is some worry. Her intuition told her that in the near future, the people from Team Rockets would definitely come to Hoenn region to trouble Haoyan or her. Her intuition has always been accurate, and she has never missed it. But having seen Haoyan's power, Sabrina is not worried, just feel a little guilty. I made up my mind silently. In the future, I must do something to repay Haoyan. Haoyan walked back to the gym, and it was still raining lightly outside the gym. When Red and Blue saw Haoyan appear, they went to Haoyan and said, Brother Haoyan, we plan to take advantage of the rain outside now and go to Hoenn region for a tour. Haoyan heard the words and replied, well, you go. These days, since gym opened its doors, you have worked hard for you. Red and Blue, when the gym opened, they were really hard at work. Of course, Haoyan is not a vicious capitalist either. In return, they also made a series of training arrangements for their Pokemon. Seeing this, Brock also came over and said, Haoyan, it's been almost 2 weeks since I left your gym. It's time to go back. I'm going back too, Misty said from the side. If it wasn't for gym leader, Misty would have been here forever. Although she came to Kana Gym for a while, Kana Gym has just been built. Haoyan is usually very busy, and there are many things that require him to make up his mind. Misty has never had the chance to get along with Haoyan alone. After finally waiting for Haoyan to finish his work, he has time. The two hated Red and Blue were entangled in Haoyan's side, asking questions. Thank you. With your help, Kana Gym can get on the right track so quickly. After, welcome everyone to come to Kana Gym often. Haoyan thanked the two of them. After chatting with a few people, the four packed up and left. After sending off a few people, Haoyan stood at the door of Kana Gym. He stared deeply at the sea in the distance. Since the power of aura, his perception has improved several times. Somewhere, the calm sea seems to have waves rolling, and the non-stop rain made him feel like a storm was coming. Chapter 234 Haoyan, Xiaolu, you are the most worry-free. Time flies, and the 3 of Red left. 3 days have passed. With your qualifications, you can get the Kana badge. Congratulations. Haoyan awarded a Kana badge to a trainer who came to challenge. Since the first badge was awarded last time, some trainers have come to challenge one after another. However, most of these trainers are local trainers in Slateport City. Because it is still raining in Slateport City, some roads have serious water accumulation, resulting in some congestion on the road. Trainers from other cities don't come much. Kenta, is there any trainer to challenge? Haoyan looked at a gym trainee. Not yet, Kenta replied. Okay, then I'm going to the training ground. If there is a challenge from a trainer, call me. Okay, Curator Haoyan. Bang! From the training ground, there was a loud tackle sound. Charizard was punched by Lucario and hit the ground. Then he kept using his iron fist to teach the younger brother Charizard. Charizard and Lucario are in a real battle. Charizard has been obsessed with playing Lucario all day since he was able to get into the Mega Evolution. The result speak for themselves. Each time, it was repaired badly enough by Lucario. Charizard, who lost the battle, walked to Haoyan's side with dust all over his body. Lucario was hot all over and walked to Haoyan's side. Fight against Charizard. Although Charizard loses to Lucario, but after all, there are advantages in attribute, and Lucario will inevitably be attacked. Haoyan skillfully stretched out his hand, stroked the two Pokemon, and used the Viridian power in his body to help them repair the lost stamina and energy. After a while, both Pokemon recovered their stamina. Charizard once again shouted at Lucario's bellicose growl to continue the fight. Lucario glanced at Charizard and replied that he was fine. 2 Pokemon, ready to fight again. You too, really? Hao-Yan shook his head and looked to the other side. Mewtwo is fighting Tyranitar. Mewtwo was holding a huge spoon, pounding Tyranitar constantly. Mewtwo was fast and Tyranitar had trouble keeping up. Although the speed can't keep up, Tyranitar is a combination of rock and dark. Dark ripples exuded circles, forcing Mewtwo to retreat. But Mewtwo, his attack methods can be described as various. Throw 2 Aura Spheres every now and then, or hit Solar Beam twice. Tyranitar hit hard. After a while, they were defeated. After the war ended, they all gathered around Hao-Yan, like Charizard and Lucario just now, waiting for Hao-Yan to help them regain their ability. Since Hao-Yan exchanged the power of Viridian, his Pokemon has become more and more frantic for actual combat training. If you are tired from training before, take a rest. Now that I have no physical strength or energy, I came to Hao-Yan. Let Hao-Yan helping hand them recover. In order to cultivate the power of Viridian, Hao-Yan is also happy to help them recover. Only, there is a weird feeling. Feel like a Pokemon Center, that helping hand Pokemon recovery machine. After meeting the needs of the 4 Pokemon, the Viridian power in Hao-Yan's body was almost consumed. He sat next to Gardevoir, who was doing calm mind training with his leg crossed. Gardevoir is the most special being. Several Pokemon won't fight with Gardevoir, because they know it subconsciously. Lucario is the big brother. Offended is offended. It's okay to be beaten up. Gardevoir is the big sister. Gardevoir is Hao-Yan's heart. In addition, they are in charge of their meals. Offended, no good fruit to eat. Forget it. I'm afraid that even a bad fruit will not be eaten. Shanaido. Gardevoir sensed Hao-Yan's approach, and took the initiative to withdraw from the calm mind state. He wrapped around behind Hao-Yan and helped him knead his swollen temple. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaolu. Hao-Yan reached out and patted Gardevoir's small hand. Shanaido. Gardevoir's fingertips were light and heavy on Hao-Yan's temple. The strength was just right. Hao-Yan sighed and said, Xiaolu, you are the most caring person. While enjoying the massage, Hao-Yan was thinking, during this period of time, everyone's cultivation was very diligent. Xiaolu's level was the first to break through to level 67. Xiaolu followed closely, also reaching level 66. The levels of Xiaolong and Xiaozi have also grown rapidly, reaching level 65. Xiaomang, slow down a little bit, only level 60. However, the combat power is no worse than Xiaowu and Xiaolu. In other words, now all of Hao-Yan's Pokemon have been officially upgraded from quasi-elite to elite. Especially Lucario, Gardevoir and Charizard are able to enter Mega Evolution. There has been a qualitative leap, and with Hao-Yan's blessing, Mega Evolution's time can reach about 20 minutes. As long as he is not the kind of person who stands at the top of the pyramid, he will take action on Hao-Yan. Hao-Yan has the power to fight. Strictly speaking, all have the ability to win. Chapter 235. This Hao-Yan is not an ordinary leader. The place where Kana Gym was established is relatively remote. Most of the staff working at gym are from Slateport City. After packing up the gym in the evening, they all went home to rest. After Red, Blue and others left, only Hao-Yan and Sabrina lived in gym's accommodation area. At 10 o'clock at night, it was still pouring rain. Hao-Yan did not enter the calm mind state to practice as usual. Instead, he silently looked at the light rain outside the window. There are guests. Through the perception of Aura's power, Hao-Yan sensed that there was a person outside gym, spying on gym. In the middle of the night, a person came to Kana Gym at night, without thinking to know that the other party had bad intention. Especially through the power of Aura, it senses the other party's clothing. There is a big R embroidered on the right chest of the visitor's shirt. Who else but Team Rockets wears such a uniform? Someone is coming to visit. As the host, why should I welcome you? Hao-Yan loosened his muscles and walked out of the room slowly. The situation is not right. Sabrina's room and Hao-Yan's room were not far away. Through perception, she found that Hao-Yan walked out of the room. Hao-Yan is a person with a very regular life and rest. If it's alright, he won't go out of the room after 10 p.m. I didn't even get up at night to go to the toilet. This point, Sabrina learned a thing or two after getting along these days. Moreover, Sabrina clearly felt Hao-Yan walking out slowly, with a coldness on her body. Difficult, is it? The people from Team Rockets are chasing. Sabrina's face turned white with a single swipe. He got out of bed in a hurry, ignoring that he was still wearing pajamas, and caught up with Hao-Yan. Hao-Yan and Sabrina walked to the door of gym. Hao-Yan said to one of the direction, people who come from a long way from Kanto region, why don't you come out and meet? Hehe, I didn't expect you to find me. It's really surprising. From a shadow, a man walked out. Behind the man, there was a Gengar with a weird smile. Archer. Sabrina, who followed Hao-Yan, saw Archer's face clearly, and her face was extremely ugly. Sabrina, who used to be one of the 3 cadres of Team Rocket, naturally knew Archer's position in Team Rocket. He was one of the first to join Team Rocket, also highly regarded by Team Rocket's Giovanni. Although there are 4 generals, the status is the same, but more or less, inside Team Rocket, the 4 generals are headed by Archer. Sabrina Sabrina, you should know the fate of betraying Team Rocket. Archer looked at Sabrina, who was a little scared, and was very satisfied with her attitude. Then he looked coldly at Haoyan next to Sabrina. You should be that Haoyan. I also admire you, a gym leader who dares to fight against our Team Rocket. And he stole our biological weapons, and dared to cover up the traitors of our Team Rocket. Haoyan ignored Archer, but used the power of aura in his body to silently observe the surrounding situation. However, he found that there was no one else around except Archer. This made him a little surprised. Boy, I'm talking to you. Archer looked at Haoyan, who was not paying attention to him at all, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. He is the first of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket. Even inside Team Rocket, he's someone who can talk directly to Giovanni. Now, the curator ignores it. This feeling is very bad. Haoyan finally set his eyes on Archer and said, did Team Rocket send you alone? Haoyan had already seen Gengar beside Archer, and his level had reached level 67, already reaching the elite standard. I believe that Archer's other Pokemon should also reach the elite level. Just an ordinary elite level Archer. For Haoyan, it is not difficult to solve it. In Haoyan's subconscious, Archer is not worth 12,000 bonus points, so there is just the problem. You little gym leader, it's enough for me to solve you. Archer's face was full of disdain. Is it? Now that he was sure that there were no other ambushes around, Haoyan didn't bother to talk nonsense with this Archer. Directly released his Pokemon. Mewtwo looked at the Team Rockets who had given him pain. His eyes were full of sharpness, and when his hands shook, he immediately condensed a huge spoon with Psychic and held it firmly in his hand. Roar! Roar! The wild Charizard came out, staring ill-naturedly at each other with his scarlet eyes. Class Hilda. Tyranitar took the lead and stood at the forefront of the team. On Haoyan's side, there are only 3 Pokemon, missing Lucario and Gardevoir. But in fact, before Haoyan walked out of gym, Haoyan had already let Gardevoir and Lucario hide. Archer felt the aura emanating from Haoyan Pokemon, and put away the arrogance at the beginning. Instead, be serious. This Haoyan is not an ordinary gym leader. Chapter 236 3v5. There is a gap in quantity. Although Archer is a little arrogant, he is not stupid. Haoyan's Pokemon, the kind of momentum it exudes, has obviously reached the level of elite. There's something in this Haoyan. No wonder Lance will be defeated by him. However, I am Archer, the leader of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket. I also have my support. Archer also quickly released his battle Pokemon. In addition to the Gengar just now, there are also Dragonite and Houndoom. 3 Pokemon in total. Automatically, relevant data appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Gengar. Attribute Ghost. Poison. Level 67. Feature Body of Curse. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is attacked, there is a certain chance that the target will be in a disabled state for a period of time. Remark: Pokemon in the disabled state cannot use the last move they used before entering the disabled state. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Dragonite. Attribute Dragon. Flying. Level 67. Characteristic Spiritual Power. This Pokemon will not fall into a state of fear. Introduction: it is usually very stable, but if it touches its outrage, it will not stop destroying everything. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Houndoom. Attribute Fire. Evil. Level 67. Feature Fire. Pokemon with this feature will not take damage when hit by fire attribute attack move, and the Pokemon's attack and special attack will increase. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. The scary howl is a characteristic. People used to fear it as a messenger from hell. This Archer actually has a Dragonite. This made Haoyan feel a little surprised. Dragon-type Pokemon have huge potential, and their combat power is amazing when they grow up. However, Dragon-type Pokemon are not without their shortcomings. The disadvantage of Dragon-type Pokemon is the low reproductive capacity. This defect also created the scarcity of Dragon-type Pokemon. In the wild, it is almost difficult to see wild Dragon-type Pokemon. The Pokemon of the Dragon family are all taken over by the Royal Dragon family of each region. If you want to get a Dragon-type Pokemon, you must go through the Yulong family, and then you can get it. But now, the Archer of Team Rockets actually has a Dragonite. It now appears that Team Rockets and Kantoregion's Royal Dragon family have also colluded. Since both sides had made it clear that they were going to fight, Haoyan didn't talk nonsense with Archer. Sabrina, back off, release your Pokemon, and protect yourself. After Haoyan explained, he immediately commanded his Pokemon and began to make move. Little Dream, Ice Beam, Little Dragon, Dragon Pulse. Target, that Dragonite. Haoyan's target is not the relatively weak Houndoom and Gengar. It's a flying Dragonite. He didn't plan on it from the start. Let Archer lead. Therefore, we must give priority to the Dragonite that can fly. Mewtwo stretched out 3 fingers, and immediately condensed a beam of icy aura that quickly attacked Dragonite. Charizard's attack followed closely, and the energy on his body quickly transformed into a circle of waving ripples, swaying towards Dragonite's side. Shall see. Earthquake. Class. Tyranitar Tyranitar roared, and immediately stepped on the ground. In front of him, the ground shattered inch by inch. There were cracks one after another, and they quickly attacked Archer's side. After Haoyan's training, Tyranitar has been able to control the energy very well. The power of earthquake hit in front of him, instead of indiscriminate attacks like before. Archer's face changed. Haoyan's attack method that didn't require words made him very uncomfortable. This also caused his movements to be a beat slower. Houndoom used Protect. Before the crack on the ground came, Houndoom's energy quickly overflowed, forming a protective shield in front of him. Block Tyranitar's powerful attack on him. Dragonite, you use Dragon Pulse too. On the surface of Dragonite's body, a circle of ripples swayed in response to Charizard's attack. Both are Dragon Pulse and cancel each other out. Gengar, use the Shadow Ball to block the Ice Beam. The Shadow Ball emitted by Gengar was extremely dark, melting the Ice Beam emitted by Mewtwo. In the first round of Temptation, Haoyan was attacking and Archer was defending. Unorman came all the way from Kanto region and came here specifically to defend. Haoyan knew that Archer was conceited and deliberately used words to stimulate him. Archer snorted coldly. His face was very ugly. In the first round, it seemed that the two sides were tied, but in fact, it was Archer who fell to the disadvantage. After all, he was the one who attacked, but he fell in the first round. Archer stretched his hand to his waist and pulled out two baby balls. Throw towards the ground. Suddenly, two Pokemon appeared in front of Haoyan. The current scene has become 3v5. Is it so unbearable? There was a cold smile hidden in Haoyan's eyes. Chapter 237. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket Heracross. Attribute, Insect. Level 67. Characteristic Insect Premonition. When physical strength decreases, the power of insect-type moves will increase. Introduction. A strong man who can forcibly push his proud horn under the opponent's abdomen, then lift it up in one breath and throw it out. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket Ursaring. Attribute, Ordinary. Level 66. Feature, Perseverance. When the Pokemon with this characteristic is in an abnormal state, the attack is increased by 50%, and the additional effect brought by the burn is ignored. Introduction. Although the name sounds cute, Ursaring's appearance is not cute at all. I admit that your Pokemon is very strong, already much stronger than the normal gym leader. However, I have 5 elite level Pokemon. What are you fighting me with? Archer said arrogantly. Haoyan shook his head slightly. Archer was among so many people he had seen the most arrogant and arrogant one. However, it is understandable. After all, Team Rockets are dominating the Kanto region. There are very few people who dare to manage them, and Archer is the head of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. More reckless. Only then, let him develop such a defiant arrogance. It is estimated that this Archer, as soon as he arrives at the Hoenn region, will immediately head toward Hana Gym. Even conceited, he doesn't even know how many Pokemon Haoyan has. Can you win if you have more numbers? It's just your kind of general merchandise. No matter how many you have, it's useless. Haoyan didn't care about Archer's clamor. You're looking for death yourself. Then you can't blame me. The conceited Archer snorted coldly, and immediately ordered his Pokemon to make move. Ursaring, use the Arm Hammer. Dragonite, Aqua Tail, attack that Tyranitar. Ursaring and Dragonite, act fast. Prepare to attack Tyranitar, who is arrogant. Gengar, the Shadow Ball is attacking that Mewtwo. Gengar condensed a pitch-black Shadow Ball and threw it in the direction of Mewtwo. Heracross, Xizor. Heracross ran quickly, and as he ran, the big horns on his head exuded a strange sheen. Haoyan calmly commanded, Shao Si, Dragonite doesn't do much damage to you. Don't worry about it. Use Iron Tail to repel that Ursaring. Class tilde. Tyranitar immediately threw out his spiky tail, ignoring the Dragonite who was attacking him, and lashed at Ursaring who was running. Dragonite's Aqua Tail slapped Tyranitar. At the same time, Tyranitar also swept Ursaring by virtue of its huge weight advantage. Little Dragon, use Flamethrower to stop that Heracross from approaching. Charizard spewed out a red-gold flame in front of Heracross's path. The intense burning flame made Heracross dare not continue to attack. Little Dream, Protect. Mewtwo's left hand clenched into the void, and a white transparent cover formed in front of him. Block Gengar's attack. In the second round, offense and defense were switched. Archer was the main attack, and Haoyan was defending. However, Archer failed to inflict effective damage at all. Although Tyranitar was hit by Dragonite's Aqua Tail, he wasn't much hurt at all. On the other hand, Ursaring, Tyranitar Iron Tail, who was suppressed by his weight, lost more than half of his stamina. Archer's Houndoom didn't do anything and stayed by his side. Looks like Houndoom is his ace Pokemon. Pay more attention. Haoyan secretly guarded himself in his heart, but his face was still indifferent. At this time, Archer's face was extremely ugly. No, we must fight quickly. It is estimated that the boy had already contacted the Alliance before he found me. Maybe now, the people of the Alliance have already rushed here. It can't be delayed any longer. After all, this is not a Kanto region. Even if the task is finally completed, it will be difficult for me to escape. Thinking of this, Archer once again commanded the Pokemon to attack. Heracross, Ursaring, use Brute Force. Dragonite, Hydro Pump. You three, attack Tyranitar together. Heracross, Ursaring, and Dragonite were ordered by Archer to act in unison. The skills used by the three of them can effectively restrain Tyranitar, especially Heracross and Ursaring, using the power of up to 120 points. Fighting skill. Tyranitar is 4 times weaker in combat, and once hit, no matter how high his defense is, he will be seriously injured. In addition, there is a Dragonite next to it that uses the 110-point water-type power skill. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Houndoom, Crunch, attack Mewtwo together. Gengar quickly threw a Shadow Ball. Archer's Houndoom also ran quickly, opened his mouth, bared his sharp teeth, and attacked Mewtwo together. The attacks of Gengar and Mewtwo were also quite targeted. Ghost-type Shadow Balls, Dark Crunch, can all cause outstanding attacks on Mewtwo. Archer's idea is simple. Tyranitar, who is amazing in height and weight, and Mewtwo, who is known as a biological weapon. In his view, it is the most lethal. Must be resolved first. As for Charizard, it's just a different color. Nothing to worry about. Good come. The coldness in Hao-Yan's eyes has not been concealed. Gardevoir and Lucario have been lurking, ready to play. Archer, who has been paying attention to Hao-Yan, was surprised for no reason when he saw the corner of Hao-Yan's mouth rising. Chapter 238. Isn't it just Mega Evolution? Is it difficult? Xiaolu, use Teleport to send Xiaolu to Archer. Little O faint Archer. He will definitely let Gengar back on defense. Then you use the Shadow Claws to deal with Gengar. The hidden Gardevoir quickly condenses energy. Swish. Lucario suddenly appeared in front of Archer. Archer was shocked when he saw Lucario suddenly appearing in front of him. He finally understood why Hao-Yan laughed just now. Of his 5 Pokemon, 4 of them rushed out to attack, leaving only one Gengar beside him. In an emergency, he immediately shouted, "Gengar, save me!" Gengar, who was beside Archer, quickly returned to defend, blocked in front of Archer. In this way, Archer completely fell into Hao-Yan's trap. Lucario let out a loud shout, his hands full of dark energy. With his hands into claws, he attacked Gengar, who had no defense ability. The effect is outstanding. With Lucario's attack, Gengar's stature has faded a lot. Gengar, who had low defense, was instantly killed. Seconds after Gengar was taken, Archer's empty door opened wide. All the Pokemon that were attacking a second ago gave up their attack and quickly returned to defend. The fastest is the Dragonite with wings. Xiao, Ice Punch. Hao-Yan took the opportunity to command once again. After Lucario succeeded in one move, he made another move, waving his icy fist, directly hitting Dragonite's plump body. This is the first step of Hao-Yan's general attack. Little Dragon, Air Slash. Charizard immediately took advantage of the high altitude and took aim at Heracross, who wanted to defend. Charizard's wings flicked, and the energy inside his body overflowed. A transparent blade of air formed in the air. Accurately attack Heracross. Heracross's bug and fighting 4 times weaker fly, directly killed by Charizard's Air Slash. Rock Tomb. Stop Ursaring's return. Tyranitar received the order, and immediately stomped the ground hard, and a rock cage suddenly appeared under Ursaring's feet. Ursaring punched hard, smashing the rock that got in the way. Ursaring's attack was not low, and he shattered the rock cage in 2 hits. However, it also successfully limited his speed of defense. Xiaomeng, Infuriating Bomb, and then connect to Brick Break. Mewtwo wanted to do it for a long time. The energy in the body was transformed frantically, and an Earth-Gray energy ball with a diameter of 1 meter was thrown towards the slowing Ursaring. The moment the Infuriating Bomb was thrown out, Mewtwo stomped hard on the ground and charged towards it with a huge spoon in hand. The tall splash raised the huge spoon in his hand and knocked it down hard. Infuriating Bullet, a powerful skill with an alliance damage judgment of 120 points. Then cooperate with Brick Break, and directly put Ursaring of ordinary department. Second, of Archer's 5 Pokemon, there is only one Dragonite with residual blood and a Houndoom with full blood. Xiao, go back a little bit. After succeeding, Hao-Yan took Mewtwo and the others and approached Archer. Archer never expected to be killed, but this is the result. You actually hid 2 Pokemon. Moreover, in order not to let my Gengar sense it, I even made them lurking in a relatively distant location. Then used Teleport again to get closer. Your scheming is really deep. Archer gritted his teeth. He has never been so embarrassed since he became the head of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket. I'll take it that you're complimenting me. Although Hao-Yan's face was indifferent, he was still on guard in his heart. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that Archer is already gone. Under this absolute disadvantage, Archer did not choose to escape. That only shows that he actually has something to rely on. It's just that Hao-Yan didn't even know what he was relying on, so he didn't attack rashly. Don't be complacent. Even now, I haven't lost yet. Archer looked at Hao-Yan coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Oh, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Hao-Yan restrained the indifferent smile on his face and replaced it with a serious look. Looking at Archer's appearance, it is estimated that that he will show his last card. Archer rolled up his sleeve, revealing an earth gray bracelet. On the bracelet, there was an inconspicuous button, which Archer pressed down hard. Immediately shouted, "Houndoom, Mega Evolution." Houndoom in the field shouted, as if echoing Archer. Then, the appearance began to change. Body, a little bigger. The tail becomes a forked anchor, and the white horns on the head are lengthened. Around his neck, he seemed to be wearing a white armor. The breath has also become much stronger than before. Archer was obviously quite satisfied with the Houndoom after Mega Evolution, and said disdainfully, "My Houndoom, but there is no such thing as a Mega Evolution capable Pokemon. After the Mega Evolution, he already has the strength of a quasi-champion. You lose." In this regard, Hao Yan was a little dumbfounded. After being on alert for a long time, it turned out that Archer's reliance was only the Houndoom capable of Mega Evolution. "I thought it was some kind of big killer. Isn't it just Mega Evolution? It seems that you will." After Hao Yan finished speaking, 3 terrifying pressures rose. In an instant, crushed the momentum of Houndoom. Chapter 239 Team Rocket. Only 3 generals left. Luca. The spikes on Lucario's body came out of his body, and the hair kept growing. Shanaido. Gardevoir's appearance began to change, with a cold look and indifferent eyes, just like her nickname, Queen Psychic. Roar. Charizard's body. The color began to change, because the high temperature even the flames on the tail turned blue. 3 powerful auras instantly suppressed the Houndoom after Mega Evolution. This is impossible. Your Pokemon can actually Mega Evolution. Archer's face was full of horror. At this moment, he was in a cold sweat. Isn't it just Mega Evolution? Is it difficult? After Hao Yan learned about Archer's trump card, an indifferent smile appeared on his face again. This time it was Archer's turn to be speechless. Is it difficult? Of course it's hard. As he said before, being able to Mega Evolution is 1 in a million. Everyone knows that Mega Evolution needs a Mega Stone and a Keystone. These 2 things are extremely difficult to do, but even with these 2 things, it is also very difficult to want Mega Evolution. Not all Pokemon can withstand the power of Mega Evolution. If the Pokemon's physical fitness is a little bit worse, or the will is a little looser, it can't be Mega Evolution. Like Archer's Houndoom. Thousands of Houndoom, only one meets the standard of Mega Evolution. And Hao Yan actually had a very difficult expression on his face. However, it is normal for Hao Yan's Pokemon to be able to easily Mega Evolution. After all, the top quality ingredients are raised. Pokemon itself practice diligently every day. In addition, Hao Yan Helping Hand and the others exercise their Xinsheng. Mega Evolution, it's just a matter of course. If it weren't for the limitation of reward point, Hao Yan could have put the rest of Tyranitar and Mewtwo together in Mega Evolution. Hao Yan looked at the sky and murmured, "It's getting late. It's time to rest." When Archer heard this, he was in a cold sweat. He is conceited, but he is not stupid. He naturally knows what Hao Yan means. Hao Yan looked at Archer leisurely, and said in a rich voice, "Is it for me, or are you more sensible?" Archer, at this point, knew that he was over. He quickly said, I am Archer, the head of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. If something happens to me, our leader will not let you go." Hao Yan sneered and said disdainfully, "Understood. You made me do it." As soon as Hao Yan finished speaking, Gardevoir, who had the same heart as him, gently waved his white finger. The air suddenly became cold. There was a cold wind blowing around the Dragonite beside Archer. A lot of crushed ice appeared out of thin air around Dragonite. Crushed ice has been absorbed to Dragonite. In the moment of absorption, Dragonite wings no longer flap. It was directly frozen into a huge ice block and fell to the ground with a bang. This is exactly the icy wind used by Gardevoir. Whoosh, whoosh. Flat ground gust for no reason. It was caused by Charizard quick flapping of his wings. Charizard took the lead, dashing in front of Houndoom and using wing attack. The blue-black wings, like a pair of scissors, left scars on Houndoom's body. Afterward, Lucario, the most powerful man, came with domineering and extreme speed, fast approach. With the fist in his hand, he smashed hard on Houndoom's dog head. Archer's last 2 Pokemon fell. Archer's heart was ashes, and he fell powerlessly to the ground. Hao Yan walked slowly in front of Archer, looking at Archer who was sitting on the ground. The coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. Mumbled, "You are the first of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, so you are very important to Team Rocket, right?" Hao Yan's remark gave Archer a new glimmer of hope. Nodding to Hao Yan again and again, yes, and I was one of the first to follow the leader of Giovanni. I really mean a lot to Team Rocket. So, please. Hao Yan interrupted Archer's words and said, "Since you are so important to Team Rocket, even if you are put in prison, Team Rocket is also possible for Kets to use a lot of human and material resources to clear the relationship. Even, it is possible to use violent means to rob prison, so it's no use putting you in jail." How could Archer not understand what Hao Yan meant? His face was bloodless. He staggered to his feet and was about to run. Hao Yan glanced at Archer who was running away, and said to Mewtwo next to him, "Xiaomeng, this person is handed over to you." "It is good." Mewtwo changed her usual silence and agreed. The huge spoon in his hand disappeared. appeared. He stretched out his hands to the fleeing Archer. The surging psychic spewed out. Archer was immediately controlled in the air, unable to move. Mewtwo squeezed hard. Archer rolled his eyes. Although in appearance, Archer does not have any changes, but his brain has been pinched into a paste. Since then, Team Rockets has 4 generals, and only 3 generals remain. After solving Archer, Haoyan looked at the chaotic gym door, frowned, and called Officer Jenny in Slateport City. Chapter 240 Team Rockets External and Internal Trouble. Drip tilde woo tilde drip tilde woo tilde. Drip tilde woo tilde drip tilde woo tilde. The entire Slateport City siren rang, and police cars drove from the city to the suburb. The alarm bell woke the citizens of Slateport City. Watching the police cars whizzing past, countless citizens were full of surprises. Could it be? What happened to Slateport City? The people of the evil organization are making trouble again. Awaken, except for the citizens of Slateport City. There are also Alliance executives stationed in Evergrande City, but it was the phone that woke them up. When they answered the phone with displeased faces, the news they heard made them excited. What? Archer of Team Rocket. From Kanto region to Hoenn region. Archer has not had time to do evil. Has he been solved by Curator Haoyan? Are you sure it's Archer, the leader of the 4 generals of the Team Rocket? When Wallace heard the news, the whole person was in a state of shock. Although this is Hoenn region, Wallace is no stranger to Kanto's Team Rocket. Every leader of Team Rocket on the League bounty list is a famous person on the list. Actually, it was cleaned up by Haoyan. Although during the gym campaign, Wallace knew that Haoyan's Pokemon was wrong, but Wallace didn't expect that Haoyan could solve Archer. You must know that the reason why Amuro can become the first of the 4 generals of Team Rockets is because he has the strength of Elite. Haoyan was able to capture Archer. In other words, Haoyan's strength has surpassed Archer. Above Archer, a gym leader with elite rank. Wallace got off the bed quickly. He always pays attention to the gorgeous clothes, so he put on his coat indiscriminately. He immediately went out and rushed towards Slateport City. Petrol, who came with Archer, was at the port of Slateport City at this time. Check the time repeatedly. There is a clipper behind him. This is Archer, who he specially grabbed, ready to pick up after he succeeded. Archer has been away for 6 hours and has not heard from him yet. Is it possible that his mission failed? A bad idea came to his mind. Petrol, who is also one of the 4 generals, naturally knows Archer's rank. All of Archer's Pokemon have the strength of Elite, especially that Houndoom. It can also Mega Evolution. Houndoom after Mega Evolution has reached the level of Quasi-Champion. Is it possible Archer's mission failed, and he is hiding somewhere now? While Petrol was thinking, his phone rang. Seeing the incoming call above, Petrol jumped in his heart and answered the call immediately, because the person who called was the highest leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni. Petrol didn't hesitate to answer the phone. Leader. On the phone, Giovanni's voice that was not angry and arrogant came. Petrol, the organization shows that Archer has lost his vital sign. What the hell is going on? When Petrol heard it, he was shocked. Archer is dead. B. Giovanni on the phone, in the same tone as usual, but Petrol can still hear it. Jovan the anger in the I word. He quickly explained what Archer had discussed with him in detail. Archer was actually done by a newly appointed gym leader. Giovanni's voice had a rare tinge of surprise. Petrol looked at the police cars passing by in the distance, and answered with difficulty. Looking at the current situation, it should be. Giovanni did not speak on the phone, but fell into a long silence. Should be thinking. After a while, Giovanni said, Archer can't die in vain. Although the Hoenn region is inconvenient for us to intervene too much, but that Haoyan shouldn't be a quiet master. I think, in Hoenn region, he also has a lot of enemies. So, Petrol, you'll be lurking in the Hoenn region first. Wait for my instruction. After Giovanni finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Doduo tilde. There was a busy tone on the phone. Petrol took the phone back, feeling a little sad. Listening to Giovanni's words just now, it seems that he wants to unite with other local forces in the Hoenn region to avenge Archer. The other forces in the Hoenn region, in addition to Team Magma, are only Team Aqua. As the saying goes, like things gather, people are divided into groups. Giovanni, who is also an evil organization, naturally knows Maxie and Archie. It's just that Giovanni didn't think much of the 2 of them all this time. I think the 2 of them are just dreamers. Now, they have to unite with 2 despised ideologues to deal with Haoyan. This can't help but make people feel a little sad. However, Radicadum can also understand that Team Rockets has had a rough time. Lost Lieutenant Surge and Koga first, then Sabrina also betrayed and fled. Even their energy-consuming creatures are also snatched away. The morale of Team Rockets took a huge hit. If the news of the death of Archer, the leader of the 4 generals, was sent back to Team Rocket, it would be even worse. Don't look at Team Rocket. It looks like a giant building. In fact, the foundation is not solid. Members of Team Rockets are all about profit. If the decline cannot be recovered in time, it is very likely that the foundation of Team Rockets will be shaken. In addition to internal factors, Team Rockets are also subjected to huge external factors. The Alliance, always trying to get rid of the Team Rockets that that ran rampant in the Kanto region. It's just that Team Rockets has been in business for a long time, and all parties are involved. And if you feel that the Team Rocket building will collapse, it is estimated that many people will draw a line with Team Rocket. At that time, Team Rockets will be completely caught in internal and external trouble. It doesn't matter so much. Hide first. Petrol retracted his thoughts and quickly disappeared into the night.